Chapter E. An unknown author. In a small apartment in Lin City, Gu Zhinan, with tousled hair, sat up in bed, his eyes still heavy with sleep, her glance at Tiffany by the bedside, realizing it was already only in the afternoon. Having slept in until he naturally awakened, he no longer had the burden of being the wage slave. Gu Zhinan, 22 years old, fresh off university, looked at his reflection in the mirror and smiled after tidying himself up a bit. He considered himself rather handsome. It made sense that he original owner of this body had always received declarations of affection from young women during his university years. Unfortunately, the original owner was a quintessential still straight man, utterly oblivious to romance, immersed solely in the pursuit of writing novels, indifferent to the world outside, preoccupied only with crafting literary works. It's been 2 months now. After washing up, Gu Zhinan opened his computer and glanced at the calendar displayed. He had been swept up in the current trend of traversing growths, in his attempt to rescue a drowning girl. He unexpectedly crossed over into a parallel universe, finding himself inhabiting Jennifer Gu Zhinan's body, complete without the memories that came with it. This parallel world, known as Earth 2.0, was identical to the Earth he had left behind. The technology was similarly advanced, lifestyles mirroring those of his former world, nor surgency of spiritual energy, no apocalyptic scenario as it was just an ordinary Earth, albeit with a different designation. In his previous life, he had been the epitome of a corporate drone. After university, he struggled even to take care of himself, burdened by a grueling 996 work schedule thought would bring tears to the eyes of Wall Street icons. Now, in this second chance, Gu Zhinan felt compelled to express gratitude to the heavens, acknowledging fierce light compassion. In this new life, the original owner's identity was to find obscure online novelist and ascertain platform. HD involved sitting at the computer, typing away, uploading this work, and repeating the cycle, neglecting everything else. Perhaps it was precisely this lifestyle that gifted Gu Zhinan the opportunity to take over. Indeed, the original owner would work at himself to sebring during a particularly intense writing session, ultimately collapsing from exhaustion, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in the body of the original Gu Zhinan. With the 100,000 words saved on the computer, Gu Zhinan couldn't help but marvel at his predecessor, thinking, so incredibly impressive. He initiated the platform, uploaded the chapter she had stopped, scheduling the release, the novel, titled The Moon During the Qin Dynasty, with a fantastical tale woven with elements of ancient martial arts and set in distant dynasties. Though it didn't gain much acclaim, it provided the means for the original author to sustain himself, hence the decision to write full-time. Now, Gu Zhinan didn't feel the need to rush to continue writing based on the original memories. In his renewed life, he amid toggled with an early bedtime, and as for waking up early buffer. In this life, he'll write a novel quietly, travel to enjoy the breathtaking landscapes, just like a line from a previous world. From now on, he shall be an ordinary person, chopping wood, feeding horses, wandering the world, facing the sea with spring blossoms ahead. Gu Zhinan must, wearing a contented smile. He occupied a 12-bedroom apartment, residing in the second bedroom while the master bedroom remained vacant since his arrival. According to the original memories, Nini had ever lived for Rethis, he deemed it unrentable. Initially curious about the master bedroom, he found it locked and decided against forcing entry. The original owner had paid the year's rent up front, which, if it were up to Gu Zhinan, would have ideally been done in a more manageable, monthly manner. The hefty sum put significant strain on an already financially beleaguered family. Looking at his bank balance, it caused him a headache if only could transfer the funds from his previous really. Having spent higher as a corporate worker had allowed him to accumulate some savings. Originally, he planned to save for 2 years to purchase a small apartment back home and retire comfortably. Well, at least I'm a seasoned bookworm. After lunch, I'll dive back into my attempts to create great works, thanks to the talented authors of my previous world, Gu Zhinan exclaimed, raising his hands toward the kitchen ceiling in gratitude. Upon realizing he was no novelist after crossing over, he felt any journeys to replicate the best-selling stories from his former reality. When he discovered that the tales were in his mind had tight surface in this world, he found himself exhilarated, waking up sleepless nights brainstorming ideas. Piecing together his memories bit by bit, he wasn't aiming for a perfect replication but hoping to capture efficiency and overarching narrative. Gu Zhinan understood he could simply transcribe everything he saw to maintain his themes and career storylines. Thus, for a month, he had devoted himself to quiet reflection, carefully recalling the novel she had read, making slow but steady progress each day. His memory felt enhanced. Perhaps it was the emerging of 2 lives. Each to me he reflected, snippets of scenes would emerge in his mind, resembling the film buffering, stuttering when the connection was weak but flowing smoothly when strong. Yes, today has been a delightful day. Around 11 at night, Gu Zhinan started at the copy's text on his computer, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Before shutting down his computer, he glanced at the tight-leafed novel he had just been working on, a masterpiece from his previous world that was regarded as the epitome of martial arts literature, The Legend of Sword and Fairy. This book had taken the previous world by storm. Initially adapted from a game, when transformed into a television series, it had become a cultural phenomenon, leaving countless fans still reflecting how it defined fire ideals of teen martial arts generally Xiuyo, Zhaolinger, Lin Yu Eru, and ultimate antagonist, the Moon Cult Master. Even now, these areas' most memorable scenes were still celebrated by many. A special light had Lin often quoted by Stephens. I once thought this was the beginning of martial arts, little did you know. It was its pinnacle. Unbelievably remarkable. Gu Zhinan later named, continuing to ponder the storyline for The Legend of Sword and Fairy while considering its new life and the original owner's work, The Moon during the Qing Dynasty, based on that documents and the computer. The story was already in its later stages, edging toward completion. However, the ending remained unwritten, a responsibility he would gladly shoulder. Once he finalizes the plot for The Legend of Sword and Fairy, he will complete the finale for The Moon during the Qing Dynasty. Given my original writing skills and the hints of conclusions already in memory, it should be a piece of cake. Gu Zhinan reasoned with optimism. The outline for The Legend of Sword and Fairy gradually formed in his mind. He barely added that, with the extraordinary memory he had acquired since crossing over, he could retrieve every detail. In this parallel world, he had no magical abilities, no stamps, nor any grandfatherly figures guiding him. All he possessed was the capability to piece together fragmented memories when prompted by the creative image serialization he gradually understood. Moreover, having turned 28 in his prior life and now experiencing the good fortune of being 22 again, he couldn't help but think of this as a traverser's blessing. This plan did conclude. Sure, tomorrow, I shall embrace new energy. Gu Zhinan quietly declared to the island before closing his eyes. He vowed not to indulge in late nights or swimming ever again.
Chapter 2 Xia Wang. It's not that I'm trying to dictate, but sometimes, yielding a little can indeed save one from a multitude of detours. You cannot compete with Yuewan. She has connections, a middle-aged woman earnestly advised the girl seated on the adjacent sofa. The girl was extraordinarily beautiful, standing at 168 centimeters with a curvaceous figure, her skin resembling smooth jade. Particularly captivating were her enchanting, lively peach blossom eyes, paired with a round, delicate face that stirred an instinctive desire for protection in others. Xia An, at the tender age of 23, was a third-tier singer who rose to fame a year and a half ago as the runner-up in a singing competition. With her ethereal beauty and angelic voice, she briefly captured the spotlight. Originally poised to ascend to second-tier status, her agency, Starlight Entertainment, sought merely to exploit her looks for greater resources and investments, gradually neglecting her musical aspirations. Defying their commercial strategies and social engagements, Xia An refused to be reduced to a mere instrument for profit. She yearned solely to focus on her music and thus found herself at odds with Starlight Entertainment. The consequence of such blatant defiance was her being sidelined, stripped of resources, and even coerced into a wager demanding she produce original work within 3 months, lest she face penalties or comply with the agency's demands. Faced with the middle-aged woman's entreaties, Xia An remained resolute, her cool demeanor betraying no emotion, though her once vibrant peach blossom eyes now reflected a hint of discontent. Sister Hua, all I wish is to sing well. Realizing her persuasive efforts were fruitless, Sister Hua relented. After all, she was not just the manager of Xia An but also of several others under Starlight Entertainment. You were destined to be my most outstanding star, but your temperament truly needs adjustment, Sister Hua remarked. Xia Hong's beauty would serve her well in acting, and Starlight Entertainment had indeed received offers for such roles, all of which she had declined, including appearances on variety shows. Her singular focus on singing clashed with the harsh realities of a world where capitalists had ways to discipline disobedient workers. Xia Hong was a prime example of this. Once Sister Hua departed, Xia Hong sat in tranquil silence on the sofa, her expression unwavering. After a prolonged period, she lifted her gaze to the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing the dazzling neon lights of the city, which felt oddly discordant with her inner solitude. Raised in an orphanage in Lin City, her name, Ang, signified peace and joy, a gift from the now-deceased headmistress, her mother, whom she cherished deeply. The headmistress had often praised her angelic voice, prompting Xia Ang to sing for her until the illness claimed her mother during Xia Ang's high school years, leaving her without the chance to serenade her again. Yet, Xia Ang believed her mother continued to listen, inspiring her to pursue her passion and share her voice with the world, hoping that perhaps her mother's reincarnation would one day hear her songs. However, now it seemed that her ability to sing was in jeopardy. After a 20-minute wait, Sister Hua returned with news regarding the contract. The agreement remained unchanged. Xia An was to produce her own work within 2 years, with the company assisting in its release. With only 3 months remaining, had Xia An complied with the agency's directives, Starlight Entertainment would have facilitated connections with musicians to aid her in songwriting, given her potential. Yet, now, not only would they refrain from supporting her original endeavors, but they would also create obstacles should she seek to collaborate with musicians. They intended for her to realize that without Starlight Entertainment, she was nothing. In 3 months, she would either pay a substantial penalty for breach of contract or obediently represent the agency at various significant social gatherings. This 3-month period will not restrict your freedom. You may choose to stay in the company's apartment or seek accommodation elsewhere. However, once the time elapses, you must return to fulfill the terms of the contract, understood? Sister Hua reiterated, still attempting to persuade Xia An to comply, suggesting that attending social events could attract investments for her. After listening quietly, Xia An rose to her feet, her simple jeans and t-shirt accentuating her tall, striking figure. She softly acknowledged Sister Hua with a hum before exiting the room and leaving the company premises. In 3 months, if she managed to produce an album, she would fulfill her remaining half-year contract with Starlight Entertainment. If not, they would forcibly extend her contract by another 6 months. The moment she stepped out of the Starlight Entertainment building, her phone rang. It was a girl's voice on the other end. Sister Ong, are you really leaving? Ruan Ing, her assistant, sounded somewhat despondent. Xia Ong had always treated her kindly, making her reluctant to part ways. Xia Ong paused before replying softly, perhaps, but there are still 3 months left. Why is the company like this? All we want is to sing well, Sister Ong. Your voice is so beautiful. Why can't you generate profits for them? That Yuewen is truly awful, stealing songs. Ruan Ing expressed her indignation. Starlight Entertainment had initially arranged for songwriters to work with Xia Ong, but the agency's top artist, Yuewen, demanded the same song, and Xia Ong, as a third-tier singer, stood no chance against her. Xia Ong remained silent, the sound of traffic echoing through the phone. Could you pack my things for me? I'll return to collect them? After a brief silence, she spoke gently, her demeanor consistently tranquil, reminiscent of a captivating vase that turns heads. Ruan Ing agreed, only to exclaim in surprise, Sister Ong, are you moving out? Yes, I need some quiet to write, Xia Ong replied, recalling the small apartment she had purchased in Lin City last year with her savings. Though it was on the outskirts, it radiated warmth, and Lin City was her hometown, and now, apart from that modest dwelling, she possessed little else. Ruan Ing, unaware of Xia Ong's intentions, silently harbored her concerns as she officially packed her belongings. The contents were simple, a suitcase and a guitar, far lighter than one might imagine. Xia Ong returned swiftly, and upon seeing Ruan Ying's hard work, she thanked her before shouldering her guitar and grabbing her suitcase to leave. Where are you going to write songs? Ruan Ing inquired, anxious about what would happen to her once Xia Ong departed, knowing she would likely be reassigned elsewhere. I just want some solitude, Xia Ong replied, wishing to keep her future plans undisclosed, yearning for a peaceful interlude. Having purchased a high-speed train ticket to Lin City, she boarded the train at 2 in the morning. The night air was refreshingly cool, even in the height of summer, and clad in a mask, Xia Ong curled her elegant form into the seat, the train whisking her away from the bustling metropolis of Haipu City, toward what might be her final solace, a small apartment in Lin City. Chapter 3 I am the landlord. At the stroke of 4 in the morning, at the high-speed railway station in Linshan, Xia Ange, with her guitar slung over her shoulder and pulling a suitcase, slowly emerged from the exit. The late-night station, aside from the weary souls hustling for their livelihoods, was sparsely populated, save for a few taxis hoping to pick up passengers. Xia Ange hailed one of the cabs, stowed her luggage, and settled into the back seat, providing the driver with her destination. The driver, a middle-aged man with a noticeable paunch, sported a thinning crown of hair that stubbornly clung to his scalp. Surprised to see a young woman racing to catch a ride at such an hour, he exclaimed, "My dear, why are you out at this hour? It's not advisable, you know, although the safety situation has improved greatly in our society, particularly during the night, especially at such a late hour, it's far better to be tucked away in the comfort of your home." The driver gradually set the vehicle in motion as he spoke. Xia Ange, clad in a mask, subtly pressed her lips together, rendering her response inaudible, merely offering a soft, The driver chuckled at her reticence and chose to refrain from further conversation, diligently focusing on his duty to safely deliver Xia Ange to her destination. He couldn't help but reflect on how tirelessly today's youth labored. They certainly outpaced his generation. By 5 in the morning, after a full hour of travel, the car came to a halt outside the apartment building Xia Ange had purchased. After paying the fare, the driver departed, leaving her to gaze at the aged structure before her. This was the very apartment she had invested all her savings in the previous year, drawn by its inviting charm, with the intention of staying whenever she had the opportunity. She had no aspirations for opulence, all she desired was a warm, cozy existence. However, she never did manage to stay even once after acquiring it, and it was only under these circumstances that she found herself here now. Her little apartment awaited her on the 6th floor. Xia Ange wheeled her suitcase inside, the dawn fast approaching, and the security guard at the entrance was fast asleep. She slipped into the building without hindrance and, upon reaching the elevator, pressed the button for her floor. Only then did she remove her mask and exhale a sigh of relief, her lively, peach blossom eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. She eagerly anticipated the upcoming 3 months of uninterrupted solitude. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Xia Ange walked past a series of doors. The apartment corridor was an open layout, reminiscent of a dormitory with each door facing the sunlight. Stopping in front of 606, she crouched down to retrieve her key from the side pocket of her guitar case, a cherished possession she had purchased with her hard-earned money. Inserting the key into the lock, she turned it. The faint sound of the lock clicking open heralded the commencement of her new life. Pushing the door ajar, she brought her suitcase and guitar inside, flicking on the living room light at the entrance. To her surprise, the room was impeccably clean. However, she paid little mind to this detail, as her singular focus was on finding the restroom. Just as the driver had remarked, this was her first experience traveling at such an hour. Claiming she wasn't afraid would be a lie, yet her resilient spirit had kept her composed until this moment. Now, finally able to relax, the urgency of her need surged forth. After closing the door behind her, she swiftly navigated her way to the bathroom, entering without hesitation. Unbeknownst to her, from the instant she opened the door, a pair of dark eyes in the adjacent bedroom snapped open. Gu Zhinan, a light sleeper, had been roused by the faint sound of the door and the subtle scrapes of movement. Alarmed, he thought, could it be a burglar? He had locked the door securely. How could a thief unlock it so easily? This seemed improbable. With no suitable weapon at hand, Gu Zhinan wrapped his clothing around his hand and crouched by the door, listening intently to the sounds in the living room. Upon hearing the bathroom door close, he realized that the intruder had entered the restroom. The distinct sound of the door scraping against the floor was unmistakable. What is going on? Is the thief sneaking off to the bathroom? Gu Zhinan wondered aloud, concerned that if he took the time to call the police, the burglar might emerge from the restroom. Stealthily, he opened his door, crouching low and tiptoeing toward the entrance, determined to subdue the intruder upon their exit. Yet, a sudden thought struck him: what if this person was armed? He had overlooked this possibility. Just as he pondered this, the bathroom door creaked open. With no time to lose, he decided to act first, akin to a tiger pouncing on a lamb. Xiaoyange, completely unprepared, found herself suddenly tackled to the ground by a tall figure, who pinned her down, his hands firmly grasping hers, rendering her utterly immobile. Her vibrant peach blossom eyes widened in sheer terror. Ah! Gu Zhinan was equally taken aback, never expecting that the thief would be an exceptionally beautiful young woman, her face and enchanting eyes exuding an irresistible allure. He froze momentarily, and as Xiaoyange let out a startled cry, she seized the opportunity to push him away with all her might, scrambling to her feet and attempting to flee. However, she collided with the corner of the sofa, tumbling once more. Before she could rise again, Gu Zhinan was already standing before her, and she could only stifle her pain as tears welled in her eyes. Don't come any closer. Gu Zhinan was taken aback by the tremor in her voice, finding it unexpectedly captivating. But wait, why was she telling him not to approach? Wasn't she the intruder here? Who are you? Gu Zhinan inquired cautiously, having only caught a fleeting glimpse of her earlier, and now, observing the glistening moisture in her eyes and her flawless complexion, he couldn't help but acknowledge her undeniable beauty. This is my home. Amidst the throbbing pain in her leg and the surge of fear within her, Xiaoyange fought to maintain her composure, biting her lip to appear less afraid, though her voice betrayed her. Your home? Gu Zhinan, bewildered, suddenly recalled something and stared at Xiaoyange with wide eyes. Believing the man intended to do something to her, Xiaoyange instinctively recoiled, only to hear him exclaim in astonishment, "You're the tenant of the master bedroom? Tenant? Are you not the landlord?" The realization struck Gu Zhinan like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, Xiaoyange's fragmented memories rushed back to her. Just 2 months prior, she had asked Wan Ying to assist her in renting out the place. Initially, she had no intention of leasing it, but her savings had dwindled. Each month, she also sent a portion of money to the orphanage where she had grown up, to support the children there. Hence, she thought renting it out would alleviate her financial strain. Frustrated, she slapped her smooth forehead, only to wince as she remembered her earlier fall. Realizing she had securely locked the door upon entering, it dawned on her that the man before her must indeed be the tenant. With a pained resolve, Xiaoyange struggled to her feet, her palm, leg, and backside all throbbing with discomfort. Sniffling softly, she declared, "I am the landlord." Chapter 4 of the Application of Medicine. How I wish I hadn't come here. Gu Zhinan's mind was in utter disarray, a whirlwind of confusion and absurdity. He had just incapacitated his landlord, who happened to be a celestial beauty. Internally panicking, he nonetheless maintained a facade of composure. After all, who wouldn't mistake an unexpected midnight entrance for a burglary? Gu Zhinan noticed a suitcase and a guitar in the hallway. As if sensing his gaze, Xiaoyange attempted to shift to the sofa, but a sharp pain shot through her calf, causing her to grimace, her peach blossom eyes clouded with tears. It was evident how fiercely she had tried to escape moments ago. Don't come any closer. Xiaoyange warned, her voice taut with vigilance. Gu Zhinan shrugged. Now that the misunderstanding had been cleared, why was she still so flustered? Miss Landlord, there's no need for such anxiety. I initially thought you were an intruder, who would expect someone to barge in at this hour. As he spoke, he walked over to the drawer beneath the television, opening it to retrieve a first aid kit he had purchased long ago for reasons unknown, but it was proving useful now. Xiaoyange pouted, appearing somewhat pitiful, as Gu Zhinan settled beside her on the sofa, placing the first aid kit on the coffee table and sliding it towards her. Yet, she remained wary, cautiously inspecting its contents without making a move. She was at a loss. Perceiving her awkwardness, Gu Zhinan pulled the first aid kit back to himself, extracting antiseptic solution, cotton swabs, and a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao. Xiaoyange took a moment to scrutinize the man before her. With his tousled bangs, towering at least 1.80 meters, and a lean physique, he was rather handsome. Gazing at his chiseled features, she mused, what a pity he was a brute. Dipping a cotton swab in the antiseptic, Gu Zhinan observed Xiaoyange's continued hesitation and spoke with exasperation, extend your hand. What for? She replied, still on guard, apprehensive of another potential collision. Gu Zhinan regarded her right hand, a pale palm marred by a raw scrape, and continued, you really needn't be so suspicious. I'm not a villain. In fact, you were the one who barged in unannounced. He realized that might not be the best argument, given it was, after all, her home. Xiaoyange merely rolled her eyes, ignoring him. You'll end up with a scar, Gu Zhinan remarked nonchalantly. At this, Xiaoyange's eyes widened in alarm, prompting her to cautiously extend her right hand. Redipping the cotton swab, Gu Zhinan assured himself he was being gentle, yet her delicate hand recoiled instantly, accompanied by a sharp intake of breath. Hiss. Gu Zhinan was momentarily taken aback, wondering if it truly hurt that much. Only her right hand and calf were injured, her left hand remained unscathed. Perhaps you should tend to it yourself? Gu Zhinan suggested, uncertain how to assist a girl with her wounds. He had little experience in such matters. You need to treat your calf as well. You collided too hastily, he added. I collided too hastily? Xiaoyange shot him a puzzled glance, her peach blossom eyes wide with disbelief. I'll handle it in my room, she replied. Gu Zhinan had no objections, helping her return the items to the first aid kit. He then watched as the previously flustered landlord, now composed, took the kit and limped toward the master bedroom, unlocking the door with her key. Gu Zhinan heard the sound of the door shutting, 1 click, 2 clicks, then a final click. Like a burglar, Gu Zhinan thought to himself, his expression falling. He had been on guard against thieves and now against his landlord. This was a convoluted predicament. Checking the time, he noted it was already past 6 in the morning, with dawn breaking outside. It was mid-May, the heart of summer. As dawn broke, everything felt different. His previously tranquil life as a carefree slacker seemed disrupted. With a sigh, Gu Zhinan slumped to the bathroom to wash up and prepare breakfast, feeling utterly fatigued. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, Xia Ange locked the door with great care, surveying her surroundings which still bore the marks of her pre-purchase decor, dust accumulating in various corners. Her master suite featured a small balcony, where the sun was beginning to rise. Seated at her vanity, Xia Ange retrieved the medicine from the first aid kit, following Gu Zhinan's advice to wet a cotton swab and tend to her palm. Ugh, she bit her lower lip, leaving indentations. She was genuinely fearful of pain, yet, the thought of a scar made her resolve to endure it. After wiping away the blood clots, Xia Ange clumsily applied the ointment and affixed a bandage, alleviating the sharp stinging sensation. However, the injury on her calf throbbed more intensely, yet thankfully, her jeans had good elasticity. Carefully rolling up her pant leg, she realized that, having neglected immediate care, the blood had already stained her trousers. As she rolled her pants, the fabric tugged against the scab, reigniting a wave of pain that made her bite her lip until it turned purple, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Finally, she managed to roll her pants up, exposing a swollen patch on her calf, scraping her right hand and bruising her left leg. Such symmetry. Determined, she wet the cotton swab once more, this time applying it with far greater delicacy than before. The process was painstakingly slow, so much so that Gu Zhinan had already prepared breakfast outside, a millet porridge paired with pickled vegetables, a classic morning meal. When Gu Zhinan knocked on her door, Xia Ange had just finished wrapping her calf with a bandage. Satisfied with her handiwork, she bit her lip in quiet pride. "Miss Landlord, I've made breakfast, feel free to join me," Gu Zhinan called out, knocking again, but received no response. "Fine, eat it or not," he muttered to himself, assuming Xia Ange was either asleep or displeased with him. He suspected the latter was more likely. After finishing his meal, which he had prepared for two, he had plenty left over. As he returned to his room for a nap, he glanced toward the master suite before retreating into his own space, relishing the comfort of his bed and rewarding himself with a long overdue sleep until the afternoon. Once he was certain the noise had subsided, Xia Ange limped to the door and cautiously opened it, peeking out before stepping outside with a slight limp. She was indeed quite hungry, having not eaten since last night. This was hardly a way to diet. Spotting a clean set of bowls and chopsticks on the table, along with half a plate of pickled vegetables and steaming millet porridge, she felt a rush of relief. She devoured 2 bowls of porridge and polished off the entire plate of pickled vegetables. As she set down her utensils, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, astonished by her own appetite. Initially, she had no desire to consume the food prepared by him. She had intended to clarify her wish to find another place to live, yearning for solitude. However, since he had retreated to his room, it felt awkward to voice her discontent while indulging in his meal. Feeling full after a day of trials, fatigue washed over her. Xia Ange limped back to her room, cautiously locked the door, and once she was certain it was secure, she lay down on her bed. Before long, the gentle rhythm of her breathing filled the room. Everything could wait until she awoke. Chapter 5 of The Deceptive Agent. Promising himself a well-deserved nap until the afternoon, Gu Zhinan was indeed a man of his word, never faltering in his commitments. When he finally opened his eyes, the time on his phone displayed that it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. "I have yet to complete today's tasks." Gu Zhinan recalled that his daily obligation was to reminisce. As a competent replicator, he must devote time each day to the art of recollection. He could not afford to fall behind. Hastily, Gu Zhinan leapt from his bed and hurried to his computer, realizing that he had yet to upload today's chapter. That was, after all, his livelihood. Upon opening his computer and accessing the platform for novel publications, he was met with the inevitable disappointment. He had indeed delayed. Gu Zhinan's novel was published on a prominent Chinese web literature site, the largest platform for online novels in Huagua. Almost every online author would showcase their works here, and naturally, the original Gu Zhinan was no exception. Has the scoundrel failed to update? Abandoned us, folks, no need to wait. Oh dear, it's been over an hour. Has the author succumbed to exhaustion? What a pity, the writing was quite splendid. Sending flowers. Clicking on his work, Xinshi Mingyu, the latest comments greeted him. Just over an hour without an update, and the readers were already in an uproar. If he were still in his original world, those esteemed authors he had followed, particularly the classic Xian Jian Shi Xiaozhuan, were notorious for their frequent delays. It felt as though he was being forced to abandon his readers. Determined to convey his affection for these readers, Gu Zhinan's lips curled into a smile as he continued to absorb the love expressed by his audience. With calm precision, he uploaded the latest chapter and left a heartfelt message below. Apologies for the delay, love you all, moi. Ah, perfection. The incident of oversleeping had passed without consequence. He had initially intended to wash his face and grab a snack, but the thought of encountering the landlord, a person with such a chilling demeanor, made him reconsider. Perhaps snacks were not an absolute necessity. The fear of awkwardness outside and the potential disruption to his creative flow upon returning was far from enjoyable. Opening the manuscript for Xian Jian Shi Xiaozhuan, Gu Zhinan reflected on the latest plot developments, allowing memories of late-night readings to emerge vividly in his mind. The text on his phone gradually became clearer as he scrolled through the pages. Was this his golden touch? As long as Gu Zhinan could reminisce, the clarity of the scenes depended on the concentration of his mental faculties. If he hit a mental block, he would revisit those moments repeatedly until the initial images resurfaced. Today's recollections flowed particularly smoothly. Gu Zhinan typed away with fervor, articulating his thoughts aloud as the narrative unfolded on the screen. By the time he paused, his hands slightly numb from typing, the plot outline had progressed to the latter stages with remarkable fluidity. Once Qin Shimingyu concluded with a flourish, his adaptation of Xian Jian Shi Xia Zhuan would undoubtedly astound everyone. If this speed were a product of his own creativity in his original world, it would be encapsulated in 2 words, or perhaps 3: impressive. And such accolades would surely echo from fellow web authors. It felt akin to wielding a cheat code, yet Gu Zhinan was acutely aware that he was merely reaping the benefits of his predecessors. He was but a humble conveyor of memories. As his stomach grumbled, Gu Zhinan recognized it was time to venture out for a meal. However, the thought of encountering another person made him groan inwardly. Upon opening the door, he found a girl quietly seated at the dining table in the living room, none other than Xiaoyange. She was enjoying a takeout meal, eating with her left hand, albeit somewhat clumsily, but there was a certain aesthetic to the scene, who said that beauty could not be nourishing. Seeing Gu Zhinan emerge, Xiaoyange merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before averting her gaze. Her leg was still in pain, and she felt too grimy to take a shower. Good afternoon, Gu Zhinan ventured, attempting to break the ice. However, Xiaoyange offered him no response. Unfazed, he proceeded to clear away the breakfast dishes before heading to the kitchen. Wait. A cool voice interrupted him. Xiaoyange had finally spoken. Gu Zhinan, perplexed, halted in his tracks, awaiting her next words. Xiaoyange glanced at the chair opposite her. Gu Zhinan, understanding her unspoken request, set down the dishes and took a seat, gesturing for her to continue. Could you possibly move out? I wish to live alone. After what felt like an eternity, Xiaoyange's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of guilt, as she remembered that the house had been rented through Ruaning. Now, she was asking him to vacate. Gu Zhinan had not anticipated such a request. Was this how the wealthy operated in this world? He was reluctant to seek alternative accommodations, as he had grown fond of this place. It was the first he had inhabited after his arrival, and he even contemplated purchasing it one day when he had the means. Could we not simply coexist without interfering in each other's lives? You pursue your own affairs, and I shall tend to mine. Besides, I have already paid a year's rent. I can refund you, Xiaoyange murmured, her enchanting eyes diverting from his gaze. She still had 30,000 yuan, enough to return the rent. So, was there no room for negotiation? Seeing her reluctance, Gu Zhinan felt cornered. He truly did not wish to leave. However, she was the landlord, and if she was willing to breach the contract and refund him, why not take advantage of the opportunity? Very well, just a moment. Gu Zhinan replied, rising to return to his room. Within 2 minutes, he emerged, holding a printed A4 sheet. He placed it before Xiaoyange and stated, when we signed the contract, it stipulated that a shared room in the second bedroom would cost 1,200 a month, with utilities at my own expense. If I did not reside here for 6 months, I would forfeit both the deposit and rent. Gu Zhinan observed as Xiaoyange picked up the document, and he continued, I have lived here for 5 months. However, since you are requesting my departure, this does not constitute a breach of contract on my part. Now, if you would kindly look at the next clause. If the landlord requests the tenant to vacate contrary to the rental agreement, they must pay triple the penalty. I paid a total of 14,400 for a year's rent, and the deposit was 7,200 so, you owe me 64,800, thank you very much. Gu Zhinan felt genuine gratitude towards the previous Gu Zhinan for emphasizing this point in the contract, even if it had left him with little to spare at the time. As Xiaoyange listened, her mouth agape, her captivating eyes widened in astonishment. Why didn't Ti Xiaoying mention any of this to me? Xiaoyange was utterly taken aback, recalling that Ruaning had presented her with a copy of the contract while she had been practicing singing and had entrusted it to her for safekeeping. She had never imagined it contained such terms. How could she possibly come up with over 60,000 yuan? Gu Zhinan observed her astonished expression, perplexed. Did she truly not know? Had the agent failed to inform her? Could it be some sort of mind game, a deceptive agency, perhaps? You go ahead and attend to your matters. I need to consider this. Xiaoyange finally spoke, her voice slightly flustered. All right. Gu Zhinan acquiesced, picking up his dishes once more and retreating into the kitchen. Chapter 6, The 3 Rules of Co-renting. As Gu Zhinan was washing the dishes, he caught sight of Xiaoyange tidying up her takeout and tossing it into the trash before rising and limping back to her room, an amusing sight indeed. Glancing at the discarded takeout, he noted it was a bowl of noodles. Gu Zhinan was ravenous, having always preferred to prepare his own meals. The presentation was exquisite, yet it was a pity. What exactly he lamented remained unclear. He simply retrieved a slab of pork belly and a few green peppers from the refrigerator, soon followed by some leafy greens. He had a habit of venturing out every few days to procure provisions, as he seldom left the confines of his home. After all, as a web novelist, what need had he to go out, exercise? It was a jest, which novelist frequently engaged in physical training, the allure of a soft bed or the compatibility of soda with a keyboard. A sedentary lifestyle was truly delightful when paired with the joy of typing away at a computer. In half an hour, accounting for the cooking time, Gu Zhinan had prepared his dinner, setting it upon the table just as Xiaoyange emerged from her room, holding an A4 sheet of paper. It was not the rental agreement, which remained on the table. As Xiaoyange stepped out, she caught a whiff of the delicate aroma of the meal. The noodles she had consumed earlier were far from satisfying, but upon approaching the table and seeing Gu Zhinan's dish of stir-fried pork with green peppers and a side of greens, her hunger stirred. No need for an invitation. Gu Zhinan promptly retrieved a pair of chopsticks and a bowl from the kitchen. Would you care for some more? Gu Zhinan inquired. Xiaoyange felt a twinge of temptation, yet her current intention was not merely to mooch off his meal. She placed the A4 sheet on the table, sliding it towards Gu Zhinan. Understanding her intent, he picked it up to read. The 3 Rules of Co-renting? Gu Zhinan exclaimed, casting a surprised glance at Xia Ange, who fixed her gaze intently upon him, prompting him to return his attention to the A4 paper. Chapter 1 Do not disclose to others that you are sharing an apartment with Xia Ange. Chapter 2 Do not interfere in each other's daily lives. You live your life, and I shall live mine. Chapter 3 After 10 p.m., silence must be observed. Disturbing one another's rest is strictly prohibited. Chapter 4 It is strictly prohibited to bring friends to the apartment without permission. Chapter 5 It is strictly prohibited to litter within the apartment. One must maintain cleanliness. Chapter 6 Aside from the communal spaces such as the living room, kitchen, and bathroom, entry into one another's rooms is strictly forbidden, and any clandestine incursions are utterly prohibited. Chapter 7 Is smoking and drinking prohibited within the apartment. Chapter 8 Apart from the room in which he resided, the communal areas were to be cleaned once every fortnight. At the bottom, the date and time were inscribed, along with the landlord's name, Xia Ange. Is this the contract stipulation? Gu Zhinan finally comprehended the name of the landlord before him. However, Xia Ange paid him no mind, gracefully placing the pen in front of Gu Zhinan, indicating that he should sign. How bothersome, none of this was mentioned when I rented before, Gu Zhinan murmured. Xia Ange's peach blossom eyes displayed a hint of anxiety, fearful that the man before her might refuse to sign, yet, Gu Zhinan's actions surprised her. He merely grumbled a comment before swiftly inscribing his name, Gu Zhinan, beneath Xia Ange's. To be frank, Gu Zhinan found it somewhat perplexing. He was merely a guest in someone else's abode, and he suspected that his good looks might have instilled some trepidation about potential complications. He chided himself for overthinking. He neither smoked nor drank, embodying the image of a model youth. As for the other stipulations, the first seemed absurd to him. Why disclose such information? She was no celebrity, and Gu Zhinan was unfamiliar with her. Furthermore, the prohibition against bringing friends over struck him as excessive. It appeared that his only acquaintances in this world were a few college roommates, now scattered across various paths, with a reunion likely eons away. The clause regarding non-interference in each other's lives suited Gu Zhinan perfectly, as he inherently preferred to keep his distance from others. One more thing: in addition to prohibiting the littering of trash, we should clarify whether the utilities will be shared or handled differently. What do you think? Gu Zhinan inquired after signing. Xia Ange found his suggestion quite reasonable. Nodding in agreement, she took the paper and pen back, stubbornly inscribing a ninth clause beneath the eighth, declaring that the utility expenses would be shared. Thus, the three stipulations were established, as 33 equates to 9. It was entirely logical. Throughout the exchange, Xia Ange remained silent, leading Gu Zhinan to recognize that she was a woman of few words, which suited him just fine. He simply wished to quietly pursue his aspirations as a novelist and, once he earned some money, travel the world. Xia Ange gazed contentedly at the agreement in her hands, inadvertently revealing a smile. Gu Zhinan, taken aback, thought, this woman can smile? Quite astonishing. Once the agreement was finalized, Xia Ange prepared to retreat to her room, but Gu Zhinan paused and said, aren't you going to eat? I made enough for you. Xia Ange shook her head, resolute in maintaining the boundary of their agreement. She reasoned it could serve as a means of dieting. The sound of her stomach grumbling broke the silence, plunging the atmosphere into an awkward tension. Gu Zhinan had not anticipated that this seemingly aloof girl would also experience hunger. He had imagined such people lived on ethereal sustenance. Consider it compensation for injuring you. Let the agreement take effect tomorrow, Gu Zhinan proposed, contemplating his guilt over inadvertently causing her harm. A simple meal could indeed serve as a fitting apology. Xia Ange's back was turned to Gu Zhinan, her cheeks flushing a vibrant cherry red, even her earlobes appearing as if they might bleed. Upon hearing his words and recalling that he had indeed hurt her, she noted that she could neither bathe nor venture out to procure food. This seemed quite reasonable. Thus, she turned around and softly acknowledged him. She then sat down expressionlessly, filled a bowl with rice, and began to eat. This marked the first word she had uttered to Gu Zhinan that day, and he couldn't help but notice how flushed her face had become. What was happening? Was she suddenly congested? Observing her eating fervently, though perhaps exaggerated, he noted that her speed was indeed brisk, indicating genuine hunger. Remembering the hasty glance he had cast into the trash bin, where he had seen the untouched takeout, he realized that this aloof landlord had not eaten. Gu Zhinan served himself a bowl of rice and began to eat as well. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a warm, lingering light streamed through the balcony, creating a scene of remarkable harmony and warmth. However, when Gu Zhinan reached for more rice only to discover the bowl empty, Xia Ange seemed to sense something, her earlobes once again suffused with a rosy hue. She had consumed 3 bowls. Gu Zhinan had eaten 2, and the dishes had been completely cleared. It's fine, I'm full too. I was merely checking to see if there was any left, Gu Zhinan explained, genuinely satisfied and simply wishing to avoid waste. Yet, to Xia Ange, it sounded as if he were a glutton, questioning whether he cared for his physique. Devouring 3 bowls of rice, since joining Starlight Entertainment, she had never consumed so much. Gu Zhinan busied himself with tidying the dishes, and although Xia Ange had intended to offer assistance, he declined her help. Thank you, were the words Xia Ange uttered as she limped into her room, her voice ethereal and melodious, a single word, yet so pleasing. This marked the second and third words she had spoken to Gu Zhinan that day. Chapter 7 Co-living. The news of Xia Ange's departure from the company spread throughout Starlight Entertainment by the following morning. Xia Ange had always been an exceptional talent within the company, often regarded as a goddess with an angelic voice. Many employees secretly believed that she was destined to achieve stardom across the nation, reaching the heights of top-tier celebrities. However, to their astonishment, within just a few months, she had fallen into obscurity, neglected and sidelined by the company. This left many feeling regretful, while others found amusement in her plight. Xu Taoyu was among the latter. Upon learning the news in her artist apartment that morning, she immediately messaged Yuan. Sister Xiaoyuan, is it true that Xia Ange has really been sidelined? Chu Taoyu felt a secret thrill, relieved that her foresight had proven accurate. When she signed her contract with Starlight Entertainment, she had cleverly aligned herself with the company's rising star, Yuan, and now she was reaching out to Yuan's assistant for confirmation. Yuan had intended to cultivate a relationship with Xia Ange, but the latter had shown little interest, thereby offending the prominent singer. Not long ago, a song commissioned by the company for Xia Ange had been taken over by Yuan. Li Yuan's reply was prompt, so swift that Chu Taoyu found herself momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, the information on WeChat was unmistakable. She wished to inquire further, but it seemed the other party anticipated her curiosity and promptly sent a lengthy message. The contract with the company stipulated that Xia Ange must present her original work within 2 years, otherwise, she would be subject to the company's various obligations. With only 3 months remaining until the deadline, Xia Ange had agreed to a March deadline, leaving her with 2 choices. Comply or face a penalty for breach of contract. After reading Li Yuan's message, Chu Taoyu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Within Starlight Entertainment, as peers in the same tier of singers, Chu Taoyu had always been overshadowed by Xia Ange, unable to lift her head in the presence of such talent. She was outshone in looks and voice, with the only aspect where she felt she might excel being Xia Ange's quiet demeanor. Aside from singing, she rarely spoke, earning her the moniker of the chilly goddess among the company staff. The outside world may not have understood her character, but within the same company, how could they remain oblivious? I understand now, thank you, Sister Xiaoyuan, let us go shopping sometime, I'll treat you. Chu Taoyu's spirit soared. Her greatest rival had suddenly fallen from grace, paving the way for her rise under Yuan's mentorship. She envisioned herself breaking free from the ranks of third-tier singers, ascending to the second tier, and ultimately to the first. Meanwhile, Gu Zhinan was completely unaware that his charming landlord was a singer. He had little interest in the entertainment industry, especially since Xia Ange was not yet a prominent figure. His daily routine involved uploading novels and perusing the warm-hearted comments from enthusiastic readers, such as, has the author been slacking off, out of 6,000 words today, 5,000 or fluff, or suggest the author go fix the dam. It's all fluff every day. He found these comments rather amusing, particularly from readers who claimed he had 5,000 words of fluff when, in truth, it was more like 500, with only 500 words worth engaging. Yet, this was all part of his original work. If it were him, he would never indulge in superficial writing, striving instead for profound narratives filled with suspense. After uploading his latest chapter, he concluded as usual with an author's note, more build-up is necessary for a better unfolding, wouldn't you agree? Gu Zhinan believed that this statement would elicit even more fervent and heartfelt comments from readers, and he eagerly anticipated the feedback for the next day. The rain fell incessantly, unaware of the arrival of spring, and only when the skies cleared could one sense the deep summer's approach. When Gu Zhinan stepped out, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. It was a perfect day for shopping, if not for the glaring sun overhead. He believed he possessed a physique that would not gain weight. Since his arrival in this world, his outings had been few and far between. His days were spent either seated at his computer or reclining on his bed, fully embodying the essence of a homebody. Yet, each time he ventured out, he would glance at the supermarket scale, noticing that he neither lost nor gained weight, which was quite vexing. How could he not gain any? If Xia Ange were to hear this, she would certainly roll her eyes, as she had devoured 3 bowls of rice the previous night before feeling compelled to hit the gym, only to find her room devoid of any fitness equipment, and nursing an injury to her calf. As Gu Zhinan stepped out, Xia Ange emerged from her room, clothing in hand. The old apartment's master bedroom lacked a bathroom, so upon hearing Gu Zhinan leave, she ventured out. Her gait had nearly returned to normal, thanks to the efficacy of Yunnan Baiyao. Having gone 2 days without a shower, Xia Ange could no longer tolerate the lingering scent of disinfectant, Yunnan Baiyao, and sweat. Upon entering the bathroom, she locked all the doors with utmost caution before slowly shedding her clothes, revealing her graceful figure. Gu Zhinan, as per usual, filled an entire shopping cart with provisions for the week, yet he was oblivious to the fact that he typically did not require so much food. The supermarket was a mere 10-minute walk from the apartment, and as he lugged heavy bags of groceries, he began to realize the importance of physical exercise. Had someone from a gym approached him at that moment, he would not have hesitated to accept their business card. Afterward, he would certainly have claimed he was in peak physical shape. By the time Gu Zhinan returned to the apartment, evening had fallen. As he struggled to push open the door, Xia Ange emerged from the bathroom, her loose t-shirt barely concealing her alluring form, though her tall stature was impossible to hide. What a sight, Gu Zhinan thought with a smirk, recalling their initial encounter when he had mistaken her for a trespasser. Xia Ange's complexion was flushed, having just come from her shower, droplets of water still glistening at the ends of her hair as she walked while drying herself with a towel. At that moment, Gu Zhinan was struck by the phrase of beauty emerging from the bath. He mused that the ancient evaluations of Yang Guifei's beauty during her bath were certainly not misplaced. Having a beautiful woman around, occasionally glimpsing her, was quite a visual treat. Unexpectedly, upon Gu Zhinan's return, they found themselves locked in a gaze. Xia Ange cast a fleeting glance at him before quietly retreating to her room, her footsteps now brisker than before, as if engaged in a race. Unbeknownst to Gu Zhinan, as Xia Ange closed her door, the setting sun streamed through the master bedroom balcony, casting a warm glow upon her flawless visage. Chapter 8, Only know how to boil noodles. Upon returning to her room, Xia Ange felt a twinge of awkwardness and unfamiliarity at sharing an apartment with a grown man. The only similar experience she could recall was during her time at the orphanage, where all the children resided together in one room. Suddenly, a wave of nostalgia for the orphanage washed over her. Since the passing of the matron, her visits had dwindled to a mere handful, yet every 3 months, she would send a monetary donation. And now, as 3 months approached again, Xia Ange found the situation somewhat amusing. It seemed as though she had developed a peculiar relationship with the passage of time. After drying her hair, she noticed that twilight had descended outside, but her determination to venture out remained resolute. Today, she intended to procure various necessities for her daily life, for shortly thereafter, she would immerse herself in songwriting. She was certainly not on vacation, and indeed, one would hardly consider such an endeavor as a holiday. As she stepped out, she found the man busy in the kitchen preparing his dinner. Men who can cook are a rare breed, and thus far, he was the only one she had encountered. The door swung open and then closed, prompting Gu Zhinan, who was in the kitchen, to peek out momentarily, confirming that it was Xia Engi who had departed. He assumed she had gone out to dine. The terms of their agreement from the previous day were quite clear. They would not interfere in each other's lives. Therefore, Gu Zhinan refrained from complicating matters further. He still had a meal to enjoy before plunging back into the depths of knowledge. Engi Jie. Ruaning exclaimed joyfully as the call connected. This was Xia Engi's typical demeanor, and as her personal assistant, Ruaning had grown accustomed to it. She continued, I've been assigned to the logistics department now. The work is acceptable, but it's certainly not as fulfilling as being at your side. Logistics, Xia Engi felt a pang of guilt. It was essentially the catch-all department for menial tasks at Xinguang have an assistant relegated to such duties felt somewhat unjust. She softly responded with a gentle followed by an apology. However, Ruaning dismissed her concerns. She could resign if she truly felt wronged, as her contract was merely that of a regular employee, unlike Xia Engi's star status. Yet, she wished to wait for Xia Engi's return, confident that she would come back. Where are you now, Engi Jie? In Lincheng. Ruaning was aware of Xia Engi's background, having grown up in the Lincheng orphanage. Thus, sharing this information posed no issue. Lincheng, are you going to visit Mama Xia? The matroness name was Xia Rou. Unfortunately, the secondary bedroom in the apartment you purchased has already been rented out, and to a male tenant at that. Otherwise, you could have stayed there. I haven't rented out the master bedroom, though, as I know you wouldn't appreciate others disturbing your carefully arranged belongings. The master bedroom had been meticulously decorated by Xia Engi herself, but due to time constraints, Ruaning had taken it upon herself to furnish it. Little did she know that Xia Engi was indeed at the apartment. Engi Jia, do you remember Qi Shang? Ruaning inquired. Qi Shang was a well-known musician, his compositions quite popular within the industry, particularly among second-tier singers. The song that had garnered attention was also penned by him. As Xia Engi walked down the street, she wore a mask, her loose t-shirt and jeans complemented by a high ponytail that threaded through the back of her cap. She exuded an effortlessly chic aura. Today, I overheard a colleague from the logistics department mention that he is currently in Haipu City, preparing to write a special song for Chu Taoyu. Ruaning expressed indignantly. The previous song was clearly intended for you, Engi Jia, and now he is writing another for her. Even Hua Jie utilized your Weibo today to promote Chu Taoyu. How outrageous. Ruaning continued her tirade until she realized the other end of the line was utterly silent, prompting her to hastily apologize. Engi Jia, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bring them up. It's fine. Xia Engi's voice remained cool, though she pressed her fingers against her palm, her nails digging in as if to inflict pain. Xia Engi's Weibo boasted 300,000 followers, but her name alone was not enough. She had no hand in managing the account, which had devolved into a platform for promoting others. Ruaning, sensing Xia Engi's discontent, understood her temperament well. As her assistant, she felt a shared sense of injustice for Xia Engi. Is there anything else? Hearing Xia Engi's voice prompted Ruaning to recall the purpose of her call. Yes. Qi Shang mentioned that after he finishes the song for Chu Taoyu, he plans to stay in Lincheng for half a month, as his wife's family resides there. I have his contact information, which I obtained from a colleague in logistics via Chu Taoyu's assistant. After a pause, she continued, I thought perhaps we could reach out to Mr. Qi Shang ourselves and request a song for you, Engi Jia, especially since your voice outshines Chu Taoyu's by leaps and bounds. The prospect of Qi Shang coming to Lincheng sparked a flicker of interest within Xia Engi. If you are still in Lincheng at that time, it could be worth a shot. Perhaps it might even inspire you. You can definitely do it. Ruaning was a steadfast supporter, unwavering in her belief. Send me his contact via phone or WeChat. Sure. Then came Ruaning's enthusiastic encouragement, urging Xia Engi to stay motivated and avoid indulging in unhealthy food, lest she return without her usual grace and figure. At the mention of food, Xia Engi, unable to resist, finally spoke up. I'm going to eat. In reality, she had just arrived at the supermarket, intending to buy provisions, much like Gu Zhinan. Upon hearing that Xia Engi was going to eat, Ruaning reluctantly bid her farewell and hung up. Shortly after the call ended, as Xia Engi entered the supermarket, her phone chimed again with a message from Ruaning containing Qi Shang's contact information, which she promptly saved to her contacts. As she pondered her grocery shopping, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. During her time at the orphanage, she had never learned to cook. Her life had revolved around laboring to support her education from middle school through university. Before graduating, she had participated in a talent show, achieving second place and signing with Xinguang, leading her to where she stood today. When it came to cooking, her expertise was limited to boiling noodles, a skill imparted by Mama Xia. The finest noodles she had ever tasted were those made by her, yet now they were beyond her reach. With this thought in mind, Xia Engi made her way to the pasta aisle, selecting an ample supply of noodles, before proceeding to gather vegetables, meats, snacks, and beverages. No girl can resist the allure of snacks. While Ruaning urged her to maintain her figure and avoid indulgence, Xiaoyangyi reasoned that any snacks she consumed would be counterbalanced by subsequent exercise, rendering them virtually guilt-free. As she approached the checkout with 2 overflowing bags, she couldn't help but gape beneath her mask, surprised at how much she had purchased. Without a car, she felt rather pitiful, yet her aloof demeanor forbade her from displaying such sentiments. She feigned ease as she hoisted the bags and exited the supermarket. Chapter 9 Summer Angers Noodles. As Xiaoyangyi returned to her apartment, the crescent moon hung high in the sky. She felt as though she had come back solely through sheer willpower. Her forehead was slick with fine beads of sweat, and her freshly washed hair already felt greasy. Her arms and thighs ached with a subtle sting, burdened by the excessive items she had purchased, fully prepared to remain indoors. The living room was dim, and Xiaoyangyi flicked on the light, dragging 2 hefty bags of groceries towards the refrigerator. Upon opening the fridge, Xiaoyangyi was momentarily taken aback by the sight before her. The refrigerator, impressively spacious and elegantly designed with double doors, towered at a height of 178 centimeters, surpassing Xiaoyangyi herself. The left compartment was filled to the brim with food, making efficient use of space, while the right side stood starkly empty, a fitting description for its desolation. Xiaoyangyi was astonished by the fridge's arrangement. The left side, smaller than the right, had been meticulously cleared by Gu Zhinan, who had reserved the ample space for her. Her impression of Gu Zhinan had shifted slightly. He was not only a culinary adept but also quite considerate. Meanwhile, Gu Zhinan, leisurely browsing information in his room, was abruptly interrupted by a pair of sneezes, prompting him to hastily turn off the air conditioning. He was aware that staying under the air conditioning all day while wrapped in blankets to write was hardly a commendable habit. Unconsciously mimicking Gu Zhinan's method of organization, Xiaoyangyi began to arrange her groceries on the shelves. Suddenly, her stomach let out a grumble, protesting against her self-imposed penance for overeating the previous night. She had consumed only a small amount of milk today, which she had purchased earlier. As her stomach began to protest more insistently, she pursed her lips and retrieved the noodles, vegetables, eggs, and lean meat that she had forgotten to put away, making her way to the kitchen. The last time she had cooked noodles was during her sophomore or junior year. By her senior year, she had been preoccupied with graduation and auditions. Time was indeed peculiar, always slipping away unnoticed, hastening one's journey through life. Gu Zhinan, oblivious to Xiaoyangyi's activities outside, was engrossed in a message on a Chinese literature website. The website was announcing a poetry competition. The ancient saying goes, "A mind rich in literature and poetry radiates charm." The culture of Huawei is profound and extensive. As citizens, one is often immersed in poetry and literature from a young age, leading to a gradual internalization of traditional cultural influences, enriching one's artistic cultivation and cultural depth. To this end, the Chinese website, in collaboration with the Huawei Poetry Network, was hosting the inaugural Poetry Creation and Appreciation event, inviting authors and readers to participate. Submissions were to be accepted immediately. 1. Organizers, Huawei Chinese website, Huawei Poetry Network. 2. Target participants, all authors, readers, artists, and enthusiasts of the Chinese website are welcome to submit. 3. Submission requirements, works must adhere to proper poetic forms, with no restrictions on themes. Both poetry and verse are welcome, aiming to promote our culture and the spirit of poetry, fostering a shared appreciation of its beauty and essence, thereby nourishing the soul. 4. Judging and awards. 1. No submission fees will be charged. Adhering to principles of fairness and excellence, online voters will select entries, with a panel of seasoned experts and professors appointed as judges for initial and final evaluations, culminating in awards. 2. Prizes include gold, silver, bronze, and excellence awards, with monetary rewards of 50,000 for the gold award, 30,000 for 2 silver awards, and 10,000 for 10 bronze awards. 3. Award-winning works will be published or edited in partnership with various journals and websites. 5. Submission method. A dedicated submission interface has been established. Participants can fill out their information and upload their works. All submissions will be updated on the poetry submission webpage after the deadline on July 1st. 6. Appreciation period July 1st to 15th, with final rankings announced on the 15th. The first prize is 50,000. This amount equaled several months of Gu Zhinan's earnings from writing Qin Shi Mingyu. He needed to devise a way to secure it. Lost in thought, Gu Zhinan realized he had a wealth of poetry in his mind. Though not the entirety of the 500 poems of the Tang dynasty, he remembered enough to craft something stunning, rhythmic, and evocative, capable of capturing hearts with its beauty. As he rummaged through his memories, the prospect of that 50,000 prize tugged at him. It could significantly improve his parents' lives. They worked in a factory in a small county, and their financial circumstances were modest, merely sufficient to keep them warm and fed. Suddenly, a sharp sound broke the silence, a clear, crisp chatter that echoed from outside. Gu Zhinan jolted, realizing it was the sound of glass breaking. What on earth was happening out there? His thoughts were abruptly interrupted, as if a dam had obstructed the flow of a rushing river, leaving him momentarily adrift. The disparity between thought and action was palpable. Upon hearing the shattering noise, Gu Zhinan rose from his chair and made his way to the door. Upon opening it, the bright light of the living room illuminated the scene. Shards of a large bowl lay scattered across the kitchen floor, while a striking figure with a ponytail knelt carefully gathering the fragments, none other than Xiaoyangyi. Sighing, Gu Zhinan lamented the loss of the valiant bowl, and he fetched a small cloth from the wall to assist her, positioning himself beside her to prevent her from reaching for the glass shards. It's quite dangerous to do that, he remarked, and without sparing a glance at Xiaoyangyi, he diligently began to collect the shards, tossing them into the trash bin. Xiaoyangyi kept her head lowered, concealing her expression, but her earlobes were flushed, as if on the verge of bleeding, an alarming shade of red. She had merely slipped while trying to retrieve a bowl from the cabinet. The noodles were ready, but she had inadvertently dropped the bowl, scattering glass across the floor. Before long, Gu Zhinan had officially cleaned up, ensuring no remnants remained, and with a satisfied clap of his hands, he turned to the somewhat awkward Xia Engi standing in the living room. "Did you hurt yourself?" Xia Engi shook her head, surprised by the man's domestic prowess. "That's good," he nodded, intending to return to his room, where he had grand ambitions to fulfill. Which poem should he choose? The open theme was proving more challenging than a specified one. It was simply too daunting. "Would you like some noodles?" Gu Zhinan had taken only a couple of steps when he heard her soft voice, prompting him to turn back in surprise. Xia Engi averted her gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. "It's to thank you for helping me with the glass shards. If you don't want any, that's fine." Her tone remained cool and distant. "Sure, I'm a bit hungry too." "Thank you," Gu Zhinan replied, though he wasn't particularly hungry, he simply felt an inexplicable desire to taste the noodles Xia Engi had prepared. Gu Zhinan fetched 2 large bowls, handing one to Xia Engi, who received it with both hands. Their fingers brushed momentarily before she quickly withdrew her hands. It felt cool to the touch, a curious sensation. At the dining table, they sat at an angle, deliberately maintaining a distance. Gu Zhinan gazed at the steaming bowl of noodles adorned with egg, shredded meat, and vegetables. The presentation was quite appealing, though he wondered about the flavor. After blowing gently on the noodles, he took a bite, and his eyes lit up with delight. Savoring a sip of the broth, he found it rich yet not greasy. He truly wasn't hungry, as evidenced by the now empty bowl before him. Satisfied, he stretched lazily. "This is delicious. I never imagined you could cook noodles so well." Xia Engi glanced at Gu Zhinan, noting that he had finished his meal in less than 10 minutes while she still had a substantial portion left. Upon hearing his praise, she responded with a faint, subdued sound. Yet this time, her voice carried more emotion than any previous exchange with Gu Zhinan. Gu Zhinan recognized that his landlady had a naturally aloof demeanor, embodying the essence of a high and cold goddess. He turned to the balcony, where the night was shrouded in darkness, save for the crescent moon hanging above, accompanied by a vast expanse of stars await. The stars, a sudden spark ignited in Gu Zhinan's mind, as an old favorite poem surged to the forefront of his thoughts, especially its final couplet, regarded as a classic, often recited by many who only remembered those 2 lines. "Thank you for the noodles," Gu Zhinan exclaimed, pushing back his chair and addressing Xia Engi with palpable excitement. He had finally conceived a concept for his competition entry. Chapter 10, a boat full of starry dreams. Pressing down on the clear river, Xia Engi was savoring her culinary creations, taking small bites of the dish that her mother had taught her to prepare. She had always been insistent on having it, and naturally, she learned how to make it herself. Suddenly, Gu Zhinan called out loudly, prompting her to look up at him, but he merely uttered that one sentence before hastily retreating to his room, leaving Xia Engi somewhat perplexed. Pursing her lips, Xia Engi continued to eat her noodles slowly. It took her about 20 minutes to finish the entire bowl. When she stood up, she noticed that Gu Zhinan's utensils remained on the table. He had gone straight back to his room, leaving his bowl and chopsticks untouched. Xia Engi shrugged, considering it a form of repayment for her help in cleaning up the shards of broken glass. She walked over, gathered the bowl and chopsticks, and carried them into the kitchen. Back in his room, Gu Zhinan sat down at his desk, pulled up a notepad, and began to type. Title: A Crossing Dongting Lake. The west wind ages the Dongting waves. One night, the Xiang Lord's hair turns white. Drunk, I know not if the sky is in the water. A boat full of sweet dreams presses down on the starry river. Simply perfect. Gu Zhinan mused, pleased with this poem borrowed from the original world. It was a 7-character quatrain, also known as Crossing Dongting, penned by Tang Gong, a figure from the late Yuan dynasty, whose life remains largely undocumented. The poem itself, however, stands as a classic, particularly the last 2 lines. Drunk, I know not if the sky is in the water. A boat full of sweet dreams presses down on the starry river, which are nothing short of divine inspiration, completely invigorating the piece and painting a fantastical scene that has captivated many, most of whom remain unaware of the author's identity or how to recite the remaining lines. They care only for the romantic and dreamy imagery expressed in those final lines, which evoke a beautiful vision that transcends reality. Having seen the countless stars in the sky, he was suddenly struck by the last line, a boat full of sweet dreams presses down on the starry river. Time to submit. He swiftly logged onto the Chinese website, clicked on the submission link, and navigated to the verification page, filling out his information meticulously. The main event had arrived. Submission title: Crossing Dongting author. Zhinan. This was Gu Zhinan's original pen name, simple, straightforward, and easily understood. The content was, of course, as follows: of the west wind ages the Dongting waves. One night, the Xiang Lord's hair turns white. Drunk, I know not if the sky is in the water. A boat full of sweet dreams presses down on the starry river. He silently reassured himself that he was helping the author to continue the legacy of this work in another world, allowing it to become a timeless masterpiece. Plagiarism? Nonsense. How could the endeavors of a scholar be deemed as such? It was borrowing, it was learning, it was promoting. Once everything was filled out, Gu Zhinan clicked confirm and proceeded to finalize his submission. Submission successful. We look forward to your work achieving great results. Great results? Nonsense. At the very least, he could aim for a bronze medal, especially since he was quite enamored by the prospect of the 50,000 yuan prize for the gold. The results would be announced on July 1st, and today was already June 30. Tomorrow, upon waking, it would indeed be July 1st, marking the deadline for submissions. Luckily, he had browsed the current rankings of novels on the site earlier, or he might have missed out. That evening, after pausing his reminiscence and typing, Gu Zhinan aimlessly continued to browse the web for information about this world. He realized he still knew far too little about it, which was concerning for his future endeavors, so he decided to bolster his knowledge that night. As he scrolled through the entertainment news, he instinctively prepared to scroll past, just as he always had, but a particular word caught his attention and made his hand freeze over the mouse. His eyes locked onto a headline that was not prominently displayed, indicating that it was not deemed significant within the entertainment news section. The more sensational headlines typically featured celebrities allegedly getting married, late-night outings with mysterious individuals, breakups, or the likes of a celebrity being rushed to the hospital for a cut finger. It was clear that only the most explosive news made it to the front page. However, Gu Zhinan's focus was drawn to the name Xia and Gu. The original headline read, Starshine Entertainment signed artist Xia and Gu allegedly at odds with the company, facing a freeze and leaving in disgrace. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Gu Zhinan clicked on the entertainment news, and as the page loaded, a photograph appeared before him, a stunning girl in a floral dress, smiling gently at the camera. Gu Zhinan's breath caught in his throat, whether moved by her smile or the realization that this was indeed his landlord, Xia and Gu. She is a singer, she is actually a star. How was I not aware of this? In shock and confusion, Gu Zhinan continued reading. After a few minutes, he finally grasped why Xia and Gu had suddenly appeared in the news. The article explained that Xia and Gu, as the runner-up of the well-known talent show Happy Female Voice 2 years ago, was expected to receive significant nurturing from Starshine Entertainment, using the popularity she had gained during the program to swiftly reach the status of a second-tier idol singer. However, Starshine Entertainment had failed to deliver on this promise. They had only created a few buzzworthy moments for her during the first 6 months and then ceased all efforts. To date, she had not released a single original piece. According to information gathered by reporters from Starshine Entertainment, Xia and Gu had severed ties with the company, leading to a fallout wherein Starshine invoked the contract terms they had established when signing her. Xia and Gu was required to produce original works, and in return, the company would assist with promoting and producing her album. Conversely, if she failed to deliver within 3 months, she would have to adhere to the company's directives. Gu Zhinan felt a pang of sympathy for Xia and Gu. She had indeed been sidelined, a common tactic in the entertainment industry. This news was from a couple of days ago, and Xia and Gu had only arrived here 3 days prior, making the timeline quite fitting. He reflected on how, when the previous Gu Zhinan was around, it was not the landlord herself who signed the contract. Little did he know she was a star singer, albeit not widely recognized, yet she still had her own fan base. No wonder she had insisted on confidentiality regarding their cohabitation, even though she was not well known. There was always a risk. After all, he had witnessed the lengths to which paparazzi would go in his previous life. If some ill-intentioned individual discovered that Xia and Gu was sharing an apartment with a man in Lin City, the headlines would surely scream, shocking, the sideline singer Xia and Gu reportedly has a boyfriend, the two are sweetly cohabiting, or shocking. 2 years after being the runner-up on Happy Female Voice, Xia and Gu is living with her husband in an apartment in Lin City. What utter absurdity, 2 male celebrities can be accused of being romantically involved just for having a late-night meal together. Gu Zhinan could hardly imagine the implications. It felt like a ticking time bomb, but she is not famous. Look, I don't even recognize her, Gu Zhinan thought to himself, yet he realized that the original Gu Zhinan had never paid attention to the entertainment industry, and now that he had traversed into this world, it was even less likely for him to do so. He was well versed in listening to music, watching films, and reading novels. Those had been his pastimes. For now, he decided to take it easy. There was nothing he could do at this point. He still had several months left on the lease. He certainly couldn't just move out. Chapter 11. Are you an idol singer? It is one thing to say so, but knowing that an idol singer resides in the master bedroom just across the corridor left Gu Zhinan feeling somewhat unsettled, unable to find tranquility. Eventually, unable to contain his curiosity, Gu Zhinan opened Haku Music and typed Xia Angi into the search bar, hitting enter. As expected, a dozen songs appeared, all covers of classics by renowned artists. He clicked on the first track, titled Missing, and a gentle melody gradually flowed through the headphones. Gu Zhinan rarely turned up the volume to 80, but the warm tune, a signature piece of a veteran singer, enveloped him. I have forgotten how many times. A soft and ethereal female voice emerged as the lyrics concluded, leaving Gu Zhinan momentarily dazed. He was captivated, surprised to discover that someone who appeared so aloof could sing with such tenderness and emotion. The song spoke of longing for family, and Gu Zhinan was profoundly moved by Xia Angi's voice, which reminded him of his parents from his previous life. His father was always light-hearted, while his mother was a more conservative woman. Though their family was not affluent, they had shared 2 decades of happiness together. In the blink of an eye, like fleeting clouds, Gu Zhinan's memories returned to the present world, where his parents were factory workers in a county town, diligently toiling their entire lives merely to ensure Gu Zhinan could finish university and eventually marry and have children, with no grand dreams beyond that. In both lives, he was an only child, basking in the warmth of their love. How wonderful! After listening to the song, Gu Zhinan replayed it, intrigued by the comments below. There were numerous reactions, over 10,000, affirming the beauty of Xia Angi's voice. He read the most popular comments. It's truly enchanting. I miss home so much. The female voice is even more moving than the original male version. Home is where parents are. I miss you, mom and dad. Xia Angi's voice is simply angelic. Indeed, it resembled an angelic voice, and Gu Zhinan wholeheartedly agreed with this comment, generously giving it a thumbs up. He continued to listen to one song after another, each conveying a unique sentiment. By the end, he felt a lingering desire for more, believing that in Missing, Xia Angi had poured forth the most emotion, evidenced by the plethora of comments on that particular track. The song was beautiful, and the singer was beautiful too. As for her character, Gu Zhinan refrained from commenting. Who would have imagined that such a seemingly cold individual could sing with such passion? Who would dare to believe it? He pondered whether her fans were aware of her true nature, a thought laced with a hint of mischief. It was astonishing that someone with such an exquisite voice could be kept in obscurity. Gu Zhinan found it hard to fathom. It seemed that the entertainment industry was indeed a treacherous place, a notion that lingered in his mind as an uninformed onlooker. As the sweltering heat of July approached, Gu Zhinan awoke, having been roused by the warmth, for he was not in the habit of keeping the air conditioning on throughout the night, preferring to set a timer. Realizing he needed to adjust the timer by an additional hour to enjoy some extra sleep, he glanced at his phone, which displayed 10 in the morning. Rubbing his head, he stepped outside, still bleary-eyed, to find Xia Engi seated cross-legged on a small carpet in front of the living room sofa. The guitar she had brought back lay flat on the sofa, a natural wood-colored instrument, while the tea table was strewn with sheets of white paper. She appeared to be writing or sketching something, likely composing a song. Gu Zhinan, now aware of her identity as an idol singer and knowing she needed to produce her own works in due time, suppressed the urge to inquire further, for the photographs from the news could not lie. The girl who smiled gently at the camera was indeed his landlord, Xia Engi. Xia Engi noticed Gu Zhinan's presence as well. The summer was stifling, and having found herself devoid of inspiration in her room, she stepped into the living room, occasionally gazing out at the blue sky and white clouds from the balcony, which provided her with a sense of relief. The balcony in her room was blocked by walls, making it feel even more oppressive. While she ignored Gu Zhinan, she couldn't help but wonder why he never seemed to leave for work, spending each day in his room. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Zhinan was a web novel author, not requiring an office. He was quite the recluse. Xia Engi had a fleeting thought in her mind, a short melody that felt like a hum tune, a song about summer that had been surfacing in her consciousness for some time, yet she struggled to grasp its essence. Now, aside from the slight discomfort of the heat, her mind was entirely blank. After finishing his morning routine, Gu Zhinan retrieved a bottle of milk and a loaf of bread from the fridge, which was organized in a manner reminiscent of a battlefield, with the Chu army occupying the majority of the territory and the Han army confined to the left side. He found it amusing that their arrangement was nearly identical, as he had placed the milk on top, just as she had. Today, he would receive his payment for the article. He had checked last night and noted it was over 9,000, which meant he was earning around 10,000 a month compared to his previous life of 996 labor. This felt like a significant improvement. He planned to send 10,000 back home to his parents, leaving the remainder for himself, determined to relieve them of their factory jobs, which offered little pay and were filled with hardship. Preparing to leave to transfer the funds, he noted that his parents were not adept at using smartphones and could only accept bank transfers. Gu Zhinan resolved that whenever he returned home, he would teach them how to use the technology so they could video chat. Passing through the living room, Gu Zhinan finally halted, as the sunlight from the balcony cast a long shadow that stretched across the paper on which Xia Engi was writing. She looked up, puzzled, her delicate face slightly flushed from the heat, her hair swept to one side. Landlord, you are an idol singer, right? Gu Zhinan asked, somewhat embarrassed, driven by his curiosity to seek clarification. Xia Engi did not expect him to pose such a question. After considering it for a moment, she replied, a singer is not necessarily an idol. Her voice remained cold and distant. Oh, it's all the same, he responded, nodding in understanding. She indeed sang beautifully, particularly that song Missing, which resonated deeply within him. He then added, I stumbled upon your news by chance. I meant no offense to it's just that a landlord with such a lovely singing voice is something to be proud of. However, he realized that he probably shouldn't disclose this. Remembering this, Gu Zhinan waved his hand hastily. I won't say anything, you can rest assured, I merely meant it as a metaphor, you know? What on earth was he saying? Gu Zhinan felt like a fool. Xia Engi did not lift her gaze again, merely responding with a soft indicating she understood. Gu Zhinan felt somewhat foolish, but his curiosity had been satisfied, which was a small consolation. An awkward silence enveloped the room, the air thick with an essence of embarrassment. Remembering that he had tasks to attend to, Gu Zhinan quickly made his exit. Chapter 12. The parents under the scorching sun. Gu Zhinan emerged from the bank, a fine sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. Why did he not choose to come out in the afternoon? It seemed rather foolish. He took out his phone and dialed his father's number. After a brief series of beeps, a pleasantly surprised middle-aged voice came through the receiver. Zhinan? Dad, you don't have to work today, right? His response flowed effortlessly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Gu Zhinan had absorbed the memories of the original Gu Zhinan and, consequently, embraced all of his life, including the fact that the person on the other end was indeed his father. Yes, it's Sunday. Your mother and I are resting. How has work been lately? Gu Zhi originally intended to inquire about his son's life, but the question that slipped out concerned work. Perhaps this is a universal trait among fathers, where their words often conceal their true feelings. Gu Zhinan chuckled as he strolled along the wide sidewalk. It's going well, the income is stable. I just transferred 10,000 to your bank card. When you have time, go take a look. You and Mom won't need to work at the factory anymore. I can support you both. His current project, Jin Shi Mingyu, was nearing its conclusion, with a completion date by the end of July at the latest. The upcoming upload of Xian Jian Xixiajuan would undoubtedly elevate his life to new heights, regardless of how much it earned. However, upon hearing this, Gu Zhi frowned, a hint of reproach in his tone. 10,000? You've only just started working for a few months. You need to have some funds for yourself. Your mother and I can manage our own expenses in the county. We don't require your support. Is that Jinan's call? A surprised voice chimed in from the other end. It was Gu Zhinan's mother, Chen Ru, a doting mother indeed. Seeing his wife return, Gu Zhi switched his old phone to speaker mode and said to Gu Zhinan, your mother just got back from grocery shopping. Son. Mom. Gu Zhinan laughed heartily, rubbing his nose. His mother had always indulged him since childhood. Even when his father attempted to scold him, his mother would intervene, let alone resort to physical reprimand. Hence, Gu Zhi often lamented, a doting mother spoils her child, yet felt utterly helpless, as it was his own suppressed frustrations.
Why did you send money back? Do you have enough for yourself? Chen Ru was astonished that Gu Zhinan had actually sent money home.
No, old Gu, you need to return the money to your son immediately, and add another 2,000 while you're at it.
Gu Zhi felt overwhelmed.
A doting mother spoils her child. Gu Zhinan felt a wave of gratitude and slowly explained to his mother that his job was quite stable, earning around 8 to 9,000 a month, so he had no worries about food and drink. He even hoped they could resign from their jobs and enjoy life at home, as he could support them. The more Chen Ru listened, the more pleased she became, her face lighting up with a smile, glancing at Gu Zhi with a teasing look that seemed to say, "Look at my son, the one I raised." Gu Zhi felt utterly powerless, pondering whether he had any merit in this. Nevertheless, both he and Chen Ru were against the idea of quitting their jobs.
Your mother and I are quite happy with our work. You've only just begun your career, don't become complacent. You need to work hard. Also, starting next month, refrain from sending us any more money, save it for yourself to buy a house. Your mother and I have saved a bit over the years. We can help you out later. Gu Zhi spoke into the phone, while Chen Ru nodded in agreement from the side. Yes, your father and I can manage on our own. As a young man out in the world, you need to have your own savings. And also, you're not young anymore, it's time to find a girlfriend. I want to hold my grandchild soon. Ah? Gu Zhinan was taken aback by how quickly the conversation shifted to finding a girlfriend. He had no thoughts of that nature at the moment. Mom, I'm still young, there's no hurry. I'm single and proud.
Gu Zhi didn't quite agree with Chen Ru's perspective and responded over the phone, work should be your priority, but if the right person comes along, you can consider it.
Don't end up alone when you're older. Who are you calling old, you old coot? Go wash the vegetables. Chen Ru instantly grew displeased. Who talks that way about their own son? Dad, you don't understand. That's called being a warrior.
Gu Zhinan silently scoffed, then continued to chat with his mother, reminding them to take care of their health and promising to visit whenever he could. Chen Ru, in turn, urged her son to eat well and not deprive himself, for in this vast world, a son is the most important. As Gu Zhinan conversed with his parents, he had already returned to his apartment. He took out his keys and unlocked the door, where a quiet figure had merely shifted positions. The guitar that had been lying flat on the sofa was now beside her. Dad, Mom, I'm off to work.
I'll call you both next time.
Gu Zhinan announced into the phone, realizing that his writing routine had yet to commence today, as he hadn't started last night either.
Don't worry about calling back too often. Okay, do call me regularly when you have the chance. The couple's opinions were clearly at odds. Gu Zhinan figured that his father's dinner plans for the evening were likely thwarted. He couldn't argue against his mother, he knew her temperament all too well. Having just experienced an awkward moment, Gu Zhinan wisely refrained from speaking to Xiaoyange, nearly casting a glance at her engrossed figure working on her laptop before retreating to his own room. As soon as the door closed, Xiaoyange's gaze shifted from the screen of her laptop, momentarily lost in thought as she stared at the blank sheet of paper before her. She had just been on the phone with her parents, and while the term parents was so familiar and warm to everyone else, it felt utterly alien to her, for she was a child unwanted by anyone. The only person who had claimed her and given her a name was no longer present. Her delicate features bore a hint of sorrow, for she truly missed her adoptive mother and found herself reminiscing about the orphanage where she had grown up. It seemed in this vast world, she was all alone. After taking a deep breath, Xiaoyange composed herself. What she needed now was freedom, and the way to achieve that was to transform the melodies in her mind into a song. Meanwhile, back in his room, Gu Zhinan uploaded the latest chapter online, intending to continue working on Xian Jian Shi Xia Zhuan, when he noticed a notification from the poetry competition. He clicked to check, and to his delight, his poem Gu Dongting had successfully appeared on the competition's dedicated webpage. Should he vote for himself, the judging process relied heavily on votes from the public, along with evaluations from a panel of experts, making the public's votes immensely significant. The preliminary round lasted 7 days, primarily dependent on public voting, followed by a secondary evaluation on the 8th day where experts would provide critiques, leading to the final award ceremony. With this in mind, Gu Zhinan promptly opened the poetry competition's webpage to cast his vote, confident that he was not the only one engaging in such self-promotion. Therefore, he did not consider it shameless. Indeed, it was not shameless at all. Could a scholar's vote be deemed dishonorable? It was merely an expression of confidence. He opened the page to find his work prominently displayed and voted for Gu Dongting, feeling a surge of joy as he noticed how well his piece was positioned. However, he suddenly paused, perplexed. Why was his work ranked so highly? Upon checking the voting numbers, he gasped in astonishment. Chapter 13 overwhelming votes, 8,000 votes. In first place, how terrifying, the mighty Tangong. Gu Zhinan felt an overwhelming urge to cheer for the original poet. This is simply ruthless. As Gu Zhinan glanced at the time, the submission was made at 11 a.m. today, and now it was 2 p.m., 8,000 votes in just 3 hours. Indeed, individuals with cultural appreciation and a sense of romance are the same across all realms, truly remarkable. Gu Zhinan looked at the second place entry, titled Early Summer, currently sitting at 6,000 votes, with Gu Zhinan having pulled ahead by a full 2,000 votes. His excited fingers slowly opened the comment thread for the poetry contest, and what greeted him was a discussion thread for Crossing Dongting, already boasting over 10,000 comments, making it the hottest poetry post, with new comments continuously pouring in. Drunk, I know not whether the heavens lie within the water, a boat full of dreams pressing down upon the Milky Way. Oh, I can already envision that scene, it's simply exquisite. The author is truly romantic, a boat full of dreams pressing down upon the Milky Way, I am utterly in love. I must print this poem. I've already set the last 2 lines as my status signature, can't get enough. When I read this poem, I feel as though I'm not moored in Dongting Lake, but paddling above the Milky Way, surrounded by a dazzling world of starlight, as if in a dream. Damn, why can't I achieve such a sentiment? I simply think it's good. I must bring others to see this and show them what poetry truly is. Me too, let them witness what romance looks like. To the one above, I've already copied it down to charm the ladies. To the one charming the ladies, I must say, I am too. Gu Zhinan perused the comments, finding that aside from the praise for the beauty and sentiment of the poem, some were even considering using it to woo women. However, there were also those who offered their interpretations of the poem. The poet depicts dreams so beautifully, it is as enchanting as a fairy tale, yet it is but a dream, and upon waking, all that remains is an endless melancholy. The first 2 lines express a sorrowful autumn, inevitably accompanied by the lament of unfulfilled aspirations. The latter lines, intoxicated and enchanted, convey a longing for dreams and a fantasy of this fairy tale, reflecting one's dissatisfaction with reality. Thus, each line is absolute. Without the foundation laid by the first 2 lines, one could not achieve the exquisite image of lying drunk in bed dreaming of the Milky Way. This author, known as the Straight Man, thank you for allowing me to feel the beauty of poetry. I have read many poetic lines about dreams, but none as fresh and exquisite as this, expressing a myriad of emotions, suffused with romanticism, written with a light touch, devoid of excess. This is true artistry. The Straight Man author is truly impressive. Gu Zhinan's heart remained steady and unflustered. He was indirectly aiding the author in perpetuating this poem's legacy, regarding the praises as merely a means of expressing gratitude to the original creator. To his astonishment, he encountered his book fans here. Gu Zhinan found their comments somewhat absurd. This was undoubtedly slander. I know who the Straight Man is. He is the author of Qin Shi, a book I have been reading. The author is just padding his word count. I report him under my real name. Exactly. This Straight Man takes advantage of our love, crazily neglecting us, finding time to write poetry but not to type, and he has been dragging out one scene for days. Damn. Hold on, the Straight Man is quite good, at least he updates daily, and I never expected he could pen such beautiful poetry drunk. I know not whether the heavens lie within the water. Oh, I am crying. I love it too much. After seeing several people expose their identities on the Chinese website, Gu Zhinan felt somewhat speechless. Such exposure was unnecessary, anyone curious would find it out. After all, the information for Crossing Dongting was clearly stated an author on the Chinese website. While he was browsing the comments, his poem's votes surged by over 2,000, reaching more than 10,000 votes. Indeed, it was a runaway victory. Gu Zhinan was taken aback when he closed the comment thread, finding he had a lead of 3,000 votes over the second place, while the third place also hovered around 6,000 votes. Crossing Dongting led with 11,000 votes. Following closely was Early Summer with over 8,300 votes. Gazing at the Sea with over 5,600 votes. Mulberry on the Path with over 5,400 votes. Ascending Huangshan to Watch the Sunrise with over 5,300 votes. Spring Dawn with over 5,100 votes. Yangzhou Verse with exactly 5,000 votes. Unfulfilled Ambitions with 4,800 votes. Labor with 4,700 votes. 100 Years of Solitude with 4,400 votes. The top 10 poems had relatively close vote counts, tightly contested, except for Gu Zhinan's Crossing Dongting, which occupied a league of its own. This week-long appreciation and critique had only just begun. Gu Zhinan chose not to concern himself with the fluctuations on the poetry website. He needed to focus on writing, determined not to disappoint his devoted readers and fans. He absolutely would not pad his word count again. If he did, he would consider it as if he never said anything. However, Gu Zhinan's indifference did not deter those who adored Crossing Dongting. Many began to share it, often pairing it with the lines drunk, I know not whether the heavens lie within the water, or a boat full of dreams pressing down upon the Milky Way, captivating more individuals who, curious about the origin, flocked to the Poetry Society's website to cast their votes. Additionally, a portion of the audience, tracing the author known as the Straight Man, discovered Gu Zhinan's book, leaving comments in the latest chapters and generously bestowing rewards. Qin Shi gained increasing notoriety on the Chinese website, even appearing on the reward leaderboard, leaving many puzzled. Upon clicking, they found it to be an older work with numerous chapters already written, previously unremarkable, now suddenly gaining traction, yet they failed to see any new or intriguing elements. Meanwhile, Crossing Dongting suddenly appeared on Weibo's trending searches, occupying the top 3 or 4 spots, with people captivated by the phrases drunk, I know not whether the heavens lie within the water, and a boat full of dreams pressing down upon the Milky Way, leading many to delve deeper, ultimately arriving at the Poetry Society's website or Gu Zhinan's book page on the Chinese website. What a revelation of the most beautiful verses, a poem that is both romantic and dreamlike, the initial lines seemingly mundane, but the latter lines breathtakingly exquisite. A myriad of titles emerged, and unexpectedly, the Poetry Society surged into the trending searches, its visibility dramatically elevated thanks to a single poem. Cheng Mingxi, the head of the Poetry Society, initially found herself at a loss. They had not engaged in any grand promotion, merely facilitating publicity between the Chinese website and the poetry site, hardly promoting on other platforms, and yet they were trending? Upon learning it was due to a single poem, she was even more astonished. She had been too busy that day to visit the Poetry Society's website and was unaware of the current rankings.
Now she felt compelled to check. Dressed in professional attire and sporting a pair of gold-framed glasses, she exuded the aura of an intellectual and capable woman.
Drunk, I know not whether the heavens lie within the water, a boat full of dreams pressing down upon the Milky Way.
Reciting these lines softly, Chang Mengshi found herself momentarily entranced by the poem, her mind conjuring images of a resplendent galaxy, as she reclined upon its expanse, half dreaming, half awake. So beautiful, she also checked the current rankings. Crossing Dongting had surpassed 90,000 votes, while the second place Early Summer languished with a mere 60,000 votes. How could this even compare? Chapter 14 The Shock of the Poetry Association. Has the person in charge over at the Poetry Network been informed? Chang Mengshi inquired of the staff beside her, who shook his head in response.
We only reported it after noticing something amiss.
This poem is simply extraordinary, he replied helplessly. A smile suddenly graced Chang Mengshi's lips as she slowly spoke. This individual is an author from our Chinese network. I just received a report stating that one of our books has unexpectedly surged onto the reward rankings. They suspect someone is manipulating the rankings, but it seems that those who have read the poem are seeking it out. Initially, the Poetry Network believed we had no chance of winning this poetry event, at most securing 1 or 2 bronze medals, even though we are co-hosting. We were merely seen as a supporting act, but now it appears they have miscalculated. Chang Mengshi, one of the leaders of this poetry event for the Chinese network, felt a surge of satisfaction upon witnessing such a turn of events, especially since Early Summer was penned by a professor from the Poetry Network, something she was well aware of. Strictly adhere to the appraisal rules.
Should any malicious ballot manipulation be detected, delete the offending work immediately.
Chang Mengshi commanded her staff decisively. The poem Crossing Dongting far surpassed all other entries in both verse and artistic conception, and she would not allow it to be tarnished. In the evening, within a courtyard steeped in ancient charm in Kyoto City, a lovely young girl approached her grandfather, who was seated under a tree in a rattan chair.
Grandpa, don't you want to check your ranking for Early Summer?
The elderly man slowly opened his eyes and gazed affectionately at the girl beside him, saying, Oh, Xiaoyan, I have never paid much attention to rankings. The old man was none other than Du Guanyu, the 10th descendant of the great poet Du Fu, deeply engrossed in the study of poetry, his passion for it running deep in his bones. He was also one of the presidents of the Poetry Association of China and a co-founder of the Poetry Network. Du Xiaoyan, however, playfully retorted, Hee, I knew you would say that, but what if I told you that not only are you not in first place, but you are trailing by tens of thousands of votes? And your adorable granddaughter hasn't voted for you either. Initially indifferent, Du Guanyu could no longer remain so upon hearing he was trailing by tens of thousands of votes and that his granddaughter had not cast a vote for him. His interest was piqued, and he promptly said, Show me. He was not unfamiliar with the notion of the younger generation surpassing the elder. After all, he had once bested his father with his poem Late Winter, leading his father to admit defeat. Upon receiving the tablet, Du Guanyu first sought his own work, Early Summer, shockingly placed second with over 80,000 votes. Not too shabby, I suppose. How many can I pull in? He mused. Only one poem stood above his, and as he scanned the title, he was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. 13,000 votes, how could this be? He quickly straightened up, trembling hands slowly tapping on the poem titled Crossing Dongting. The west wind ages the Dongting waves.
The old man read each word carefully, embodying his attitude toward poetry.
A true master always retains the heart of an apprentice. Upon finishing the first line, he felt little reaction, appreciating the historical references before moving to the next line. One night, the Xiang Lord grows white-haired. Upon reading this line and reflecting on the previous one, he felt a stirring within. The white-haired Xiang Lord, legend has it that upon hearing of Emperor Shun's death in the Kangwu wilderness, he could not catch up and wept until the bamboo turned mottled. How profoundly tragic. Excellent, the old man generously praised.
Drunk, unaware of heaven in the water?
As he completed this line, his breath quickened slightly. Rather than rushing to interpret it, he turned to the next line, convinced that it would complement the previous one exquisitely, as the connection between the third line and the first two was not significant. A boat full of dreams presses down on the stars. After finishing, Du Guanyu felt as though he were immersed in a dreamlike galaxy, surrounded by flowing, brilliant stars, half drunk and utterly enchanted by such a reverie, akin to a fairy tale.
Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. When he glanced at Du Xiaoyan again, his face was flushed with excitement. He cradled the tablet and read the poem once more, addressing his granddaughter. I only thought that talents emerged from the rivers and mountains, yet I never anticipated such a genius. The first two lines express a sense of unrecognized talent and melancholy, but the last two lines are undeniably a stroke of genius. They elevate the entire poem, composing a dreamlike world of ephemeral beauty, romantic and ethereal. Upon hearing her grandfather's analysis, Du Xiaoyan felt the poem's essence elevate further. She murmured the last two lines to herself, drunk, unaware of heaven in the water, a boat full of dreams presses down on the stars. Who authored this poem from the Poetry Association?
Du Guanyu inquired, eager to engage in a profound discussion about poetry with the author, for anyone capable of crafting such romantic verses must possess great wisdom. Du Xiaoyan, snapping out of her reverie, pouted, You guessed incorrectly, Grandpa, the author is not from our Poetry Association but rather a novelist from the Chinese network.
What? Du Guanyu momentarily struggled to process this revelation.
When the Chinese network initially approached the Poetry Association to request collaboration for a poetry appreciation event on the Poetry Network, he candidly expressed skepticism, believing that the Chinese network could not possibly achieve anything noteworthy in the realm of poetry.
After all, writing poetry requires inspiration, immersion, and extensive reading of classical works, an advantage that the Poetry Association, steeped in poetry, clearly possessed, yet now. Indeed, the younger generation surpasses the older. It seems I am truly aging. Gu Zhinan had poured his inspiration into early summer over a long period, revising it until he was satisfied. When the call for submissions for the poetry event began, he participated not for any other reason than to allow the power of poetry to touch more people. I never expected that on the very first day, a gold medal-worthy piece would emerge. As Gu Zhinan reclined back in the rattan chair, closing his eyes and softly reciting Crossing Dongting once more, he found himself once again immersed in that unparalleled romantic dream, feeling a sudden desire for wine, yearning to experience the genuine sensation of being drunk, unaware of heaven in the water. Gu Zhinan, slightly agape in surprise, remarked, "Grandpa, your early summer is wonderful too. This is just the beginning. Remember how you always taught me not to give up?" Gu Zhinan opened his eyes and shot a glare at Gu Zhinan, puffing out his cheeks. "Little girl, what do you know? This poem could achieve timeless status. The last two lines deserve to be enshrined as classics." With that, he ignored Gu Zhinan, closing his eyes to rest, murmuring the lines, drunk, unaware of heaven in the water, like a drunken whisper. Gu Zhinan rolled her eyes. She was merely trying to comfort the old man. She had been utterly captivated by the poem the moment she laid eyes on it. Meanwhile, she reflected on her own submission, Spring Dawn, which was still struggling in the rankings. Though it had made it into the top 10, the number of votes paled in comparison to her grandfather's and Crossing Dongting. She had even cast her own vote for Crossing Dongting. The author's straightforwardness was astonishing. Such a blunt name could produce such a romantic piece. She eagerly anticipated the final evaluation, hoping to meet a handsome gentleman in person. As Gu Zhinan savored Crossing Dongting, the Poetry Association received news of its overwhelming popularity, having spread across various online platforms. They could not ignore it even if they wanted to. Upon reading Crossing Dongting, their expressions mirrored Gu Zhinan's astonishment that this piece had been crafted by a novelist from the Chinese network, and they were equally enchanted by the dreamlike quality woven throughout the poem. The last two lines truly merited the title of timeless classics. Only a handful of younger members felt disgruntled, believing this success to be mere luck, a stroke of chance that could easily have been accidental. Among them was Gu Zhinan, the grandson of one of the Poetry Association's other founders and the author of Mo Shangsang. His work currently ranked third with just under 79,000 votes, slightly trailing behind Gu Zhinan early summer, but lagging behind Crossing Dongting by over double the votes. Without any unforeseen circumstances, he could not hope to catch up. Gu Zhinan had aspired to surpass early summer and claim first place. Although the poetry event was co-hosted with the Chinese network, everyone believed this was merely an internal competition among the Poetry Association. Yet now, a small-time author from the Chinese network had taken the lead, producing a poem hailed as a masterpiece, leaving Gu Zhinan feeling quite discontented. Chapter 15. I am naturally talented and must have my uses. Gu Zhinan remained blissfully unaware that the poetry competition had nearly taken the internet by storm. He swore he was diligently crafting the remaining plot outline for The Legend of the Sword and Fairy, while Qin's Moon was already in its late stages, with the grand finale requiring his immediate attention. Apart from occasionally tuning into the melodious strains of a guitar drifting in from outside, he was truly focused. The guitar's sound is rather intermittent. It seems to be stuck at a point. I can understand that, much like us aspiring authors who sometimes find ourselves at a loss for words, Gu Zhinan mused, having heard the same melody outside no fewer than 10 times. It bore a melancholic yet carefree essence to in his previous life. He had also dabbled in guitar during his university days, where his dorm mates claimed that mastering the instrument would greatly enhance his charm with the ladies. However, he later discovered that fairy tales are but fabrications. Despite his earnest strumming, his goddess still departed in a sleek Mercedes, leading him to abandon the endeavor. Later on, he was told that learning the piano exuded elegance and sophistication, traits that girls supposedly find appealing in a man. The passionate youth Gu Zhinan could not resist. He promptly enrolled in the piano club at school and diligently participated for several months, only to find himself facing a second failure. The despair outweighed the sorrow, and thus Gu Zhinan resolved to merely go through the motions of life, ceasing to believe in any method that might enhance his allure. Now, he had nearly forgotten those days. Gu Zhinan found it somewhat amusing, realizing that if he were to pick up the guitar again, he might not be able to produce a single note, let alone touch a piano. He recalled that Xia Angi had a piano in her room, having heard its melodic sounds the previous day. Ah, the life of a singer, where one seems to possess a smattering of every skill. Glancing at the time, Gu Zhinan realized he had been seated at his computer for 5 hours, and the night had fallen. Yet, outside, the guitar continued to play sporadically. Her perseverance was commendable. Having lasted nearly a day, however, it was said that she was under pressure from her company. Without producing work, she would be relegated to a mere tool, an existence more unbearable than the notorious 996 work culture. Gu Zhinan felt a twinge of sympathy for this aloof landlord. What's this, a message? Gu Zhinan, in the habit of checking the Chinese website after completing a writing session, was taken aback when he opened it this time to find an avalanche of notifications in the author section. The site permitted private messaging, which could also be easily disabled, yet Gu Zhinan seldom received such messages. On the rare occasions he did, they were merely enthusiastic readers urging him to update. But now, there were at least several hundred. What could be happening? He clicked on a few notifications, and amusement washed over him as he realized they were all from participants of the poetry competition, showering him with praise for his romantic verses. One exclaimed, "Author, you are absolutely phenomenal. I used your lines to confess, and it worked. I'll reward you handsomely." Another wrote, "Brother, you're incredible, you've brought great honor to the Chinese website, your poetry has outvoted others by a significant margin. Drunk without knowing the heavens are in the water is simply magnificent. I adore you, dear author. I have taken a liking to you. Here is my contact information, I hope you recognize the opportunity and reach out to me, we could have a story together." Gu Zhinan was at a loss for how to respond, there were far too many messages. He could only click mark all as read before disabling the private messaging feature. Upon finishing this task, he suddenly noticed that his author dashboard appeared different. Upon entering, he gasped in shock, the royalties for the day displayed over 60,000? What on earth? He hurriedly checked the back-end data for Qin's Moon and discovered that all of it stemmed from the tips received this afternoon. A plethora of usernames had contributed. Glancing at the tip leaderboard, he was astonished to find Qin's Moon ranked in the top 3, truly terrifying. Looking at the chapter comments, he found over 10,000 responses, mostly from those simply dropping by to leave their mark. From drifting through Dongting, the authoress novel here, came to visit. Came over from Weibo. The poetry is beautiful, the novel not so much, but to write such exquisite verses deserves a tip. Is this truly acceptable? Aside from the playful remarks, most comments discussed drifting through Dongting. Only after sifting through countless messages did Gu Zhinan find a handful from genuine readers providing feedback on the chapters. Wealth, Gu Zhinan, exhilarated, clicked on the poetry competition website, his eyes nearly turning into crescent moons as he broke into a broad smile. Drifting through Dongting had amassed 180,000 votes. Early summer garnered 100,000, leading by a whole decimal? If all goes as expected, the golden medal prize of 50,000 is as good as his, and with today's surge in tips, he would be earning a monthly income of over 100,000. Unbelievable. He had never seen such a sum in his previous life. Gu Zhinan opened Weibo and discovered that the 8th trending topic was indeed drifting through Dongting, a timeless romance. The content was filled with various hot discussions. Has the poetry competition unveiled the most romantic verses? Drunk without knowing the heavens are in the water, the exquisite imagery of dreams weighing down the Milky Way. Dreamlike poetic lines, worthy of being called a timeless masterpiece. Each title sparked a flurry of comments from netizens, all praising the romantic nature of the poetry, with drunk without knowing the heavens are in the water dominating the conversation. Gu Zhinan was aware of the classic nature of these two lines. As he had previously mentioned, in the original world, many people did not know the title of this poem or how to read the first two lines, yet they were undeniably familiar with the latter two. For these lines could be encountered in myriad places, he never anticipated that such a spectacle would unfold here as well. Tangong, this grand era has come to fruition as you wished. Gu Zhinan reined in his emotions and decided to reward his delightful readers with an additional chapter today, partly to clarify matters and prevent the bystanders from feeling neglected. He absolutely did not wish to ride the coattails of popularity or exploit the situation for profit. With a final upload, he added his concluding remarks. Straightforward author, an extra chapter today. To the friends who have come from the poetry competition, your enthusiasm burns like a fervent flame in my heart. Drifting through Dongting was inspired by a moment of creativity. I never expected it would resonate so deeply with you. I am truly gifted, and heaven has not deceived me. Enjoy yourselves, moi. Many netizens were caught in the crossfire between the Chinese website and the poetry competition, refreshing the site only to discover that the straightforward author had updated the novel. They hurriedly clicked in, and upon reading his final PS, they could hardly contain their amusement, realizing yet another golden line had emerged. I am naturally talented and must have my uses. I'm dying of laughter. My heart is ablaze, the author is too endearing, and this line, I am naturally talented and must have my uses, resonates deeply. I believe I too am naturally talented and must have my uses. Here's a tip. Absolutely love it. I am naturally talented and must have my uses. I'm adopting this as my motivational quote. Help, he has dropped another golden line. I am naturally talented and must have my uses. Yes, indeed, thank you, author. Once I succeed, I will definitely return to express my gratitude. Thus, the phrase I am naturally talented and must have my uses once again surged to the trending topics, reigniting the fervor surrounding drifting through Dongting. Chapter 16. Invitation to the poetry recitation review. By the time Gu Zhinan emerged, Xia Enggi had already returned to her room, with only the lingering impression of a delicate figure having occupied the sofa in the living room as evidence of her recent presence. Seated at the piano, Xia Enggi appeared lost in thought, her spirits dampened, she could not summon any inspiration, her mind plagued by a singular melody that refused to fade or evolve. The phone rang, its sound cutting through her reverie. She answered it somewhat vacantly, as there were few who would call her. Upon glancing at the screen, she recognized the name Ruan Ying. The moment she accepted the call, Ruan Ying's excited voice burst forth. Enggi Jia. Seemingly attuned to Xia Enggi's temperament, Ruan Ying continued, I heard that Mr. Qi is leaving Puhai City for Lingqing tomorrow. Are you still in Linghai City? Qi Sheng's departure from Puhai City implied that the song he had penned for Chu Taoyu was complete, a thought that left Xia Enggi with a bitter taste in her heart. As a third-tier singer, all but obscured by her company, she was virtually unknown even to her housemates. While Qi Sheng was a well-regarded figure in the industry, would he truly assist her? Deep down, Xia Enggi yearned for the guidance of a professional musician to discuss the melody she had composed, for she felt utterly lost. However, she knew that any insights from a seasoned artist could be immensely beneficial. Are you listening, Enggi Jia? Ruan Ying noticed the prolonged silence and questioned it, having received no response whatsoever. The sound of her acknowledgement seemed to ease Ruan Ying,
who then excitedly transitioned to discussing the day's trending topics on Weibo. Angie Jia, you won't believe it. Today, a stunning poem titled Crossing Donting suddenly appeared on Weibo's trending list. It's truly enchanting, especially the last two lines, drunken, unaware of the heavens and the water, a boat full of sweet dreams pressing down on the Milky Way. It feels like a fairy tale. Drunken, unaware of the heavens and the water, Xia Angie softly repeated, savoring the beauty of the words. Shortly thereafter, Ruaning mentioned her plans to take a break soon to visit Xia Angie, who neither accepted nor declined, for she had few friends, and Ruaning was among them. Loneliness often made one crave the company of another, even if Xia Angie preferred to listen rather than speak. After the call ended, Xia Angie remained seated on the piano bench, her gaze drifting to the notebook on the nearby table. She shifted closer and opened it, navigating to Weibo to check the trending topics. To her surprise, Crossing Donting ranked second. She clicked on it, encountering a myriad of titles alongside the original poem that Ruaning had praised, which had emerged from a poetry competition hosted by the Chinese website and Poetry Network. Having read the entire poem aloud, Xia Angie found herself entranced. It was indeed beautiful, as if she were ensconced in a dream, infused with modern romanticism. The imagery of the Milky Way weighed down by dreams was simply exquisite. Every talent is bound to be of use. She encountered a recent discussion that quoted the author of Crossing Donting. This phrase resonated with everyone, imbuing them with a sense of uplifting power, exactly how Xia Angie felt at that moment. Every talent is bound to be of use. Gradually, her resolve solidified, and she found herself reaching for paper and pen, her hand gliding across the blank sheet to inscribe that very phrase. The fervor surrounding the poetry competition began to wane over the course of 3 or 4 days following Gu Zhinan's stunning 7-character quatrain, Crossing Donting. However, the lines drunken, unaware of the heavens and the water. A boat full of sweet dreams pressing down on the Milky Way continued to be widely quoted, truly becoming a timeless masterpiece. In the wake of this surge, Gu Zhinan cast his second vote, and at that moment, Crossing Donting had achieved an astonishing count of 720,000 votes, an insurmountable lead. The second place remained unchanged with Early Summer, garnering 300,000 votes, while the rest were inconsequential to Gu Zhinan's triumph. He had not anticipated such a dominating position, and he could only sigh, great minds are often solitary. During these days, Gu Zhinan also noticed that Xia Angie frequently left early and returned late, sometimes not arriving until nearly midnight. Although this struck him as peculiar, he chose not to pry, as they had established a mutual agreement to respect each other's lives. The preliminary evaluations concluded, leaving Gu Zhinan quite satisfied. Riding on the coattails of Crossing Donting's popularity, his Qin Shi Mingyu also experienced a surge in attention and followers, undoubtedly aiding the publication of his upcoming work, Shui Zhong. The exposure alone would be significantly beneficial. But most importantly, his monthly royalties and tips had amassed to a staggering 80,000. Gu Zhinan felt as jubilant as a fool. Were the prize for Crossing Donting to be awarded immediately, he would possess a fortune of 100,000, an enviable sum that would have garnered immense blessings in his past life. Indeed, knowledge is power. The phone rang unexpectedly, jolting Gu Zhinan from his revelry. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Hello, is this Gu Zhinan? A melodic female voice responded. Yes, may I ask who this is? Hello, Mr. Gu, I am Chang Mingxi, the head of the poetry competition at the Chinese website. The review meeting will take place in 3 days at the Kyoto Poetry Association for a live evaluation. Essentially, we would like you to provide an interpretation of your work Crossing Donting to help others grasp its meaning. She spoke rapidly, delivering 2 crucial pieces of information. The evaluation would occur in 3 days in Kyoto, and he was to prepare a reading comprehension of his poem. This posed a challenge for him, as he merely drew inspiration from the great Tang Gong. How could he possibly fathom the emotions and intentions he intended to convey? Are you still there? Ah, yes, I'm here. Please add me on WeChat. This is my number. I am also the editor-in-chief at the Chinese website. Your poetry is commendable and has brought great honor to us. Chang Mingxi's rare compliment stemmed from the fact that Gu Zhinan's verses had indeed elevated the profile of the poetry competition on behalf of the Chinese website. All right. Gu Zhinan agreed while contemplating whether he could recall any interpretations he had read in the past. His memory was rather hazy. Earning this money was not as easy as he had hoped. After adding each other on WeChat, she sent a smiley face emoji and shortly followed up with another message. See you in 3 days. The top 10 poems will have the opportunity for publication, but your Crossing Donting should rank higher than just one. As Gu Zhinan read the message, he was taken aback that his first publication opportunity would be a poem, not one of his renowned novels. With 3 days to prepare, he felt time was manageable. Opening a flight booking app, he purchased a ticket, realizing this would likely be his first journey since his arrival in this world. As a self-proclaimed homebody, Gu Zhinan found the notion amusing. He had anticipated lingering until the completion of Qin Shi Mingyu before returning home. Chapter 17, Sending Money. As Gu Zhinan had mentioned, Xia Ange had been out early and returning late for an entire week, not for any particular reason, but because she had managed to contact Xi Shang, an unremarkable middle-aged man residing in Lin City, who might potentially provide significant assistance for her music. Hello, Mr.Qi.My name is Xia Ange, and I am a singer with Xinguang Entertainment. I have a melody I would like you to review, and if possible, I hope to collaborate with you. This was the longest sentence Xia Ange had uttered all year. Initially, the middle-aged man on the other end of the line failed to recognize that Xia Ange was an artist who had been shelved by Xinguang Entertainment, but he agreed to meet her at a CAF outside his wife's family home.
Upon their meeting, he suddenly recalled her identity and declined Xia Ange's request. Assisting her in songwriting would inadvertently create difficulties for Chu Taoyu, whose songs he had penned himself. Was he to dig his own grave? However, Xia Ange seemed to have anticipated this scenario. She merely pressed her lips together and informed Qi Sheng that she would wait for him in the CAF downstairs until he departed Lin City. If he ever felt inclined, he could come down to listen to her melody. She was genuinely eager to collaborate. Several times, as Qi Sheng descended the stairs, he spotted a girl wearing a baseball cap sitting quietly in the CAF, her mask now removed, revealing a delicate and cool visage as she scribbled away. Noticing Qi Sheng and his family gradually moving away, Xia Ange felt no stir of emotions. This was not her first experience. Every night at 8, he would venture out with his family for a stroll, returning an hour and a half later, marking the end of her day at the CAF. She did not solely rely on Qi Sheng for assistance, she simply needed someone to discuss her ideas with. She truly could not reach out to other musicians. Her manager could connect with many, but he would rather see her unconditionally comply with the company's arrangements, even using her Weibo account to promote Chu Taoyu's album. How could he possibly help her? When Xia Ange returned to the apartment building, it was already 11 at night. Gu Zhinan was just exiting the apartment, a backpack slung over his shoulder. Tomorrow afternoon marked the third day, and the Poetry Association event would commence then, prompting Gu Zhinan to catch a flight to Kyoto that very night. Their encounter felt somewhat awkward. Since the last time Gu Zhinan had inquired whether Xia Ange was an idol singer, they had not exchanged a single word. As they passed each other, Gu Zhinan suddenly turned and said, "I just remembered that the utility bill is due this afternoon. I'll be out for 2 days. Could you please take care of my share since you are the landlord?" Xia Ange turned back to acknowledge Gu Zhinan's request with a slight hum. He took out his phone to display his WeChat QR code, the bright screen reflecting Xia Ange's charming face. After a moment's hesitation, she pulled out her phone and scanned his QR code, which revealed a WeChat ID with the rather straightforward nickname of Straight Man. It was Gu Zhinan's first time encountering someone using their name as a nickname, yet it seemed fitting. Her name carried a certain poetic resonance, unlike his own, which was merely Zhinan, utterly mundane. Following the exchange of WeChat, the atmosphere fell back into the prior awkwardness. Gu Zhinan waved his phone, indicating he would transfer the money shortly before hurriedly departing the scene. Upon returning to her apartment, Xia Ange's phone chimed with a message. She glanced at it to see a transfer from Straight Man, with the note indicating it was for the utility bill. She paid it no further attention and sank onto the sofa, leaving the lights off, utterly exhausted. It was not merely physical fatigue but an emotional drain as well. In the early hours, Gu Zhinan arrived in Kyoto, having no time to admire the bustling night view of the capital. His sole intention was to check into the hotel adjacent to the Poetry Association, the name Chang Mingxi having been shared with him via WeChat. He could check in simply by providing his name. Given that the hotel offered complimentary lodging, he wondered whether his flight expenses could also be reimbursed. Tickets during the peak summer season, particularly in July, were exorbitantly priced. Gu Zhinan collapsed onto the bed, exhaling deeply. He was genuinely fatigued, yet the thought of receiving a 50,000 yuan prize the following day made him feel less weary. Some people gazed at the sea by night, others fell in love, while some slept without covers. Gu Zhinan felt somewhat unfortunate for falling ill in Kyoto. In the midst of summer, he had caught a cold. Whether it was due to the excessive use of air conditioning the previous night or the false sense of security from the complimentary hotel, he could not ascertain. All he knew was that one nostril was blocked while the other struggled to breathe, creating considerable discomfort. It was only 10 in the morning, the poetry conference would commence at 2 in the afternoon, and Gu Zhinan felt drowsy and lethargic. I should buy some medicine, he concluded. It was no solution to be half asleep while others enthusiastically participated in the poetry conference. What if the organizers grew displeased and withheld the prize money? Kyoto, historically the capital of Huaguo, was replete with numerous cultural landmarks and heritage sites, boasting the most renowned and majestic palace in the nation, steeped in rich cultural significance. Outside, the sun rose high, and pedestrians hurried past. For them, Kyoto was merely a city for survival, while for Gu Zhinan, it was a fleeting stop. Fearing that taking medication might induce sleepiness, Gu Zhinan opted for a powdered remedy. Upon returning to the hotel, he prepared and consumed it, which at least alleviated his nasal congestion, revitalizing him somewhat, dispelling the earlier lethargy. Just as he contemplated lying down, a sudden knock echoed from outside his door, compelling him to rise once more. Peering through the peephole, he saw a woman clad in a professional short skirt and a white blouse, her golden-rimmed glasses exuding an air of maturity. Wow! Was the only thought in Gu Zhinan's mind. He slowly opened the door, though confusion flickered in his eyes, as he did not recognize her. However, as soon as the woman saw Gu Zhinan open the door, her face transformed into a professional smile. She extended her hand and spoke. Gu Zhinan, hello, I am Chang Mingxi, editor Chang. Hello. Gu Zhinan suddenly realized she was the head of the Poetry Association and the chief editor at the Chinese website. He quickly reached out to shake her hand before releasing it. Chang Mingxi observed Gu Zhinan's appearance with surprise. You have a cold? Is it that obvious? As Gu Zhinan felt a bit embarrassed. I had the air conditioning too low last night and didn't cover myself properly, so I caught a chill. Upon hearing this, Chang Mingxi took out her phone and said, let me call someone to fetch some medicine for you. No, it's fine, I've already taken some, Gu Zhinan replied. Is there something you need from me, Editor Chang? He yearned for her to state her purpose, as he wished to return to sleep. Unbeknownst to Chang Mingxi, Gu Zhinan harbored such thoughts. She retrieved an envelope and an elegant dark gold invitation from her bag, handing them to Gu Zhinan. This is the reward from the Chinese website platform, along with an invitation to the poetry conference this afternoon. Your work, Crossing Dongting, has brought great acclaim to our platform, so I specially came to present this to you on behalf of the Chinese website. Oh, what? Gu Zhinan instantly felt invigorated, particularly upon feeling the thickness of the envelope, which must contain at least 10,000 yuan. His face brightened with a radiant smile. This is too generous, bringing glory to the Chinese website is the duty of us authors, Editor Chang. There was no need for you to deliver this personally. A simple notification would have sufficed. Please, come in for a glass of water. You've worked hard. However, Chang Mengshi shook her head. I must return to handle matters regarding the poetry conference, so I won't intrude. Mr.Gu, please rest well. The conference this afternoon is quite significant. With a knowing smile, Chang Mengshi turned and walked away with purposeful strides. Chapter 18. Not simple, not simple. Gu Zhinan found himself somewhat perplexed. Wasn't it merely a matter of presenting an analysis, collecting payment, and departing? What other complications could there possibly be? Closing the door, he carelessly tossed the dark golden invitation onto the bed. In a hurried motion, he opened the envelope, which was still warm to the touch. Counting the contents, it amounted to exactly 10,000. How extraordinarily generous, a casual reward of such magnitude. Gu Zhinan instantly felt invigorated, his head ceased to spin, and his nose unclogged. Indeed, this was a remedy for all ailments. In Lin City, Xiaoyange once again found herself in that familiar CAF, occupying the same seat. It was the 8th day of her visit, and she intended to give it 3 more days before conceding defeat. If no one was willing to assist her, she would not rely on anyone. However, at noon, she noticed a figure entering the CAF, someone she had awaited for 8 days, a rather unremarkable middle-aged man. Qi Sheng took a seat across from Xiaoyange, ordered a cup of coffee, and then remarked with a hint of resignation, Miss Xia, you are the most patient artist I have ever encountered, far surpassing Chu Taoyu. If you weren't being targeted, she wouldn't stand a chance against you. Xiaoyange removed her cap, wishing to present herself with a touch more solemnity. Qi Sheng, upon observing her demeanor, smiled and reached for the sheet music on the table, occasionally furrowing his brow. After a lengthy silence, he lifted his gaze and inquired, may I hear that segment of melody? Of course, Xiaoyange replied, retrieving her phone and playing the recording of the melody she had captured in her mind. Qi Sheng listened intently, his expression revealing surprise at the beauty of the soft, delicate tune. With the right composition and lyrics, it could undoubtedly become a sensation. Play it once more. Xiaoyange complied, replaying the brief melody, which lasted barely a dozen seconds, yet Qi Sheng listened to it repeatedly for several minutes, his brow furrowed deeply as he scrutinized Xiaoyange's sheet music, which contained her recent explorations in composition. It was incomplete, and the music felt slightly disjointed, prompting her desire for collaboration. This melody evokes a sense of summer, but your score carries a hint of melancholy. Summer should embody sunshine and vitality. Indeed, that's why I sought your assistance, Mr. Qi. I have been attempting to infuse a sunnier disposition into my compositions these past few days, but none have yielded satisfactory results, Xiaoyange explained, producing 2 additional sheets of music from her bag and handing them to Qi Sheng. He accepted them, and the two spent approximately an hour and a half in the CAF. As Qi Sheng stood to leave, he held the 2 sheets representing the sunny essence of summer and said to Xiaoyange, please send me the melody later. I shall see if I can refine it in the coming days and will keep you updated. With that, he turned to depart. Xiaoyange quickly rose and bowed respectfully, saying, thank you, Mr. Q. No need for thanks. I, too, am moved by your perseverance and patience. I do not know how you discovered my presence here, but it is best we limit our encounters. Xinguang Entertainment would not permit my assistance. With those words, Qi Sheng exited the CAF, and Xiaoyange followed suit. The afternoon sun was glaring and sweltering, yet for the first time, Xiaoyange found it to be invigorating. If she could produce a work that belonged to her, once her contract expired at the end of the year, she would leave Xinguang Entertainment. However, failing that would compel her to extend her contract for another year. She recalled with dismay how naive she had been to sign such a binding agreement. In Kyoto, Gu Zhinan munched on a loaf of bread he had purchased from a convenience store, making his way toward the poetry conference. He had not eaten all morning and had endured until now. With half an hour remaining before the conference commenced, he clutched the invitation and hurriedly arrived, having collected his payment and returned to Lin City overnight. There was nothing quite like the comfort of one's own bed, where meals could be savored in peace. The Poetry Association Espengyu, known as Shihua Building, was an ancient-style structure. To Gu Zhinan, it resembled the Huanghe Tower described in his textbooks. He could not fathom how such an opulent edifice had been constructed in Kyoto. As he neared, he turned a corner to find a long queue of attendees waiting to enter, with security personnel maintaining order. Is this truly so formal? As Gu Zhinan approached, he was astonished to see the winding line filled with at least 200 or 300 individuals. Standing at the entrance with his dark golden invitation, he felt rather solitary until he spotted a small side door labeled Invitation Entrance. He swiftly made his way there, striding confidently past the envious gazes of the crowd. Hey, brother. Just as he entered, a voice called out from behind him. He turned in confusion to see a scruffy-looking man jogging toward him. Upon reaching him, the man spoke, I'm here for the poetry conference too. Mind if I join you? Of course, that would be splendid. Gu Zhinan had been feeling somewhat shy about such gatherings, so having a companion was a welcome relief. Great, the scruffy man, pleasantly surprised by Gu Zhinan's enthusiasm, introduced himself. I'm Guang Qingxuang, an author from the Chinese online platform. No wonder you seem so familiar. You're a renowned author from our Chinese online community. I am Gu Zhinan, also affiliated with Chinese Online. Gu Zhinan beamed with joy upon learning that they shared a common background. Modesty is in order. I'm merely a small fry. I participated in this poetry conference without a hint of shame, having written a poem that made it into the top 15, hence the invitation, Guang Qingxuang said, his face lighting up at Gu Zhinan's praise. He had garnered a modest reputation on Chinese Online, with some of his works briefly gracing the platform's leaderboard. Oh, compared to you, I feel utterly ashamed. Let us not dwell on it. We should head inside. Gu Zhinan decided to forego any pretense and opted for a low-profile exit. After collecting his payment. Following the directional signs, the two arrived in a grand hall filled with densely packed seating.
Upon seeing the designated areas for authors ranked by the Poetry Association, Gu Zhinan and Guang Qingshuang sought their seats. The hall was already buzzing with attendees, and Gu Zhinan soon realized that the seating arrangement was divided into 3 sections. One for Chinese Online, comprising 50 seats, another for Poetry Online, also with 50 seats, and a third, more general area occupying half the hall, accommodating no less than 300 individuals. So many people, Gu Zhinan was taken aback. Wasn't the poetry conference merely intended for analyzing one's own poems, followed by mutual flattery and then departing with financial rewards? Recalling Chang Mengxia's earlier warning that the conference was not as straightforward as it seemed, Gu Zhinan was suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. What unexpected complications lay ahead? After waiting for about 20 minutes, the entrance was finally devoid of newcomers. Guang Qingshuang had already struck up a camaraderie with those seated nearby, while Gu Zhinan succumbed to drowsiness, fatigued from his cold. The silence only exacerbated his nasal congestion. Hello, hello, a female voice echoed through the hall's sound system, and Gu Zhinan knew the moment had arrived for the distribution of payments. Chapter 19 Opening of the couplets. As the host made their entrance, the venue erupted into enthusiastic applause, and Gu Zhinan naturally joined in the applause. Welcome, everyone, to the anniversary poetry event of the Poetry Society, which also serves as the final evaluation. The host announced while walking to the center of the stage. As you all know, the Poetry Society has collaborated with the Chinese network to host a grand poetry event, resulting in the emergence of numerous exquisite poems. As we approach the anniversary celebration, the Poetry Society, in consultation with the Chinese network, has decided to select 100 poets based on rankings from the poetry event, 50 from the Chinese network and 50 from the Poetry Society, to participate in our anniversary gathering. After this lengthy introduction, Gu Zhinan finally grasped the situation. No wonder there were so many participants when it was initially only the top 10, were the others merely audience members. Before Gu Zhinan could ponder further, the host continued speaking. Every year, during the anniversary poetry gathering, the Poetry Society selects outstanding members for participation, and this year is no exception. Therefore, we extend a warm welcome to the 300 members of the Poetry Society seated at the back. Applause surged in waves, and Gu Zhinan had clapped 3 times before the host welcomed the guests from the Chinese network and the professors from the Poetry Society to take their seats at the commentary table. Elderly gentlemen and middle-aged individuals in tailored suits began to enter, and Gu Zhinan spotted Cheng Mingxi among them. As the group settled into their elevated seats, Gu Zhinan suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort, sensing that an old man had been staring at him since his entrance. Was it merely an illusion? No, that old man was indeed watching him. Gu Zhinan shifted his body slightly back in his chair, positioning himself in the rear rows, hoping that if he could not see the old man, then perhaps the old man could not see him either. According to the previous regulations of the Poetry Society, this event will be held internally, with only 2 individuals responsible for recording it on video. No reporters will be present, the host elaborated, showcasing her impressive hosting skills. Brother, why are you sitting so strangely? Guang Qingshuang turned to inquire with the younger man who had entered alongside him, only to find him huddled into his chair. I find this position more comfortable, Gu Zhinan replied, not wishing to explain that it was due to the unsettling gaze of the elderly gentleman. Guang Qingshuang disregarded it, merely whispering to Gu Zhinan, I've heard that the Poetry Society is not here for friendly exchanges. They aim to merge the anniversary gathering with the poetry event because our Chinese network has taken the lead in the poetry competition, and they want to reclaim their dignity. What? How did you come by this information? I was just chatting with a few early arrivals out of boredom, and they mentioned that they overheard the attendees from the neighboring poetry event discussing it. No wonder Chang Mengxi remarked that it was not simple. It turns out there was such a matter. Wouldn't it be better for the Chinese network to refuse? Why wade into these murky waters? As the two conversed, the lively host retrieved a slip of paper from the professors and announced from the central podium, before we announce the rankings from the poetry event, we have a delightful program prepared, which will involve a couplet competition. Boring. Gu Zhinan immediately scoffed internally upon hearing this. 50 literary authors from our Chinese network will compete against 50 members of the Poetry Society. Each side will present 1 participant. The requirement is that the couplets must be well structured and meaningful, and those of us in the audience can also participate. For instance, if the literary author from the Chinese network cannot come up with a response, feel free to raise your hand to assist. Look at that, isn't this a blatant provocation? They re professionals in this field, yet they willingly walk into the line of fire. Gu Zhinan had no clue what the bigwigs from the Chinese network were thinking, but unbeknownst to him, the individuals selected this time were quite literate and often frequented the poetry website, with their submissions being notably impressive. This time, the Poetry Society was under pressure from the Chinese network's prowess and sought to regain their prestige, while the Chinese network was determined to go all out. Perhaps a surprising victory awaited. After the host finished her announcement, she began drawing lots, and ultimately, it was the Chinese network that was selected to go first. Oh, it's from the Chinese network, please send forth a contestant. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, if you can consecutively match 3 pairs, there is a reward of 5,000 yuan, if you match 10 pairs, it's 10,000 yuan. And so on, she added with a wink at the audience. If one side fails to respond, the audience in the back will have the chance to answer, and should they succeed, the prize will belong to them. Each participant has a time limit of 5 minutes. What, another 5,000, that's tantamount to winning the top prize in a poetry competition. Gu Zhinan immediately sat up straight, his mind becoming alert.
This was intriguing, however. Upon reflection, he realized it wouldn't be so easy. There were so many literary talents present, and undoubtedly, many skilled individuals among them. It wouldn't be a walk in the park. Sigh, he might as well wait for his 5,000. If he failed to respond, they might question his poetic talent and deduct his prize money. Best to sit back and enjoy the show, he thought, as he shrank back into his seat. Guang Qingxuang eyed Gu Zhinan's peculiar demeanor with curiosity. What was he doing, squirming, on the side of the Chinese network? The first volunteer was an bespectacled gentleman who confidently approached the stage, took the microphone from the host, introduced himself, and then recited his couplet towards the Poetry Society's side. It was a 7-character couplet that left everyone deep in thought. After a 2-minute silence on the Poetry Society's side, a young man in casual attire stepped forward, took the microphone, bowed to the audience, introduced himself, and then provided his response to the bespectacled gentleman. Applause erupted immediately. According to the rules, since the young man had successfully responded with a couplet, it was now his turn to present a new upper line. He stood on the stage, pondered for a few minutes, and then, with a spark of inspiration, delivered his upper line. Turn a page of the calendar to establish 100 years of legacy. It was an impressive 10-character couplet, rich in meaning, and the audience erupted in applause. The bespectacled gentleman furrowed his brow, deep in thought for a response, while the audience contemplated their own answers. Time flew by, and soon the host announced that time was up. The bespectacled gentleman, somewhat helpless, was unable to come up with a response. The young man smiled and made a gesture of concession, while the bespectacled gentleman reciprocated and reluctantly returned to his seat. If the Chinese network did not send another participant to respond, the audience in the back would have the chance to answer, and if no one else stepped forward, the 5,000 would go entirely to the young man. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed, until the 4th minute, just as Gu Zhinan thought the 5,000 was easy pickings, a figure suddenly stood up beside him. Guang Qingxuang. Gu Zhinan was taken aback. This scruffy old man stood as if he were a hero, rushing forward as though afraid of being outpaced. After standing, Guang Qingxuang strode out of his seat and made his way to the stage, taking the microphone from the host and immediately reciting his response: paint 1,000 blueprints to prosper future generations. Stunned silence enveloped the crowd momentarily as he introduced himself. My name is Guang Qingxuang, a writer from the Chinese network. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among the members of the Chinese network, who applauded vigorously, igniting applause throughout the venue. Guang Qingxuang felt a bit awkward for having jumped in so abruptly with his response. He sheepishly scratched the back of his head, and his scruffy appearance genuinely elicited amusement, much to Gu Zhinan's delight. Chapter 20. Why not give it a try? The youth's couplet was met with some disappointment as he struggled to respond. However, he soon mustered his courage and declared that Guang Qingxuang could present his own first line. Guang Qingxuang, fervently racking his brain, ultimately produced a 12-character couplet after a tense 5-minute wait. His first line was, "The crowing rooster heralds the dawn, each note of the bell is a delight to the ear. Please respond." Guang Qingxuang appeared confident, smirking as he glanced at the youth, who momentarily stood dumbfounded, pacing back and forth, occasionally scratching his head in apparent agitation. 5 minutes elapsed without a reply, and dejected, he bowed to Guang Qingxuang, who reciprocated the gesture, prompting the youth to retreat. A wave of applause erupted from the audience of the Chinese Literature Network, complemented by the spectators in the back rows, who, eager for entertainment, were more than willing to cheer on the spectacle. In stark contrast, the Poetry Network fell into a hushed silence. After a measured wait of just over 4 minutes, a girl stood up, stirring the members of the Poetry Association in the rear rows into a frenzy. Du Xiaoyan, the inheritor of the poet saint, her grandfather was one of the founders of the Poetry Association. With her ponytail swinging, she exuded youthful vibrance. I initially intended to wait for the author of Crossing Dongding to present a couplet before making my grand entrance, but the wait has grown rather tedious. Du Xiaoyan thought to herself as she approached the microphone, determined to outshine the authors of the Chinese Literature Network and leave the 300 members of the Poetry Association speechless, thereby securing the 50,000 she coveted for a delightful set of ink and brushes. Du Xiaoyan, from the Poetry Network, her self-introduction was succinct yet impactful. She promptly delivered the response to Guang Qingxuang's couplet: national affairs bring joy, familial matters resonate with affection, oh the goddess is so impressive. As her response echoed, applause and shouts erupted from the back rows, revealing the girl's unexpected popularity. Gu Zhinan reflected on her youthful appearance, seemingly around 18 or 19, and marveled at her depth of knowledge, feeling inadequate in comparison. Apart from the memories he carried from his previous life, he felt a twinge of discomfort sitting there. Listen closely, my first line is: the green waters are carefree, yet the wind ripples the surface. Upon finishing, she raised her chin defiantly, surpassing Guang Qingxuang's earlier demeanor. Guang Qingxuang was taken aback. This was a line that required precise phrasing. A tough challenged sweat beaded on his forehead as he strained to respond, yet after 5 minutes, he ultimately conceded with tears in his eyes. Reluctantly, he bowed to Du Xiaoyan, who reciprocated, and he returned to his seat beside Gu Zhinan. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, clearly impressed by Du Xiaoyan's popularity. Gu Zhinan sensed that the challenge had now shifted back to the Chinese Literature Network. While he knew little about couplets, he recognized that this first line posed a significant difficulty. As time passed, the host began the countdown. Just as the 5-minute mark approached, Gu Zhinan pondered whether the 50,000 would be so easily earned when a figure rose from 2 rows ahead of him, a handsome young man dressed formally, exuding a touch of charm, though still not quite matching Gu Zhinan's presence. It's Min Ji, this could be promising. Someone nearby exclaimed excitedly. Min Ji. Gu Zhinan recalled hearing that he was a renowned writer who gained fame overnight, having graduated from Huawei University, a true literary talent. Min Ji approached with a smile, walking gracefully, and upon taking the microphone, he addressed Du Xiaoyan warmly. Hello, Junior, my name is Min Ji, and I graduated from Huawei University last year. I am your senior. Clearly, he was aware of her current studies. Oh, please respond quickly. Don't waste time. Du Xiaoyan merely glanced at him before returning her attention to her delicate fingers. Very well. Minji, unaffected, leisurely presented his response. The Green Mountains do not age, for the snow turns their heads white. Excellent, Guang Qingshuang shouted, leading the applause, startling Gu Zhinan, who shot a resentful glance at the scruffy man. Why shout so loudly? The Green Mountains do not age, for the snow turns their heads white. Du Xiaoyan carefully read it aloud, giving Minji a thumbs up. That was well done. Now you may present your first line. Minji nodded and declared, my first line is the moon above is full, while the moon below is half. Each month the moon is full, yet encounters a half. Du Xiaoyan lowered her head and thought, pacing back and forth like the previous youth, though without scratching her head, murmuring Minji's first line softly. At 3.5 minutes, she suddenly clapped her hands. I have it. Listen closely. My response is this year's end, next year's beginning. Every year's end meets the next year's start. Good. An elderly spectator who had been focused on Gu Zhinan also cheered, acknowledging the quality of these two couplets as rare gems. The back row erupted into fervent applause, and Du Xiaoyan, with a triumphant huff, tossed her ponytail. Minji echoed her lines, his eyes flashing with surprise, which he quickly concealed, softly encouraging her, please continue. Du Xiaoyan circled in place, and after 2 minutes, her eyes lit up as she addressed Minji. 800 miles of Dongting, billowing waves, crashing surges, from where does the master descend? The inspiration was clearly drawn from crossing Dongting. Minji found himself momentarily stunned, grappling with the challenging phrasing, which was not his forte, yet there was no choice but to summon his intellect. He closed his eyes, muttering Du Xiaoyan's first line repeatedly. If Gu Zhinan had stood closer, he would have thought Minji was a sorcerer. 5 minutes, neither short nor long, had left Guang Qingshuang in a state of panic, beads of sweat dotting his brow, while those around him sighed in despair, clearly lacking in quality responses. As for Minji on stage, he finally sighed. Junior, your knowledge is profound. I am humbled. Minji bowed to Du Xiaoyan, who quickly reciprocated. Once Minji returned to his seat, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, with some exuberant voices calling out humorous remarks, even professing their desire to have children with him. The members of the Chinese Literature Network appeared somewhat disheartened, realizing the disparity between themselves and Minji, yet they still contemplated attempting to present their responses, unwilling to concede defeat after the minutes spent crafting their lines. Gu Zhinan found it curious that the elderly gentleman who had cheered earlier now fixed his gaze upon him, causing his face to flush. At that moment, his phone vibrated. He had deliberately set it to silent before entering. Sneaking a glance, he saw it was a message from Chang Mingxi, containing a single line. Why not give it a try? Give it a try. How could I? I am not the king of couplets. I am merely an ordinary novelist. Do you not realize you are pushing me to cross domains? Although, he did recall a response from his previous life. Brother, I have thought of a response. You must go up and give it a shot. We cannot just concede defeat like this. Amidst Gu Zhinan's spiraling thoughts, Guang Qingshuang whispered to him, what, that wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Gu Zhinan clearly hesitated. Do you truly wish to witness the downfall of the Chinese Literature Network? Fear not, just say you thought of it, and then you can conjure up any first line to satisfy the audience. Listen closely, the response is holy cow. Upon hearing the suggestion, Gu Zhinan felt an immediate sense of dissonance. Even he, an outsider, could sense the mismatch in the response, yet Guang Qingshuang was impervious to his reluctance. With a swift jab to Gu Zhinan's side, he ignited a startled reaction. As Gu Zhinan leapt to his feet, he and Guang Qingshuang mirrored each other's movements. Chapter 21 To the King of Kings. The sudden standing gesture left everyone in the arena momentarily stunned, except for Chang Mingxi and the elder Du Guanyu at the commentary desk, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. There was also a dapper young man from the Poetry Network who quietly clenched his fists, his eyes behind glasses intently fixed on the rising Gu Zhinan. What is happening? Are you out of your mind? Gu Zhinan cast a mournful glance at the seemingly oblivious Guang Qingshuang, who had not anticipated such a dramatic reaction from him. However, it was clear that Gu Zhinan would certainly have to take the stage now. Hey, handsome young man, why are you just standing there? The host teased as Gu Zhinan hesitated, prompting laughter from the audience. With a reluctant exhale, Gu Zhinan finally ascended the platform to accept his fate. This truly felt like being forced into a situation. Why not introduce yourself? You seem so aloof, the host continued, sensing that the handsome figure from the Chinese online community appeared rather dazed. Surely, it was not befitting for someone so attractive to be so nervous in this setting? Oh, all right. Gu Zhinan was aware that if he told them he had been pushed up there, they would not believe him. For now, he could only comply and answer his question, hoping to gracefully bow out after the next round. Hello, I am Gu Zhinan, an author from the Chinese online community. Gu Zhinan? Du Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, you are the author of Crossing Dongting. What? This exclamation came not only from Guang Qingshuang but also from members of the Poetry Association seated behind. The great master was so close, and I had the audacity to challenge him with a couplet. Guang Qingshuang felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had read Crossing Dongting no fewer than 100 times, and the imagery in its last 2 lines was simply exquisite, a dream too beautiful to compare. He had assumed this so-called straight man author was merely a pseudonym for some renowned master, as it was quite common for masters to use aliases, but now it seemed Gu Zhinan, the straight man, was nearly a celebrity in his own right. Go for it! Guang Qingshuang shouted, and his enthusiasm ignited the rest of the Chinese online community, followed by a chorus of 300 members from the Poetry Association. Although Du Xiaoyan was regarded as a goddess among them, it was not unreasonable to consider someone who could pen such romantic poetry as a half-god as well. Wait a minute. Gu Zhinan felt an overwhelming sensation on stage, as if he were a hero emerging to battle a monster. While I adore your Crossing Dongting, I will give it my all, bring it on. Du Xiaoyan struck a fierce pose. Oh no, please, just act normally, your intensity is making me quite anxious, little sister. Gu Zhinan pondered for a moment and decided against using the couplet provided by Guang Qingshuang, feeling too bashful to risk embarrassment. My couplet is: the 12 peaks of Wushan, heavy clouds, misty haze, I descend from the heavens. What a marvelous descent from the heavens! The commentary desk erupted in applause, soon followed by a thunderous ovation from the entire audience. Only Du Xiaoyan and a certain handsome young man from the Poetry Network remained stunned, the latter's veins visibly popping. Du Guanyu found the concluding line to be remarkably well-placed and was quite pleased. You present your couplet. Du Xiaoyan believed that someone capable of crafting such beautiful poetry should deliver a formidable response, and she relished the notion, though she had to maintain a fierce facade. You suddenly want me to conjure a couplet? Is this not putting me in a difficult position? Gu Zhinan bowed his head, rummaging through his memories. For minutes later, Gu Zhinan's eyes lit up as he gazed at Du Xiaoyan. She sensed an ominous vibe. Why did his gaze seem predatory, as if he intended to devour her? She instinctively swallowed hard. My couplet is Wangjiang Tower, gazing at the river, from the tower I behold the flowing river. The tower endures through the ages, the river flows eternally. What a perfect match, the commentary desk erupted, with several elder professors engaging in animated discussions over the composition of the corresponding couplet. Du Xiaoyan furrowed her brow for 3 minutes without an inkling, her face paling as beads of sweat dampened her hair. As the 5-minute countdown reached its conclusion, Du Xiaoyan cast a reluctant glare at Gu Zhinan, yet respectfully performed a bow. Gu Zhinan quickly returned the gesture. The audience from the Poetry Network became restless, whispers circulating, including that handsome young man, all focused on Gu Zhinan. From the moment Gu Zhinan uttered his couplet, this young man had been lost in thought, striving to craft a suitable response. Now, with only 1 minute left on the countdown, time seemed to stretch endlessly, his hands involuntarily clenching. Ultimately, as the timer expired, a brave individual stepped forward but was met with ridicule from the commentary desk for offering a mismatched response. His face flushed as he retreated in embarrassment. Thus, the Poetry Network faced a complete rout. Bravo! The members of the Chinese online community cheered exuberantly, showering Gu Zhinan with their warmest applause, with Guang Qingshuang's claps the loudest, feeling accomplished for having spurred the master to take the stage. Chang Mingxi and the other 2 editors wore broad smiles, joining in the applause. They had bet correctly, the Chinese online community was poised for a resounding victory. Alright, esteemed members of the Poetry Association, do any of you have your own couplet? If not, Gu Zhinan will be the first to win 50,000. The host timely interjected, yet the members of the Poetry Association remained silent throughout the countdown, some having ideas but feeling their responses were too mismatched to risk the embarrassment of taking the stage. So sudden, Gu Zhinan felt an unexpected wave of happiness wash over him, leaving him somewhat flustered. Should he express gratitude to Guang Qingshuang? Well, perhaps a word of thanks would suffice? Congratulations to Mr. Gu Zhinan, no one has been able to provide a response to your couplet. You will receive a prize of 50,000 yuan. Thank you, thank you. Gu Zhinan feigned calmness on the surface, though internally he was bursting with joy. The monetary rewards of culture were indeed substantial. What is the corresponding couplet? Before the host could pose the question, Du Guanyu eagerly seized the microphone. Gu Zhinan turned to the commentary desk, spotting the elderly gentleman who had been watching him closely, and bowed respectfully. My couplet is: in you well, reflecting the moon's shadow in the well reflects the moon well endures through the ages, the moon shadow flows eternally. Moon shadow, the river towers moon shadow. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Du Guanyu exclaimed, repeating perfect thrice, while the surrounding elders flushed with excitement, repeatedly reciting the couplet in astonishment. As for Chang Mingxi, her gaze towards Gu Zhinan had become fervent. Once the event concluded, she would certainly seek him out for a chat. The audience buzzed with lively discussions about the couplet, casting admiring glances at Gu Zhinan. This couplet was simply extraordinary. Now, we kindly invite Mr. Gu Zhinan to return for some rest. We still have several rounds, but Mr.Gu will not be returning to the stage. The host graciously took the microphone from Gu Zhinan, who nodded in acknowledgement, feeling fulfilled. As for the rest, they could play as they wished. Shortly, he would claim another 50,000, and by next month, he would ascend to the status of a wealthy individual with 200,000. Chapter 22 The Duel of Wits. The host continued to guide the remaining participants. As the team from the Poetry Network had lost the first round, it was their turn to send someone forth. Quan Zhichuan stepped forward, his gaze seemingly directed toward Gu Zhinan as he presented his upper verse. After a few moments of silence from the Chinese network, someone finally approached to respond. Gu Zhinan could distinctly sense the altered glances from the members of the Chinese network upon his return, especially from Guang Qingshuang, whose eyes sparkled with an intensity that seemed ravenous. Impressive, my friend. You've hidden your talents well. Is your writing style akin to playing the pig to eat the tiger? Guang Qingshuang laughed heartily with those nearby. Ha ha. Absolutely remarkable. I adore crossing Dongting, and you must sign it for me later. I am such a fan of your poetry, I shall reward you with 1,000, no, 2,000. Since you are so generous, I shall certainly oblige with my signature. Gu Zhinan replied hastily. And we want to partake as well, the others chimed in eagerly. Do you wish to reward him too? The group paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Brother Gu, you are truly humorous. Of course, we shall reward him, just for the face you brought to the Chinese network, a reward is a must. How many signatures do you desire? While Gu Zhinan engaged in casual banter, Quan Zhizhuan had already defeated 5 opponents in succession, earning a reward of 5,000, and his current upper verse once again plunged the Chinese network into silence.
As the 5 minutes elapsed without a single response, the host began to call upon the members of the Poetry Association, who wore grim expressions. A bold member stepped forward, only to be rejected once more. The quality of the couplets was simply too elevated. Were they truly distinguished members of the Poetry Association? A sense of bewilderment enveloped everyone. No one dares to respond. Congratulations to Mr. Quan Zhizhuan, you are the second recipient of the 50,000 yuan prize, totaling 55,000. The host quickly extended his congratulations. However, Quan Zhizhuan disregarded the host's accolades. For him, 50,000 was a trifling sum. His eyes were fixed intently on Gu Zhinan, who sensed something amiss and looked up, meeting Quan Zhizhuan's gaze. Curious, he wondered what the bespectacled gentleman intended. I would like Gu Zhinan to respond to my couplet. If he succeeds, I am willing to relinquish this prize.
What? Wow. The announcement sent a ripple of excitement through the audience. Preposterous. Du Guanyu exclaimed, rising to pull Quan Zhizhuan down, but he was halted by Quan Zhizhuan's grandfather, who chuckled helplessly. Little Xi has always had a strong sense of competition. Ever since he learned that his poetic work was overshadowed by others, he has been harboring a grievance. Let him have this opportunity, I implore you. You aren't worried he might lose again?
That would serve to remind him of the vastness of the world beyond his own.
Suit yourself. Du Guanyu huffed, settling back down. Quan Zhizhuan's grandfather then turned to Cheng Mingxi and the others from the Chinese network, asking, what say you? I have no objections. Neither do I. Nor I.
Upon receiving word from the commentary table, the host rushed back, smiling broadly. After discussion at the commentary table, it has been decided that Mr. Quan Zhizhuan's challenge is valid. Gu Zhinan, should you choose to accept, victory would grant you the 55,000 yuan prize.
Oh. How thrilling. A splendid show is about to unfold. Guang Chengshuang clenched his fists, encouraging Gu Zhinan. Brother, go up there and overturn him.
Yes. Go up and show him who's boss. I can't stand the look on his face. Gu Zhinan was taken aback by their confidence in his victory. Nevertheless, he found it difficult to resist the allure of the prize money. Rising to his feet, he ascended the stage, nodding at Quan Zhizhuan, who appeared to be a generous benefactor, deserving of proper attention.
May I hear the upper verse once more? Gu Zhinan inquired.
A solitary leaf boat carries 2 or 3 wandering souls, employing 4 oars and 5 sails, navigating 6 shoals and 7 bays, enduring 8 trials and 9 tribulations, lamentably arriving 10 parts late.
Quan Zhizhuan concluded, his lips curling into a smile as he addressed Gu Zhinan.
Please respond. Upon hearing the verse, Gu Zhinan fell into deep contemplation, for the couplet struck a chord of familiarity within him.
However, Quan Zhizhuan, noticing Gu Zhinan's sudden frown, burst into laughter. Take your time, I'll give you 10 minutes to think. Ignoring him, Gu Zhinan delved into his memories as the atmosphere grew silent in response to his stillness.
This upper verse was one that Quan Zhizhuan had spent 3 days crafting, having gleaned the theme of the event from his grandfather. He had toiled endlessly, convinced that Gu Zhinan could not possibly come up with a suitable response in such a short span of time. After all, even his grandfather had struggled. As time elapsed, Gu Zhinan stroked his chin, memories flashing through his mind. Where had he encountered this couplet before? He remembered, it was in the park, watching the elderly gentleman playing cards and composing couplets, recorded in a couplet book. Realization dawned, astonishing everyone with his sudden exclamation. As there were merely 10 seconds left on the clock, he had come up with a response. Gu Zhinan's lips curled into a confident smile, radiating assurance as he addressed Quan Zhizhuan.
Listen closely. My lower verse is as follows. After 10 years of diligent study, I entered 8 prestigious academies, casting aside 7 emotions and 6 desires, laboriously reading the 5 classics and 4 books, taking 3 exams twice. Today I must succeed. I must succeed. Splendid. Marvelous. I must jot this down. Du Guanyu leapt from his seat, approaching Gu Zhinan, his face aglow as he recited the lower verse.
After 10 years of diligent study, I entered 8 prestigious academies, casting aside 7 emotions and 6 desires, laboriously reading the 5 classics and 4 books, taking 3 exams twice. Today I must succeed.
Absolutely brilliant.
You are a genius, to employ the theme of the imperial examination as your response.
Gu
Zhinan mused, realizing that it was the brilliance of his predecessors in the original world, while he merely replicated their ingenuity.
Alas. Quan Zhizhuan's grandfather approached his dazed grandson with a sigh. Are you now convinced? Awesome.
Suddenly, a thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue, each individual astonished by Gu Zhinan's remarkable lower verse. Du Xiaoyan's hands grew red from clapping, joining the crowd in chanting, Gu Zhinan is incredible, Gu Zhinan is incredible. As for Gu Zhinan himself, enveloped in the applause, he couldn't help but ponder.
Was this not worth over 100,000 now? Chapter 23, why don't you call me old brother? Impossible, how could that be?
Quan Zhizhuan was unable to accept this reality. He had been aware of the upcoming couplet competition in advance and had perused numerous books in search of inspiration, which ultimately led him to craft this upper couplet. He hadn't even come up with a matching lower couplet himself, he merely had a temporary one prepared for when Gu Zhinan would fail to produce a response.
How could that be? Old Master Quan glared, how could it not be? Since childhood, I have taught you that there are greater heights beyond the heavens. Are you comfortable now? Get down. Quan Zhijuan cast a reluctant glance at Gu Zhinan, whose hand was firmly grasped by Du Guanyu. His pale lips moved, but no words escaped them. Since ancient times, it has been the victors who were celebrated. Du Guanyu's gaze towards Gu Zhinan was fervent indeed, a poet capable of crafting timeless masterpieces, now a king of couplets, dominating the stage with 3 pairs. What do you mean, old man? Your grip on my hand is painful. Gu Zhinan looked at Du Guanyu with a hint of unease, sensing an odd intensity in his scholarly demeanor. Join our poetry association, we cannot allow your literary talent to languish. Du Guanyu extended a direct invitation, asking whether he would accept or decline. Chairman Du, this is rather unfair. Gu Zhinan is an author on our Chinese website, he can develop his literary career there just as well. Cheng Mengshi could no longer remain silent. What was happening? An invitation was issued just like that? Nonsense. What you write barely scratches the surface. If he joins our poetry association, he is destined for greatness. How is it merely scratching the surface? Is your poetry association the pinnacle? The mature and assertive woman directly challenged Old Master Du, and without a microphone to relay their discussion, the onlookers remained oblivious, mistakenly believing they were merely debating Gu Zhinan's couplets, unaware that they were vying for him. Gu Zhinan found himself awkwardly caught in the middle. He certainly had no intention of joining the poetry association, fully aware of his own limitations in literary prowess. Well, Chairman Du, I don't presently have any intention of joining the poetry association, but should I have any thoughts in the future, I will certainly reach out to you. Gu Zhinan could only offer this explanation, hoping Du Guanyu would comprehend his intent. Upon hearing Gu Zhinan's words, Du Guanyu understood he was being gently declined but still held onto a glimmer of hope. Very well, you can contact me anytime, we can exchange ideas about poetry. All right. The group then quietly returned to their seats. Before departing, Old Master Quan approached Gu Zhinan, who looked somewhat puzzled as he heard him say, young man, your future is boundless. Gu Zhinan failed to grasp the meaning, realizing that the benefactor seemed to be his grandson, yet he had stolen the limelight without a care. Such magnanimity was indeed worth emulating, truly a man of letters. After everyone returned to their positions, Gu Zhinan made his way down as the host announced the results. Gu Zhinan successfully challenged Quan Zhijuan, and the prize of 55,000 would soon be awarded alongside his previous prize of 50,000. Not to mention the additional 50,000 from the Poetry Association. A windfall indeed. Following this event, the couplet competition continued for approximately another hour, with participants from both the Chinese website and the Poetry Association taking their turns, while later entrants seized opportunities to claim prizes. Some were elated, while others were disheartened. As Gu Zhinan descended, Guang Qingshuang engaged him in light banter, but upon noticing Gu Zhinan seemingly engrossed in the couplet competition, she became increasingly convinced of his exceptional talent, such a young age, yet so remarkable. However, Gu Zhinan merely wished to avoid further conversation with Guang Qingshuang. Seeing that his tactic had worked, he immediately shrank back, seeking a more comfortable position. Just as Gu Zhinan was on the verge of dozing off, the couplet event concluded, leading to the main focus of the Poetry Association, which was the poetry appreciation session. The host returned with a script, announcing that the top 10 poems would be recited in their entirety, followed by the revelation of the authors' true names, prompting them to take the stage, where seats and tables awaited for the upcoming poetry appreciation. The host continuously read through each work, announcing the authors' names, and those called upon walked to the stage with beaming smiles, met with a round of applause from the audience. The 5th place in the poetry voting is Yangzhou Ci. The author is Mr. Min Ji from the Chinese website. The 4th place in the poetry voting is Chen Xiao. The author is Miss Du Xiaoyan from the Poetry Association. The 3rd place in the poetry voting is Mo Xiangsang. The author is Mr. Quan Zhijuan from the Poetry Association. The 2nd place in the poetry voting is Xu Xia. The author is Mr. Du Guanyu from the Poetry Association. The host had previously been unaware that one of the chairpersons of the Poetry Association was participating. How extraordinary must the individual be to surpass the association's chairman and claim the top honor? She continued reading from her script. The next individual is the poetry champion of this session. The author of Guodongting is Gu Zhinan, from the Chinese website. Applause erupted throughout the venue as the host concluded her reading. Gu Zhinan had already captivated their hearts with his impressive couplets. A handsome and talented individual, he was far more popular than many of the beautiful attendees in this literary gathering. Under the envious gaze of Guang Qingshuang, Gu Zhinan ascended the stage once more. Upon arriving at the table, he noticed the excited waves from Old Master Du, beckoning him to take a seat. Alas, whether it be a blessing or a curse, he could not escape. Xiaoyan, come over here. Just as Du Xiaoyan settled in, she heard her grandfather calling her, prompting her to approach. Upon seeing Gu Zhinan, she appeared somewhat hesitant to meet his gaze. She had just loudly praised him moments ago. Grandfather, what do you need? You and Xiao Gu should exchange contact information. You young folks have much to discuss regarding poetry. With that, he turned to Gu Zhinan with a smile. I hope you don't mind my calling you by name. If you prefer, I could call you little brother, and you could call me old brother? You must be joking. Gu Zhinan's temper flared instantly. The old man had remained silent until now, but upon speaking, he had rendered both Gu Zhinan and Du Xiaoyan speechless. If that were to happen, would he not have to call Gu Zhinan Grandpa Gu? Ugh, Du Xiaoyan would never do that. He was merely a few years older than her. Gu Zhinan hastily pulled out his phone and opened the WeChat QR code, saying, Grandpa Du, please don't tease me. I am happy to add you. Teasing, a scholar should not be constrained by such trivialities. I speak sincerely. Du Guanyu stroked his beard. So you really are trying to mess with me. After exchanging WeChat information with Du Xiaoyan, she shot Gu Zhinan a glare, leaving him somewhat bewildered. What was the matter with Du Guanyu's granddaughter? Why was she glaring at Grandpa Gu? No, wait, almost lost track of my thoughts. Gu Zhinan now felt a tinge of apprehension towards this old gentleman. It was no wonder he had been watching him so intently from the start. He had known all along that Gu Zhinan was the author of Guodongting and had ulterior motives. He intended to keep him in the Poetry Association, and when the time came, he would create chaos, leaving the old man disappointed. Perfect. Chapter 24. The artistic conception of poetry. Upon adding his granddaughter to Gu Zinan's WeChat, the esteemed elder Du Guanyu ceased his incessant attempts to engage Gu Zinan in conversation. He diligently arranged his manuscript on the table, evidently preparing for the appreciation of his poem Early Summer. Gu Zhinan, glancing at his solitary A4 sheet, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was it truly necessary to elaborate so extensively for a reading comprehension exercise? Unbeknownst to him, nearly everyone else had prepared two interpretations of the poem's artistic conception, whether for selection or analysis, each offering distinct insights. Before long, the host announced the commencement of the readings, beginning with the 10th-ranked poem. Applause erupted as the poet, clutching his manuscript, stepped to the center of the stage to reintroduce himself and share the journey that led to the creation of his poem. The account of his creative process alone lasted several minutes, leaving Gu Zhinan feeling apprehensive about his own turn. How could he possibly articulate the essence of his poetry? After all, he merely transcribed it. How could he be privy to the inner workings of the illustrious Tangong's mind? Even his own appreciation had been a laborious endeavor, dredging up memories from a past life to grasp the reading comprehension he had once encountered. The narrative stretched from his creative journey to the decision to participate in the poetry competition, with this particular poet speaking incessantly for a full half-hour to convey his poetic appreciation. Gu Zhinan speculated that the young scribes taking notes below must be cursing under their breath, yet he could not underestimate their professional integrity. With the first poet setting a precedent, those who followed became increasingly familiar with the format, with the 9th to 6th place participants essentially mirroring the approach of the 10th-ranked poet. They began with their own reflections, followed by their motivations for entering the competition, and then delved into their emotional connection to their poetry, accompanied by their interpretations as authors. Gu Zhinan found the experience quite overwhelming. His purpose for attending the poetry competition was as clear as day, purely for the prize money. What if he were to declare, "I have no ulterior motive for participating in this poetry competition. I simply could not refuse the allure of a 50,000 yuan prize." Surely the audience would applaud him for his candor. The waiting period dragged on interminably, and Gu Zhinan lost track of time, marveling at the endurance of his fellow participants. Hours had passed, mealtime had long since arrived, and yet no one suggested breaking for dinner. They pressed on until the top 5 were revealed. The 5th-place poet, Ninji, elicited Gu Zinan's admiration for his noble reason for participating. To bring glory to the Chinese online literary community, akin to serving one's country, for the honor of the Chinese literary community, it is our duty to strive forth. Gu Zhinan observed the authors from the community below, their eyes gleaming with pride, particularly among the few female writers who sparkled with enthusiasm. He felt a pang of envy, wishing he had thought to express such sentiments. Then there was Du Xiaoyan, with whom he had just exchanged WeChat information. She took the stage with just 2 sheets of paper, getting straight to the point. Her motive for competing was to claim victory, and her purpose in writing was the same. Her interpretation was refreshingly bold. The poem titled Spring Dawn naturally celebrated the arrival of spring. Each line evoked the essence of the season, allowing her to succinctly convey her interpretation in a mere 10 minutes. Gu Zhinan felt a surge of admiration. Indeed, she belonged to the Yiwen school of thought, delivering a powerful, direct impact. As for Quan Zhizhuan, he appeared still lost in the disappointment of failing to compose couplets, maintaining a stony demeanor throughout, rendering the proceedings rather dull. Gu Zhinan felt he was cut from the same cloth, both inexperienced and overly playful. When it was Du Guanyu's turn, he specifically requested Gu Zinan's assistance in listening to his poetic appreciation, hoping to exchange insights afterward. Initially slumped over the table, Gu Zhinan perked up at the request. This old man certainly knew how to stir the pot. How could he detect my feigned interest? Surely, my slight fatigue from a cold is understandable. Du Guanyu's poem Early Summer was a testament to the poetic lineage shared between grandfather and granddaughter, the latter having presented Spring Dawn. With the elder calling upon him, Gu Zhinan felt compelled to remain alert, intently listening to Du Guanyu's recitation. It must be said, as the vice president of the Poetry Association, his eloquence and evocative delivery transported Gu Zhinan through every picturesque nuance of summer. Yet, was it not summer already? Early Summer was replete with praises for the season's abundance, the verses imbued with a refreshing style. Gu Zhinan sensed there was more beneath the surface, as he detected echoes of another world, one in which a renowned poet had crafted a poem of the same name. Du Guanyu's speech was the longest, spanning over 40 minutes, yet the audience appeared insatiable, yearning for more. Gu Zhinan could only marvel at the allure of literary minds. Indeed, books possess a beauty that captivates, rendering even the most mundane of meals a feast for the intellect. As Du Guanyu returned to his seat, the first question he posed to Gu Zhinan was regarding his thoughts on the elder's poetry and interpretation. Grandfather Du's Early Summer exhibits a fresh style, vividly capturing the essence of nature. From it, I too sensed the profound longing for peace and harmony that you wish to convey. Gu Zhinan resorted to a vague recollection of the previous Early Summer to respond, adding, my understanding is rather limited. If I have misinterpreted your intent, Grandfather Du, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. However, Du Guanyu's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. This was a subtle hint he had woven into his poetry, unspoken yet evident to Gu Zhinan alone. Such a talent, how unfortunate it would be if he did not join the Poetry Association. A scheme to entice him into membership must be devised. As Gu Zhinan stood at the center of the stage, the spotlight illuminating him, he felt acutely aware of the audience's gaze. Was it the multitude before him or merely the singular A4 sheet in his hands that rendered him so apprehensive? Yet, those seated below, including Du Guanyu, regarded him as someone capable of crafting the exquisite lines of passing Dongting, anticipating an extraordinary analysis. Ahem. Gu Zhinan cleared his throat, seeking to ease his nerves. In truth, my poem lacks a profound interpretation, so if you disagree with my assessment, feel free to disregard it. Laughter erupted at his words, accompanied by a chorus of applause, as the audience found his candor delightful. An author, unable to comprehend his own poetry as well as his audience, well, if they did not believe him, that was their prerogative, Gu Zhinan mused, as he began to speak. My emotional state while writing was rather simple, serendipitous. He mentally added, because I merely transcribed it. As you all know, Passing Dongting is a travel poem, comprising 4 lines that are indispensable. The first 2 lines express wonder, while the latter 2 depict a state of half-dreaming, half-awake. Gu Zhinan paused, deciding against elaboration. The poem is imbued with romanticism, characterized by a light touch that blends imagery and dreamlike quality. The ethereal, fantastical nature of the poem, coupled with the rich romantic hues permeating its lines, is what I find most satisfying, for I am inherently a romantic person, that is all. Ah. Du Guanyu voiced his confusion, and not just he. Even the audience sat in stunned silence. Had it truly ended so abruptly, just like that, they were engrossed, and he had concluded so suddenly. Du Guanyu even contemplated rushing to snatch Gu Zhinan's manuscript to discern what had been penned. This cannot be. We have yet to comprehend. Voices rose from the audience, and Gu Zhinan felt a flush of embarrassment. He believed he had spoken at length. I mentioned that interpretations of poetry vary, one must explore for themselves. What should we do then? Perhaps you could take questions. Gu Zhinan reluctantly conceded, and Du Guanyu promptly approached, microphone in hand, smiling at Gu Zhinan. You may have dismissed the significance of your serendipity, but I am certain they yearn to know how you, as the author, interpret the lines drunken, unaware of the heavens and the water, a boat full of sweet dreams weighing down the starry river, correct? Yes, yes. Indeed, I adore those lines. I seek to understand the author's interpretation. Gu Zhinan recognized the old gentleman's cunning. He had deftly manipulated the audience's curiosity. However, Gu Zhinan did possess a grasp of these lines, and with a smile, he began to articulate his thoughts. As I previously mentioned, a poem cannot solely focus on the latter parts. The concluding lines serve merely as a highlight, hence my claim of serendipity. He continued, the dreamscape intertwines seamlessly with reality, the boat in the sky is harmoniously connected to the heavens reflected in the water, lending an air of authenticity. Dreams lack corporeality, yet the notion of full of sweet dreams conveys a weightlessness, and the verb weighing down renders the illusion strikingly vivid. The pleasure derived from escaping the clamor of the world is subtly conveyed through the dreamlike quality, intertwining emotions and memories with an exquisite nuance. After articulating such a lengthy explanation, Gu Zhinan felt a tickle in his throat, prompting him to clear it before continuing. Thus, I believe the use of the word weighing was quite effective. What are your thoughts? Tang Gon, the esteemed poet, deserved commendation. Gu Zhinan internally lauded the original author to alleviate his guilt. A boat full of sweet dreams weighing down the starry river. Weighing. Du Guanyu, lost in contemplation of Gu Zhinan's elucidation, suddenly clapped his hands in realization. Evidently enlightened, he burst into hearty laughter, giving Gu Zhinan a thumbs up. The audience, comprised of literary minds steeped in knowledge, quickly grasped the depth of Gu Zhinan's explanation, erupting into a chorus of applause that rang on and on. Gu Zhinan, feeling somewhat guilty, nodded in acknowledgement, attributing the praise to Tang Gong's genius. Chapter 25 of the Sword and Fairy manuscript. As long as you are satisfied, that is all that matters. When will the bonus be distributed? Gu Zhinan returned the microphone to the host and made his way back to his seat at the exhibition booth. From this point onward, he had little else to attend to. The host approached him and mentioned that they would soon be able to leave the exhibition hall. The subsequent 2 hours were dedicated to the poetry meeting of the Poetry Association, which had no affiliation with their Chinese website. Their poems would also be published in the thematic section of the Poetry Association, and any resulting manuscript fees would be duly allocated to the authors. Gu Zhinan was delighted, especially upon hearing that if he reported his bank account number, a dedicated person would transfer the funds within 24 hours. He meticulously compared each digit, fearful of making a mistake, and only submitted the information after confirming it 3 times, satisfied that everything was in order. Before departing, Du Guanyu mentioned that once the poetry meeting concluded, he would treat Gu Zhinan to a meal. Initially, Gu Zhinan intended to return that very night, but glancing at the clock, he realized it was already 7 in the evening, and by the time the old gentleman finished the poetry meeting, it would be close to 9. Abandoning the idea of a late-night return, he reasoned that he could still stay at the hotel for free that night. At worst, he would forego using the air conditioning. Gu Zhinan followed the personnel from the Chinese website out of the exhibition hall, where Guang Qingchuang and others lavished him with compliments, and he could only manage a smile in response. Perhaps this is the nature of adult social interactions. During this time, Menji approached Gu Zhinan and exchanged a few words, to which Gu Zhinan naturally responded. It was not until Cheng Mingxi arrived with 2 slightly plump middle-aged men that the staff from the Chinese website called out greetings to the 3 chief editors, to which Gu Zhinan also responded. Shall we have a chat? Cheng Mingxi inquired. Sure, he replied. After all, she was his direct superior, and he could hardly refuse it. Besides, there was ample time before Du Guanyu's dinner invitation, which was still over an hour away. Upon leaving the Shihua building, the two found a CAF. To be honest, Gu Zhinan was not particularly fond of coffee. He always felt it was no different from a herbal remedy. He would much prefer to brew the herbal tea directly, as it was more effective in dispelling heat and detoxifying the body. Of course, he kept this opinion to himself. After taking a sip of her coffee, Chang Mengshi turned her gaze toward Gu Zhinan, who felt somewhat uneasy under her scrutinizing stare. What is it that you wish to discuss, Editor Chang? He thought to himself, please don't look at me like that. Your mature demeanor is quite disarming. Who would have guessed, you seem to be quite the enigma, she remarked. Ha? Gu Zhinan was confused by her words. What was it that he was hiding? Gu Zhinan, age 22, having graduated with a bachelor's degree in electronic information just a year ago. Your profile on the Chinese website doesn't mention that you are a romantic poet. Just a stroke of luck, he replied vaguely. Ha, Cheng Mengshi clearly did not believe him. Then how do you explain your couplets? Just luck, that Quan Ji is the grandson of the Poetry Association's president, and you've completely overshadowed him, are you aware? You must be joking. He approached him on his own accord. Gu Zhinan feigned ignorance, picking up the herbal tea from the table and sipping it slowly, his gaze distant. Cheng Mengshi was taken aback by his act of pretending to be oblivious. She found herself both amused and annoyed, adjusting her gold-framed glasses before speaking again. I will have you transferred to my team, and I will help you find topics to write about. With your literary talent, your current serialized work must be a practice piece, and it should be nearing completion. Changing teams is a significant matter. Can you really manage that? I certainly have my ways. It seemed she wielded considerable influence, Gu Zhinan mused, but he shook his head. I have no objection to changing teams, but I already have topics to write about, so I won't require your assistance in that regard. Chang Mengshi initially thought Gu Zhinan was refusing the team change, but instead, he was declining her offer for topics, which piqued her curiosity. What are your topics? Do you have any specific ideas? Let me see. 3 questions in rapid succession. Gu Zhinan had no intention of concealing anything. He retrieved his notebook from his backpack, opened it, and displayed the main outline and some detailed points of The Sword and Fairy to Cheng Mengshi. This is a story set in a Xianxia world, inspired by the myth of Nuwa. I believe it is quite splendid. Moreover, it will be a series. Cheng Mengshi did not respond immediately to Gu Zhinan's words. Writing novels is not solely about talent. The quality of your prose, the storyline, and the appeal of your characters are all pivotal factors determining the popularity of a novel. She pulled the notebook closer to her and began to read intently. The Sword and Fairy? Indeed. The title is quite appealing. And the plot is engaging. Gu Zhinan was brimming with confidence. He genuinely believed if Cheng Mengshi found the novel lacking, he could easily seek publication elsewhere. After all, if she deemed it poor, it merely indicated her inability to appreciate the Xianxia narrative. The world is vast, and surely there would be those who understand. Cheng Mengshi read slowly, as this was merely a main outline, making it easier to gauge the quality of a book. This tale recounts a time when humans, gods, and demons coexisted, a fantastical world of swift vengeance and carefree swordplay, where one could soar through the skies on their sword. As the saying goes, with a swing of the sword, one laughs amidst the storm. In comfort, one sits at ease. When thirsty, one drinks. When hungry, one dines. When drunk, one sings. It is also said, to be unaware of love's woes is to squander youth. Under the eaves, wine is bestowed to forge celestial bonds. The affections of a beauty can be hard to bear. Wielding a sword in the realm for her sake, the youthful heart carries a spirit of righteousness, traversing 1,000 miles in the swiftest of winds. This serves as the synopsis for The Sword and Fairy. Cheng Mengshi admitted to feeling a burgeoning interest. She continued reading further. It tells the story of a small fishing village named Yuhang, where a young man named Li Xiaoyao embarks on a journey to the immortal island to procure medicine for his aunt, thus stepping into the realm of Xianxia, facing numerous trials and tribulations, ultimately maturing into a responsible and principled hero. Volume 1 Encounters, Volume 2 Grudges, Volume 3 Parting, Volume 4 A Quest, Volume 5 A Farewell, Volume 6 The Final Chapter. As Cheng Mengshi read on, she grew increasingly astonished. The allure of the story exceeded her expectations, and she found herself completely engrossed, pulling the notebook closer once more. Gu Zhinan, meanwhile, remained unhurried, observing the bustling traffic outside, lost in thought. After a considerable time, Gu Zhinan's phone buzzed with a message. He pulled it out to find a text from Du Shayan on the 3rd floor of the restaurant next to Shihua building. My grandfather is waiting for you. Why the 3 exclamation marks? So, what do you think? Noticing that Cheng Mengshi was still absorbed in the manuscript, Gu Zhinan felt compelled to speak up, regretting internally that his detailed outline was too compelling. His memory was too vivid, there was no escaping it. Very, very good. Cheng Mengshi, roused from her reverie by Gu Zhinan's call, realized she had unwittingly become immersed in the emotions of each character. As the editor of the Chinese website, she had encountered all kinds of novels, but the events depicted in this Xianxia world were truly captivating. Who wouldn't want to ride the winds upon their sword, to traverse the world with a blade in hand? How did you conceive of this topic? And it's a series, does that mean you have more that you haven't shown me? Cheng Mengshi inquired, her excitement palpable of this novel, once completed, would undoubtedly achieve legendary status. The contemporary audience craved such a book to fulfill their yearning for the Xianxia realm. Works in the Xianxia genre were exceedingly rare, and the ones currently available on their Chinese website were all incomplete. It is a series, but for now, this is all I have.
The rest is in my mind. As for how I came up with it, just a stroke of luck, Gu Zhinan replied. Cheng Mengshi secretly clenched her fists. She felt an urge to punch Gu Zhinan for his casual remarks about poetic inspiration, his feigned ignorance regarding couplets, and now this nonchalant attitude toward writing.
Tomorrow, I will have you transferred to my team. This book is excellent, your topic is truly remarkable. Once you finish your current work, start writing this one, and I will recommend you. It is bound to be a resounding success. Cheng Mengshi declared, rising from her seat. She longed to finish reading the manuscript but knew Du Guanyu was already waiting. Let us go eat. I have a prior engagement. With President Duo. No matter then, it turns out it was a communal meal. Chapter 26 Provocation. When do you intend to publish? What? The Legend of the Sword in Fairy. Oh, I'll wait until the conclusion of the King's Avatar, then take a break. As they walked along the path, Cheng Mengshi inquired, to which Gu Zhinan pondered a moment before responding. She remained deeply immersed in the manuscript of The Legend of the Sword in Fairy. Although it was merely a rough outline, Gu Zhinan's detailed outline was remarkably comprehensive. It was her first encounter with such a novel, such a fantastical realm. In her childhood, she had often envisioned herself as a heroine, yet, with the passage of time, those dreams had transformed into the realities of life. She had a particular fondness for Lin Yuru within the narrative. It was as if Gu Zhinan had captured Lin Yuru's essence, a willful young lady of noble birth, whose heart fluttered during martial arts competitions, yearning to find a partner to traverse the rivers and lakes together. Upon her initial reading of the outline, Li Xiaoyao resembled a modern-day scoundrel, yet as she progressed towards the conclusion, she began to perceive him as a man of deep emotions and commitments. For a young man in his 20s, the ultimate resolution of his tale was indeed fraught with unresolved sentiments. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Mengshi turned to Gu Zhinan. Gu Zhinan. Uncertain of why the authoritative editor had called his name, Gu Zhinan replied, What is it? Why did you write such a tragic ending for Li Xiaoyao? Tragic? Can't you grant him and his Linger a happy ending? He could certainly have one, if only you made a slight adjustment. Even though it was merely a detailed outline, Cheng Mengshi could feel the trials and tribulations endured by the protagonist, Li Xiaoyao. For a young man of his age, the final conclusion was indeed a source of great discontent. Gu Zhinan had not contemplated this matter before, but now, upon Cheng Mengshi's prompting, he paused to reflect, while she awaited his response. This is a television adaptation of a game. I've transformed it into a novel, and now you ask me to alter the ending. Is that not putting me in a difficult position? Editor Chang, if Li Xiaoyao were not the Li Xiaoyao of this narrative, do you think he would lack certain qualities? Let us move quickly. We shouldn't keep others waiting. With that, Gu Zhinan resumed his pace towards the tavern. Cheng Mengshi was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to respond in such a manner, and she found herself lost in thought. It wasn't until they reached the tavern's entrance that she emerged from her reverie, casting a glance at Gu Zhinan that carried a hint of melancholy. He was not wrong, but driven by her feminine intuition and the perspective of a reader, she always felt that the protagonist should sail smoothly through life. However, applying this notion to Li Xiaoyao would render him a different character altogether. She recalled a line from the detailed outline where Li Xiaoyao declared, If I were to fall in love with a girl, I would love her for a lifetime. Upon arriving on the third floor and stepping out of the elevator, Gu Zhinan spotted a girl with a ponytail, her expression brimming with indignation. Du Xiaoyan stomped towards Gu Zhinan, puffing her cheeks. I waited for you for 20 minutes, Grandpa won't allow me to go in and eat, I'm going to starve. Sorry, I was stuck in traffic. Gu Zhinan responded hastily, while Cheng Mengshi found it somewhat amusing. They were merely a few hundred meters from the CAF. Where could there have been traffic? It was simply because she had become too engrossed in the manuscript. Cheng Mengshi felt a touch embarrassed and took Du Xiaoyan's hand. Don't be angry, little sister. Let's go in and eat now. Let's go, Sister Mengshi. Du Xiaoyan knew Cheng Mengshi because her grandfather was acquainted with Cheng Mengshi's father. Gu Zhinan scratched his nose and followed them inside. Wait. Don T, you live nearby, how could there be traffic? Du Xiaoyan suddenly turned back to question him. Just as Gu Zhinan was about to make an excuse, old Master Du approached, taking Gu Zhinan by the hand and leading him inside while chiding him for being late and needing to drink 3 cups as punishment. This left Du Xiaoyan in a state of confusion, pondering who was truly the grandson here. Grandpa Du, I caught a cold, so I can't drink. May I substitute tea for wine? Upon entering, Gu Zhinan noticed several authors from their Chinese online literature platform present, all esteemed writers, alongside the 2 middle-aged editors and Min Ji, who were seated together. Yet, old Master Du had pulled him to his side, insisting that Du Xiaoyan take a seat across at the round table, a spot that had originally been his own. Du Xiaoyan shot Gu Zhinan an exasperated glance, which made him feel somewhat awkward. This old gentleman was exceedingly enthusiastic. He had merely penned a poem. It wasn't that significant. The large round table, accommodating 20 people, felt remarkably spacious, and Gu Zhinan reveled in the luxury of it all. Old Du, is he the poet champion of the Poetry Society? An elderly gentleman in a traditional long robe inquired, appearing sprightly. Indeed. Allow me to introduce Gu Zhinan, an author on Chinese online literature and the poet champion of the Poetry Society. The poem Crossing Dongting is his work, but alas, he refuses to join my poetry association. Old Master Du lamented, casting a wistful glance at Gu Zhinan. Greetings, young friend Gu. I am one of the presidents of the Poetry Association, surnamed Li. The elderly smiled and stood, extending his hand. Oh my, Gu Zhinan quickly sprang to his feet, grasping both of Li's hands. Hello, President Li. Please regard me as a junior, just as you do with President Du. You're making me feel overwhelmed. Ha ha ha, how candid. President Li chuckled, raising his wine glass to address everyone. I regret missing the poetry meeting today. That is my fault. Here I say toast to all. Everyone rose to their feet. Gu Zhinan genuinely hesitated to drink, so he poured himself a cup of tea to raise in unison with the others. I have heard from Zhijuan that Brother Gu's poetry and couplets are truly remarkable. It is a great pity to have missed the gathering today, but I never expected to have the chance to make amends. Here's to you, Brother Gu. Just as Gu Zhinan intended to indulge in some food, a man seated 2 places away from President Li raised his glass towards Gu Zhinan. I suppose I shall refrain from drinking. I can only partake in tea, while you consume wine. That would not be appropriate. Gu Zhinan politely declined, while Zhijuan inwardly smirked, anticipating a delightful spectacle, as he was well aware of the man's temperament. Sure enough, Gu Zhinan's good intentions were met with disdain, as that individual retorted sarcastically, just a bit of talent, no need to be so arrogant, right? Is there something wrong with your mind? How dare Lu Yong speak so? Quiet and eat your food. Before Gu Zhinan could respond, President Li chastised him sharply. I am always straightforward, Brother Gu, please do not take offense. The man named Lu Yong continued to smile. Since Brother Gu does not wish to indulge, shall we instead drink and compose poetry? Sounds good. I have no objections and would like to witness Brother Gu's poetic talent further. Zhijuan was the first to agree, followed by several young members of the Poetry Association, though those from Chinese online literature frowned. Oh, I forgot this isn't our Poetry Association's banquet. The folks from Chinese online literature are not well versed in poetry. My apologies, I shall drink a cup as penance. Lu Yong appeared to make this remark deliberately, and after saying so, he genuinely drank a cup. Not only the members of Chinese online literature, but even old Master Du wore a stern expression. Lu Yong's talent was commendable, but his temperament was undeniably arrogant. Who are you calling unskilled in poetry? I didn't see you at the poetry gathering, did I? Does Chinese online literature not have your poetry? Gu Zhinan did not anticipate that the members from Chinese online literature would lose their composure first. One person stood up and confronted Lu Yong. Gu Zhinan halted his voracious eating and lifted his gaze. Good heavens, it was Guang Qingshuang, this troublemaker of an uncle. Would your favorite novel genre be one that directly involves showing off and slapping faces? Is there no sense of restraint whatsoever? Chapter 27 of The Wine is Served. Lu Yong internally scoffed, evidently taken aback that such a simple provocation could elicit a response. While he feigned drunkenness outwardly, his heart was filled with derision. Guang Qingshuang, witnessing Lu Yong's dismissive demeanor, found his anger escalating. In this poetry gathering, the champion was from their Chinese website, yet in the eyes of the Poetry Association, even a modicum of talent seemed to breed arrogance. Lu Shixian, since everyone from the Chinese website wishes to compose poetry, let us indulge them, shall we? At that moment, a member of the Poetry Association fanned the flames of conflict. Let us do it. Come on. Lu Yong, shut your mouth. Du Guanyu slammed his hand on the table, startling Gu Zhinan. Was this old man so fierce? Du Guanyu's sudden outburst shocked everyone present, as they had not anticipated such a display of anger from the usually affable elder. Lu Yong, taken aback, shrank his neck and reluctantly took a seat. Dream Creek, I apologize, how embarrassing. I shall visit your father to make amends another day. The Poetry Association had repeatedly troubled the Chinese website, which did not escape Cheng Mengxi's notice, leaving Du Guanyu feeling somewhat humiliated. Initially, they had doubted the possibility of anyone from the Chinese website placing in the top 10, yet here they were, not just one but even the champion. Cheng Mengxi leisurely continued to eat, then spoke. It's alright, since we are to compose poetry, let us begin. Mengxi Jia, Du Xian, seated beside Cheng Mengxi, tugged at her arm, but Cheng Mengxi remained unresponsive. She continued, how shall we compose? I'm asking you, are you deaf? Du Guanyu glared at Lu Yong. Let us use wine as our theme, no need for a complete poem, just 2 lines will suffice. Lu Yong felt a twinge of unease, his heart betraying a hint of guilt, for he had initially been incited by Quan Ji's words. He had intended to provoke Gu Zhinan into a poetic duel, yet the outcome had surpassed his expectations. The main subject was indulging in food while provoking his own president instead. However, since the situation had reached this point, he felt no fear. He would simply astonish the entire assembly. At most, the president would have a few words to say and would not trouble him further. I shall go first. A man beside Lu Yong stood with a smile, lifting a cup of wine, reciting his couplet, which was rather commonplace and failed to elicit any astonishment. Soon after, others began to rise, each offering their praises for wine, expressing admiration or a fondness for its richness, with each person's thoughts diverging. Du Guanyu refrained from participating, nor did Quan Ji's grandfather, while President Li ignored the proceedings altogether, and Cheng Mengxi observed coldly, occasionally glancing at the gluttonous Gu Zhinan. She mused, was he perhaps a starving ghost reincarnated, oblivious to the provocation, consumed by food? Eat, were you a pig? The elegant lady felt a swell of frustration. Before long, it was Quan Ji's turn alongside Lu Yong, and both stood to recite their verses, one praising wine, the other extolling its virtues. It must be said, both were talented poets. Despite Du Guanyu's discontent with Lu Yong's antics, he earnestly appreciated his poem and offered his insights. President Li and the head of the association also expressed some commendation, for regardless of circumstances, they were still members of their own association. They could not perpetually favor outsiders. Presidently, having read Gu Zhinan's couplets in Crossing Dongting, held him in high regard as the rightful champion, yet now, witnessing him engrossed in his meal, he shook his head. Talent was evident, but perhaps ill-suited for impromptu performance? Brother Gu, I have noticed you have been dining quietly since the start, now you are the only one left without a poem. As the champion, shouldn't you utter a word? Lu Yong remarked, observing Gu Zhinan still lost in his meal, prompting him to speak up. I believe Grandpa Du holds you in high regard and surely expects a few words from you. Quan Ji also chimed in, though everyone knew his intentions. Du Guanyu was indeed curious whether Gu Zhinan would compose, yet he also hesitated, for he genuinely admired the young man, humble and unassuming, talented yet modest. Du had a keen eye for character. Otherwise, he would not have allowed his granddaughter to exchange contact information with him. Xiaogu, no need to heed them, enough of the poetry, indulge yourself, and if you want tea drink, then leave. Du Guanyu scolded. Guanyu, you have gone too far. They are indeed members of our poetry association. President Li could no longer tolerate this, questioning whether the old man had lost his senses for always siding with outsiders. What do you know? Hey, I say, old man. President Li was about to engage in a debate with Du Guanyu when Gu Zhinan stood up, leisurely wiping his mouth before pouring himself a cup of wine. He truly did not wish to drink, but even the meek have their limits. Had these two truly mistaken him for a soft target? I mentioned I had a cold and cannot drink, yet you refuse to listen. I know you are dissatisfied, for I hold the title of champion and have bested you in couplets, am I right? The two addressed felt a hint of embarrassment, especially Quan Ji, whose face flushed, assuming it was due to overindulgence in drink. Well, since you wish to drink and compose poetry, I shall oblige. Gu Zhinan declared, then downed his drink in one go. This wine was truly horrid, his face immediately flushed, and pouring himself another cup, he turned to Du Guanyu. Grandpa Du, did you bring paper and pen? Ah, yes, yes. Du Guanyu always carried a notebook and pen, retrieving them from the pocket of his long robe to offer to Gu Zhinan. However, Gu Zhinan shook his head. Grandpa Du, please take notes, my poem is rather lengthy, and I fear they might not remember it. Oh. Perhaps Gu Zhinan was overly confident, for Du Guanyu did not contest but promptly opened his notebook, ready to take notes. Listen closely. Gu Zhinan downed his drink once more, and the atmosphere fell into a profound silence as all eyes turned to the man standing boldly after drinking. The title of the poem is The Wine is Served. Do you not see the waters of the yellow river come from the heavens, rushing to the sea never to return? Do you not see the bright mirror in the high hall lamenting white hair, morning like black silk, evening turned to snow? As the lines were uttered, the three leaders of the Poetry Association widened their eyes, and Du Guanyu forgot to even put pen to paper. Do you not see? The opening lines were nothing short of divine inspiration. In life, one must enjoy to the fullest. Do not let the golden goblet sit empty under the moon. I was born with talent that must be of use, even if I spend a fortune, it will return. Gu Zhinan continued, raising his cup of wine. The momentum had completely overwhelmed everyone present, reminiscent of the spirit of the immortal poet Li Bai. Du Guanyu's hand trembled slightly as he held his pen, while President Li hastily grabbed paper and pen to begin recording. Let us feast on sheep and slaughter cattle for joy. We must drink 300 cups. Master Tsin and Dan Xiu Shang, let us raise our cups, do not let them stop. Can you do it? If not, I will. The head of the association, seeing President Li in a daze, quickly took over the writing, unable to contain himself. This poem had completely shattered his perceptions. Gu Zhinan, undeterred, continued reciting, downing another cup of wine after every 2 lines, and ultimately lifted the wine bowl. 5-flower horse, a coat worth 1,000 gold pieces. Call a boy to exchange for fine wine, let us together dispel the sorrows of eternity. Upon finishing the last line, Gu Zhinan's face was flushed, and he felt somewhat dazed, yet he straightened his posture, coldly addressing Lu Yong. Are you satisfied? If so, I shall take my leave, for I must return home tomorrow, farewell. Without waiting for the crowd's reaction, he pulled back his chair, opened the door, and strode out. Cheng Mengshi quietly tucked away her phone. No one knew what she had been doing moments ago. Chapter 28, The Gift of Poetry. Gu Zhinan stepped out, his head spinning. Initially, he had thought that a drink would suffice to put on a show, yet as he recited the verses, he became increasingly inebriated, finishing an entire cup. Absurdly, both the poetry and the alcohol had taken their toll. Meanwhile, in the room, the group of onlookers could be heard dropping their jaws in disbelief. After a considerable pause, Du Guanyu slowly turned towards the 2 elderly gentlemen, trembling as he reached for his notebook, as if it contained some astounding treasure. Did you record everything? He asked, his voice quivering slightly, as if fearing the answer might bring ill tidings. Not a word missed. Excellent. Excellent. Du Guanyu exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears. Raise the wine. He had only ever grasped the boldness of his ancestors through ancient texts, yet he had just witnessed the same audacity in a young man barely in his 20s. The carefree bravado, the essence of a scholar, and above all, the essence of a true human being. Du Guanyu meticulously read through the entire poem in his notebook, and then, as if all strength had drained from him, he slumped into a chair. He turned to his 2 old friends with a wry smile. Could you 2 ever create something like this? He is just over 20, born in ancient times. With this raised the wine and coupled with crossing Dongting, he would be immortalized. President Li and President Quan exchanged silent glances, helplessly gazing at the notebook in Du Guanyu's hands, which recorded the grandeur of a poet's spirit. Get away from me, you two. You're annoying. President Li finally waved his hand, suddenly irritated by Lu Yong and Quan Zhijuan, who had previously seemed agreeable. Cheng Mingxi paid them no heed and rose from her seat, intent on finding the young man who had so effortlessly combined a drink with a verse. The spirited raised the wine ignited a surge of ambition in all present. Even Lu Yong and Quan Zhijuan could not help but acknowledge their own shortcomings. They had indeed shot themselves in the foot. Let us disperse. Du Guanyu cradled the notebook as if it were a precious artifact. President Li and President Quan attempted to take a look several times but were rebuffed. He raised a glass from the table and drank heartily, then glanced at the words in the notebook, bursting into laughter. Gu Zinan's head throbbed. Though he had enjoyed the drink, he was now feeling unwell. Stumbling along the path, he was suddenly supported by a delicate arm. Shaking his head to clear his vision, he found a beautiful woman, her expression one of disdain as she steadied herself. You were so bold while drinking, you had me stunned. How come you look so disheveled now? Gu Zinan merely felt dizzy. It was merely a remnant of his cold. His tolerance for alcohol was quite decent, yet he had consumed it too hastily. He hastily pushed Cheng Mingxi away and said, I'm fine, just drank too quickly and am feeling a bit off. Cheng Mingxi regarded Gu Zinan, whose complexion was flushed, as though the audacious poet from moments ago was a different person. She replied coolly, I'll see you back to your room. All right. The two walked side by side, and Cheng Mingxi could still detect a faint scent of white wine lingering on Gu Zinan. Do you think I looked handsome just now? Did I impress them? Did I bring honor to the Chinese Literature Institute? Gu Zinan asked, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Handsome, after you left, President Du was in tears, utterly astonished by your poetry. So impressive? Incredible. Is there any sort of reward? After all, I did bring honor to the Chinese Literature Institute. Cheng Mingxi found herself bewildered by Gu Zinan's antics. None. How stingy. Gu Zinan touched his flushed cheeks, having already reached the hotel lobby. He turned to the elegant lady and said, I'm here, I'm going to sleep now, I'll head home tomorrow at noon, and I'll contact you then. Without waiting for Cheng Mingxi to respond, he turned and hurried into the hotel, urgency driving him. He really needed to relieve himself. Cheng Mingxi stood there, mouth slightly agape, wanting to say something, but Gu Zinan's figure had already vanished. She couldn't help but feel a tinge of helplessness. Today's young men truly lacked romantic sensibility. Upon returning to his room, Gu Zinan spent over 10 minutes in the bathroom before collapsing onto his bed, drifting into a muddled sleep. Meanwhile, back at the Poetry Association, Du Guanyu and the others solemnly transcribed the verses of Raise the Wine onto a sheet of rice paper, 3 of them savoring each line. The more Du Guanyu read, the more the spirit of ambition swelled within him. In the dead of night, he even fetched some white wine, sharing small cups with the others. After a while, Du Guanyu spoke up. I intend to incorporate this poem into the curriculum, alongside Crossing Dongting. This is a work deserving of immortality. We may not be able to create such masterpieces, but now, someone has. I have truly failed to recognize talent. Who could have imagined such spirit in a young man? Reflecting on my own life, I feel as if I've wasted it. President Li, the more he read, the more he regretted having overlooked Gu Zinan's poetic prowess. Such talent, and yet, he had intentionally disregarded it. Tomorrow, I shall seek out Zinan to apologize to. I must ensure he joins the Poetry Association. I will also assist in getting his poem into the curriculum. President Quan murmured the lines of the poem. Do you not see, the waters of the Yellow River come from the heavens? Just imagining himself amidst the poetry sent shivers down his spine. What unparalleled grandeur. Oomph, I've always been adept at discerning talent. Du Guanyu scoffed, then pointed an accusing finger at President Quan. You know full well that teaching your students requires humility. Why can't you practice what you preach? And you, old Li, your student Lu Yong has been spoiled by you, showing no respect for his elders. He possesses little skill yet carries himself with such pride. Now he has met someone truly formidable. After finishing, Du Guanyu raised his cup and drank deeply, his flushed face exclaiming, Do you not see, the bright mirror in the high hall grieves for white hair, morning like black silk, evening turned to snow. It is extraordinary. Both elders felt a burning shame. President Li even contemplated sending Lu Yong back to school immediately, finding him utterly vexing. What shall we do now? Should we go and apologize? The two elders gazed at Du Guanyu, unsure of what to do. Glancing at the content on the rice paper, Du Guanyu replied, Zinan is not the type to hold grudges. Anyone capable of writing such poetry cannot be petty, right? Du Guanyu pointed at the rice paper, his flushed face beaming. In him, I see the spirit of our ancient poet ancestors, that kind of audacity. Ultimately, the 3 elders decided that Du Guanyu would make a call to explain the situation, apologize, and restore goodwill while also informing Gu Zinan that they would assist in getting his poetry included in the national curriculum, allowing students across the nation to experience what should indeed be immortal verses. Meanwhile, Gu Zinan, the catalyst for all this, had sunk into a dream, where the great Tangong hurled the starry sky at him. The immortal poet Li Bai brandished a 3-foot-long sword, reciting, 10 steps to kill a man, 1,000 miles without leaving a trace, as he advanced toward Gu Zinan. Gu Zinan could only run, shouting wildly, I'm not trying to show off, I'm here to help you promote poetry culture in another world, stop. With a loud cry, Gu Zinan leapt from his bed, drenched in sweat, realizing he had been covered by a thick quilt without noticing. At the hotel entrance, Gu Zhinan, who had just lied about not having the room key, wore a flushed expression. After knocking several times with no response, she assumed Gu Zhinan had passed out from drinking and went downstairs to retrieve the key under the pretense of being his girlfriend. I'm just checking on him, after all, he has quite the poet. Caring about him is perfectly normal. Gu Zhinan thought to herself, feeling reassured. Chapter 29 is Saliva, the fleeting pleasure of pretense. When Gu Zhinan awoke, he was beset by a splitting headache. To his surprise, the reason behind the profuse sweating of the previous night was that his cold had nearly dissipated. Upon checking his phone, he discovered a plethora of unread messages on WeChat, yet the time revealed it was only 7 in the morning. Rather than delving into the messages, Gu Zhinan decided to cleanse himself of the lingering scent of alcohol, believing it might alleviate his discomfort. After refreshing himself, the throbbing in his head subsided somewhat, and he silently vowed to refrain from excessive drinking in the future. After all, he mused, Sprite, being a colorless liquid, was not such a poor alternative, offering merely a tad more effervescence. Upon opening WeChat, he was taken aback to find that half of the messages were from Gu Zhinan, inquiring if he had gotten drunk and where he was after he had left the previous evening, along with apologies on behalf of the venerable Du Guanyu. The other messages were from half an hour ago, asking if he was awake and stating that Du Guanyu wished to see him. Additionally, Chang Mingxi had messaged him, urging him to rest well and hinting at a surprise she had in store for him when he published his book. A surprise? What could it be? Just then, his phone rang, and as he glanced at the screen, he noted an unfamiliar number. Hello? Is this Zhinan? The voice was unmistakable. Old man Du Guanyu. Yes, it's me. What can I do for you, Grandpa Du? I obtained your number from Munshi, but she neglected to remind me to save it. I'm downstairs at your hotel. Could we meet? Meeting so early in the morning? Surely, this old gentleman wasn't intent on enrolling him in the poetry society, was he? Gu Zhinan had no inclination towards that whatsoever. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, please hold on, and hurriedly packed his belongings before heading downstairs. In the hotel's lobby, Gu Zhinan felt a twinge of confusion as he spotted not only Du Guanyu but also President Li and President Quan, all sporting dark circles under their eyes as if they had not slept a wink. Grandpa Du, I truly have no intention of joining the poetry society. I am merely an unremarkable novelist, devoid of the talent you presume I possess. He boldly confessed upon their meeting, emphasizing his lack of exceptional skill. Still upset, are we? Du Guanyu interpreted this as Gu Zhinan harboring lingering resentment. Indeed, we're here expressly to apologize to you. Both President Li and President Quan chimed in, their expressions warm. Last night, we misjudged the situation. We sincerely apologize. Gu Zhinan was momentarily taken aback. These two were prominent figures in the poetry society, extending apologies to him? Oh, I'm not upset at all, he reassured them, for while he had felt some irritation the night before, it was directed solely at Liu Yong and his companions. Once the incident had passed, he was left with nothing but the thrill of pretense. Not upset? Not at all. Du Guanyu scrutinized Gu Zhinan's face, recognizing its sincerity, and then burst into hearty laughter. See, I told you. This young man is not only humble but possesses a wonderful character. Thank goodness, Zhinan, you need not belittle your talent. We are aware that you harbor some reservations about the Poetry Society, hence we have no intention of coercing you into joining. President Li added with a smile, followed by President Quan echoing the sentiment. Your poetic gifts must not go to waste. The three of us have resolved to submit your 2 poems to the Ministry of Education, with the intention of including them in the curriculum. Ah. Inclusion in the curriculum, this was utterly unexpected. Indeed, these 2 poems are rare gems. It would be a pity for only a few to know of their existence, consequently, we will propose them, and you will receive a monetary reward as well. If the 3 esteemed presidents find them worthy, I naturally have no objections. It is a profound honor to contribute to the nation's education. Gu Zhinan replied with newfound seriousness, his demeanor radiating righteousness. Wonderful, wonderful. Du Guanyu exclaimed thrice, his eyes brimming with admiration. He felt a desire to take Gu Zhinan under his wing, yet he deemed himself unworthy, for Gu Zhinan's poetic prowess far surpassed his own. After a cordial exchange, Gu Zhinan realized he needed to rush to catch his flight, lest he miss it. The 3 presidents of the Poetry Society offered him a series of reminders to deepen his study of poetry, asserting that the future of poetry belonged to the youth. Du Guanyu even encouraged him to maintain contact with Du Zhinan, suggesting that as young individuals, they could share common interests and discuss new poetry together. This elicited eye rolls from the 2 elderly gentlemen, as Du Zhinan had just recently turned 18, and regrettably, neither of them had granddaughters to engage in poetic discourse. On his way to the airport, Gu Zhinan received a call from Chang Mingxi, informing him that she was already at the Chinese Literature Network, conducting an investigation into his profile. From that day forward, he would merely need to follow her directives. Gu Zhinan expressed no objections. As evening descended upon Linghai City, the summer sun cast an extraordinary glow. Gu Zhinan opened the door to his long-abandoned apartment, greeted by a warm embrace of sunlight that spilled into the foyer and illuminated Xia Engi, who lay asleep atop the coffee table. In a moment of enchantment, Gu Zhinan found himself momentarily entranced by her beauty. Yet if only she were not drooling. Suddenly, Xia Engi's eyelashes fluttered as the unexpected brightness roused her from slumber. Blurrily opening her eyes, she beheld a tall figure silhouetted against the sunset, obscuring his face from her view. She lifted her head, a glimmer of moisture glistening at her eyes.
Saliva clung to the manuscript paper, connecting her lips to the page, creating an undeniably awkward scene. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Neither Gu Zhinan nor Xia Angi moved, but a rosy hue surged from her neck to her cheeks, transforming her into a vibrant red apple. Startled, she sprang to her feet, avoiding eye contact with Gu Zhinan as she dashed back to her room. The sound of the door slamming behind her resonated louder than any Gu Zhinan had ever heard. Gu Zhinan, however, remained absorbed in the realization that even the most beautiful of women could drool while asleep. Contemplating this, he closed the door behind him and retreated to his own room. Xia Angi buried herself in her blankets, her face concealed within the fabric, rendering her expression a mystery. Days had passed since Qi Sheng had agreed to assist her with her music, yet he had not reached out. Alone in the apartment, she had continued her creative endeavors. The evening breeze was pleasantly soothing as she sat on the living room floor, inadvertently succumbing to drowsiness. What had begun as a brief rest had unexpectedly led to sleep. It was no concern that she had dozed off, but drooling in front of Gu Zhinan was an entirely different matter. How mortifying! Even the usually aloof Xia Angi found herself tightly clutching her blanket, her head buried deep within it, attempting to escape her embarrassment, resembling a frightened ostrich. As for Gu Zhinan, having witnessed the spectacle, he returned to his room, momentarily recalling the stunning sight of her as he had opened the door, but soon dismissed it. He powered on his computer, continuing to refine the manuscript for Xianjian, while also making strides on Qin Shi Mingyu. Life resumed its familiar rhythm, as if nothing had changed since before his business trip. Chapter 30. Be My Boyfriend. Gu Zhinan was deep in contemplation regarding the conclusion of Qin Shi Mingyu when his phone chimed. Upon glancing at the screen, a broad smile spread across his face, for the prize money from the poetry competition, 50,000, and the reward for the couplets, 150,000, had all been deposited. At last, he had become one of those fortunate individuals with substantial savings. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted his revelry. Aside from himself, the only other person in the house was his landlord. What could she possibly want? With a hint of confusion, Gu Zhinan opened the door, only to find none other than Xia Angi standing before him. She looked up at him, her gaze unwavering. He was quite tall, at 165 centimeters. She stood at least 18 centimeters shorter than him, as he was 183 centimeters tall. Could you possibly pretend to be my boyfriend? Just as Gu Zhinan was about to inquire about her purpose, Xia Angi spoke up, leaving him momentarily flabbergasted. Pardon, he uttered, utterly perplexed. With unwavering resolve, Xia Angi repeated her request, her sparkling eyes fixated on him. Could you pretend to be my boyfriend? This sudden turn of events rendered him speechless. Absolutely not, he declared decisively, shaking his head. After all, Xia Angi was a rising idol, a star. He had no intention of embroiling himself in such a predicament. With that, he attempted to shut the door. To his surprise, Xia Angi was quick to grasp the fabric of his shirt, only to stumble awkwardly against the doorframe. With a startled cry, she toppled forward, and before he could react, he instinctively caught her. It appeared as though Xia Angi had leaped into his arms, her slender waist fitting perfectly within his grasp. How delightful! Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and she hastily pushed away from him, standing awkwardly in the room. Hey, that is not fair. You were the one who fell into me. I was merely in a defensive position. Gu Zhinan raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, assuring her he had not acted inappropriately. Be my boyfriend. Xia Angi insisted, her cheeks still aglow, realizing she had indeed put herself at a disadvantage. Absolutely not. Gu Zhinan reiterated firmly. It's just for show, and only for tomorrow. I beg you, she implored, her tone laced with desperation, and her enchanting eyes glistening with unshed tears, making her appear rather pitiful. Gu Zhinan felt a twinge of discomfort. He dared not meet her gaze. You are a celebrity. If word gets out, it would be a hassle. Xia Angi pouted defiantly and, in a fit of stubbornness, perched herself on the edge of his bed, declaring, if you refuse, I won tea leave. Do you not realize how easily you could lead someone to misinterpret this situation? Gu Zhinan chuckled, amused by her audacity. Are you not concerned I might take advantage of this opportunity? You wouldn't dare, she retorted, though her eyes betrayed a hint of panic as she shifted slightly away from him. Ah. You are the one in my room, and it was you who initiated that earlier encounter. Gu Zhinan could not help but feel defeated by Xia Angi's persistence. He sank into the chair at his desk, resigned. Just give me one good reason. Xia Angi's eyes sparkled with hope. Are you agreeing? Only if you provide a reason. I'm going back to the place where I grew up, and they expect me to bring a boyfriend with me, she explained, casting a glance at him, awaiting his response. So, it's merely a fate for meeting the parents. Gu Zhinan found himself at a loss for words. Even if I agree, you cannot keep bringing me along in the future. Your family will surely suspect something. Deceit is never commendable, and it's quite undignified. A benevolent lie, if you agree, it becomes dignified, Xia Angi countered swiftly. Next time, I will clarify everything with them. Just this once. With a sigh, Gu Zhinan conceded, you could find someone else. Xia Angi pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, I don't know any other boys, and I genuinely believe you are a good person. So, being a good person means being duped into pretending to be your boyfriend? Her words were quite perplexing. Should I interpret this as being naive? It's more like the good is taken advantage of, Xia Angi corrected him. Ha! Their banter continued, marking the most extensive and absurd dialogue they had shared thus far, initiated by her request for him to masquerade as her boyfriend. Once again, silence enveloped the room, as Gu Zhinan contemplated while Xia Ange anxiously observed him. She was aware that her request was somewhat unreasonable, bordering on the absurd. No rational person would acquiesce. Yet, he was the only one she could approach. Just 2 days prior, the orphanage director had called, expressing how much they missed her, and the children were eager to see her. They had even noted that Ange said she would bring a boyfriend next time. When will that be? Moreover, tomorrow marked the anniversary of her mother's passing, and she longed to visit. Tomorrow it is, then, Gu Zhinan sighed, succumbing to her plea. I am far too soft-hearted. Yay! Xia Ange's eyes sparkled once more, but Gu Zhinan's next words caught her off guard. I haven't eaten yet. As my girlfriend, you wouldn't refuse to prepare a bowl of noodles for your boyfriend, would you? He jested. But tomorrow is when it starts, she silently protested, yet realizing he had agreed to accompany her in this charade, she thought it was only fair to prepare a meal. All right. With her head lowered, she exited the room and headed straight for the kitchen. Gu Zhinan chose not to linger in his room, instead taking a seat at the dining table to await her return. He watched as she diligently prepared the meal, and he found himself entranced by her focused demeanor. Once again, she crafted a bowl of stir-fried noodles with vegetables, eggs, and strips of meat, but this time, to his delight, there were 2 eggs. What a stroke of fortune! Since Xia Ange had not eaten, she had prepared a meal for both of them, adding the extra egg as a gesture of gratitude towards Gu Zhinan. They sat across from each other at the table, the atmosphere considerably less tense than before, perhaps due to the earlier incident or the anticipation of their day as a couple tomorrow. Thank you for the meal. Gu Zhinan expressed his satisfaction. Ever since he had tasted the noodles she made previously, he had been craving them. He had attempted to replicate the dish himself, but it had never quite matched her flavor. One could argue that if Xia Ange were not a singer, she would make an exceptional noodle shop owner, and he would undoubtedly be a frequent patron, perhaps even dining there 3 times a day. Make sure to rest early tonight, Xia Ange advised softly as he began to clear his dishes, concerned he might oversleep and miss their arrangement for the following day. Fear not. Once I make a promise, I shall not go back on it. Gu Zhinan assumed she was worried he might change his mind and not accompany her to pretend to be her boyfriend, especially after her generous offering of noodles with 2 eggs. What a loss for her. As Gu Zhinan retreated to his room, Xia Ange remained seated, her uneaten noodles forgotten. She absent-mindedly stirred her bowl with her chopsticks, reflecting on her earlier actions, her ears flushing a deep shade of crimson. She had taken over his bed like a scoundrel, and in that moment, she had also been rather obstinate. If Gu Zhinan had been a rogue, she would have been in serious trouble. Yet, for reasons she could not fathom, she felt that Gu Zhinan would not harbor any ill intentions towards her. Perhaps it was the impression he had made upon their first encounter, or he had been unexpectedly forthright. Truly, he was quite the brute. Chapter 31 of The Husband, A Night of Silence. As dawn broke the following day, the door to Gu Zhinan's room was rapped upon as expected. With bleary eyes, Gu Zhinan struggled to rise, glancing at his phone to discover it was barely past 7. No way, sister, this is far too early. Reluctantly donning his clothes, he opened the door to find Xia Ange standing outside, having waited for him for over 10 minutes. Today, she was unusually attired in a white shirt dress, her ponytail transformed into flowing long hair, and she had applied a light touch of makeup, making her appear ethereal. Gu Zhinan was momentarily mesmerized. Truly, she looked quite lovely. Alas, he lacked the sophistication to articulate it. Upon seeing Gu Zhinan emerge, Xia Ange stepped aside. Half an hour later, he inquired, how do we get there? Gu Zhinan felt perplexed. He had no vehicle, and surprisingly, the starlet Xia Ange also lacked one. Perhaps she was contemplating purchasing a car now that she had some savings, especially with the forthcoming release of Xianjian, which would surely yield a handsome fee. Here, Xia Ange led him to a black car parked nearby, which she had rented 2 days prior, along with the gifts she had prepared. Is this your car? Gu Zhinan asked, bewildered, as he had never seen her drive. It's rented. Rented? The corners of Gu Zhinan's mouth twitched in disbelief as he gazed at the girl before him. You're not waiting for me to return and spring a trap, are you? Xia Ange remained silent, sliding into the car, and Gu Zhinan took her silence as an unspoken affirmation. Unbeknownst to him, despite having traversed 2 lifetimes, he was ensnared by a woman's cunning. Buckle up. The journey was rather lengthy, and Gu Zhinan found himself somewhat bored. He was astonished to learn that Xia Ange's home was in Lincheng. Why did she not reside with her family? He had just asked her why she didn't return home, but she had merely replied that he would understand upon arrival. By noon, after nearly 2 hours of driving, they finally arrived. The small apartment was situated in the eastern part of Lincheng, while Xia Ange had parked in the west. No wonder they had to depart so early. Gu Zhinan was taken aback at the location where they parked, a dilapidated orphanage nestled in the suburbs of western Lincheng. In the courtyard of the orphanage, a group of children were joyfully playing until they noticed the car parked at the entrance. Xia Ange hesitated to exit, and Gu Zhinan was puzzled as her enchanting eyes gazed at the children, seemingly lost in memory. Taking a deep breath, she finally opened the car door and stepped out. The children in the courtyard had been watching the car intently, and the moment Xia Ange emerged, a little girl in a yellow dress dashed towards her. The girl, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, with a cherubic face, threw herself into Xia Ange's arms, nuzzling against her clothing. Why did you take so long to come back? I missed you so much. Xia Ange gently ruffled the girl's hair and smiled softly. Xiaoxi, whereas the director, making lunch, the other children rushed out from the courtyard, encircling Xia Ange and chattering excitedly. Gu Zhinan felt somewhat superfluous standing to the side. He hadn't anticipated that Xia Ange's home would be an orphanage, which began to clarify why she didn't return home.
Brother, are you sister's husband? She said she would bring her husband back. Husband? Wasn't he agreed upon that he was merely her boyfriend? How was he to navigate this? Gu Zhinan felt his throat dry. This little girl, Xiaoxi, was shockingly forthright. To be called a liar for the first time in his life, and to face such an opponent, Xiaoengi, half squatting among the children, felt her cheeks flush at Xiaoxi's words. I am your sister's boyfriend. We aren't married yet, Gu Zhinan replied, maintaining a warm smile as he gently patted the little girl's head. When are you and sister getting married? Xiaoxi pressed, tugging at Gu Zhinan's hand to pull him down closer to her level. Well, there is no rush. I'm still dating your sister. We'll let you know when we get married, okay? The TV says that those who don't want to get married are scumbags. You want to be a scumbag, right? Xiaoxi tilted her head innocently, raising her little fist in a mock threat. If you're a scumbag, I'll hit you. What kind of television does this child watch? Scumbags? Surely she must know even about playboys. Xiaoengi, her demeanor shifting from cool to stern, stepped forward to grab Xiaoxi, her eyes narrowing. Who taught you these things? Television, Xiaoxi answered innocently. The director always lets us watch TV, that's what they say. Xiaoengi felt utterly defeated. Have children really moved beyond cartoons? Why did it seem they understood more than she did? Ange, a middle-aged woman emerged from the entrance of the orphanage, slightly plump and clad in a simple denim shirt. Despite the passage of time leaving its marks on her face, one could still discern that she must have been a beauty in her youth. Xiaoengi exclaimed joyfully. Gu Zhinan noted with surprise that Xiaoengi could exhibit such childlike delight. He had never witnessed this expression from her before. This smile was not the polished one of a star, but rather a genuine expression of joy. Gu grasped Xiaoengi's hand, assessing the increasingly beautiful young woman before her, particularly noting her enchanting eyes, which only seemed to grow more alluring with age. You've lost weight. Haven tea, you've been eating well. I always tell you over the phone to eat a bit more. Look at how thin your waist is. Why so thin? A little extra weight is better. Gu seemed to scrutinize Xiaoengi's figure as she spoke incessantly, while Xiaoengi blushed slightly, allowing the inspection. A little extra weight looks better, Gu Zhinan pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. He thought Xiaoengi's waist was quite nice, perfectly fit, with the right amount of curves. Perhaps a little extra weight is indeed more attractive. No wonder the Tang dynasty favored plumpness. It seemed he had been rather narrow-minded. At that moment, Gu noticed Gu Zhinan standing a short distance away, her eyes lighting up as she pulled Xiaoengi's hand and brought her before him, her face radiating warmth. Is this your boyfriend? He is my husband, Mama Xiaoxi suddenly shouted from the side. Go, hurry inside for lunch, otherwise, there won't be any left, Gu said, somewhat exasperated, realizing that the children had appropriated all the lines from the dramas she usually watched. Lunch is ready. Upon hearing the word lunch, the 10 or so children dashed into the orphanage, each one faster than the last. Children speak without a filter, but that is to be expected. Our dear Angie has never brought a man home. I've been urging her, and the children have been pestering her too. I never imagined she would actually bring someone back this time. Gu scrutinized Gu Zhinan, noting his tall stature and handsome appearance. Though he was a bit thin, he seemed quite cultured. Overall, she was quite satisfied. Xiaoengi approached Gu Zhinan, entwining her arms around his, resembling a delicate bird leaning against him, gazing tenderly at him before turning to Gu, softly saying, I should have brought Zhinan to see you last time, but he was busy, so it was delayed until now. You must be an actor, right? You're surely not just a singer. With such acting skills, you could thrive even in drama. Gu Zhinan suddenly felt a bit stiff, but Xiaoengi spoke so naturally that it left him feeling a bit overwhelmed. Noticing Gu Zhinan lost in thought, Xiaoengi subtly squeezed his arm. But at last, Gu Zhinan came to his senses, his face instantly brightening with a smile, displaying an eagerness to impress. For him, dealing with adults was far simpler than handling children. Hello, Mama Xia, I'm Gu Zhinan, Angi's boyfriend. Gu's face lit up with joy, exclaiming her approval, and she eagerly pulled Gu Zhinan into the courtyard, chatting animatedly about her childhood as they walked. So this is how you were pressured into marriage. On the way, Xiaoengi had only mentioned that her family was unaware of her singing career, claiming she had always studied design. And indeed, she had studied design. Gu Zhinan felt puzzled as to why they had not seen her on television, but a glance from Xiaoengi clarified everything. She simply had yet to gain sufficient fame, much like himself, who remained unrecognized. Even in news articles, he had only stumbled upon her name in inconspicuous corners before delving deeper. Well, it seems I was rather hasty in my assumptions. Chapter 32 of the orphanage. Gu, I have purchased some gifts for the children, including little she announced. However, Xiaoengi found it hard to bear, yet felt a flicker of reassurance. She had not anticipated that this man would so willingly play along with her charade. Approaching the trunk of the car, she opened it to reveal it brimming with an array of gifts, food, drinks, toys, and clothing, all generously packed inside. Gu Zhinan quickly informed Gu that he would return to assist and turned back to the trunk. Goodness, an entire trunk full. Gu Zhinan gazed at Xiaoengi with a hint of melancholy, while her cheeks flushed, perhaps due to the weather or an awareness of putting Gu Zhinan in such a predicament. You need not help, Xiaoengi murmured quietly, avoiding eye contact with him. Gu was returning, and with a sigh, Gu Zhinan placed the lightest clothing into Xiaoengi's hands while he hoisted several large boxes of milk, grinning broadly. How could I bear to let you carry so much, my esteemed landlord? The last part was delivered through gritted teeth. Xiaoengi bit her lip, lost in thought, her blush deepening. All of this was observed by Gu, who could not help but feel a sense of delight for this young couple, who could engage in whispered conversations over something as simple as carrying items. The beauty of youth. Why have you bought so many things? Gu inquired, noticing that half of the trunk was still filled with gifts, her heart aching for Xiaoengi. The conditions at the orphanage have improved significantly since your time. The government is providing assistance, you need not bring so many items each time you return. It's nothing, Xiaogu, they aren't expensive, Xia Engi replied, understanding her nature. Xiaogu said nothing more, merely continuing to help carry the items while softly admonishing her about saving money and not needing to buy so much. As they entered the building, reminiscent of a school, the children were enjoying lunch in the adjacent cafeteria, their laughter ringing through the air, a glimpse into the carefree lives of children devoid of worries. Yet, Gu Zhinan recognized the plight of these children. They were blameless, the fault lay with those who would abandon them. He could not fathom the parents who forsook their offspring. Why condemn these innocent souls to a life of hardship? Did they not feel a sense of guilt? Here, Gu Zhinan said as he finally managed to transfer all the gifts from the trunk. Suddenly, a delicate white hand appeared before him. It was a handkerchief offered by Xia Engi. He had indeed broken a sweat, his fine bangs clinging to his forehead. Gratefully accepting the handkerchief, he felt its coolness, evidently dampened for his comfort. Xiaogu observed the pair with a smile, increasingly convinced of their compatibility. Once Gu Zhinan had wiped his brow, she spoke up, "It's just about lunchtime, let us go eat." How splendid, he had been famished, rising early, he had only nibbled on a piece of bread. The cafeteria was located at the end of the corridor, with Xiaogu leading the way while Gu Zhinan trailed behind Xia Engi. "You grew up here?" "Yes." "So, Xiaogu raised you?" "Not exactly, but one could say that." Xia Engi's response left Gu Zhinan puzzled. What did she mean by not exactly? Then, he began to inquire further. Upon entering the cafeteria, Gu Zhinan observed the orderly arrangement of dozens of children seated at their respective spots, joyfully devouring their meals, the smallest among them, resembling the chubby little she from earlier, while the eldest appeared to be around 11 or 12. There was a delightful innocence among the children, with not a hint of chaos. Each adhered to the dining etiquette. How marvelous, he recalled his own childhood, when he would pick and choose his food, much to his mother's chagrin, who nearly brandished a stick to enforce compliance. How embarrassing, in the cafeteria, for aunts were responsible for overseeing the children's meals, encouraging those who would finish to help others and coaxing those who struggled to finish. The scene was heartwarming. His understanding of orphanages was limited, yet what he had seen was a gathering of adorably angelic beings. The meals served were generous, comprising 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and a soup. Brother, please help me finish this, or else I'll be scolded by Mamali." As soon as Gu Zhinan sat down, the plump little she scuttled over, her voice sweet yet tinged with apparent distress. "Little she." Xiaogu promptly stood, lifting the collar of little she's shirt and summoning the aunt, whom little she referred to as Mamali, to ensure she finished her meal. Suppressing a laugh, Gu Zhinan found himself both amused and perplexed by the cheerful little girl. Compared to the composed Xia Engi, this child was a whirlwind of joy. "Zhinan, forgive her antics. Little she is quite the rascal, much like Engi was as a child. If left unattended, she would vanish in an instant." "Really?" Gu Zhinan was astonished. This aloof, intellectual goddess was once a mischievous child? Indeed. Xiaogu seemed to recall a humorous memory, her face lighting up with mirth. As a child, she was the leader of our little group, always rallying the others against us, which resulted in her backside receiving a fair share of spankings. "Oh? Is that so?" Gu Zhinan glanced sideways at Xia Engi, who was quietly enjoying her meal, resembling a serene fairy. Was it true that people could change so drastically? "Once we finish eating, I'll share more stories." Engi was quite the character in her youth. Gu Zhinan nodded eagerly, sensing that he had unearthed a delightful source of entertainment during his visit and exploration of the high-handed landlord's childhood reign. What could possibly trigger such a transformation in a girl, potentially a novel's worth of material for the future? "Xiaogu, the food is getting cold." Xia Engi could no longer contain herself, calling out to Xiaogu, her peach blossom eyes seemingly signaling a warning to refrain from further tales. "Director, has there been any progress on the report this time?" Mamali, who had been observing little she, turned to Xiaogu. "Not yet. I suspect it remains unchanged. Everyone has grown accustomed to the situation." Xiaogu sighed in response. Upon hearing Xiaogu's reply, Mamali also sighed. "The facilities in our orphanage have fallen into disrepair. Some are no longer functional. If this continues, what shall we do?" "Let us eat. After lunch, I'll return to draft another application." Xiaogu interrupted the conversation, clearly reluctant to delve deeper into the topic. However, Gu Zhinan could distinctly sense the somber atmosphere that had descended upon everyone, including Xia Engi. During the rest period, dozens of children were gradually ushered to the second floor for their naps. The chubby little she insisted on napping alongside Xia Engi, who, unable to refuse, lay down beside her in the small bed. The aloof landlord treated the little girl with great kindness, likely regarding her as a sister. Gu Zhinan perceived Xia Engi's affection for little she. It was as if she saw a reflection of her younger self. Xiaogu had mentioned that Engi was once the leader of the children, and now this chubby little she was also a leader in her own right. It was all rather relaxed. He had initially anticipated a gathering of distant relatives, only to find a few charming middle-aged women and a group of innocent children, rendering him, the faux boyfriend, seemingly out of place apart from carrying items. While Xia Engi rested with little she, Gu Zhinan, feeling idle, wandered through the corridors. This was his first exploration of an orphanage. It resembled an ordinary 3-story school building. The first floor housed a lobby, cafeteria, and several offices, while the second floor was designated for sleeping quarters, and the third for educational activities, divided into several classrooms. This was indeed an aging structure. From the moment he entered to the time he had lunch, Gu Zhinan noted many areas in dire need of repair. Numerous facilities were outdated. The teaching desks and benches were old wooden pieces, patched and repaired, with the blackboards peeling paint.
The most modern multimedia classrooms were a distant dream. The recreational facilities on the ground floor were non-existent, so the children had occupied themselves with games like Eagle Catches Chicks. The first and second floors were acceptable, but the third floor was particularly dilapidated. Walking down the corridor on the third floor, Gu Zhinan observed that many classroom walls had lost their paint, revealing the bare red brick beneath. The locks on the doors were ancient and barely functional, and some windows were missing entirely, temporarily covered with wooden or cardboard panels. Such an environment was hardly conducive to learning. He reflected on his own elementary school experience, where he had encountered similar outdated desks and chalkboards, yet his school had transitioned entirely to multimedia classrooms long ago, revitalizing the learning experience. Gu Zhinan considered the nutritious meal he had just enjoyed, realizing that perhaps the funds had been allocated to ensure the children's nourishment. It explained little. She's adorably plump figure, yet the subpar educational environment stirred a different sentiment within Gu Zhinan. Chapter 33 Donations. On the second floor, Aunt Xia did not see Gu Zinan's figure and ascended to the third floor, where she spotted him by the window of one of the classrooms. "Why have you come up here? I've been searching for you for ages." Gu Zinan turned around upon hearing her voice, smiling as he replied, "I had some free time and thought I'd see what you needed." "Nothing much, really. And Gu is downstairs sleeping with the children, and I was worried you might feel lonely up here by yourself." As she spoke, Aunt Xia approached Gu Zinan and glanced into the classroom. She then walked to another room, opened the door, and smiled at him. "This was the classroom Gu used to study in. Would you like to take a look?" "Sure." The interior was quite simple, with all the desks and chairs arranged neatly, and the surfaces were spotless. Even the blackboard shone with cleanliness. Aunt Xia ran her fingers over the old desks and chairs, seemingly lost in reminiscence, and smiled at Gu Zinan. "To be honest, I didn't like Gu much back in the day. I thought she was too mischievous and difficult to discipline, but my sister adored her. She named her Xia Gu, treating her like a daughter." She pointed to a specific desk and continued, "That's where she used to study, and my sister taught her. She was very clever, picking up everything quickly, but after she went to middle school, she became increasingly quiet." She paused, and Gu Zinan could guess the reason. Middle school children can be cruel, and perhaps Gu had become quieter due to hurtful words. Aunt Xia's voice trembled as she resumed, "In her first year of high school, my sister passed away from illness, and she changed overnight, losing her vibrant spirit. Today is also the anniversary of my sister's death." It suddenly clicked for Gu Zinan why she had returned to check on things. The children here have always lacked parental love. No matter how much we give, they still feel the absence of love. So, Zinan, I don't have many expectations from you. I just hope you can be patient with Gu. She appears cold on the outside but is warm inside, and she can easily be taken advantage of. When Aunt Xia looked at Gu Zinan again, her eyes were slightly red. "Rest assured, I understand." Gu Zinan nodded earnestly, as if he had stepped into the role of a devoted boyfriend. Of the children who left this place, only Xia and Gu continued to donate to the orphanage, which was the last piece of information Gu Zinan had received. "And Gu has become a celebrity, right? A singer?" Aunt Xia suddenly asked, catching Gu Zinan off guard. "You know? With how advanced mobile phones are now, I happened to come across her on my phone, and I've even listened to her songs." Aunt Xia proudly waved her phone. "It's good, really. She has loved singing since childhood and is quite talented, but I've heard that celebrities are always busy, and just the other day, I read that she had a falling out with her company. I worry about her, given her petite frame. So that was why she hadn't told you, Aunt Xia. I'll take care of her, I can support her, so don't worry," Gu Zinan confidently asserted, showcasing his supportive boyfriend side. Aunt Xia gazed deeply at him and nodded solemnly. "She is keeping this from me to avoid causing concern, so I pretended not to know. Please don't mention it to her." Gu Zinan nodded seriously. "I understand. Is the orphanage facing difficulties now? I heard you mention earlier that applications are being denied?" Gu Zinan pointed to the facilities in the classroom and a wall that was peeling. "Is it these that aren't getting approved?" Aunt Xia looked toward where Gu Zinan was pointing, her tone tinged with bitterness. "Pretty much. Many of the facilities here are so old they're nearly unusable. Just look at these walls, you can see the red bricks underneath. We've applied many times, but there has been no response." Aunt Xia attempted to sound nonchalant as she finished speaking. "However, it's better than before. Now we have teachers volunteering to teach every week, so we don't have to rely on our half-baked efforts. The city's funding has also increased compared to the past, so we manage to get by, and occasionally, some kind-hearted individuals donate money and supplies, ensuring the children don't go hungry." Gu Zinan listened quietly, feeling a sense of discomfort. "I may have been a bit naive." Aunt Xia shook her head. "Asking such questions shows your kindness. And Gu is in good hands with you. Both my sister and I are at ease." The two descended the stairs together and reached the window of the nap room, where the children were still peacefully asleep. Gu Zinan immediately spotted the big girl in a shirt dress. She was fast asleep, hugging a chubby little bundle, a slight smile on her face as if dreaming sweet dreams. Aunt Xia found a resting room on the first floor for Gu Zinan, typically used by the volunteer teachers. He lay on the bed, his thoughts drifting. Aunt Xia's words echoed in his mind, impossible to dispel. Some people are born into abundance, while others struggle for the most basic necessities. He suddenly felt a wave of frustration. He was no saint himself, having earned only 150,000 from the poetry conference, yet now he was contemplating donating 100,000.
No matter how he tried to dismiss the thought, it only grew clearer, filling his mind entirely. Was it possible that the two eminent figures had influenced his thoughts? Gu Zhinan pondered, believing that having exchanged his poetry for this, he should act against injustice. Alas, perhaps this was fate. Reflecting on why he had crossed over to this parallel world, it was because he saved a drowning girl, which led to the opportunity to replicate those two poems and thus the chance for acclaim. Everything seemed to be predestined. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Aunt Xia settled into her office chair, intending to rest her head, she heard a knock at the door. "Come in, Zhinan?" It had barely been half an hour, and Gu Zhinan had already come to see her, his expression quite serious. "What is wrong? Come sit and talk." Setting down her cup, Aunt Xia inquired. Gu Zhinan sat across from her, his expression a mix of struggle and eventual relief as he smiled and said, "I've thought it over. This is the place where Gu grew up, where she finds joy, and thus I've decided to donate 100,000 to renovate the orphanage." Aunt Xia was taken aback by the myriad of expressions on his face, but as soon as she heard his words, she sprang to her feet, her expression grave. "No. Why not?" Gu Zhinan was taken aback by the abruptness of her refusal. He had intended to make a donation to the orphanage. "What do you mean? Why, do you have any idea how much it costs to get married? Housing prices are steep. I don't want Gu to suffer anymore." Aunt Xia replied resolutely. Gu Zhinan felt a bit vexed. "Didn't he know that Gu purchased a small apartment in Lincheng and is my landlord?" Despite his thoughts, Gu Zhinan stood up and gently urged Aunt Xia back into her chair, slowly explaining, "Aunt Xia, Gu and I aren't in a rush to get married, and how do you know I only have 100,000? He smiled confidently. "I can earn that amount back quickly. It won't affect me, trust me." Aunt Xia felt a strong sense of confidence radiating from him as he spoke, and she found herself unconsciously believing him. She genuinely hoped for the orphanage's facilities to be updated, allowing the children to enjoy the same quality of education as those in the outside world. Thus, she had been submitting applications to the city, but it had all been in vain. And you can't refuse, because the donation method for the orphanage is displayed in the lobby, linked to your bank card. Why not check if it has already increased by 100,000? Gu Zhinan smiled. "Consider it my donation for Gu. After all, I'm practically your son-in-law, aren't I?" Pretending to be a boyfriend, 100,000 gone. Gu Zhinan felt a pang in his heart, yet he maintained his composure as an actor. Moreover, his perception of the aloof celebrity landlord had shifted significantly. She appeared cold on the surface yet was warm inside, even drooling in her sleep. "I am simply too soft-hearted." Chapter 34. You can rest assured to hold on to the renovation funds in the institute. And don't mention it to Gu. I'll speak to her later. You noticed how downcast she seemed during lunch today. He certainly did not wish for that aloof landlord to discover that he had come here to masquerade as her boyfriend for a day, squandering a fortune of 100,000. Besides, this was his own decision, entirely independent of her. However, while Gu Zhinan might perceive it one way, in Aunt Xia's eyes, it was quite another matter, to the point of leaving her somewhat choked with emotion. "You truly are something. And Gu has found herself a wonderful young man." A wonderful young man indeed, one of his own making. Having completed his tasks, Gu Zhinan noticed the outside had grown lively, likely due to the children awakening from their midday slumber. "Well then, I shall take my leave." He stood and made his way outside. Upon entering the hall on the first floor, he immediately spotted Xia and Gu surrounded by children who were eagerly sorting through the clothes. Her shirt dress had become somewhat crumpled from the little hands tugging at it. When she caught sight of Gu Zhinan emerging from Aunt Xia's office, an expression of regret crossed her face, her peach blossom eyes shyly glancing at him. She had not anticipated dozing off. She had intended to keep little she company until she fell asleep, then join Gu Zhinan, especially since he had come all this way to accompany her. Instead, she had succumbed to a nap. Before long, Aunt Xia appeared, guiding the children as they distributed the clothes brought by Xia and Gu. She refrained from disclosing Gu Zhinan's generous donation to Xia and Gu. It was a promise she had made to Gu Zhinan. However, she couldn't help but grow increasingly fond of him. Since Gu Zhinan had stated he would inform Xia and Gu himself, she felt no need to mention it. "I apologize." Gu Zhinan was well aware of the reason for Xia and Ji's embarrassment. The two stood side by side at the entrance, watching the children frolicking in the courtyard, and he thought it was rather delightful. "Just prepare 3 eggs for me tonight," he jested, feeling that after a long day and a generous donation, asking for 3 eggs was thoroughly reasonable. Xia and Gu appeared momentarily dazed, then lowered her head slightly, softly responding with an affirmative. Unexpectedly, the method of cooking noodles she had learned from Mama Xia was now being prepared for the man beside her. "Did you secretly kiss sister and Gu?" In the midst of their conversation, the chubby little she suddenly poked his head out from between them, protectively shielding Xia and Gu as if guarding his treasure, his small eyes glaring fiercely at Gu Zhinan as he declared in a stern little voice, "No kissing sister and Gu unless you marry her." Gu Zhinan's curiosity about the television show Little she had been watching surged to unprecedented heights. He was eager to discover the name of that drama and vowed to binge-watch it upon returning home, no matter how late it took. Before Gu Zhinan could respond, Xia and Gu swiftly pulled Little she towards her, squatting down to pinch his chubby little face playfully. "I shall inform Aunt Xia shortly that you are forbidden from watching television anymore." "Ah. No, I haven't seen the finale yet." Little she appeared utterly devastated, his spirit visibly crushed. "Refusal is not an option. Woo, I don't want to be with sister and Gu anymore." The chubby little one, feeling wronged, wriggled free from Xia and Ji's grasp and dashed towards Aunt Xia, intent on reporting her. "Ha!" Xia and Gu looked up to find Gu Zhinan struggling to contain his laughter, and her cheeks, already flushed, turned an even deeper shade of crimson. She shot him a fierce glare before heading towards Aunt Xia, fully aware that little Xi's fate was sealed today. Meanwhile, Gu Zhinan stood there, momentarily stunned by Xia and Ji's final glare. Paired with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, it radiated a captivating charm that made his heart skip a beat. He dared not glance in her direction again, instead opting to sit on the steps by the entrance, his gaze fixed on the children playing joyfully not far off, his thoughts drifting into an unknown realm. Where did you find such a treasure of a young man? Aunt Xia teased as she observed Gu Zhinan playing with the children. I have truly taken a liking to this child. In just one morning, had she already formed such a bond? Xia and Gu pursed her lips, thinking that Aunt Xia had yet to witness his wild side. The scene of their first meeting was one she could remember for a lifetime. Yet, on the surface, she gazed at Gu Zhinan with soft, affectionate eyes, smiling as she replied, at school. In truth, it had been in the restroom. How wonderful, when do you plan to marry? Aunt Xia had been keenly observing Gu Zhinan's demeanor throughout the morning. He was kind-hearted, easygoing, and genuinely warm-hearted when the occasion called for it. His act of donating was done quietly, with no expectation of gaining Xia and Ji's favor in return, which only endeared him to her further. The funds for the institute's renovations were now secured, and she felt confident that Xia and Gu would find happiness. Aunt Xia believed that her life had truly been worthwhile, though she had not appreciated Xia and Ji's boisterousness in her youth. As she aged, she found herself developing a heartfelt affection for such children. Perhaps this was the mindset of Sister Xia Ro. She was inherently a kind-hearted individual. Treasure it well. Aunt Xia grasped Xia and Ji's small hand, tenderly stroking it, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes appearing to smoothen. Beyond affection, there was only warmth. Xia and Gu sensed Aunt Xia's emotions, feeling a peculiar sensation within her as she gazed at Gu Zhinan in the distance, uncertain why Aunt Xia placed such importance on this man. Are you going to see Mama Xia? Xia and Gu asked, raising her gaze. One of the reasons for her visit today was to commemorate Mama Xia's passing. I spoke to your sister about it yesterday. I won't go today, allowing you two some time alone. Oh, and I'll take Zhinan along for a visit. Okay. Aunt Xia gently ruffled Xia and Ji's hair, reminding her that time was of the essence. She nodded in acknowledgement. In the courtyard, Gu Zhinan, feeling a bit restless, had joined a group of children in a game of eagle-catching chicks, where he assumed the role of the eagle. He was thoroughly enjoying himself, especially with little Xi, the plump chick, who clung to him multiple times, rendering him somewhat immobile. Upon noticing Xia and Gu and Aunt Xia approaching, he halted his antics, and the children paused their play as well. Let us go. Xia and Gu said softly, prompting the little ones to express their reluctance. Little Xi approached, grasping Xia and Ji's small hand, his eyes misty as he mumbled, Sister and Gu, when will you come back next? You always take so long to return. Xia and Gu knelt down, gently stroking little Xi's head with a tender smile. Sister will return whenever she can. It won't be so long this time. Really? Let us pinky swear. Little Xi exclaimed, extending his chubby little finger. Xia and Gu chuckled and linked her pinky with his, causing a smile to break across his face. He released Xia and Ji's hand and dashed to Gu Zhinan, pulling him by the hand back to Xia and Ji's side. He then lifted their hands, overlapping them, ensuring they clasped together, before beaming with satisfaction. Brother, you must love Sister and Gu well, or else I won't play with you next time. The chubby little one threatened, raising his tiny fist in a mock display of defiance. However, Gu Zhinan's focus was entirely elsewhere, captivated by the sensation of Xia and Ji's cool hand in his. Despite the summer heat, her hand felt refreshingly cool against his. This sensation was delightful. Gu Zhinan was not the only one caught off guard. Xia and Gu was equally stunned by little Xi's actions. She felt as though a warm, large hand was holding hers, causing her palm to grow clammy with warmth. Yet, when Gu Zhinan attempted to release her hand, she instinctively tightened her grip, creating the appearance that they were both holding onto each other. Aunt Xia beamed at the sight of Xia and Gu Zhinan holding hands. She couldn't have been happier. It wasn't until they parted ways by the car that they finally released their hands. Gu Zhinan's palm was slightly damp with sweat. This was his first time holding a girl's hand, and the sensation was utterly enchanting. He found himself entranced. Meanwhile, Xia and Ji's palm on the steering wheel was already soaked through with perspiration, her earlobes flushed with warmth. Take good care of yourself and don't neglect your own needs, and the same goes for Zhinan. Understood, Aunt Xia. They exchanged a mutual affirmation. As they departed the orphanage, the eyes of the onlookers filled with reluctance. They slowly drove away. Alright, your sister and Gu has declared that you are no longer allowed to watch television. After Xia and Gu left, Aunt Xia chuckled as she took little Xi's chubby hand. Little Xi's face instantly fell. He had yet to witness the marriage of the male and female leads. How would he know what to do when Sister and Gu and brother eventually wed? Chapter 35, selected for the curriculum. As the vehicle traversed the road, Gu Zhinan felt an immediate shift into an awkward atmosphere within the car. It's hot. Oh. Just as Gu Zhinan was about to roll down the window for some fresh air, Xia Ange furrowed her brow. Thank you for today. She continued to focus intently on driving, speaking softly. Gu Zhinan turned to observe Xia Ange, her profile sharply defined, occasionally pursing her lips. After learning from Aunt Xia, he found it rather amusing and chuckled aloud. However, Xia Ange's brows knitted even tighter at his laughter. What are you laughing at? Gu Zhinan thought to himself that he couldn't possibly reveal that he was reminded of Aunt Xia's remark about her being cold on the outside yet warm on the inside. I recalled something joyful. Oh. Xia Ange felt as though he was laughing at her, yet lacking evidence. She pouted and decided to ignore him. After half an hour on the road, they arrived at the entrance of a cemetery, where Xiaoyanj parked the car. She retrieved a large bouquet of flowers from the back seat and took a few steps before turning to Gu Zhinan. You can wait for me in the car. Here are the keys. At this point, she felt it unnecessary to deceive Xiaomama any longer. Gu Zhinan nodded. Accepting the keys, staying in the car was undoubtedly unbearable, yet what was there to explore in a cemetery? Other than crouching down to seriously examine the gravestone before him, Xiaoyanj spoke in hushed tones, gazing at the photograph on the gravestone, her eyes misty with emotion, as if she wished to relay all her grievances to the person within the tomb. The occupant was her closest kin. Apart from her, there was no one else to provide solace. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Zhinan had already positioned himself a short distance behind her. Xiaoyanj's voice was barely audible, so he couldn't discern her words. He hesitated to intrude, silently observing from behind. The gravestone was modest, adorned with two bouquets, one presumably placed by Aunt Xia the day before, and the other freshly laid by Xiaoyanj. As Xiaoyanj stood up and turned around, she caught sight of Gu Zhinan standing at a distance. She opened her mouth slightly, her peach blossom eyes narrowing at him in mild reproach, tilting her head away, evidently irked that he had eavesdropped on her conversation with Xiaomama. Gu Zhinan scratched his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. He truly hadn't overheard anything. Let's go, Xiaoyanj announced, making her way towards the exit. After a few steps, noticing the absence of Gu Zhinan's footsteps, she turned back only to find him bowing respectfully at Xiaomama's gravestone. He then turned to approach her, and without uttering a word, she proceeded to the car. Though her peach blossom eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness, the return journey was notably quiet, as Gu Zhinan had fallen asleep, perhaps due to the smoothness of Xiaoyanj's driving or simply exhaustion from spending the afternoon playing with a group of children. Ding ding ding, as they approached the apartment, Xiaoyanj's phone rang, startling Gu Zhinan awake. He turned to see her expression while answering the call mirrored the joy he had witnessed at the orphanage, indicating something good had transpired. After the call, Xiaoyanj realized Gu Zhinan was awake, feeling a bit guilty for having disturbed him, especially since she needed to meet Qi Sheng shortly. It was Qi Sheng who had called, informing her that the song was in its preliminary completion stage and he was eager for her to come over for a trial. I'll drop you off first, then I need to return the car and head somewhere else, Xiaoyanj said softly as she parked at the base of the apartment. Feeling bashful, she bit her lip and added, you can continue to rest a bit, I'll bring you something to eat when I return. Gu Zhinan nodded, having no objections, as all he wished for was to ascend and rest briefly. With his agreement, Xiaoyanj said nothing further, starting the car and driving away from the apartment. Once inside, Gu Zhinan quickly retreated to his room, still in a state of drowsiness. The sensation of insufficient sleep was truly tormenting. Just as he retrieved his phone to set it aside, the screen lit up again, revealing several missed calls and numerous WeChat messages. He hardly had many contacts. Unlocking the screen, he was surprised to find a call from the esteemed Du Guanyu. The WeChat messages were from Du Xiaoyan. He decided to return Du Guanyu's call first. The phone had remained on silent during his time at the orphanage, and having fallen asleep in the car, he had completely missed all the notifications. Hello, Xiao Gu. Du Guanyu's voice came through as soon as the call connected. Your phone was quite difficult to get through to. I was beginning to think you were still upset. I even had Xiaoyan send you a message on WeChat, yet you didn't reply. No. Gu Zhinan hurriedly laughed. I just dozed off. My phone was on silent, so I didn't hear it ring. Naturally, I missed the WeChat notifications too. After his explanation, Du Guanyu finally seemed convinced. Just as he was about to inquire about Gu Zhinan's matters, Du Guanyu suddenly exclaimed with excitement. His two poems had been selected for the curriculum. The individuals responsible for the selection were practically glowing with enthusiasm, particularly over the poem Bring in the Wine, which was dazzling to them. Du Guanyu animatedly described the scene as if the poems were his own creations, leaving Gu Zhinan both amused and bewildered. He realized that Du Guanyu's passion for poetry was something beyond the comprehension of a mere novice like himself. It was a spirit befitting a master. In any case, your poems have been officially included in the curriculum. I've given them your number. They may contact you in the coming days to discuss contract and authorization matters. That's quite cumbersome. Perhaps I should make another trip to Kyoto? Gu Zhinan felt no surprise at the selection of his poems. Had they not been chosen, that would have been a significant issue indeed. He recognized the value of his work. Nonsense, just stay at home, let them come to you. We are poets, after all, there's no need to chase after them. You are the great poet and one of the founders of the Poetry Association. Of course, you wouldn't need to go. Yet since Du Guanyu insisted that arrangements were in place and they were simply awaiting contact from the Ministry of Education, Gu Zhinan had no objections, merely needing to stay attentive to incoming calls. He expressed his sincere gratitude to Du Guanyu, asking him to extend his thanks to President Li and Chairman Quan, suggesting that he might treat them to a meal in Kyoto. However, Du Guanyu promptly dismissed the idea, stating that it would suffice for him to join the Poetry Association as a member when he had the chance. It seemed he had made up his mind. After ending the call, Gu Zhinan opened WeChat, where Du Xiaoyan's message was quite commanding. It read, Are you there? My grandfather is looking for you. Answer the call, reply to the message, WeChat call not connected. Seeing this, Gu Zhinan felt a sense of dread creeping in and could only respond with, I just woke up and noticed the call. He had barely sent the message when Du Xiaoyan, currently at Kyoto University, received it immediately. Upon reading Gu Zhinan's reply, she huffed through her nose and chose to ignore him. Thereafter. Chapter 36, The song is stolen again. The inclusion of a poem in the teaching material signifies a monetary reward. Gu Zhinan found his drowsiness dissipating as he rose to check his earnings for the month. Due to the poetry event, the tips he received this month were astonishing, more than 90,000. Coupled with his previous earnings, he had nearly 100,000, which comfortably offset the donation of the same amount to the orphanage, leaving no adverse impact. Gu Zhinan was straightforward by nature. Once he donated, he felt no sorrow about it. Given another opportunity, he would undoubtedly make the same choice. Do good deeds, and do not ask about the future. As the clock approached 10 in the evening, the night sky was shrouded in darkness, and the air was stifling. Based on his past experiences, Gu Zhinan anticipated a torrential downpour. Sure enough, within moments, a flash of lightning cleaved through the clouds, rendering the sky oppressive, as though a deluge could descend at any moment. He opened the door to glance outside. Xia Engi had yet to return. The promise of cooking noodles together had seemingly evaporated. After all, she was a star, and it was unreasonable to expect her to spend her time cooking noodles for herself. Feeling a sense of loss, Gu Zhinan attempted to prepare a meal himself, covertly using Xia Engi's ingredients as a form of self-compensation. After some effort, a bowl of noodles appeared on the table, but upon tasting it, his brow furrowed in dismay. The flavor was disappointingly far from what he expected. The ingredients were identical, and the steps in cooking noodles were few. How could his creation taste so vastly different? He fell into contemplation. Suddenly, the phone beside him rang. Was it a WeChat call? A call from Xia Engi? Had she forgotten her keys? That seemed unlikely. Hello, he answered, inquiring. Forgot your keys? There was silence on the other end, leaving Gu Zhinan puzzled. He stood up and opened the door, only to find the corridor empty, with only the clouds flickering with lightning, leaving him to wonder when the downpour would begin. Where are you? The elevator doesn't require a key. Gu Zhinan was increasingly perplexed. Why would she call on WeChat without speaking? Was she playing with him? Are you going to say something? If not, I'm hanging up, he said, exasperated, only for Xia Engi to finally speak. I'm sorry, you should just eat your noodles. Gu Zhinan's brow instantly knitted in concern. Her voice trembled and carried a hint of tears. Even if she had delivered the line in the calmest tone possible, he could discern her distress. What's wrong? A sudden clap of thunder roared outside, splitting the sky above Lin City and illuminating Gu Zhinan standing at the door. Xia Engi bit her lip, curled up beside a flower bed near the CAF where she had met Qi Shang, her peach blossom eyes already swollen and glistening with tears that fell onto the flowers and onto her phone screen. I'm sorry, she repeated, and after uttering those words, she abruptly hung up, leaving her solitary figure desolate amidst the expansive park. Gu Zhinan held the now disconnected phone, the last utterance of apology tinged with unmistakable sorrow. Hadn't she gone to meet someone? The expression he had seen on her face during the call had been genuine happiness. Why had it turned into this? He closed the door again and returned to the table, attempting to eat the noodles he had prepared, but the worsening weather outside made it impossible for him to settle. Surely, she wouldn't get into trouble. Her voice had not sounded as though she were indoors. After much hesitation, he resolved to call her, seeking reassurance. Ringing, disconnected, ringing, no answer. Forget it. Gu Zhinan set the phone down, chastising himself for creating unnecessary worry. They were hardly close. The relationship was merely that of landlord and tenant. Why should he care so much? He lifted the noodles to eat. No sooner had 2 minutes passed than his phone returned to his grasp. What is wrong with me? He sighed. He dialed her WeChat again, and this time, it connected. Where are you? Gu Zhinan quickly inquired. Fearing she might hang up once more, Xia Engi remained silent, but he could faintly hear her muffled sobs, as if she were desperately trying to restrain herself, occasionally succumbing to a cough. Ding, she had hung up again. She still hadn't revealed her location. Gu Zhinan felt a surge of agitation. He truly wished to ignore it, yet his hand betrayed him as it sent a shared location. This would be the last attempt. If she hung up again, he would wash up and go to bed. Taking a deep breath, he awaited her location. After 30 seconds, Gu Zhinan's eyes widened in surprise. Xia Engi had joined the shared location. Gotcha. Mere seconds later, she exited the shared location, yet, he had already caught sight of her last known position, Lin City Floral Park. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to see what could possibly cause such a composed person to weep so openly. As he hurried down to the ground floor, he suddenly remembered he hadn't taken an umbrella. What folly. However, he didn't return to fetch one. The wind was already fierce below. With thunder, lightning, and rain converging in a chaotic symphony, he muttered a curse under his breath and quickly flagged down a taxi, speeding toward the floral park. The car had barely traveled 10 minutes when boom! A blinding flash of light erupted from the heavens, piercing through the darkness and splitting the sky open like a silver serpent. The chaotic, oppressive clouds parted, revealing irregular lines from which brilliant light surged forth, accompanied by a deafening roar that echoed the tempestuous winds and torrential rain. In an instant, the raindrops coalesced into a curtain, cascading from the sky as if the heavens themselves had ruptured. Xia Engi huddled in the flower bed, allowing the downpour to pummel her frail form. She buried her head deep into her arms, trembling involuntarily. At that moment, she was engulfed in sorrowful rain. All the grievances she had endured surged forth at once, triggered by Qi Shang's sudden reversal regarding the song he had entrusted to her, overwhelming her as she broke down. Earlier that evening, she had approached Qi Shang with hope in her heart. The renowned musician had informed her that he had perfected the song. When he handed her the manuscript, it felt as if a ray of dawn had begun illuminating her world. However, shortly thereafter, Qi Shang's phone rang. He stepped out to take the call and upon returning, took back the manuscript, apologizing to Xia Engi as he explained that his wife was aware of his recent creative endeavors and had surreptitiously recorded her melody. His wife had connections with Yuan, who, upon hearing the melody, immediately secured the rights to the song, offering an irresistible price that Qi Shang could not refuse. Xia Engi felt lost, desperately proposing to split the album's profits with Qi Shang, yet he remained unmoved, fully aware of the tangible versus the illusory. Moreover, with Yuan involved, he believed Xia Engi posed no threat.
But the inspiration for this song is mine, she cried just before Qi Shang departed. He turned back, witnessing her tear-filled eyes and determinedly bitten lip. To be precise, only a small segment of the melody is your inspiration, and I have already made alterations, he stated expressionlessly, taking a few steps forward before leaving her with the final, crushing blow. The song has been purchased by Yuan. You cannot compete with her. Struck as if by lightning, Xia Enggi trembled slowly, burying her face in her arms on the table, her expression concealed from the world. Chapter 37 A ray of light through the storm. Xia Enggi was unaware of how she had managed to exit the CAF, moving like a numb automaton, her eyes ceaselessly shedding crystalline tears that would not cease. She attempted to wipe them away, but with each stroke, they only increased. She wished to contain her sorrow, yet found herself utterly unable to do so. All she desired was a place to linger in solitude. Ultimately, she found herself in the flower bed of a park, desolate and deserted, perhaps due to the impending rain that darkened the skies with ominous thunder and blustering winds. Everyone had retreated to their homes, but she had no home to return to. She was alone in that small apartment. Recalling that small apartment brought to mind another presence. Perhaps someone was still waiting for her to return and prepare a bowl of noodles, yet in her current state, how could she face him? With her vision blurred by tears, she located that man's WeChat and initiated a voice call, but words eluded her, as if her throat had been seized by an invisible grip. Just as the man grew impatient and was about to terminate the call, she finally managed to utter a plea for him not to wait for her. He seemed to sense her distress immediately. One simple sentence shattered Xia Enggi's composure, prompting her to hastily end the call. However, the man persisted, dialing her again and again, causing her to inadvertently answer once more, yet, her voice was a mere shadow of its former self, choked with emotion, rendered unrecognizable by her tears. Once again, she hung up, and when her phone rang anew, it was still him. She intended to decline the call but accidentally accepted it instead, quickly disconnecting and shutting her phone off entirely. In times of misfortune, even fate appears to mock her. The torrential rain pelted against her, causing her body to tremble as if she were a solitary leaf adrift on a tempestuous sea, on the verge of capsizing. It was then that she realized for the first time that crying could leave a person devoid of the strength to even stand. Could you please hurry, master? The rain was indeed relentless, so much so that Gu Zhinan, seated in the passenger seat, could scarcely see 10 meters ahead. The roof of the car rattled incessantly, and he urged the driver to accelerate, but the driver responded with a reminder of the importance of safety. This deluge was far more intense than any rainfall from previous years. Gu Zhinan understood the rationale but found his heart restless. The flower park was not far from the small apartment, nearly a 20-minute taxi ride, but due to the rain, it had taken an agonizing half-hour. There's no need to look for a spot. Hey, young man. Let me lend you an umbrella. The taxi driver, noticing Gu Zhinan toss a 100 yuan bill onto the seat, quickly retrieved an umbrella from beside him. Yet, in this downpour, the umbrella seemed little more than a futile gesture. Gu Zhinan expressed his gratitude, took the umbrella, and exited the vehicle. Water had already accumulated on the ground, and within mere seconds of stepping out, his clothes and shoes succumbed to the deluge. The street was devoid of any other souls, even the vehicles were sparse, leaving him alone, clutching a futile umbrella, standing amidst the rain. The fierce winds continued to howl, and the torrential rain showed no signs of abating. Damn it, he could not help but berate himself for his foolishness. For the sake of fleeting solace, he had rushed out. What if she had already left? Gu Zhinan refrained from opening the umbrella. The wind was too strong, and unfurling it would only obscure his vision. He was determined to ascertain whether this aloof woman was foolish enough to remain in the park, weeping. If one must cry, they should seek refuge from the rain. There were certainly pavilions available, yet why was there not a single trace of her high-cold figure to be found? Had she departed? She must have, for no one would be foolish enough to seek shelter from the rain in such a place. Even the pavilions could not shield one from the violence of the wind-driven rain. It appeared he had overthought the situation. As Gu Zhinan stood there, soaking in the rain, he chuckled to himself. How many years had it been since he had been caught in a downpour? He had only just recovered from a cold. Was he truly tempting fate? Yet, as he approached the edge of a flower bed, he came to an abrupt halt. There she was, clad in a familiar shirt dress, frail and solitary, allowing the torrential rain to batter her time and again, her head bowed, her entire frame shaking uncontrollably. No words could convey the multitude of emotions he felt. With a heavy sigh, he lamented the restless night that awaited him. He was genuinely curious about what kind of person could reduce such a proud figure to this state amidst such weather. Xia Enggi leaned against the flower bed, attempting to shield her fragile body from the rain's relentless lash. She was utterly drained, lacking the strength even to stand. Suddenly, a swaying umbrella was thrust over her head. Xia Enggi lifted her gaze, her tear-streaked vision falling upon an ordinary floral umbrella, rather antiquated in style, capable only of warding off a light drizzle, yet it valiantly shielded her now. The hand gripping the handle was not particularly muscular, appearing rather frail. She turned her head, her once bright peach blossom eyes now dull and puffy, yet at that moment, she clearly saw a man firmly holding the umbrella, seated directly before her. Gu Zhinan, the tenant of that small apartment. When Xia Enggi turned to look at him, Gu Zhinan was already gazing back, his dark eyes shimmering with intensity. Silence enveloped them. Xia Enggi seemed apprehensive about Gu Zhinan witnessing her vulnerable state, and she buried her head lower, curling into herself like a fragile ball. Gu Zhinan remained silent, sitting in front of her, allowing the rain to drench him, yet the umbrella steadfastly provided cover for Xia Enggi. Even the fiercest storm must eventually cease. How did you know I was here? After what felt like an eternity, Gu Zhinan finally heard Xia Enggi's sobbing voice, her words choked and faltering from the prolonged exposure to rain and tears, leaving her cold to the bone. Gu Zhinan offered a gentle smile. The last call you answered was a shared location. Another silence followed. Xia Enggi seemed to be struggling to steady her voice, having caught Gu Zhinan's attention when she coughed.
Why are you here? We're not close. Even in such a state of distress, her tone remained icy. Who had taught her to be so? Gu Zhinan shrugged nonchalantly. Do not forget, today I am your boyfriend. I have the right to know where my girlfriend is. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang's shoulders, which had previously been steady, began to tremble violently. She lifted her head, her once innocent peach blossom eyes now filled with a profound sense of grievance. She bit her lower lip, which had turned a ghastly shade of blue from the cold, and fixed her gaze on Gu Zhinan. Then, as if expending her last ounce of strength, she flung herself into his embrace. Softly sobbing, her delicate body shivered, utterly exhausted. Gu Zhinan sat quietly, the small umbrella still shielding Xiaoyangi, while his other hand gently patted her back, his thoughts far from admiring the curves revealed by her drenched attire, as he continuously murmured, "Do not cry." Chapter 38 Stubbornness or resentment. In the deserted night park, shrouded by a torrential downpour, only a few street lamps timidly cast their dim light. By the flower bed, a man and a woman huddled beneath a floral umbrella. Xiaoyangi nestled into Gu Zhinan's embrace, trembling from the cold. Gu Zhinan furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed upon the rain that, though less ferocious than before, still drenched them in the depths of the night. Despite the summer heat, their bodies could hardly endure the chill, especially since Xiaoyangi had been exposed to the rain for an extended period. Shall we head home? Home? Did she still have a home? Xiaoyangi struggled to detach herself from Gu Zhinan's warmth, her eyes dimmed, yet his gaze radiated determination and light. She attempted to rise but found her limbs weak, once more leaning against him helplessly. Gu Zhinan steadied her, turning his back to her, placing the umbrella in her hands as she surrendered to his back. Without hesitation, he lifted her up, cradling her gently. Though soft, Gu Zhinan had little time to dwell on that. All he uttered was, "I've just recovered from a cold, you owe me for the medicine this time, you know." Xiaoyangi buried her small face deeper into his back, using all her strength to grip the umbrella, her lips moving silently. Gu Zhinan could not hear her murmurs, but Xiaoyangi alone knew she was quietly lamenting how stingy. The streets lay awash, the rain relentless yet leisurely, as Gu Zhinan shook off the droplets clinging to his face in frustration. Astonishingly, not a single taxi graced the expansive road. With his recent earnings, he vowed to himself, "I must buy a car." As he ambled aimlessly while carrying Xiaoyangi, he even contemplated seeking refuge in a nearby hotel, but to no avail. Every establishment was shuttered. The weight of the person on his back gradually seemed to adjust to the rhythm of motion, her breathing calming, though she clutched his shirt tightly with one hand, the other stubbornly holding the umbrella above them. After what felt like an eternity, a taxi finally arrived like a beacon of hope. The driver merely cast a surprised glance at the two of them before ushering them into the vehicle. Gu Zhinan carefully placed Xiaoyangi in the back seat, then hurried in beside her, promptly relaying the destination of their small apartment. Xiaoyangi leaned weakly against the seat, her peach blossom eyes avoiding Gu Zhinan's gaze, instead tilting her head toward the window, shivering from the cold. Gu Zhinan, sensing the chill emanating from her body, turned to her and noticed she was hugging her arms, still clutching the floral umbrella. Trembling, "Driver, could you turn on the heat?" "I am cold," he requested of the taxi driver, who, understanding their plight, complied by activating the warm airs gradually. The warmth enveloping Xiaoyangi alleviated her shivers. As she reclined in the back seat, basking in the comforting warmth, Gu Zhinan reflected on the surreal events of the day, from pretending to be a boyfriend at the orphanage, to donating a substantial sum, and now, enduring a torrential downpour. He couldn't help but glance at Xiaoyangi, who, moments ago, had been a portrait of grievance, now turned her head away to gaze out the window, seemingly regaining her aloof demeanor. It was as if the owner of those wronged peach blossom eyes was no longer herself. He found himself ensnared in a web of confusion regarding whether the girl who had nestled into his embrace was indeed the same. The half-hour journey felt neither too long nor too short. Gu Zhinan handed the driver a $100 bill, recognizing that the taxi driver would need to clean the water stains and that it would cost him time. The rain had dwindled to a fine drizzle. Initially, Gu Zhinan supported Xiaoyangi as she exited the vehicle, but she stubbornly declared, "I can walk on my own." He nodded, releasing her, only for her to stumble back into his arms. She lifted her gaze, somewhat irate, though it was unclear whether she was annoyed by his sudden release or by falling back against him. "Can you walk?" Gu Zhinan decided against prolonging the matter. Ignoring her soft protests to be set down, he hoisted Xiaoyangi up and carried her toward the apartment building. "Stop talking, you can hardly stand. What else with the pride? Where is your sense?" Gu Zhinan retorted, somewhat exasperated. "A brain is a valuable asset, but given that you chose to sit in the park and get drenched in such a downpour, I'd say you're not using yours wisely." Despite being a bit handsome, Xiaoyangi pouted, turning away and falling silent. At that moment, she found Gu Zhinan extremely irritating. He was indeed a brute. Seeing her demeanor, Gu Zhinan felt a mix of amusement and frustration. She was so proud yet allowed herself to be treated this way. Gently, he set her down, and as Xiaoyangi steadied herself against the wall, he opened the apartment door, intending to carry her again. However, she shot him a glare, determinedly leaning against the wall as she walked inside. Gu Zhinan rubbed his nose in resignation. "If you have the energy, change your clothes, otherwise, you might catch a chill. I'll be right back." After flipping on the heating in the living room, he tossed that remark over his shoulder and exited again. Xiaoyangi quickly turned, a flicker of panic evident in her peach blossom eyes. She collapsed onto the sofa, feeling as if all her strength had drained away, her gaze fixated on the door, a rising tide of anxiety swelling within her, as if a veil of mist threatened to escape. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, she found herself contemplating whether to open the door, and just then click, the sound of the door unlocking resonated like music to her ears, and Xiaoyangi's eyes brightened instantly. Gu Zhinan entered, carrying a large bag of cold medicine and warming remedies, only to find her still in her damp clothes, her head tilted towards the entrance. He frowned. "Didn't you change?" Xiaoyangi turned her head away, avoiding his gaze, muttering softly, "I didn't have the strength earlier." Gu Zhinan chuckled, setting the bag down as he entered the bathroom. Moments later, he emerged with a long towel, tossing it to her with a grin. Didn't you have enough energy to cry? Here, it's freshly bought and clean. Xiaoyan lacked the strength to raise her hand to catch the towel, allowing it to fall atop her head. Her cheeks flushed visibly, and biting her lip, she removed the towel and turned away, mustering all her strength to shoot Gu Zhinan a fierce glare exuding charm and allure. Gu Zhinan felt as though something within him had been struck, leaving him momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan took small, tentative steps back to her room. As she disappeared from view, Gu Zhinan snapped back to reality, shrugging his shoulders in exasperation before heading to the kitchen to boil water. Given the circumstances, if he didn't catch a cold by morning, it would be a miracle, let alone the woman who had been drenched all night. This was a matter of self-preservation. While Gu Zhinan busied himself with boiling water, Xiaoyan sat in her room, perched on a chair, her peach blossom eyes peering toward the door as if trying to see through to the person outside, her delicate face visibly flushed. That Gu Zhinan would come looking for her was beyond her expectations, until he stood before her, silently accompanying her in the rain, reminding her that he was still her pretend boyfriend until that very moment. A flood of grievances erupted within her, and she found herself throwing herself into his embrace, as if to convey all her frustrations. How utterly embarrassing! Xiaoyan's fingers intertwined in a tangle, overwhelmed by the awkwardness. Moreover, she realized her clothes clung tightly to her body, accentuating every curve. Suddenly, Xiaoyan felt a sense of social embarrassment wash over her as she changed clothes, biting her lip throughout the process, utterly numb. Chapter 39 Why Don't You Marry Me? As Xiaoyan emerged from her room, having changed her attire, she sluggishly made her way into the living room, only to find 2 steaming cups of brown liquid resting on the table. Gu Zhinan had likely retreated back to his room. Xiaoyan sneezed incessantly, her lips still tinged with a purplish hue. Despite donning clean clothes and deliberately opting for thicker garments, she still felt an overwhelming chill coursing through her body. Her hair remained damp, no matter how diligently she had wiped it dried out. A sharp click echoed in the silence as the door opened, jolting Xiaoyan's heart. She turned to see Gu Zhinan stepping out of his room, clad in casual attire, towel in hand, gently drying his hair. The moment his gaze fell upon Xiaoyan, he took note of her long, wet black hair and the trail of moisture left on her freshly changed clothes. Drink the honeysuckle tea while it's hot to ward off the cold. There's medicine nearby, self-medicate accordingly, Gu Zhinan advised as he strode into the bathroom. Moments later, he emerged wielding a hairdryer, heading straight to the sofa next to Xiaoyan, where he plugged it in and placed it beside her. Do you want to do it yourself, or shall I? As Xiaoyan obediently lifted a cup of honeysuckle tea to her lips, feeling warmth envelop her, she noticed Gu Zhinan preparing the hairdryer. His question made her cheeks flush as she set down her cup and picked up the dryer, opting to dry her hair herself. A sudden thought crossed her mind. It felt as though he regarded her as a child. Meanwhile, Gu Zhinan mused to himself, recognizing that her cold was a burden on him as her tenant. Therefore, it would be prudent to curtail her illness at its inception. He too took a sip of the honeysuckle tea, finding it far more delightful than any coffee. Its warmth was truly comforting. A satisfied expression spread across his face, leaving Xiaoyan puzzled as to why he seemed to relish such a simple beverage. Are you hungry? Gu Zhinan inquired suddenly. After weeping for what felt like an eternity, Xiaoyan had finally regained some strength after resting and warming up in her room. However, her stomach now protested vigorously. At Gu Zhinan's question, her face flushed crimson, and she emitted a soft, almost inaudible, Gu Zhinan nodded and rose to head to the kitchen, leaving Xiaoyan to continue drying her hair. A little while later, Gu Zhinan returned with a bowl of noodles, placing it on the dining table before fetching another bowl. I made some noodles with your ingredients tonight. They don't quite match the flavor you create, but they are still edible, he remarked, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. Despite similar cooking methods, why did the results differ so drastically? Xiaoyan pursed her lips, setting down the hairdryer to approach the dining table, where she took a seat and gazed at the noodles before her. Thank you, she murmured softly, her voice barely audible over the sound of Gu Zhinan slurping his noodles. Pardon? He responded, caught off guard. Xiaoyan lifted her enchanting eyes, sincerity shining through as she addressed him earnestly. Thank you for seeking me out, for accompanying me in the rain, for bringing me back, and for the noodles. Each word she spoke was pronounced with clarity and gravity. This left Gu Zhinan momentarily stunned. Although he had only known this landlord for a brief time, hearing such heartfelt words from her was genuinely astonishing. Could you repeat that? He requested, only to receive a sharp glance from Xiaoyan as she lowered her head and slowly began to eat her noodles, taking tiny bites. Feeling a bit awkward, Gu Zhinan rubbed his nose, wishing to hear those words from her lips once more, for some sentiments are simply too delightful to hear just once or twice. The room fell into a tranquil silence, and he couldn't help but steal glances at Xiaoyan, engrossed in her meal. When their eyes met, a spark passed between them, causing Gu Zhinan's cheeks to warm with embarrassment. I actually wanted to ask what happened. You seemed perfectly fine this afternoon and appeared quite cheerful. Mentioning Qi Sheng caused Xiaoyan's eyes to dim once more, her expression shadowed by sorrow. Oh no, a misstep. Gu Zhinan quickly waved his hands. If you don't wish to discuss it, there is no need. Let us just enjoy the noodles. Xiaoyan's heart, once heavy with sadness, was suddenly lightened by Gu Zhinan's antics. Was he truly afraid she would cry again, as if she would shed another tear? Look, your smile is truly beautiful. You should smile more often instead of frowning all day, Gu Zhinan declared, only to receive yet another glare from Xiaoyan, her allure undiminished. Someone has taken my train of thought, Xiaoyan remarked slowly, staring blankly at her empty bowl. By whom? Qi Sheng, a renowned musician. Xiaoyan paused, attempting to muster a smile, though her eyes betrayed her with a glimmer of vulnerability. He sold it to Yuan, whom you must know. After a moment of consideration, Gu Zhinan recalled Yuan, a figure of some renown. One of his college roommates was an ardent fan of her music. But I thought she was part of your company. Indeed, then why? I merely wish to sing well, but she does not allow it. After making this statement, Xiaoyan sniffled and raised her gaze to Gu Zhinan, offering him a warm smile, her enchanting eyes shimmering. If I stop singing, why not marry me instead? Upon uttering those words, Xia Ange's ears burned with heat. Her original intention had merely been to suggest that if she ceased singing, they could date, and if all went well, marry. Yet, the words had transformed into something entirely different once spoken aloud. Gu Zhinan's jaw dropped in shock, his expression one of utter disbelief. He stared for a long while as Xia Ange nearly buried her head beneath the table. Once he regained his composure, concern creased his brow. Surely, you haven't lost your senses due to the fever. Allow me to check. He reached out to touch her forehead, only to be met with a fierce glare from Xia Ange. After her piercing gaze, Xia Ange buried her head even deeper into the table, leaving Gu Zhinan with only a view of her alabaster neck and flushed earlobes. Surely, she couldn't be ill? He had never seen someone with a fever whose earlobes turned such a shade of red. With a hint of disappointment, Gu Zhinan withdrew his hand and made his way to the living room to fetch a glass of warm water for Xia Ange. Drink this warm water, it will help clear your mind. Okay, have you ever tried writing songs yourself? I noticed you playing a lovely melody in the living room. Xia Ange did not respond, instead cradling the warm cup, relishing the comforting heat it provided. Writing songs was no simple task, inspiration struck sporadically, yet all she possessed now was a solitary melody. Gu Zhinan recognized his probing had been futile, and feeling somewhat awkward, he suddenly brightened with an idea. Could I borrow your guitar for a bit? Xia Ange regarded him with skepticism. That guitar was a treasured possession she had purchased with her hard-earned money, yet, this man had braved the harsh rain to bring her back. Do you play? Xia Ange's large, expressive eyes brimmed with curiosity, rendering her somewhat adorable. Gu Zhinan scratched his head, appearing a tad bashful. I played a bit in college. Since you're not singing anymore, could I give it a try? Xia Ange scrutinized Gu Zhinan in silence before gradually retreating to her room, emerging shortly with her wooden-hued guitar, identical to the one she had seen him with these past few days. Be careful not to damage it, she warned, displaying her doubt. Till I saved up to buy this. I promise I won't. Just a quick trial. If it doesn't work out, I'll return it to you. Gu Zhinan chuckled, secretly thinking that if he broke it, he would simply make a run for it. Besides, the last time you left, the guitar was in the living room, and I may have borrowed it for a short strum. Xia Ange was left utterly speechless. It seemed that the rain had unexpectedly drawn their relationship closer, transforming it in ways neither had anticipated. Chapter 40 The Summer Breeze. Make sure to cover yourself with a thick blanket tonight, so you don't catch a cold. I'm heading back now. Gu Zhinan took the guitar, casting an excited glance. Xia Ange softly acknowledged with a hum. Gu Zhinan then cradled the guitar and retreated to his room, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. His mind was swirling with myriad thoughts. Xia Ange pursed her lips, observing Gu Zhinan enter his room without a backward glance, and she too returned to her own quarters. She had already resolved to strive diligently to compose an original song for herself. If the time came and she still hadn't created one, she would resign herself to her fate and revert to being a mere tool for a year. Once her contract expired, she would cease singing, return to her small apartment, seek employment, and live a tranquil life. Contemplating this, a glimmer seemed to gather in her peach blossom eyes, and the corners of her mouth slightly curled upwards, as if recalling a joyful memory. She curled up under the covers, her breathing gradually steadying. Meanwhile, Gu Zhinan was burdened with frustration, seated on a chair, caressing the wooden-hued guitar. His thoughts drifted back to a past summer. Under the guidance of his roommates, he eagerly took up the guitar, believing it would charm beautiful girls, yet, he ended up breaking strings without success. Ding ding ding, dong dong. Gu Zhinan lightly plucked each string, as if attempting to recapture the fervor of his earlier guitar lessons. Ding ding ding, dong dong. The intermittent sounds of the guitar echoed through the room, but fortunately, Gu Zhinan had tested it. The music would not reach Xia Ange in her main bedroom. Otherwise, this proud landlord would surely come to confiscate the guitar and glare at him with those piercing peach blossom eyes. What are you doing awake at this hour, disturbing the peace? How infuriating. Gu Zhinan swallowed hard, already envisioning that scene. The computer displayed sheet music, meant to stimulate his memory. When he first learned the guitar, he practiced numerous songs, sometimes dedicating entire days to mastering pieces, utterly entranced. Gu Zhinan strummed the strings, closed his eyes, and seemed to dream back to his university days, sitting in the dormitory chair, diligently perusing the sheet music over and over again. Until the deep of night, he stared at his slightly sunken dark circles, glancing at the time. It was 4:30 in the morning. The summer days dawned quickly. By 5:30, the sky would show hints of light, and by 6, the sun would rise in the east. Gu Zhinan inscribed the title, The Summer Breeze, at the top of a sheet, then began to scribble below, his handwriting somewhat shaky. Yet he was indeed feeling a bit drowsy and lightheaded, with a scratchy throat. Surely the prelude to a cold? A few minutes later, Gu Zhinan completed the final word. Although the handwriting was far from elegant, at least it was complete. He glanced at another sheet, which bore the words musical score, but he had only managed 2 crooked lines of notes. This was far too challenging. Even if he recalled the melody, it was not something he could replicate instantly. He was not a professional lyricist or singer. Cough, cough. Gu Zhinan cleared his throat, feeling lightheaded, his throat burning slightly. Yet he continued to attempt a full rendition, determined to confirm that it was indeed the correct song. The Summer Breeze, the melody was exquisitely beautiful, and Gu Zhinan adored it. The original artist's sweet voice and slightly languid delivery were simply intoxicating. Gu Zhinan believed that even in this world, this song would be a classic. Moreover, he felt it suited Xia Ange perfectly, truly fitting. He had heard her composed melodies numerous times. Whenever they resonated in the living room, he would instinctively hum along. The July breeze was languorous, the clouds turning sultry. Soon, the sky grew oppressive, and a rain shower followed the clouds. Gu Zhinan's voice, already somewhat hoarse, combined with the guitar strumming, sounded awkward and unmelodious, an unfortunate disappointment. His throat was too uncomfortable to continue. Forget it, I'll just sleep for a bit. He set the guitar aside, drained the glass of water, and reclined on the bed, pulling up the covers. Xia Angi slept soundly, her drowsy peach blossom eyes opening to the sight of a white ceiling. The small balcony outside was already graced by the rising sun. She threw off the covers and swiftly sneezed twice. No more sneezing, nor any dizziness. Clearly, her physical constitution was quite robust, if she hadn't sneaked a couple of cold pills from the table before returning last night, that is. Pushing the door open, she found the living room tranquil, the table still holding the cold medicine Gu Zhinan had bought the previous night. The dining table was strewn with empty bowls from their meal. The bedroom door was firmly shut, indicating he had yet to rise. After washing up, Xia Angi returned to the dining table to tidy up the dishes, then headed into the kitchen. Opening the refrigerator, she noticed her side noticeably lacking in ingredients, as one spot was conspicuously empty. She pouted. The meal she had prepared was indeed unappetizing, Xia Angi mused, yet she had eaten every bit, likely due to her hunger. She busied herself, retrieving ingredients to prepare a hearty bowl of noodles. This was the only dish she could make. Gu Zhinan tossed and turned, his head heavy and his throat sore. He could only rise, recalling that there were still medicines on the living room table originally intended for Xia Angi to prevent a cold. It seemed he was in need of them himself. He threw off the covers and stepped outside, immediately spotting Xia Angi bustling in the kitchen, clad in a casual hoodie, radiating vitality, unlike himself, who slouched, utterly defeated at the moment. "Excuse me." Gu Zhinan's voice was still somewhat hoarse, startling Xia Angi. Turning around, she saw him, head drooping with dark circles beneath his eyes, holding a kettle to boil water. Xia Angi slightly shifted aside, allowing Gu Zhinan to place the kettle down, then he slumped back onto the sofa, lying down. He had caught a cold. This was Xia Angi's first thought. The second was that it was her fault. The noodles she had prepared were ready. Gu Zhinan's bowl contained 3 eggs, but Xia Angi had heard that one shouldn't eat eggs when sick, so she carefully removed them and placed them into her own bowl. She gingerly carried the bowl outside. Gu Zhinan, initially resting with his eyes closed, suddenly sensed a delightful aroma. He opened his eyes to find Xia Angi cautiously pouring water into a cup, which contained a packet of honeysuckle. Then she rummaged through a bag, extracting a blister pack of medicine and setting a few pills aside. Only after completing this did she look up and meet Gu Zhinan's gaze. Xia Angi's earlobes were slightly flushed as she moved the cup toward him. "Take this medicine." Gu Zhinan sat up, sniffed, and looked at Xia Angi, who appeared unfazed, despite having soaked in the rain and cried heartily the previous night. Today, her eyes were only slightly puffy. Holding the cup, he took a small sip of water before swallowing all the pills in one go. Xia Angi's eyes widened slightly. She wondered if all men took their medicine this way? "Thank you," Gu Zhinan muttered, his voice still raspy. Xia Angi did not respond but instead moved to sit at the dining table. "I made your breakfast, eat before going back to sleep." "Okay." Gu Zhinan intended to finish the drink and return to sleep immediately, but upon seeing the bowl of noodles, he found himself unable to resist. Yet when he sat down to eat, he was taken aback. When he glanced at Xia Angi's bowl, his surprise deepened. "What happened to my fried eggs?" Gu Zhinan exclaimed, disbelief evident in his raspy voice, tinged with a sense of grievance. "You can't eat eggs when you have a cold." "Who told you that?" "I forgot." "Are you teasing me?" "I don't care, I want to eat, give me 2. "No way." Xia Angi's tone was resolute. Gu Zhinan gazed at Xia Angi's bowl, finishing the entire bowl of noodles while fixating on her dish. Afterward, he cast one last reluctant glance at her bowl before departing the dining table. Life was terribly unfair. This world was such that the full remained sated, while the hungry starved. Utterly inequitable. Chapter 41. In Gu Zhinan singing and playing naturally, Xia Angi could not consume so many fried eggs. She only ate 2, leaving the rest in the bowl. Gu Zhinan, of course, noticed this. He pursed his lips and approached the sofa, intending to sit down, only to recall the reason for his sleepless night. "I wrote a song, would you like to take a look?" Originally, he had planned to return home and sleep soundly until the afternoon, but after having eaten and feeling somewhat better after taking his medication, Gu Zhinan remembered the important matter at hand. Xia Angi paused in her action of pouring water, lifting her gaze with a look of confusion and surprise, yet ultimately nodded her head in acquiescence. Upon seeing Xia Angi's agreement, Gu Zhinan eagerly gulped down a mouthful of water, invigorating himself, and turned back towards his room. The door remained ajar, allowing Xia Angi to clearly hear the sound of items being rummaged through inside. She wrinkled her delicate nose, pondering what Gu Zhinan could possibly be doing. Her curiosity intensified when he emerged, guitar in hand, with 2 sheets of manuscript paper and a pen. Had he truly composed a song? Was that why he had borrowed her guitar? Xia Angi recalled that she did not even know what profession Gu Zhinan held, only that he did not go out to work and spent his days in his room. "Here, take a look, I still need your help with this. It's not yet finished," Gu Zhinan said, placing the guitar down and extracting one of the lyric sheets from the 2 pages, handing it to Xia Angi before taking a seat himself. Xia Angi accepted the slightly wrinkled manuscript, her brows knitting slightly as she sensed Gu Zhinan's bashfulness. "I was too tired and accidentally crumpled it while sleeping. I'll rewrite it later," he explained. Xia Angi paid no mind as she gazed at the words inscribed, "The Wind of Summer." The title was rather charming, instantly piquing her interest. "The lazy wind of July, even the clouds grow warm." Soon enough, the sky becomes oppressive. After a bout of clouds, rain falls. Wuya. Upon reaching this point, Xia Angi's expression turned earnest, and she looked up at Gu Zhinan, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Did you really write this?" "Indeed, absolutely," Gu Zhinan affirmed, nodding. This song did not exist in this world, thus, it was his original creation. The temperature rises to an unbearable level. I simply close my eyes, allowing my imagination to roam freely. The scene depicts 2 people strolling together. My face gently rests against your chest. Xia Hengyi felt her earlobes flush with warmth as memories of last night flooded back when she had leaped into Gu Zhinan's embrace, her cheek pressed against his chest, and she could even hear his heartbeat. She scrutinized the lyrics intently, though they were merely 100 words or so, she found herself rereading them several times. Gu Zhinan, too, felt a twinge of anxiety, wondering if the song would not meet her expectations. That was impossible, he quickly dismissed such thoughts. If this song were not good, then no song could be. Well, what do you think? He asked, his voice betraying a hint of trepidation. Very good. Xia Hengyi replied earnestly, raising her head to meet Gu Zhinan's gaze, her eyes shimmering like blossoms in spring. Truly, it's excellent. Are you a musician? Then why had he borrowed her guitar? Moreover, she had never heard the sounds of guitar, piano, or drums emanating from his room. No, I am a novelist, this is just something I wrote on a whim last night. I don't usually write songs, Gu Zhinan clarified, shaking his head and dispelling Xia Hengyi's assumptions. He then handed her the sheet music. This is the score, but it's only a small portion since I'm not a professional. I could attempt to sing it, and you could take notes? Xia Hengyi remained silent, accepting the crumpled manuscript that was filled with haphazard symbols and scribbles, resembling a child's drawing. Just make do. When you record it, you can write it neatly. Before Xia Hengyi could lift her gaze, Gu Zhinan hastily added from the chaotic scrawls of Gu Zhinan's notation. Xia Hengyi managed to discern the segment of music he had mentioned. Was this the beginning? She mentally immersed herself in it, softly murmuring the notes, her eyes brightening with excitement. When she looked at Gu Zhinan, her eyes sparkled as if she could devour him whole. Gu Zhinan swallowed hard, unable to meet her gaze, aware of his own weakness to allure. Can you sing it for me? Certainly. Gu Zhinan placed the pen on the table before Xia Hengyi, cradled the guitar, adjusted his posture, and flashed a smile at her. Remember to take notes, and if I sing poorly, don't hit me. I am just playing around. Okay, Xia Hengyi obediently picked up the pen, not noticing the absence of fresh manuscript paper. She flipped the page of the score and settled down on the carpet. Ahem. Gu Zhinan composed himself. He believed that singing, much like writing, deserved earnest attention, regardless of his proficiency. On a sweltering summer afternoon, Gu Zhinan closed his eyes on the sofa, seeking inspiration, while Xia Hengyi sat cross-legged on the carpet, observing him with utmost seriousness. The entire scene felt surreal. He had borrowed her guitar last night, and now he was telling her he had written a song, strumming the guitar. The sound resonated, and Gu Zhinan took a deep breath, soothing his throat. The melody flowed, gentle and warm, as a breeze wafted through the balcony, caressing Gu Zhinan's profile, touching Xia Hengyi's heart. The lazy wind of July, even the clouds grow warm. Soon enough, the sky becomes oppressive. After a bout of clouds, rain falls. Oh yeah, Gu Zhinan's voice was tender, although his playing was a bit unrefined, it was evident he possessed skill. He sang with sincerity, each word, each line, each note delivered with utmost care. He would not allow this song to appear imperfect in his hands, he aspired to bring it into this world in its entirety. The temperature rises to an unbearable level. I simply close my eyes, allowing my imagination to roam freely. The scene depicts two people strolling together. My face gently rests against your chest. I hear your heartbeat. Oh, it is as warm as the weather. From the very first line, Xia Hengyi did not move the pen in her hand. Her eyes, like blossoming peach flowers, were transfixed on Gu Zhinan, absorbing every note and lyric he sang. He was earnest and devout. Xia Hengyi was entranced, the song's essence pulling her deeper into its embrace. The wind of summer, I shall forever remember. Clearly you declare your love for me, and I also see your cool smile, even in moments of shyness. During the prelude, Gu Zhinan's voice remained soft and gentle, but as he reached the chorus, he struggled to maintain the pitch. His voice cracked, becoming hoarse, yet he did not falter. Though his vocals faltered, the rhythm of the guitar remained steady. Even if he was not adept, at least he did not make mistakes. You and my summer wind softly converse, the gentle, lazy sea breeze blows to the lofty peaks. The warm wind, the mountain wind, transforms into my mountain breeze. Why are you not here? I asked the mountain breeze if you will return. Xia Hengyi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her gaze misty, as the melody resonated with her own. It was a perfect harmony. Chapter 42. A letter to you. Ahem. Gu Zhinan could no longer suppress his cough, setting aside his guitar to pour himself a glass of water. He gulped it down, and the heat in his throat began to subside. How do you feel? He glanced at the landlord sitting on the carpet, only to find her staring blankly with red-rimmed eyes. What is wrong with you? Xia Hengyi finally snapped back to reality from Gu Zhinan's song, turning her head to sniffle. Mind your own business. The proud landlord's voice was slightly choked, yet she pouted defiantly. This song is truly written by you. Of course, it's authentic. Where else would you have heard it? Gu Zhinan replied, somewhat exasperated. Did he really seem that untrustworthy? But aren't you a novelist? Xia Hengyi murmured, just because I write novels doesn't mean I can't be inspired to write songs. You said you couldn't write songs. I have a basic understanding. Just a basic understanding, huh? Realizing he had dug himself into a hole, Gu Zhinan felt a bit embarrassed. Xia Hengyi fell silent, her head bowed as she reminisced about the song Summer Breeze, reflecting on her own emotional journey over the past few days. Writing a song was no simple task, otherwise, she wouldn't have struggled for so long without producing anything. In the end, she was even deceived by Qisheng, yet, this Summer Breeze was composed in just one night. One night, she felt utterly overwhelmed, as if struck by a meteor. This song was truly magnificent. She couldn't help but wonder how it would sound if she sang it herself. You actually didn't write it? Gu Zhinan finally noticed that Xia Hengyi held a pen, yet the paper before her remained blank. Do you have any idea how exhausting it is for me to sing it again? Gu Zhinan sighed dramatically. If I sing it one more time, my vocal cords will surely give out. I'm Xiaoeng. Immersed in the echoes of the earlier song, Xiaoeng shot him a glare upon hearing Gu Zhinan's lament, then picked up her pen and began scribbling furiously on the paper. In less than 10 minutes, a complete 6-line score appeared before Gu Zhinan. Witnessing his astonishment, Xiaoeng's lips curled slightly, as if she derived great satisfaction from it. Take it. Gu Zhinan took it, stammering, this is what I just played. Are you sure, sister? Oh, Ange, habitually about to address the landlord, he sensed the murderous intent in her peach blossom eyes and quickly corrected himself. I am a professional. Calling her name caused a hint of unease in Xiaoeng's expression, but she swiftly masked it, her earlobes betraying a slight blush. That part you hum. Xiaoeng trailed off, yet Gu Zhinan understood her inquiry and nodded. The inspiration came from your melody indeed. The muse was derived from that very melody of Xiaoeng's, which had sparked the creation of Summer Breeze. A great song deserves a great voice. He placed the guitar and 2 sheets of paper on the table, yawning lazily. Songs still need to be sung. After all, it's a divine gift we must cherish. He said this while heading towards the dining table. This song is written for you. With the song in hand, it's time for you to put in the effort. By the end of his statement, Gu Zhinan's words became somewhat indistinct. It was then that Xiaoeng noticed he was sneakily devouring her fried egg. His mouth was stuffed full. Gu Zhinan, Xiaoeng exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment, marking the first time she had ever shouted so loudly at him since their acquaintance. Gu Zhinan recoiled, darting back to his room without a word, mumbling incoherently, you should practice a bit, I'm going to sleep. In a flash, Gu Zhinan vanished into his room, the door closing behind him while he continued to chew on the fried egg. Xiaoeng's face turned beet red. Gu Zhinan had pilfered her fried egg using his own chopsticks, indirectly, yet his words echoed in her mind. If the song was meant for her, he urged her to practice diligently and not to give up on singing. Looking down at the sheets before her, filled with scribbles, she found them oddly pristine sitting on the carpet. She clutched the 2 sheets tightly to her chest, burying her face in her thighs. No one knew Xiaoeng's expression, just as no one knew the struggle she had endured. Meanwhile, Qi Shang, who was preparing to leave Linchang, received another phone call from Yuan, a rising star in Xinguang Entertainment. To his surprise, she seemed particularly elated upon learning that the song was inspired by Xiaoeng. The previously agreed sum was suddenly increased by 20,000. Curious about Yuan's antagonism towards Xiaoeng, Qi Shang detected an air of arrogance in her tone, realizing she simply wished to make things difficult for her. A wave of pity washed over Qi Shang for Xiaoeng. He genuinely wanted to assist her, yet he remained pragmatic. He didn't believe he had done anything wrong. It was merely unfortunate for Xiaoeng that his wife discovered his creative endeavor, coincidentally recording the melody. Such was fate. In his slumber, Gu Zhinan occasionally caught snippets of a beautiful guitar melody and an emotionally resonant singing voice, lingering in his ears sporadically. He turned over, his hair tousled, yet his spirits were evidently much improved. A remedy of hot water and banlangen was truly a timeless cure. He listened intently to the faint guitar sounds outside, far more skillful than his own playing. The rhythm was impeccable. No wonder she was a professional. Compared to Xiaoeng, he felt like a mere clown in the morning. There was no comparison. He opened the door, still yawning. Xiaoeng was seated on the sofa, cradling the guitar, her silhouette exuding a sacred purity. Upon noticing Gu Zhinan's emergence, she pressed her lips together, her gaze fixed upon him, as if harboring an edge of hostility. Gu Zhinan withdrew slightly, chuckling nervously. Don't be so stingy. I wrote a song for you, you know. Upon mentioning the song, Gu Zhinan's interest peaked, and he promptly settled beside her on the sofa, brimming with anticipation. Could you sing it? Gu Zhinan had heard Xiaoeng singing before, but never in person, especially not this summer breeze. Initially, Xiaoeng intended to remind him that he shouldn't eat eggs while unwell, but upon hearing his request, she hesitated, then softly replied, Gu Zhinan immediately prepared himself to listen, while Xiaoeng suddenly felt a wave of nerves. This was her first time singing alone for a man. Nevertheless, since it was a song he had composed, it felt perfectly appropriate. She adjusted her posture, her expression turning earnest, quite an enchanting sight. Ding, the gentle strumming of the guitar filled the air as her delicate fingers plucked the strings. The wind of July is languid, even the clouds grow warm. In the warm summer evening, Gu Zhinan found himself entranced. This song was tailor-made for Xiaoeng's voice, gentle and heartfelt. A smile gradually graced Gu Zhinan's lips, and he began to sing softly along with her. Why are you not here? Asking the mountain breeze if you will return. As the final note faded, Xiaoeng's peach blossom eyes turned towards Gu Zhinan with a glimmer of expectation. They locked gazes for a long moment, and finally, Gu Zhinan offered Xiaoeng what he believed to be his most tender smile. You sang beautifully, you can go ahead and release the song now. Chapter 43, The Arrival of Two Dimwits. This is indeed a matter of great joy, for having no original songs of her own, she had been effectively sidelined by Starry Sky for 3 months. Even though she had arranged to collaborate with Qi Shang, she was ultimately betrayed and handed over to Yuan. Yet now, before her stands this man, who, with her guitar, has conjured an enchanting piece titled Summer Breeze in just one evening. Although she had never heard any of Qi Shang's compositions, she instinctively felt that none could rival the brilliance of Gu Zhinan's creation. But if this is a cause for celebration, why does she find herself unable to rejoice? Ding-ling-ling, a sudden, jarring ring echoed through the living room as Xiaoeng set down her guitar and reached for her phone. It was Ruaning, her assistant. Apologetically, she glanced at Gu Zhinan before rising to retreat to her room. Sister Angie, are you not in the courtyard? What? I'm at the orphanage now, and I told them I was your classmate, but Aunt Xia said you weren't here. Xia Angie fell silent for a moment before responding softly, I'm at the apartment. What? Ruan Ying's voice escalated, startling the girl driving alongside her, who tightened her grip on the steering wheel and complained, Xiaoying, what are you doing? Ruan Ying paid no heed to Chang Menjiying's protests, urgently addressing Xia Angie, Sister Angie, doesn't your apartment have a man living in it? Are you living with him? Yes.
In truth, Xia Anggi felt a flicker of relief that it wasn't Ruaning who had breached the rental agreement with Gu Zhinan, sparing her from a threefold compensation.
Gu Zhinan had left, thus, Summer Breeze would not have been born. Yes?
Ruaning was momentarily taken aback. What does yes even mean? How can Xia Anggi be so composed? Ruaning was no longer calm.
I'm coming over right now, Sister Anggi, wait for me.
She hung up the phone and shouted to the driver, Menjing, step on it.
This is urgent. Chang Menjing frowned. Why the rush? I just got my license not long ago, don't try to get me into trouble. Your future artist is cohabiting with someone. What, WC? Upon hearing that, Chang Menjing was alarmed.
She was an ardent fan of Xia Anggi, having admired her since the latter's participation in the singing competition. While diligently studying law, she had also been brushing up on knowledge about being an agent, dreaming of becoming Xia Anggi's manager. Seeing Xia Anggi being sidelined by a heartless company, and that wretched agent using her social media to promote others, infuriated her. She had even rallied some fans to resist, but how could their arms compete with a leg?
Hold on tight. Chang Menjing exclaimed, slamming down on the accelerator.
She had finally found Xia Anggi's assistant and hoped to win her favor to help Xia Anggi escape her predicament, yet, she was now living with someone. Unbeknownst to Xia Anggi, Ruaning had come to the city in haste. Seeing her so quickly hang up, her doe-like eyes blinked in confusion. Stepping outside, she found that Gu Zhinan had already vacated the living room. Clearly, he had returned to his room while she was on the phone. Gu Zhinan sat at his computer, the plot of The Legend of Qin nearing its conclusion. At this rate, he would upload the last 6 chapters together tomorrow. A direct ending, then, he could visit his parents before diving into the Xianjian project. He had already meticulously crafted both the outline and the detailed outline for Xianjian. The next step was simply to write the chapters methodically, based on his recreation of scenes from the TV series and the game. The entire work would likely be around 300,000 to 400,000 words, which was not much at all. However, this was a Xianxia novel, and he hoped to eventually sell the adaptation rights for the TV series. That would be its rightful destiny. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang incessantly from outside, and Gu Zhinan, seated in his room, heard it too. Rising to his feet, he walked towards the door, muttering to himself, wasn't she in her room on the phone? Why has she suddenly gone out? He opened the door to find Xia Anggi, dressed in a hoodie, having just answered the door.
Nodding, he thought, isn't she the one opening the door? Then it's none of my concern.
Wait a minute, she opened the door. Gu Zhinan glanced towards the entrance, where 2 girls stood, both quite attractive, around 160 centimeters tall, one slightly shorter than the other.
Why did it feel like their gazes were off? Why are they staring at me?
Oh, the shorter one was the former agent. Gu Zhinan had initially mistaken her for the landlord. To his surprise, she was merely an agent.
You. Ruaning pointed at Gu Zhinan, approaching him in a huff, looking up at the man who towered over her by a head and a half.
Suddenly feeling a bit intimidated, she swallowed hard, determined not to lose her composure.
Have you done anything inappropriate to my sister Anggi? Sorry, what do you mean? Gu Zhinan expressed his confusion through his expression.
His face was a canvas of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Chang Menjing, excitedly tugging at the puzzle Xia Anggi, introduced herself. Anggi, I'm your superfan. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The real Xia Anggi was far more stunning than in photographs. Her hands felt so smooth, so youthful.
And you are?
Xia Anggi asked, puzzled by the girl accompanying Ruaning, who sported a stylish backpack and had her hair dyed a color reminiscent of autumn leaves, youthful and vibrant.
Oh, I'm here to apply to be your manager. I am quite professional. Chang Menjing declared, thumping her chest in assurance, ready to pull out her credentials from her backpack.
Please, come in and talk, Xia Anggi said softly, feeling utterly bewildered. Thus, Gu Zhinan sat alone on a sofa while Xia Anggi found herself sandwiched between Ruaning and Chang Menjing. The scene fell into a tense stalemate.
Here's the situation, Sister Anggi.
Menjing says she can help you break free from Starry Sky Entertainment. She can assist you with legal matters. Ruaning was the first to speak, introducing Chang Menjing. She is majoring in law at Huaguo University, and she claims to have diligently studied knowledge related to being an agent just to work for you.
Chang Menjing nodded vigorously. I originally only wanted to be a small assistant to Xia Anggi, but I never expected your manager to be so despicable. It is infuriating. I know you are far superior to that Yuan and Chu Taoyu. I believe their fans would concur, Gu Zhinan mumbled. What did you say?
Chang Menjing leapt to her feet, casting an unfriendly glare at Gu Zhinan.
How dare this man share a roof with her goddess? She hadn't even had a chance. What a scoundrel! Are you his informant? Gu Zhinan was taken aback. He had merely spoken out loud. What are you looking at me for? Chang Menjing rolled up her sleeves, ready for a confrontation.
Though she wore a short-sleeved shirt, her demeanor was fierce.
Let us step outside and settle this. Oh, what a tempestuous little firecracker. Gu Zhinan pretended to rise from his seat. After all, this girl seemed to be only around 1.6 meters tall, even shorter than Xia Anggi. Just when I thought I could finally test my Taekwondo black belt skills after not having done so for ages. Chang Menjing proclaimed, demonstrating a kicking move. Gu Zhinan immediately sank back into the sofa, smirking. I'm a cultured person, I don't engage in fights, I abide by the law. Taekwondo, you say? After a few hits, Gu Zhinan could easily pin this girl down. But he had no desire to be hit. Chicken. Are you biting me? Whoa. Chang Menjing exploded, ready to yank Gu Zhinan up. Gu Zhinan was equally irritated. Shut up. Ruaning quickly restrained Chang Menjing, glancing nervously at the upset Xia Enggi. Xia Enggi's delicate face wore a serious expression, her doe-like eyes glaring at Gu Zhinan and Chang Menjing. Chang Menjing stuck out her tongue and quietly sat down. Gu Zhinan cast a glance at Xia Enggi before standing up and retreating to his room. Two dimwits, he found them uninteresting. Chapter 44. Call me daddy and you'll be forgiven. So, Sister Enggi, you really haven't returned to the courtyard? Ruaning inquired cautiously, noticing that Xia Enggi's delicate face remained quite serious. When did I ever say I was there? Xia Enggi retorted. Last time on the phone, when I asked if you were in Lincheng, you said you were. Xia Enggi shot back. Did I ever admit to being in the courtyard? Ruaning suddenly seemed as if her voice had been seized. It seemed she hadn't actually said that, had she? Oh dear, I truly didn't expect you to return to the apartment and cohabit with a man. Xia Enggi's cheeks flushed, and she shot Ruaning a glare. What do you mean by cohabiting? What on earth are you two planning? Xia Enggi felt a slight headache coming on. Oh right, Menjing. Chang Menjing quickly pulled out a stack of documents from her backpack and placed them on the table, speaking as she did so. I've organized some materials regarding your contract with Xinguang Entertainment and the resources since you signed, and I've discovered that Xinguang Entertainment hasn't fulfilled their contractual obligations at all. She handed each document to Xia Enggi, her expression brimming with excitement. We can leverage this to sue Xinguang Entertainment, and there's a good chance we could win, which would allow you to sever ties with them without having to produce any songs or be forced into a year-long renewal. Xia Enggi took the folders one by one, feeling somewhat dizzy. She gazed at Chang Menjing, the girl who claimed to be her superfan. Is it Chang Menjing? Yes, yes. Chang Menjing nodded vigorously. Thank you for your assistance. Xia Enggi said earnestly. I already have songs. What songs? What? Now it was Ruan Ying's turn to be excited. She seized Xia Enggi's delicate hand, squeezing it tightly. Is it really true? The draft is right on the table. Xia Enggi frowned. When did Ruan Ying become so strong? Chang Menjing was also aware of Xia Enggi's current predicament. If she couldn't produce original songs within 3 months, she would be forced into a year-long renewal and have to comply unconditionally with Xinguang Entertainment's arrangements. It was utterly unscrupulous. To that end, she had put in considerable effort to unearth dirt on Xinguang Entertainment, hoping to help Xia Enggi escape her plight. Upon hearing Xia Enggi's words, both of them were ecstatic, their eyes eagerly fixated on the 2 slightly crumpled sheets of draft paper at the edge of the table. They each picked one up to examine. Oh dear, I can't make sense of this. Ruaning exclaimed, picking up the sheet of music, flipping it back and forth, trying to make sense of it, all the while scribbling on it, making it even more incomprehensible. She hurriedly leaned over to look at the lyrics with Chang Menjing. Summer's wind? The handwriting was rather unimpressive. Ruaning recognized Xia Enggi's handwriting at a glance and immediately discerned that this was not written by her. Chang Menjing, on the other hand, believed her idol's handwriting exuded artistic flair. Everything about it was splendid. After the two of them earnestly finished reading the lyrics, their eyes sparkled as they simultaneously turned to the nonchalant Xia Enggi beside them. The lyrics are wonderful. Did Qi Shang write this? Ruaning voiced her curiosity first. Upon hearing the name Qi Shang, Xia Enggi's beautiful brows immediately furrowed. Not him, don't mention him. Her tone was icy cold. Ruaning instinctively shrank back. She knew that whenever Xia Enggi displayed such expressions, it meant she was upset. Seeing Ruan Ying's reaction, Xia Enggi felt somewhat helpless and lowered her gaze. I sought him out. He promised to help me write a song, but ultimately sold it to Yuan. What? Ruaning sprang up again, her small hands clenched tightly, her eyes ablaze with fury as she gritted her teeth. That is utterly despicable. Absolutely despicable. Xia Enggi remained quiet, her gaze fixed on the draft paper still in Chang Menjing's hands. Sorry, Sister Enggi, Ruaning mumbled, her head drooping, resembling a child who had committed a wrongdoing standing before Xia Enggi. It was she who had given Xia Enggi Qi Shang's contact information and encouraged her to approach him. She could already imagine the grievances Xia Enggi had endured. Twice her songs had been stolen. Xia Enggi shook her head, pulling Ruaning down to sit, and smiled sweetly. His songs are unnecessary. Oh right. Then who wrote this song? Chang Menjing was the first to ask, her admiration for the lyrics evident. Xia Enggi did not respond immediately. Instead, she gazed in the direction of Gu Zhinan's room. The two of them initially didn't grasp the situation, remaining silent for several seconds, before Chang Menjing suddenly turned to Ruaning, murmuring in disbelief, could it be that man from earlier? His name is Gu Zhinan, Xia Enggi corrected seriously. He wrote it. He just gave it to me this morning. Having said that, Xia Enggi exhibited a somewhat aggrieved expression. You must have offended him. He probably won't agree to sing for me now. Oh no. This is bad. As reality dawned on them, Ruaning and Chang Menjing began to sense the peculiarity of the world. Ruaning swallowed hard, feeling her throat was still a bit dry as she turned to look at the aggrieved Xia Enggi. She still found it hard to believe. She rarely saw Xia Enggi display such emotions on her face. Is the song really that good? Xia Enggi did not respond to Ruaning immediately. Instead, she picked up a guitar and tuned it slightly. Then, she softly sang a few lines of the prelude. It was as if a gentle summer breeze had swept through, especially for Chang Menjing. Upon hearing the first line, "The lazy wind of July," she could hardly contain herself. After listening to Xia Engi sing a few lines, her eyes sparkled with brilliance. She grabbed Ruaning and headed for Gu Zhinan's door. However, upon reaching the door, she hesitated, recalling that she had just offended him. She glanced at Ruaning for help. Ruaning was also apprehensive but mustered her courage to gently knock twice on the door. There was no response. So, she knocked twice more. Click, the door swung open halfway, revealing Gu Zhinan, who towered over them. Gu Zhinan looked at the two with a cold smirk. "You don't think you can take me on 2 against 1, do you?" Chang Menjing's face flushed, her fingers intertwining nervously as she stammered, "I'm a cultured person. I don't engage in fights, I abide by the law." "Right." Ruaning chimed in. "Just moments ago, it was those two fools who had been shouting for a fight. Now, they were the ones claiming they wouldn't engage in violence?" Gu Zhinan raised an eyebrow, ready to close the door. Chang Menjing quickly propped the door open, pleading, "Oh please, big brother, forgive us, Sister Engi can't be without that song." A song? Gu Zhinan peered through the crack of the door toward the living room sofa, where a lovely silhouette was leisurely sipping water. He suddenly understood. It was likely that Xia Engi had informed them that The Summer Wind was written by him, and they were worried he wouldn't give it to her. He rolled his eyes, loosening his grip on the door to stroke his chin with a mischievous glint. He recognized the soft, sweet girl as a black market agent, but the tomboyish one was a stranger to him. "Your name?" Chang Menjing felt a bit intimidated by Gu Zhinan's gaze, but, thinking of Xia Engi, she held her head high and replied, "Chang Menjing." "Chang Menjing?" That name sounded somewhat familiar. "You call me daddy, and I will forgive you." Gu Zhinan squinted, crossing his arms with a smirk. Whether he resembled a villain or not, he certainly knew how to be insufferable. He simply wanted to irritate this girl. "You." Chang Menjing was furious, nearly ready to retaliate, but Ruaning managed to hold her back just in time. "Absolutely not." Chang Menjing countered. "Change it." "Oh, well then, I'll take my leave," Gu Zhinan declared, attempting to shut the door. "Wait." Chang Menjing once more blocked Gu Zhinan's attempt to close the door, her teeth clenched as she longed to devour him whole. Yet, she muttered the 2 words in an extremely soft voice, "Daddy." This was all for her goddess, Xia Engi. As a competent manager, she couldn't allow her own issues to cause losses for her artist. Chang Menjing silently reminded herself. "Ah, good daughter." Gu Zhinan perked up his ears, having distinctly heard her, and a beaming paternal smile spread across his face. He even wanted to reach out and pat Chang Menjing on the head, but the piercing gaze from the peach-blossom-eyed beauty in the living room made him retract his hand in fright. He knew better than to provoke her. Chapter 45. Do you have a younger sister? Chang Menjing's small face was as flushed as a fried egg. Simultaneously, she silently chanted the divine incantation, "Gu Zhinan is a big pig head." However, she still managed to force a bitter smile. "Are you satisfied?" "Yes." "What about the song?" Gu Zhinan scoffed. "That was originally meant for Xia Engi. Making you call me dad was merely my wicked amusement. I've given it. A gentleman's word is his bond." "Are you a gentleman?" "You." Chang Menjing nearly broke down. Gu Zhinan found it amusing and waved away the two. "I won't go back on my word, so stop bothering me. I still have work to do." Chang Menjing and Ruaning genuinely did not expect that when Ruaning first encountered this person, he was quite honest, aside from being somewhat handsome. She recalled that Gu Zhinan was a novelist, right? When asked about his profession, he had mentioned it. Can a novelist also possess the talent for songwriting? The two returned to the sofa, both feeling somewhat dejected. However, they were delighted that a song had indeed materialized, and a rather beautiful one at that. "Engi Jie. I heard you." Xia Engi put away 2 crumpled sheets of paper and looked at the wilted Chang Menjing, speaking up. "Do you want to be my agent?" "Yes." Upon hearing this, Chang Menjing immediately perked up. "Ever since you participated in the talent show, I have been fond of you. I think your singing is lovely, and you're quite good-looking. I am utterly smitten." Xia Engi listened quietly, a bit surprised when she heard Chang Menjing express her admiration. "You like me? Is it that kind of liking?" "It's a normal kind of liking, not that kind." Chang Menjing felt that her words were somewhat awkward, as both Xia Engi and Ruaning gazed at her in surprise, prompting her to hastily clarify. Xia Engi nodded, then furrowed her brow. "But I already have an agent." Chang Menjing knew she was referring to that Hua Jie. She quickly pulled out a folder from her materials, confidently stating to Xia Engi, "Engi Jie, take out your contract and have a look. I've checked some contracts of artists at Xinguan Yue, and there is no explicit regulation requiring the company to provide an agent." As she spoke, she opened the folder and placed a page in front of Xia Engi. "That Hua Jie is also the agent for Chu Taoyu, so Engi Jie, you can completely choose an agent for yourself, and I don't even have to join the company." "Really?" "Of course. I will directly sign a labor contract with you. By the time your contract expires, we certainly won't still be at Xinguan Yue, right? Given how Xinguan Yue treated Xia Engi, it would be truly foolish to stay." Xia Engi nodded. Indeed, she couldn't possibly remain at Xinguan Yue after her contract expired. Moreover, she had even contemplated giving up singing yesterday. "I'm majoring in law at Huagui University." Although I'm currently interning, I am quite professional, choosing me as your agent will be absolutely correct.
Chang Menjing sensed Xia Enggi's silence and grew anxious. She had invested considerable effort to find Ruan Ning, and now she had finally come before Xia Enggi. I can help pave the way for your singing career. All you need to do is sing well for us.
Alright, I agree.
Xia Enggi extended her small hand, her peach blossom eyes twinkling with a smile.
Welcome to be my agent, but I won't be able to pay you a salary right now. Yay!
Chang Menjing jumped up, waving her hands excitedly before solemnly shaking Xia Enggi's hand.
From now on, I will be Enggi Jia's devoted little assistant. Ruan Ning had already decided to cling to Xia Enggi.
As long as she continued to sing, she would stick with her to the end. Xia Enggi looked at the two, who were as energized as if they had been injected with enthusiasm, feeling somewhat speechless. She softly said, "Let us head back to Haiku tomorrow and strive to get the song recorded." After a moment's thought, she glanced at the two and chuckled helplessly.
It probably won't be very smooth. Don't worry.
Chang Menjing patted her chest in assurance. The contract clearly states that if we produce an album and they refuse to cooperate, we can unilaterally terminate the contract.
At that point, we'll be free as birds. Exactly, Enggi Jia is beautiful and has a lovely voice, and now she has such a captivating song, the company will not be a concern. Ruan Ning chimed in.
Xia Enggi merely observed quietly without speaking. If only things could be that straightforward. However, the two crumpled sheets of paper in her hands did bring her some solace. She believed that this song would surely be no less than Qi Sheng's work. With this reassurance, she felt motivated to persevere. Gu Zhinan, unaware of the happenings outside, sat in his chair, increasingly troubled by thoughts. One Chang Menjing, differing by merely a character. Could it be that I am the boss's sister's acquaintance? Yet, these two appeared quite different. Chang Mengxi should be around 27 or 28, while this Chang Menjing seemed to be of a similar age to him.
Are you there?
Unable to resist his curiosity, Gu Zhinan ultimately searched for Chang Mengxi's WeChat and sent a message.
A simple question mark was quickly returned, followed by a proactive inquiry. I've read your novel. It should conclude by tomorrow at the latest. When do you plan to release Xianjian? I'm preparing it. Let me ask you a question. In the Jingdu Chinese Literature building, a professionally dressed woman with gold-rimmed glasses frowned slightly, feeling that Gu Zhinan was being evasive. Speak. Do you happen to have a younger sister named Chang Menjing? You know Menjing? Is it really true? Yes, I have a younger sister by that name. She is currently at Huadhui University but should be out interning now. Jackpot, Gu Zhinan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He had inadvertently been called dad by the boss's sister. After a prolonged silence, Gu Zhinan had yet to reply, leaving Chang Mengxi somewhat puzzled as to his thoughts, suddenly asking about this. Where are you? Do you know my sister? I don't know her. I was just considering adding a character named Chang Menjing in my new novel, but thought it might be inappropriate since it's so similar to the boss's name, so I asked, huh? Adding a character on a whim might not be wise. The outline for Xianjian is already quite solid. However, if you have a good idea, it's fine, it's just a name. Understood. Yes, let me know when you publish, don't just release it on your own, alright? The reply came swiftly, and Gu Zhinan hurriedly acknowledged it. What a marvelous world, such a peculiar coincidence. Just then, there was another knock at the door. Gu Zhinan looked towards the door, feeling somewhat reluctant. Upon opening it, he found the soft and tender Ruan Ning standing there. Her gaze held a hint of respect for Gu Zhinan, making him feel a bit awkward. What's up? Enggi Jia wants you to come discuss the song. As before, Gu Zhinan sat alone on one sofa, while Xia Enggi and the others occupied another. I wish to represent myself and purchase this song from you, rather than going through Xinguan Youwei. Xia Enggi looked at Gu Zhinan earnestly. Gu Zhinan nodded. As you wish. This song was originally written for Xia Enggi. Here is the contract. Ruan Ning quickly produced the contract in a black pen, freshly printed, still warm. Gu Zhinan picked it up to examine. The terms of this contract were simply exceptional, a fee of 100,000 for the song, plus 10% of sales. Moreover, the final rights remained with him. This was practically a dream contract for a secondary party. Chapter 46. The visitors from Huadhui Education. Are you all fools? Gu Zhinan raised his head with a melancholic gaze, looking at the three individuals as if they were simpletons. What do you mean? Chang Menjing, with her fiery temper, exclaimed, but then remembered that she had just provoked him and had called him dad, causing her to retract her neck in apprehension. First, deceive him into signing the contract, then seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Take a look for yourselves. Gu Zhinan pointed out the clauses in the contract. I have accepted the fee of 100,000 for the song, but the 10% sales channel share and the final copyright remain with me. Ruan Ning and Chang Menjing exchanged surprised glances with Gu Zhinan, then turned to the perpetually quiet Xia Enggi. What was wrong with these two? This is what Sister Enggi requested. Ruan Ning finally spoke softly. The fee of 100,000 is already the rate for a renowned musician, and the share is taken from Sister Enggi's 30%, giving you 10%. Gu Zhinan looked at Xia Enggi, but she turned her head, seemingly gazing at the night sky outside the balcony. Are you foolish? Will you sign or not? Upon hearing this, Xia Enggi turned her head, her peach blossom eyes reflecting a mix of shyness and anger. Of course I will sign. Why wouldn't I? With this money, I can go home and marry a wife to warm my bed this new year. Gu Zhinan cheerfully picked up the pen and signed his name on the contract. Why does it suddenly feel a bit cold? After signing, Gu Zhinan sensed a chill in the air. Xiaoyangi, expressionless, took the contract, signed her name beneath his, and coldly stated, the 100,000 will be given only after the album is released, along with the sales share. Gu Zhinan nodded. When he was initially told to move out, he saw the breach of contract penalty was over 60,000. Xiaoyangi's expression changed, and Gu Zhinan realized the landlord was not wealthy. Being a celebrity was truly a tough path, perhaps writing novels was better, thus, the contract for the song Summer Breeze was finalized, and the next step was to record the album. Are we leaving tomorrow? Xiaoyangi did not respond, leaving Gu Zhinan feeling somewhat awkward. Thankfully, the understanding Ruaning stepped in to clarify. Probably around noon tomorrow we will return to Haipu City. I originally came hoping for a little miracle, and I never expected such a delightful surprise. Ruaning said, standing up and bowing to Gu Zhinan, her expression filled with excitement. Thank you. A novelist who can write songs. What? Chang Menjiang's blood surged at the mention of novelist. You write novels, where do you publish? On Chinese websites? I'm not, please don't spread rumors. Gu Zhinan hastily denied. Ruaning was a bit bewildered, wasn't he a novelist? Well, the contract is signed, so I'll just step out for a bite to eat, I'm starving. Gu Zhinan hastily fled the scene, leaving behind two bewildered individuals and one perpetually inscrutable Xiaoyangi. Phew, almost gave myself away, ding ding ding. As Gu Zhinan wandered the streets, his phone rang. A strange number? Hello? Hello, is this Gu Zhinan? Yes, who is this? Oh, we are from the textbook department of Huawei Education. Your 2 poems have been selected for the textbooks, and we would like to meet you to sign a contract. Is it convenient for you now? Gu Zhinan suddenly remembered, he had nearly forgotten about the monetary reward. He quickly arranged a meeting place with the caller, hailed a taxi, and rushed off. They had chosen a Chinese restaurant for their meeting, and Gu Zhinan couldn't help but admire the choice. It was evident that those who could enter the textbook department of Huawei Education had a refined taste. How did they know I hadn't eaten yet? He found table 405 by the window on the first floor, which was not a private room. Seated there were an elderly man with gray hair and a young man in his 20s wearing a suit and tie. Looking at himself in his beach shorts and t-shirt, Gu Zhinan felt embarrassed. Hello there. Gu Zhinan approached the two, smiling as he greeted them. The two were sipping tea when they heard his voice, glancing up to see a casually dressed young man standing before them. Gu Zhinan, the young man asked, somewhat puzzled. Yes. Please, take a seat. The elderly man, upon realizing it was Gu Zhinan, immediately brightened, urging him to sit and asking the young man to pour tea and hand over the menu. Little Gu, that's what I'll call you. Old Du has spoken highly of you. Feeling a bit shy, Gu Zhinan handed the menu to the young man. You order, handsome. The young man hesitated but was stopped by the elderly man, who insisted he order whatever he liked. The elderly man then extended his hand. I'm Hongyan from the textbook department of Huawei Education, and this is my assistant, Xiaoli. Gu Zhinan quickly shook hands with Hongyan and then with Xiaoli. Hongyan instructed Xiaoli to pull a contract from his briefcase and handed it to Gu Zhinan. Gu Zhinan received it, noticing that it stated Godongting and Jiang Jinjiu would be included in the next edition of the textbook, officially appearing in higher education materials. For this, as the author, he would receive a bonus and a certificate, followed by a request for his signature to authorize. Gu Zhinan did not place much value on these things. He simply wanted to know how much the bonus was. Thus, he skimmed through the 7 or 8 pages of the contract with remarkable speed and, in less than 2 minutes, arrived at the end. Upon seeing the bonus section, he was stunned. 200,000, holy cow, 100,000 per poem. Do you still need more? I have at least dozens of Tang poems. Whereas the pen? Gu Zhinan asked, his breath quickening. This was 200,000, whereas the pen, hand it over so I can sign. Aren't you going to look it over? Xiaoli was taken aback. This person flipped straight to the last page to sign without even reading. What else is there to see when contributing to the nation? Gu Zhinan declared with righteous fervor, his expression serious. Oh, here. Xiaoli hurriedly handed Gu Zhinan a pen. With swift strokes, Gu Zhinan signed his name. He returned the pen to Xiaoli, and Hongyan, observing the entire process, finally spoke, his tone filled with admiration. To create a timeless poem like Jiang Jinjiu, you are indeed not only talented but also possess an admirable character. Xiaoli, you have much to learn from little Gu. Xiaoli nodded vigorously, having always admired Gu Zhinan's 2 poems, reciting them daily, especially Jiang Jinjiu, which brimmed with exuberance. Moreover, how old was Gu Zhinan? He might even be younger than himself. Being selected for the textbook, what a concept. Such honors were typically reserved for scholars with vast knowledge or for historical figures from foreign lands or ancient Chinese history. Yet Gu Zhinan had 2 poems selected. The more Xiaoli thought about it, the more he felt Gu Zhinan was impressive. His gaze sparkled with admiration. As for Gu Zhinan, who was being praised by Hongyan, he maintained a calm exterior while feeling quite embarrassed inside. He genuinely had no interest in the minutiae. Firstly, he felt secure with old Du around, knowing he wouldn't be shortchanged. Secondly, he honestly just wanted to know the bonus. Thank you, Elder Hong, for your kind words. It is the aspiration of every scholar to have such a mindset. Gu Zhinan felt slightly uneasy under the scrutiny of Xiaoli and Hongyan.
Ah, humility is commendable in youth, but excessive modesty can be unappealing.
I have heard you compose Jiang Jinji while raising a glass with every line. Upon hearing this, Xiaoli was even more envious. What kind of spirit was required for such a feat? Thus, what is good, and what is bad. There is no need for grand philosophies. Wow, the old man is perceptive, but how am I supposed to respond to that? The atmosphere became awkward, as Gu Zhinan felt like he was being reprimanded by an elder for showing off, yet he couldn't find a reason to retort. It was quite vexing. Fortunately, the dishes arrived just then. Hong'an encouraged Gu Zhinan to eat more and began sharing his understanding of the poem Jiang Jinjiu, stating that he often thought of a particular line whenever he drank. One must enjoy life as pleasures while in good fortune. As soon as he said that, he forcefully raised a glass with Gu Zhinan. Little Gu, don't think that your poetry is not well known now. It is merely due to our lack of promotion. The new textbook is coming out soon, and once it's publicized, you'll become a literary giant. Feeling that this wasn't enough, he moved closer to Gu Zhinan, throwing an arm around his shoulder, fostering a sense of camaraderie. Xiaoli watched in envy. He had been Hong'an's assistant for so long and had never received such treatment. Hong'an even invited Gu Zhinan to Kyoto for drinks and discussions. Brother, when you come to Kyoto, I'll have my wife cook for us. We won't leave until we're drunk. Since you've invited me, I must find a time to visit. Ha, splendid, what a refreshing response. Take care of my elder brother. Gu Zhinan and Hong'an exited the restaurant, their camaraderie blossoming as if they had known each other for ages. Xiaoli stood dumbfounded. It was his first time witnessing Hong'an treating a young man like a brother. Brother Gu, I have decided, from now on, you are my idol. Gu Zhinan was perplexed by Xiaoli's sudden enthusiasm. Xiaoli assisted Hong'an as they prepared to spend a night in Lincheng before returning to Kyoto the next day. Gu Zhinan, holding another contract and a certificate of selection, strolled down the street. The bonus would be deposited into his account, so he didn't need to flaunt 200,000 on the street. Shaking his slightly dizzy head, he hailed a taxi back to his small apartment. Chapter 47 of the Ritual of Farewell. Although I had clearly stated last time that I would no longer indulge in drinking, I found myself unable to resist the persistent toasts from the venerable Mr. Hong, who poured glass after glass. It is uncertain whether he still believes that Hong'an is the true author of the verses on wine. Such a seemingly serious old man transforms completely upon the arrival of liquor. Indeed, good character does not necessarily equate to good drinking habits. By the time I returned to the small apartment building, the night had grown deep. I ascended the stairs, my head throbbing from the effects of overindulgence. I wondered if the two young ladies had already departed. With a soft click, I opened the door to find the living room shrouded in dim light, illuminated only by the silvery moonlight streaming in from the balcony. They must have left. I made my way to the kitchen to pour myself a glass of water before settling onto the sofa. I needed to sober up before I could fully compose myself. A faint sound of a door creaking open pierced the stillness of the night. My heart skipped a beat. Oh no, the agreement clearly stated no drinking. Had I known better, I would have retreated to my room immediately, instead of lingering to bask in the moonlight on the balcony. Dressed in a delicate milk-white silk nightgown, Xiao Gu gently opened the door, and the room's light cast a long beam into the living area. As I sat on the sofa, I stole a glance at her direction. The landlord, clad in her night attire, appeared both aloof and endearing. Xiao Gu emerged and headed towards the bathroom, her gaze occasionally flickering towards me. What was she thinking? Had I returned at an inappropriate hour? As she passed by, I noticed her petite nose twitching as if she had caught a whiff of something. She halted, seemingly taking in the scent, and then raised an eyebrow. Have you been drinking? My previously languid body stiffened at her question. My nerves heightened, and I felt a surge of anxiety as she paused. Just a little, ha. My voice wavered, betraying the truth of my indulgence, primarily fueled by Mr. Hong's insistence. A little? Just a little. Ah. With that, Xiao Gu nonchalantly proceeded to the bathroom, as if it were of no consequence. I breathed a sigh of relief when she reappeared. I was the first to speak. What about the two girls? Xiao Gu corrected me, as was her habit. One is named Wan Ying, and the other is Cheng Meng. After a brief pause, she continued, they've gone to stay at a hotel. Oh, I thought you all were staying together. It was difficult to discern her expression, but as Xiao Gu prepared to retreat to her room, she turned back to me and said, I'm going back to Haipu with them tomorrow morning. I replied with a smile. Of course, you should go back. The next time I see you, it will probably be on the news, a big star. If you drink again, I'll kick you out. Bang, the door slammed shut behind her, startling me. What happened to it being no big deal? I was left bewildered, realizing yet again how enigmatic a woman's heart can be. Meanwhile, Xiao Gu leaned against her closed door, her expression icy. She felt that I had shown no sincerity, as if I were merely going through the motions. After living under the same roof for over a month and providing for me, the thought made her increasingly irate. She lay back on her bed, pulling the covers over her face, and drifted into slumber. The next morning, as dawn broke, the two lively girls arrived. Cheng Meng envied my position of residing with her goddess under the same roof. If only she were a male, sharing a space with such a beautiful woman, what a dream that would be. No, what was she thinking? If I were truly a scoundrel, how could Xiao Gu have remained unscathed all this time? The thought filled her with shame. Her musings had been rather sordid. Wan Ying, noticing Cheng Meng's shifting expressions, wondered why she was changing her demeanor even before entering. They knocked, and Xiao Gu quickly opened the door, now dressed in a simple denim t-shirt that accentuated her slender figure. Good morning, Gu, they chimed in unison. Xia and Gu allowed them inside and closed the door before speaking. I've made breakfast. Would you like some? Yes. Before Ruaning could respond, Chang Menging dashed towards the dining table, which held a simple spread of millet porridge, pickled vegetables, and eggs. Though modest, Chang Menging felt a wave of gratitude. Oh, and Gu, I adore you. Ugh. Ruaning rolled her eyes, having shared many breakfasts with Xia and Gu, often preparing them together. And where is teacher Gu? Ruaning inquired, broaching the subject of me. At that moment, the atmosphere grew noticeably colder. Just eat your breakfast. Xia and Gu replied, her tone notably more frigid than usual. Ruaning immediately lowered her head to sip her porridge. Since yesterday's encounter with me, Ruaning had sensed that Xia and Ji's attitude towards me was markedly different from how she treated other men. She had even asked Chang Menging about it, only to be met with disdain for me as a person. What a pointless inquiry that had been. After all, I had been called daddy. Breakfast concluded swiftly. Xia and Gu retreated to her room to pack her belongings, which were minimal, having arrived with merely a suitcase. She had not brought the guitar she purchased while working, nor did she take all her clothes with her. In no time, she had everything packed, much to the astonishment of Ruaning and Chang Menging. And Gu, you only have one suitcase? Chang Menging exclaimed in disbelief. When I left the dorm, I could have filled a freight truck. Indeed, her possessions were few. Chang Menging swallowed hard, gazing at Xia and Ji's naturally enchanting face, devoid of cosmetics. How could she compare? Shall we head out? Chang Menging waved her hand. The stars and sea await our conquest. Oh dear. Ruaning remarked, beginning to doubt Chang Menging's ability to assist Xia and Gu. Yes, let us go. Xia and Gu's suitcase was taken by Ruaning as they exited the room together, the door clicking shut behind them. After a night of heavy drinking, I was surprised to find myself awake at all. Of the door to the apartment, which had been my home for just over a month, felt a tinge of melancholy as it closed behind me. Chang Menging drove a small red BMW. Ruaning had inquired if her family was extraordinarily wealthy, to which she hesitantly responded that they lived a comfortable life, albeit with doting parents. It was a loaned vehicle, and she assured them she would repay it in due time. Ready to go? Chang Menging turned to ask Xia and Gu, who appeared lost in thought. After a second query, she snapped back to reality. I forgot I left something upstairs, let me go fetch it. Xia and Gu suddenly declared, stepping out of the car. I'll go with you. No need, just wait for me. She declined Ruaning's offer and hurried back to the apartment, her steps quickening. Knock, knock, knock. I was lost in a dream, envisioning a return to my hometown and running a small grocery store. Each day I would manage the cash register, write novels, and earn a modest fortune, while a beautiful wife prepared delectable meals for me. Life was blissful. Then came the abrupt sound of knocking. My dream world collapsed in an instant. I opened my eyes, groggy and disoriented. Knock, knock, knock. The persistent knocking continued outside. Yawning, I rose to answer the door. Xia and Gu thought I was sleeping like a log. Even with the lively chatter of the two girls in the living room, I had not stirred. With a click, I opened the door, suddenly feeling a rush of nervousness. Landlord? Rubbing my hair, I felt an overwhelming heaviness in my head. I didn't get to thank you in person for writing the song for me before I left, and I thought it inappropriate. Xia and Gu's enchanting eyes met mine as she spoke earnestly. But we signed a contract, and I received payment. It's not necessary. That's different. Xia and Gu bit her lip, looking up at me with sincerity. Thank you. Her earnest demeanor was truly captivating. I had never encountered a girl who embodied both allure and aloofness in my 2 lifetimes. I composed myself, responding with a genuine smile. You're welcome. Goodbye. Goodbye. As I watched Xia and Gu gradually make her way to the door, I called out, when you record the song, could you send it to me first? I was genuinely interested in hearing how the complete version of The Summer Breeze would sound, once recorded by her. Depends on my mood. Xia and Gu replied, the corners of her mouth lifting in a subtle smile as she turned away. Her spirits were soaring, as bright as a clear blue sky. Chapter 48. The strong-willed Chang Menging. After more than a month, standing once again beneath the towering edifice of Xinguang Entertainment, Xia Engi sensed a profound transformation within her. This time, she had come to negotiate, to assert her rights. Xia Engi, alright, I'll head over now. When Sister Hua received a call from the general manager of Xinguang Entertainment, she was preoccupied with matters concerning Chu Taoyu's album. Previously, she had primarily managed Xia Engi, but after Xia Engi departed, she leveraged her prior experience as Yuwen's agent to transition into Chu Taoyu's management role. Naturally, Chu Taoyu's former agent was reassigned to oversee other artists. Yuwen held considerable sway at Xinguang Entertainment, few dared to challenge her, and even whispered criticisms could scarcely be uttered within the company's confines. Yuwen had given Chu Taoyu a song penned by Qi Shang, after which Qi Shang had composed another piece exclusively for her. Now, she was set to record 2 songs. Her future appeared exceedingly bright. Sister Hua, what's the matter? Chu Taoyu, having just emerged from a photoshoot for her album, noticed Sister Hua's less than pleasant expression and felt a surge of curiosity. Inside the studio, she had been unaware of the ongoing discussions outside. Sister Hua turned to Chu Taoyu, her countenance serious. Xia Engi has returned, and she has brought back an original song. What? To Chu Taoyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Just days ago, she had learned that Xia Engi had enlisted Qi Shang, who was then in Lincheng, to write songs for her, and now, she had managed to secure another song so quickly? Qi Shang wrote another song for her. Do you believe there is only one Qi Shang in the entire Hua country? Sister Hua replied, somewhat exasperated, before picking up her bag and addressing Chu Taoyu. You continue with the recording. The general manager wants me to return now. He claims the music director is quite fond of the song, and I intend to see what it is. Chu Taoyu's mouth fell slightly agape, yet she nodded in agreement. Xia Anggi loomed like an insurmountable mountain. During her tenure with the company, Chu Taoyu had never found a chance to shine. After finally having two promising songs for her album, she hadn't anticipated that Xia Anggi would return within less than 2 months. How resilient she was. Meanwhile, in the conference room on the top floor of Xinguang Entertainment, Xia Anggi and Chang Menjing sat languidly on a sofa, while Ruan Ning remained in a state of repose, not having joined them. At the conference table sat the music director and the general manager. The music director held in his hands the newly revised score for Summer's Wind, visibly excited, convinced that if recorded and released properly, its sales would be substantial. However, the general manager's expression was less than favorable. Xia Anggi's return with an original song implied that all the plans he had devised for her activities and dinners upon her return were rendered moot. With a click, the conference room door swung open, and Sister Hua strode in, her high heels clicking on the floor. At a glance, she spotted Xia Anggi seated on the sofa, as beautiful as ever, though regrettably disobedient. Anggi, why didn't you inform me of your return? After all, I am still your agent. Sister Hua approached warmly. Stop. Before Xia Anggi could respond, Chang Menjing stood, blocking Sister Hua's advance, her demeanor cheerful. You must be Sister Hua, correct? If I'm not mistaken, you have long ceased to be Anggi's agent. Haven Tiyu, you're now Chu Taoyu's agent, and you are? Sister Hua frowned, feigning annoyance. Chang Menjing patted her head, adopting a guise of embarrassment. Oh dear, my apologies, I forgot you are new here. Allow me to introduce myself. Hello, I am Chang Menjing, Xia Anggi's agent. The last sentence was delivered with emphasis. To Sister Hua's surprise, she found herself laughing in irritation. This girl had the audacity to claim she was new. I have been with the company for quite some time, and I have yet to hear of anyone by the name of Chang Menjing. Oh, I'm not from your company. Your company wouldn't have me. I am merely Anggi's agent. Is that a problem? You, Sister Hua, observing Xia Anggi's silence, turned to her and inquired, Anggi, where on earth did you find this crazy girl? She is my agent, Xia Anggi replied, casting a brief glance at Sister Hua before continuing. I have brought back the song, and I demand that my album's production commence immediately. Otherwise, it will constitute a breach of contract. With that, she suddenly smiled, her enchanting peach blossom eyes glimmering with allure. Let us adhere strictly to the contract. Isn't that what you all prefer? An album will certainly be produced, but from where did you acquire the song? The music director, quite intrigued, inquired. Gu Zhinan. He scoured his memory but could not recall any name by that designation. Was it a newcomer? Could a novice compose such lyrics and melodies? That is of no concern to you. Let us each attend to our respective duties. Chang Menjing interjected. Miss, I do not care where you emerged from. This is a matter concerning our company, so please exit, Sister Hua stated sternly. Within Xinguang Entertainment, I am indeed Xia Anggi's agent. Chang Menjing, rather unfazed, leisurely produced a stack of documents from her bag and tossed them onto the table. According to the contractual stipulations, Xia Anggi must have a dedicated agent upon her entry into the company, and she possesses the right to select her own agent. Let us not even discuss how you managed multiple artists while you were responsible for Anggi. Chang Menjing scoffed. As an agent, your own artist has been shelved by the company, and instead of assisting, you sought every conceivable means to undermine her. Furthermore, you utilized her Weibo account to promote Chu Taoyu's album mere days after she left. Do you think you are deserving of this role? You, Sister Hua's complexion darkened as she listened to Chang Menjing's words, and upon reaching the end, she charged forward, raising her hand to strike. Chang Menjing swiftly raised her own hand to block the incoming slap, her gaze icy as she met Sister Hua's eyes. With a flick of her wrist, the force sent Sister Hua staggering backward. What, do you wish to resort to violence? You had better be aware of what you are doing, otherwise, you shall find yourself facing legal consequences. Chang Menjing dusted off her hands and turned to the ever-silent general manager. Director Lian, the clown you summoned has also arrived. We've concluded our discussion. Now shall we proceed with the album release, or shall the contract be rendered void? Lian Mingji finally rose from his seat, a smile gracing his features. Anggi, ultimately, we act in your best interest, and we merely sought to push you a little. There is no need to cause such a ruckus with the company. Now that you have the album, the company will undoubtedly offer robust support. He glanced at Chang Menjing and turned back to Xia Anggi. Since you have an agent now, I need not bring Sister Hua back. She has been quite concerned about you these past few days. Xia Anggi cast a profound glance at Sister Hua before stating, the album will commence production tomorrow. Everything shall adhere to the contract. I hope for a pleasant collaboration. With that, Xia Anggi departed alongside Chang Menjing, leaving Lian Mingji, Sister Hua, and the music director behind. Where did she find that wild girl? Sister Hua's expression was ashen, evidently incensed by Chang Menjing. Wild girl? Lian Mingji chuckled in amusement. A top student from the law department of Hua Country University. I wonder how Xia Anggi came to know her. She has quite the sharp tongue. She identified every loophole in our contract without missing a single one. Sister Hua opened her mouth, speechless, her gaze drifting to the music director's manuscript, which contained the songs for Xia Anggi's album. As a seasoned agent, she possessed a certain understanding of the quality of songs. The merit of a song was determined by its melody and lyrics. Upon taking the manuscript and glancing through it, her apprehension deepened, and when she finished reading, her eyes reflected sheer horror. Who wrote this song? She inquired. The name is indicated above. Both the lyrics and composition belong to him. The music director replied nonchalantly, having grown accustomed to the internal strife within the company. His focus remained solely on music. Sister Hua hastily scanned the end of the document, where it stated lyricist and composer Gu Zhinan, yet, among all the musicians she had encountered, known, or worked with, not a single one bore the name Gu Zhinan. Where had this Gu Zhinan emerged from? Chapter 49, the conclusion of the Qin era. Are we really going to help her release an album? Sister Hua expressed her dissatisfaction, recalling her own desire to support Xia Anggi, given her immense potential. However, Yuan was determined to oppose this, as her family held substantial shares in Starshine Entertainment, leaving no room for dissent. Even Mingji was reluctant to suppress Xia Anggi, yet Yuan insisted that a certain degree of suppression would compel Xia Anggi to temper her pride and comply with the company's activities and social gatherings. Yet, the more they pressed her down, the more Xia Anggi refused to attend events, let alone the gatherings she despised. She simply stopped going altogether. What else can we do? Mingji retorted, clearly agitated. Are we to breach the contract? She still has 6 months left on her agreement. At the very least, this song must be released under Starshine Entertainment. Meanwhile, Ruaning had been waiting downstairs for nearly 2 hours. To claim she was not anxious would be a blatant lie. She had spotted Sister Hua rushing in from outside, and Ruaning knew precisely why a Sister Hua, being Anggi's manager, would undoubtedly come to seek her presence now that Anggi had returned. Like waiting for the stars to align, Ruaning finally saw Xia Anggi and Chang Menjiang emerging from the building, prompting her to dash over. What happened? Chang Menjiang shot Ruaning a flirtatious glance, playfully patting her delicate chest. I'll take charge. It will be a sure success. Recording for the album will commence tomorrow, Xia Anggi added. Yay! Ruaning exclaimed, rushing to embrace Xia Anggi, her cherubic face nuzzling against Anggi's attire, relishing the moment, much to Chang Menjiang's envy. Once Ruaning released her, Chang Menjiang pouted and playfully clung to Xia Anggi as well. Xia Anggi's cheeks flushed. These two behaved like rascals. Had they been boys, they would surely be labeled as lecherous. Returning to the artist apartment allocated by Starshine Entertainment, Ruaning, who already resided there, was now joined by Chang Menjiang in their 2-bedroom dwelling. Chang Menjiang requested to share a room with Xia Anggi, but was ruthlessly denied, leaving her to room with Ruaning instead. On their way back, Chang Menjiang received a phone call, deliberately distancing herself from Xia Anggi to answer. Nevertheless, Xia Anggi vaguely suspected it was a call from her family, so she inquired whether it was indeed a family member. Chang Menjiang merely stated it was her sister, who had arranged work for her, but she was reluctant to accept and expressed her desire to become Xia Anggi's manager instead. Their relationship was strained, and although they were only a few years apart, it felt as if they belonged to entirely different generations. With the publication of the final chapter, Gu Zhinan officially announced the conclusion of Qin's time on the Chinese website as author backend. The book stated, all gatherings must eventually part ways, but fear not, dear readers, for it also says that there are encounters to be had everywhere in this world. This is merely a fleeting farewell. Let us look forward to our next meeting in another fantastical realm, a realm of immortal heroes unlike any you have ever witnessed. If I were to fall in love with a girl, I would cherish her for a lifetime. This was a line spoken by the protagonist, Li Xiaoyao, whose tale, The Legend of the Swordsman, will soon grace the world. Ultimately, Gu Zhinan hoped that there would be no regrets by the time Qin's time concluded. Seated before his computer, Gu Zhinan typed this farewell message, marking a formal goodbye to his former self and the commencement of his next chapter as an author in this world. His readers, rather than criticizing him for padding his word count, solemnly bid farewell to Qin's time, eagerly anticipating the launch of his next book, The Legend of the Swordsman. Goodbye, Qin's time. Looking forward to The Legend of the Swordsman. I am always here. Your heart mirrors mine. This is my first time finishing a novel. Watching the evolution of a straightforward writer from immature to mature is akin to witnessing my own child's growth. I will read the next one as well. Originally, I was drawn in by the poetry of Crossing Dongting, but I was captivated by the straightforward author's novel. Am I the first girl to read such a novel? Accompanied by a photo of a pure and charming girl. Young lady? What the heck, young lady? Young lady, shall we add each other on WeChat? Gu Zhinan found himself both amused and exasperated, but with a quick tap, he pinned the girl's comment. He then added, Dear friends, this is my final gift to you as Qin's time closes. Great job, you rascal. No, outstanding work, dear author. Outstanding. In no time, the back end of Qin's time buzzed with activity. One photo would prompt another, and Gu Zhinan found himself engrossed in the spectacle for an entire afternoon. It wasn't until his WeChat chimed that his interest was piqued. He picked up his phone, astonished to find a message from Xia Anggi. Are you there? Gu Zhinan mused, shouldn't she be at the company discussing album matters at this hour? Yes. Back at the apartment allocated by Starshine Entertainment, Xia Anggi gazed at the message on her phone, her slender fingers tapping the screen. The summer breeze will begin preparations for the album tomorrow. I aim to launch it by the end of August. Launching by the end of August, perhaps she wished to coincide with the peak of summer, Gu Zhinan pondered, and he naturally had no objections. Good luck. Upon seeing those two words, Xia Anggi shot a sideways glance at her phone, deciding to ignore him henceforth. After a brief reply, Gu Zhinan awaited Xia Anggi's response, but after several minutes of silence, he reluctantly set his phone down. Ding, how uncanny. Gu Zhinan picked up his phone once more, only to see a message from Chang Mengxi. Congratulations on the conclusion. When will The Legend of the Swordsman be released? Gu Zhinan felt as though Chang Mengxi were a demanding editor, leaving him both amused and exasperated. I'll take a few days to rest, return home, and then I'll start writing. There is no rush, right? True, but your current popularity is quite favorable, don't take too long, once it's out, I'll help promote it, and you could achieve great success. Hearing Chang Mengxi's words, Gu Zhinan felt a spark of ambition ignite within him. The prospect of achieving fame was enticing, however. What truly mattered to him were the subsequent royalties. The prominent authors on the Chinese website were all earning substantial incomes each month. He had merely ridden the wave of popularity from the poetry event, which resulted in Qin's time receiving generous donations, allowing him a taste of the life of a top-tier author. I'll work on the chapters during my time at home and let you know when it's ready for release. Alright. In Kyoto, Chang Mengxi sat at her desk, her computer playing a recording of a man reciting poetry over a drink, a moment captured from the banquet hosted by Du Guanyu after the poetry event, where Gu Zhinan had delivered a stirring performance of Bring in the Wine. When Gu Zhinan stood to present, Chang Mengxi, almost instinctively, had pulled out her phone to record him. She hadn't anticipated such a passionate display from Gu Zhinan, which stirred excitement within her. She then conceived an idea. She had learned that Gu Zinan's poetry had been successfully nominated for inclusion in textbooks by the Poetry Association. When he released his book, she could pair the video with the announcement of his poetry's inclusion, elevating both his status and that of the Chinese website to unprecedented heights. Who wouldn't want to read a novel by someone who penned 2 timeless classic poems, and that person was also a novelist on the Chinese website? The publicity would be explosive. Adjusting her gold-framed glasses, she recalled her recent conversation with her sister, who had refused to come help her at the company, opting instead to chase after an obscure celebrity. Had that celebrity not been a female singer, she would have dragged Chang Mengxi back and given her a good scolding. Why was it, despite only being a few years apart, that it felt as if an insurmountable chasm existed between them? Chang Mengxi was 21 this year, while Chang Mengxi was 27. Their parents had initially hoped for a son, but ended up with another daughter, and couldn't bear to terminate the pregnancy. The crux of the matter was that their parents had spoiled her. It was utterly infuriating. Chapter 50 of The Return of Xia and Guyuan had recently accepted a film role, portraying the second female lead, thus she learned of Xia and Ji's return to Xinguang Huyu much later. Who composed the song for her, she inquired, taken aback. Just a few days prior, she had been thwarted in her own pursuit of a song, and now Xia and Gu had swiftly secured a new one. According to Hua Jia, it was someone named Gu Zhinan, but they have searched extensively and found no musician by that name. Xiao Yuan promptly responded. Yuan no longer required an agent, relishing the autonomy to make her own decisions, which is why Xiao Yuan often took on various trivial tasks. I must say, her luck seems to favor her. Has the company also consented to her releasing an album? Xiao Yuan cautiously observed Yuan's exquisite visage and murmured. Indeed, even the CEO has personally given his approval. Preparations will commence tomorrow. What about Hua Jia? Has she returned to manage her? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan's expression grew somewhat peculiar. No, Xia Gu has brought back her own manager, apparently a top student from law school, which has infuriated Hua Jia, leaving the CEO speechless. In essence, this was a formidable challenge. No one could gain any advantage from her today. Yuan remained silent for a considerable time. To be frank, she harbored no deep-seated animosity towards Xia Gu. If anything, her feelings were tinged with jealousy, jealous of her enchanting beauty juxtaposed with an aloof demeanor, jealous of her captivating voice. Initially, she had only wished to draw Xia Gu into her camp, hoping to use her as a supporting greenleaf in her quest to ascend to stardom. However, Xia Gu had completely disregarded her, repeatedly declining her invitations to gatherings where she sought to leverage some resources. Thus, she had begun to wish for Xia Gu to face difficulties at Xinguang Huyu. Contact Lian Mingji. I too will release an album in August. Yuan pondered for a moment before informing Xiao Yuan. Ah. But Chu Taoyu is also releasing her album in August, won't this? Xiao Yuan hesitated, concerned that it might affect Chu Taoyu's album sales, considering they were from the same company. Yet, Yuan scoffed. Do you really think Xia Gu cares about Chu Taoyu enough to be deterred by her? Xiao Yuan opened her mouth to respond but ultimately remained silent. After all, it was evident that Chu Taoyu had been overshadowed by Xia Gu. All they could do was hope for good fortune for her. Meanwhile, Lian Mingji had intended to take a break when he suddenly received a message from Yuan. The message was brief yet filled him with a sense of dread. I too will release an album in August. Lian Mingji found himself in a dilemma. He even contemplated suggesting that Chu Taoyu postpone her album release. However, Chu Taoyu had already begun promoting her album, and further delays would only diminish fan enthusiasm, severely impacting its success. Yuan, with her popularity and shareholder status, was not someone he could refuse, so he could only reply, alright, I will arrange it for tomorrow. In Xia and Ji's artist apartment, late at night, Chang Mengying and Wan Ying flanked Xia Gu as she operated her computer, registering and verifying a new social media account. Earlier that afternoon, Xia Gu had called Hua Jia to obtain the original Weibo account, which had amassed 300,000 followers. Following Chang Mengying's suggestion, Xia Gu appealed to cancel the previous verification and then registered a new account that truly belonged to her. Without one's own account, one could never truly take control. Who knew when it might be used again to promote Chu Taoyu's album? Hello everyone, I am Xia Gu. I have returned. Thank you for your patience, and I apologize, my debut album will be released next month. The specific date will be revealed soon. This account will no longer be used, so please follow my new personal account, where I will interact with you all moving forward. Thank you for your unwavering support. This lengthy message was not typed by Xia Gu herself but rather by Chang Mengying. After entering the text, she linked Xia and Ji's newly registered Weibo account and even changed the current username to this account is no longer in use. Satisfied, she clapped her hands and turned to Xia Gu, hoping for a warm smile in return. Xia Gu, observing Chang Mengying's eager expression, couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to pinch her cheek. Well done. He. Xia and Ji's Weibo post quickly ignited a frenzy among her fanbase. Initially, they had anticipated another promotional message for Chu Taoyu's album, prepared to click in and exit, only to discover the announcement of Xia and Ji's return. Fans who had been anxiously awaiting news of Xia and Gu were suddenly filled with excitement. During her period of being dormant, she had shared no updates, and since her Weibo was not under her control, no one had any information about her. After viewing the announcement and seeing Xia and Gu's ethereal photos, word spread rapidly, and by the end of the night, her new Weibo account had gained 150,000 followers, while the old account plummeted to 100,000. From 300,000 followers, she had drawn in 150,000, proving her popularity. The first thing everyone did upon arriving was to comment on Xia and Ji's latest post, "Hello everyone," along with a photo of her sitting on the sofa, holding a pillow, looking exceptionally angelic. Followers migrating from the old account were thrilled, flooding the comments section. Jin Ning Shuiyu, whoa, my Gu is so beautiful, I adore her. Jing Huyu, I'm here, and Gu, love you lots. Can T wait for your first album? Numerous male fans also openly admired Xia and Ji's beauty. Being so stunning should be a crime, my Gu wife, I'm here. To the one above, please change your name, and refrain from calling others wife. Thank you. Drama Club, can you all have some dignity, calling her wife right off the bat, I just love Ji's voice, looking forward to the new album. Slock Snow, I remember Chu Taoyu is also releasing her album in August. It seems Gu is gearing up for a showdown, go for it. Xia Gu diligently browsed through the comments, her heart swelling with joy upon reading the excitement for her new album. However, her cheeks flushed when she saw the numerous declarations of love. Since launching her Weibo, many had taken to addressing her in such a manner, and she had shifted from correcting them earnestly to remaining silent. After all, they were fans expressing their affection, with no ill intent. She had never explicitly agreed to it. During Xia and Gu's Weibo surge, it briefly trended on hot searches, capturing the attention of various media outlets. The following day, several news outlets reported the following: Xinguang Huyu artist Xia and Gu makes her return, even changing her Weibo account. Has Xinguang Huyu had a falling out with Xia and Gu? Former runner-up of Happy Girl, Xia and Gu, finally confirms her debut album release in August. Numerous news segments dedicated airtime to report Xia and Ji's return, generating significant buzz around her. Even more astonishing was the announcement from Xinguang Huyu's official account around noon. Yuan will be releasing an album in August alongside her junior, Chu Taoyu, and Xia and Gu. Let us embrace Yuan's midsummer, delve into Chu Taoyu's memories of love, and ultimately join hands with Xia and Gu's summer breeze. Let us eagerly await this extraordinary August. This official post thrust all three into the spotlight. The tension was palpable. This was a point that many netizens quickly picked up on. Despite Xinguang Huyu's seemingly harmonious portrayal and their vigorous promotional efforts, astute observers could see that Xia and Gu remained in the background. Yuan appeared to be deliberately targeting her by also choosing to release an album. Wasn't this a direct challenge? Chapter 51, How to Alleviate Life's Worries. August was destined to be tumultuous. Chu Taoyu was among the first to receive the news that Yuan would also be releasing an album in August. In response, she felt nothing but helplessness. She even contemplated postponing her own release, but Sister Hua promptly doused her enthusiasm with cold water. No matter when you release your song, there will always be someone else doing the same. Why not seize this opportunity to meticulously record your album and give it your all? Sister Hua was infuriated, having previously watched as Xia and Ji's Weibo account boasted a solid 300,000 followers, not an insignificant number by any means. Yet, that insufferable girl, under the guise of managing her career, had gone back and cancelled her verification. She even registered a new verified account, effectively siphoning away most of her followers. Now, that old account lay dormant with fewer than 50,000 followers, and the numbers continued to dwindle. As she accompanied Chu Taoyu during the album recording, witnessing Chu Taoyu's display of timidity only fueled her frustration. Give it your all. The outcome is uncertain. I've invested so many promotional resources. Even if Yuan intervenes, it shouldn't hinder your competition with Xia and Gu. Chu Taoyu's mind was resolute. She had 2 songs for her album, one of which was tailor-made for her. Even if she couldn't surpass Yuan, she was determined to overshadow Xia and Gu. With her newfound determination, Chu Taoyu dedicated herself fervently to the album recordings, intent on defeating Xia and Gu through sheer talent. However, as she exited the recording studio corridor, she inadvertently spotted Xia and Gu, who was preparing to enter another studio. Xia and Gu, too, noticed Chu Taoyu, the girl who had nearly entered Starshine Entertainment at the same time as her. Little did she know, while she faced challenges from Yuan, she had unwittingly contributed to the situation. Starshine Entertainment had a dedicated floor for recording studios, and Xia and Gu chose the most secluded room. The previous night, she had already contacted the recording team through company resources. She intended to fully supervise the production of her song Summer Breeze. From instrument arrangement to vocal recording and harmonization, she would do it all herself. Gu Zhinan had provided her with a remarkably detailed manuscript, outlining exactly which instruments to use for each segment. Initially, she struggled to grasp the implications, only to find herself astonished later when she discovered that Gu Zhinan's room contained only a single guitar. Yet, he had managed to orchestrate the entire accompaniment for her song. All she needed to do was diligently produce it, and it would undoubtedly dazzle the entire summer.
Gu Zhinan returned home only to discover, rather tragically, that he had left his keys in his small apartment. Standing before the locked door of his old residential building, he felt somewhat helpless. Had he been a smoker, the ground would surely be littered with cigarette butts by now. He had initially intended to surprise his parents, but to his dismay, they were both at work that day. With a sigh, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and descended the stairs, planning to wander until his parents finished work so he could surprise them belatedly.
Hey, did you hear? Today, Goddess Yuan announced her album release next month. It's a song about summer. I just saw that too. It's trending on Weibo. Not only Goddess Yuan, but 2 other artists from her company also announced their albums for next month, all at the same time. How strange. As Gu Zhinan walked past a group of students discussing Yuan, he felt a twinge of curiosity. He pulled out his phone, opened Weibo, and clicked on the trending topics. Sure enough, the 6th topic was about Starshine Entertainment's leading lady, Yuan, and 2 newcomers releasing albums in August. Was there really such goodwill? Gu Zhinan was skeptical of the headline. Clicking through, he found the official post from Starshine Entertainment, which amusingly placed Xia and Gu at the end of the list. From what he had gathered, Xia and Gu's status as the runner-up in the Happy Female Voice competition surpassed Chu Taoyu's in terms of both entry into the company and experience. Was this not a deliberate slight? He continued scrolling, observing the polarized opinions of netizens. Some speculated company discord, while others suggested artist rivalry, noting the rarity of simultaneous album announcements for the same month. Xia and Gu had cleared her old account overnight. Gu Zhinan suddenly stumbled upon this piece of information and clicked further. Xia and Gu had abandoned her account with 300,000 followers last night, created a new one, and informed her fans. By morning, her new account had skyrocketed to an additional 150,000 followers. Gu Zhinan searched for Xia and Gu and found an account with a little rabbit avatar, displaying a verification badge as a Starshine Entertainment artist. It had to be her. Her profile picture was indeed that rabbit. Recalling what Xia Gu had said about her cool exterior and warm heart, he couldn't help but chuckled. He followed the account, marking his first follow on Weibo. Opening Xia and Ge's Weibo, he discovered only one post, a simple greeting accompanied by a captivating image. He loaded the original photo and saved it. He had no particular interest in women, but he believed that a beautiful girl could certainly serve as eye candy. During their month-long acquaintance, he had only witnessed such a smile at the orphanage, saving it would allow him to enjoy it later. As he perused the comments beneath her post, he noticed they were predominantly filled with fans expressing their longing for her, urging her to release her album soon. Moreover, there were numerous comments referring to her as wife. Gu Zhinan couldn't help but recall Xia and Ge's expression when addressed as such. Was it annoyance, embarrassment, or simply her usual cool demeanor? Hey, is it that handsome guy with the backpack up ahead? As Gu Zhinan lowered his head, engrossed in his phone, a man and woman suddenly appeared before him. The man carried a small camera, while the woman held a microphone emblazoned with a program logo. The girl's eyes lit up upon seeing Gu Zhinan. This tall, handsome guy was perfect for an interview. They were filming a street interview segment for a variety show, randomly selecting passers-by to answer quirky questions and capturing their reactions. The show had maintained a lukewarm status, and this episode was being filmed in Gu Zhinan's hometown, Ningnan City. Handsome guy, handsome guy. The voice rang out ahead, prompting Gu Zhinan to look up in confusion. A girl, followed closely by the cameraman, hurried toward him. Are you calling me? While he was indeed handsome, he couldn't claim another's charm, so he needed to verify they were addressing him. Yes, yes. The host rushed forward, and the camera followed her movements, capturing Gu Zhinan's image. With a beaming smile, the girl introduced herself. Hello, handsome, we're a street interview variety show. I'm the host, Xiaoyu. May I take 2 minutes of your time to ask you a question about life? Can I say no? Gu Zhinan replied, raising an eyebrow. Come on, just 2 minutes. Xiaoyu immediately adopted a playful tone, making Gu Zhinan feel slightly embarrassed. Reluctantly, he put his phone away and said, go ahead. It's very simple, just answer whatever comes to mind. What is your name, handsome? Gu Zhinan, not a straightforward man, just Zhinan. Oh, so it's Gu straightforward? Miss, where do you come from with that accent? He decided not to dwell on it and moved on to the task at hand. Xiaoyu took out a small notebook filled with questions and smiled at the camera before asking Gu Zhinan, how do you reduce worries in your life? As soon as she finished, she thrust the microphone toward him, her gaze filled with anticipation. Gu Zhinan pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. It's actually quite simple, just avoid arguing with foolish people. Ha! Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. Is that it? Yes. No, I think you're mistaken, handsome. Alright, you're right. Before Xiaoyu could finish her sentence, Gu Zhinan waved his hand dismissively and added, farewell. He walked away without looking back, leaving behind a stylish silhouette and a bewildered Xiaoyu and her cameraman. The two exchanged glances, unsure of what to say, and by the time they contemplated pursuing Gu Zhinan, he had already vanished into the crowd. Chapter 52. The languid voice. The burly cameraman stood in silence for a while before finally uttering, you shouldn't have engaged in a dispute with him. Xiaoyu opened her mouth, poised to say something to the cameraman, but ultimately refrained from expressing her thoughts. How do you alleviate the troubles of life? Simply refrain from arguing with foolish individuals. This question echoed incessantly in her mind, a repetitive refrain, particularly the last remark. She blurted out, I believe your statement is misguided. It felt rather foolish, and by the time Xiaoyu realized this, Gu Zhinan had already dashed off, leaving her with a sense of being left behind after a competition. Let's find the next interview. Don't dwell on it too much, the cameraman chuckled, but to Xiaoyu, it seemed more like he was laughing at her throughout the journey. He would occasionally break into laughter, and whenever Xiaoyu glanced back, he wore a serious expression while shouldering the camera. If you laugh again. After yet another chuckle, Xiaoyu, flushed with embarrassment and indignation, turned around and playfully smacked the cameraman with the microphone. Eventually, Gu Zhinan found himself lingering at home, waiting for his parents to return from work, squatting at the entrance like a child with no place to go, engrossed in his phone. Zhinan? His mother, Chen Ru, was ascending the stairs with groceries in hand. Their residence was merely on the third floor, and such an old-fashioned building lacked an elevator. As she reached the landing of the third floor, her eyes caught sight of a hapless child squatting at their doorstep, engrossed in his phone. Squinting, she recognized him instantly. Who else could it be but Gu Zhinan? Son! Chen Ru exclaimed, rushing up the remaining stairs just as Gu Zhinan stood up. He was enveloped in a warm embrace from his mother. What are you shouting for in the hallway during the day? Gu Zhinan, having parked his electric bike and headed upstairs, frowned at Chen Ru's exclamation. Mom! Gu Zhinan returned the hug, then turned to see his father making his way up the stairs. He smiled and called out, Dad. Gu Zhinan nodded, retrieving his keys to unlock the door. Once inside, he curiously inquired, Did you not have your keys? Did you lose them? At this, Gu Zhinan felt a bit awkward, chuckling nervously before admitting, I let the rental go. You poor child, such a lack of memory. Gu Zhinan cast a mild glance at Gu Zhinan before heading into the kitchen. You old man, who are you calling a poor child? Chen Ru followed him into the kitchen, but returned shortly thereafter. Gu Zhinan retreated to his room, and when he emerged, he found his parents in the living room, sorting vegetables. He joined them on the couch. Why didn't you let us know you were coming home? I could have asked your father to buy your favorite vegetables, Chen Ru said cheerfully. She was inherently an easily contented person, a harmonious family and abundant food were more than enough for her. I wanted to surprise you. Gu Zhinan replied with a grin, producing 2 smartphones and placing them on the table. These are for you, Mom and Dad. Now you can video chat with me. Gu Zhinan frowned at the beautifully packaged phone boxes on the table. What a waste of money, my phone can also video chat, can't it? Come on. Your phone took 10 minutes to respond during our last video call. I thought you were just showing me Mom's pictures to trick me. Gu Zhinan pouted, then added earnestly, Mom and Dad, you don't need to work anymore. I'm serious, I can support you. Gu Zhinan and Chen Ru exchanged bewildered glances, both looking at each other in surprise. Chen Ru cautiously asked, Son, you just graduated and neither your father nor I have inquired about your job situation. During your last call, you mentioned we shouldn't work, but we didn't ask about your job status. I'm an author, writing web novels that are quite popular now. My monthly earnings range from over 10,000 to as much as 70 or 80,000. Gu Zhinan confessed openly. Previously, he had not disclosed his writing endeavors to his parents, leaving them unaware of his occupation. On average, I earn around 40 to 50,000 a month, which should suffice to support 2 charming individuals, right? Oh. Chen Ru reached out to ruffle Gu Zhinan's hair. Such a handsome boy speaks so charmingly. How do you refer to handsome men? Gu Zhinan shot a disapproving glance at the two, finding their banter frivolous. I'll discuss it further with your mother tonight. Is your income as an author consistently stable? Not necessarily. It might increase with time, Gu Zhinan replied confidently. Your son is a renowned author. Pride leads to downfall. I call it confidence. Gu Zhinan chuckled. Later, I'll teach you both how to use these phones, and then I'll transfer 100,000 to your account. You can do whatever you like with it. 100,000? Chen Ru's eyes widened in disbelief. She sensed a significant change in her son during this visit. His demeanor and speech exuded newfound confidence. Yes, 100,000. Gu Zhinan's parents exchanged astonished looks, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes, silently pondering if that so-called author could genuinely earn such a sum. Ding! Just as Gu Zhinan was about to speak further, his phone rang unexpectedly. He checked to find it was a message from Xia and Gu, containing an audio file. Could it be a recording of Summer's Breeze? So soon, he quickly stood, informing his parents he would discuss it with them during dinner and retreated to his room for a brief rest. Once back in his small sanctuary, he promptly opened Xia and Ji's file. The crisp sound of guitar strumming resonated from his phone speaker, akin to the warm breeze of evening. Xia and Ji's voice emerged beautifully, transporting Gu Zhinan back to the first time she performed for him. Though she had not yet mastered the piece as she did now, her earlier rendition had already captivated him. Her voice was truly enchanting, versatile and tender, flowing like a gentle stream, soothing to the soul. The segment lasted only half the song, and Gu Zhinan found himself reluctant to let it go. Nevertheless, he sent her a message. You've begun recording so quickly? She replied almost immediately, I need to finish it by mid-August. What do you think? After sending the message, she noticed Gu Zhinan had quickly read it and eagerly awaited his response. A prompt reply? I'll listen to it again, he responded, reopening the file and paying close attention while comparing Xia and Ji's voice with the previous version in his mind. Minutes later, he sent another message. Try singing it in a slightly more languid tone? Languid? Xia and Gu furrowed her brow. She had always sung with deep emotion, but as Gu Zhinan was the creator, she placed her trust in his judgment. Yes, languid yet heartfelt? It doesn't need to be excessive, just a touch of it, not entirely languid, Gu Zhinan clarified, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. He couldn't very well tell Xia and Gu that the girl from his original world seemed to sing with a hint of languor that was utterly captivating. That won't do. Oh, I'll give it a try tomorrow, I'm quite tired now. Was it only 7 o'clock? Had she been recording all day? You didn't record all day, did you? Such dedication? Gu Zhinan admired Xia and Ji's resolve. She had only returned yesterday and was already immersed in recording. Time is of the essence, I still have instruments to set up but I want to finish it quickly because I adore this song. Xia and Gu hummed the tune even in her sleep, reflecting her passion for it. Gu Zhinan was at a loss for words, he felt a pang of emotion, perhaps this was the hallmark of a professional singer's dedication, all he could muster was a supportive message, keep it up. Xia and Gu responded with her customary setting her phone down but unconsciously beginning to hum Summer's Breeze. The languid tone she sought to capture lingered in her mind. Alone in the apartment, she realized that Ruan Ying and Chang Menjiang were nowhere to be found. Having gone for practice and promotion, Xia and Gu was also aware that Yuwen would be releasing her album in August, signifying that the promotional opportunities would be scarce for her. Everything would hinge on the quality of the song. This time, she could afford no failure. Chapter 53. Let us open a small supermarket. Xiayange's relentless drive indeed astonished Gu Zhinan. Sitting in his room, Gu Zhinan contemplated that the promotional resources Xiayange could secure from Starlight Entertainment would, without a doubt, diminish to almost nothing the moment Yuwen announced that her new album would be released in August. It can only be said that good wine needs no bush. In terms of song quality, Summer Breeze would undoubtedly not falter. This was his unwavering confidence. Xiayange's level of professionalism far exceeded Gu Zhinan's expectations, and with their combined efforts, Gu Zhinan found himself increasingly convinced of the aloof landlord's capabilities. As it was already late July, with August just around the corner, following Xiayange's modus operandi, it was likely that by mid-August, a new release would be forthcoming. Outside, Chenru called for Gu Zhinan to come to dinner. At the dining table, it was mainly Chenru who spoke, inquiring about Gu Zhinan's recent circumstances and the status of his writing career. Gu Zhinan patiently explained to his parents that in order to reassure them about resigning from their jobs, he needed to clearly articulate how he could support them. I'll discuss it with your mother this evening, this is no trivial matter, Guji remarked, setting down his utensils. Gu Zhinan nodded in acknowledgement as Chenru cleared the table, while Guji sat on the living room sofa, unpacking the new smartphone his son had purchased. Come, teach me how to use this phone. Sure. Gu Zhinan eagerly settled next to Gu Zhi. Initially, Gu Zhi intended to return the device, but Gu Zhinan decisively tore up the receipt, prompting Gu Zhi to reflexively swat him on the head, a fate narrowly avoided thanks to Chenru's intervention. With the return option off the table, it was imperative to learn how to operate it. Gu Zhi was already aware of the smartphone's capabilities, though he and Chenru primarily used it to communicate with Gu Zhinan. Having an advanced model seemed unnecessary. After spending over an hour teaching Gu Zhi all its features and installing the necessary apps, Gu Zhinan took out his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to Gu Zhi's bank account. Upon confirming the deposit, the expressions of both Gu Zhi and Chenru transformed instantly. Chenru, stroking Gu Zhinan's head, softly remarked, "You've grown up. It feels like just yesterday you were that little boy in split-crotch pants, and now you've become a man." "You understand the importance of filial piety," Gu Zhinan retorted. "Does that mean I was unfilial before?" "Filial, you are the most filial child in the Gu family, and the most handsome, still you," Chenru said, playfully poking Gu Zhinan's forehead with a smile. "Alright, enough of this," Gu Zhi interjected, blaring, "You two are being quite ridiculous." Gu Zhinan recoiled slightly, as he was not keen on facing Gu Zhi's wrath, while Chenru shot back a look of defiance. That evening, Gu Zhi sat on the bed in the bedroom, gazing at the brand new smartphone gifted by his son. Chenru was still fiddling with it, a middle-aged woman taking selfies at midnight with a trendy phone, an amusing sight indeed. "Stop taking pictures, how old are you?" Trying to imitate those young girls, Gu Zhi could no longer watch in silence. "What do you think about Zhinan?" Chenru set the phone down, feeling confident in their son's abilities, and sat on the bed with a smile. "Why are you asking me, the head of the family? Oh, so now I'm the head of the family." That 100,000 was quite real. Gu Zhi pondered for a moment before addressing Chenru. "You've always wanted to open a small supermarket, right? Let us go ahead and do it. It aligns with what our child desires, and we won't have to work at the factory anymore." As he spoke, Gu Zhi pulled out a notebook from the nightstand, filled with densely written notes on locations and considerations for opening a supermarket. Clearly, he had already begun preparations. "I've had my eye on a location for some time. It's spacious, well-positioned, and surrounded by several residential areas. Opening a convenience store there should yield a profit." Gu Zhi gestured animatedly, his face betraying a hint of excitement. "We also have some savings, which should be sufficient to support this venture." Listening to Gu Zhi's narrative, Chenru felt a stirring of interest. She truly did not want to return to factory work with their son now thriving, though he had yet to buy a house or start a family, that would soon become a financial burden. Their savings were limited, a mere 100,000 was hardly substantial given today's urban housing prices. Even with Gu Zhinan's royalties, it wouldn't suffice, and she worried about the instability of his income as a writer. Despite Gu Zhinan's assurances that it would only increase, which parent would not plan for the future? "Let us think it over. Discuss it with Zhinan tomorrow. With the backbone of our family isn't just you anymore," Chenru declared, pulling the covers over herself and drifting off to sleep. Gu Zhi was left speechless, bemused by the irony of the situation. Just moments ago, he deemed himself the head of the family, yet now the title seemed to have shifted. The following day, Gu Zhinan indulged in a leisurely sleep-in, rising at a relaxed pace. Upon emerging, he discovered his parents comfortably seated on the sofa, watching television. A quick inquiry revealed that they had taken a few days off.
Wash up and eat. I need to speak with you. How old are you to still be lazing about? Gu Zhi cast a mild glance at Gu Zhinan. Gu Zhinan hurried to freshen up, returning to find that Chen Ru had already prepared a meal. The couple had risen at dawn to buy Gu Zinan's favorite dishes from the market. However, by the time everything was ready, he was still asleep, engrossed in the television. Gu Zinan felt a swell of gratitude. Parents are always a child's safe haven. They may lack education and struggle to articulate profound truths, yet their love for you will always surpass your own. Eat more. You're as thin as a monkey. How will you find a wife? Chen Ru chided, serving Gu Zinan more food. Gu Zinan nodded repeatedly, his mouth full, his bowl still brimming. Could you perhaps give the boy a moment to breathe? Are you feeding a pig? Gu Zhi, unable to watch any longer, observed the stuffed-cheeked Gu Zinan. Last night, your mother and I discussed it. If you want us to stop working at the factory, we can accept that. Really? The Gu Zinan mumbled through a mouthful. Indeed, your mother and I have saved some money over the years, initially intended as a down payment for you, but since you're doing well, we plan to use that along with the 100,000 you gave us to rent a store and open a small supermarket for our retirement. Gu Zhi explained slowly. What do you think? What do I think? I think that sounds fantastic. Gu Zinan immediately agreed. Let us do it. After dinner, we'll search for a store. I'll make it my goal to secure a location while I'm home. Chen Ru's eyes lit up, and Gu Zhi smiled, saying, I have a place in mind. Once you finish your meal, I'll take you to see it. If it seems suitable, we'll rent it. Gu Zinan wholeheartedly endorsed the plan. He had originally intended to persuade his parents not to remain wage laborers. He truly could support them, and he had even planned to consistently reinforce this idea. Who would have thought that in just a day, he would achieve such success? Could this be considered a delightful surprise? The store Gu Zhi had his eye on was not far from home, merely a 10-minute ride on an electric bike. Nearby were 3 or 4 residential complexes, and it was conveniently located next to a food street, ensuring a steady flow of customers. It must be said, both father and son approached their endeavors with remarkable decisiveness. They promptly engaged in negotiations with the current store owner, who quoted a price of 240,000 yuan for outright purchase, with an annual rent of 40,000 yuan. Gu Zhi haggled, leaving Gu Zinan utterly astonished, witnessing a side of his normally reserved father he had never seen before. Gu Zhi suggested trying the annual rent first, but Gu Zinan could clearly see that opening a supermarket in this area would undoubtedly be profitable. Having been an office worker in his past life, primarily in real estate, he possessed a discerning eye. He called Chen Ru to inform her he wouldn't be returning for lunch. Thus, Gu Zinan joined the negotiation, decisively offering 200,000 yuan for immediate payment. The store owner hesitated but ultimately agreed. Gu Zhi appeared reluctant, yet Gu Zinan promptly transferred another 100,000 yuan to assist his father. Gu Zhi seemed to have become immune to the sight of his son effortlessly acquiring large sums of money. That afternoon, they finalized the transfer contract. Congratulations, boss Gu. Gu Zinan chuckled. Gu Zhi shot a glare at his cheeky son, though his eyes betrayed his joy. Chapter 54. Could you perhaps sing the line, did you just take over the shop directly? Upon returning home, the father and son were in the midst of preparing dinner when Chen Ru emerged wielding a spatula, clearly astonished by Gu Zhi and Gu Zhinan's abrupt acquisition of the store. What's burnt? Gu Zhinan inquired, sniffing the air. My fish. Chen Ru exclaimed, rushing back to the kitchen. Gu Zhi and Gu Zhinan exchanged glances, at a loss for words. You explain it to mom, I'll retreat to my room for a bit. Gu Zhinan decided to leave the explanation to Gu Zhi, having just seen a message from Xiangu. Once in his room, he took out his phone, initially expecting a voice recording, only to find a message instead. Are you there? Gu Zhinan couldn't help but chuckle. Yesterday had begun similarly. Yes, I was just chatting with my parents, Xiangu replied, seated in a recording studio chair, sipping warm water to soothe her throat, glancing at her phone with pursed lips. You've returned home. Indeed, how did the recording go today? Gu Zhinan had anticipated hearing Xiangu's slightly languid voice. But upon mentioning it, Xiangu pouted. She had practiced all day yet couldn't quite capture the essence of that languorous tone. It felt like an elusive specter, and she struggled to grasp the kind of lazy voice Gu Zhinan described. After a prolonged silence, Gu Zhinan surmised that their landlord was likely unable to find that elusive feeling. I can't find the vibe. Today I started collaborating with the studio musicians. Gu Zhinan pondered for a moment. He had the original sound in his mind, but since it was a girl's voice, he wondered if he, as a man, could convey that feeling. Why didn't he possess the golden touch to replicate whatever he envisioned? Damn. Could you perhaps sing a bit of what you think captures that feeling? Noticing Gu Zhinan's lack of response, Xiangu's delicate fingers glided across the screen as she sent another message. To be honest, this is quite a dilemma for me. I'm not a professional. Gu Zhinan felt a pang of melancholy. I'll give it a try. Miss Xia, the instruments are set up. Would you like to test the sound? Just as Xiangu saw Gu Zhinan's message, the studio staff emerged. Yes, she replied to Gu Zhinan before stepping in to test the instruments. At the dinner table, Chen Ru and Gu Zhi were animatedly discussing how to transform the small grocery store, while Gu Zhinan merely smiled, occasionally interjecting. To his surprise, his father, Gu Zhi, already had a renovation plan in mind and could contact a renovation team within days. He had even inquired about the supply channels. It seemed this plan had been in the works for quite some time. Initially, Chen Ru was quite worried, fearing that Gu Zhinan had engaged in some dubious dealings, given how quickly large sums were involved. He had only graduated a little over a year ago, but Gu Zhinan reassured her that everything was above board, even pulling out his notebook to access the author backend of a Chinese website, showing them his over 90,000 in unpublished royalties. Only then did they relax, with Chenru praising Gu Zhinan as a great author, while Guji admonished him not to get carried away and to remain grounded. Tomorrow, Guji would resign from his job, and they would begin the renovation of the grocery store in the following days. Gu Zhinan also wished to lend a hand while he was still around. Late at night, lying in bed, Gu Zhinan recalled the way summer winds were sung in his previous world. When Lan's voice truly evoked a sense of being enveloped in a gentle spring breeze, laced with a hint of languor. The winds of July are so languorous. Gu Zhinan repeatedly hummed that line, attempting to immerse himself in the state of mind he had when he first heard that song in his previous life. Ding! At 2 in the morning, Gu Zhinan, with a weary throat, sent Xia and Gu a voice message. This was the most resonant segment he felt he had captured all night. If not, he'd lose his voice, yet, what puzzled Gu Zhinan was that his voice was significantly better now than in his previous life. When he practiced guitar and sang, he never stood out. But now, singing a song a cappella, he could distinctly feel his mastery over the lyrics and emotional expression. Remarkable. Could it be that if I don't write novels, I could become a singer instead? After successfully sending the voice message, Gu Zhinan followed up with a text. Not singing anymore. If I do, I might lose my voice. Once sent, he promptly went to bed, not expecting Xia and Gu to respond immediately. After all, it was the dead of night. Who would be awake? When Xia and Gu awoke, the dawn light was just beginning to break. She had been rising early and returning late, and Cheng Mengying and Ruaning had returned the night before. They were focused on helping Xia and Gu finalize her album. In her artist apartment, clad in a white rabbit-themed nightgown, Xia and Gu rolled over and grabbed her phone from the table. It displayed 2 messages from Gu Zhinan. She opened it. The first was a voice message, and the second read, "Not singing anymore. If I do, I might lose my voice." Xia and Ji's lips curled into a slight smile as she pressed play on the voice message. The winds of July are so languorous, even the clouds have become warm. Gu Zhinan's earnest singing was truly delightful, his vocal tone captivating. Xia and Gu listened, enraptured, allowing herself to linger in bed, replaying it several times. Is this the languor he spoke of? Xia and Gu's long eyelashes fluttered. Indeed, it was different from her previous renditions. Stretching her body, her graceful curves were unmistakable. Ruaning noticed that this morning, Sister and Gu seemed different, though she couldn't pinpoint how it wasn't until they arrived at the recording studio that she suddenly realized Sister and Gu was smiling. Could it be that she was happy? Was it because the album was nearing completion, in Ningnan City, at Gu Zhinan's home? Son, it's time to get up. Your father and I have both resigned and are back. We're going out to eat today. Chenru and Guji had returned. Seeing Gu Zhinan still languishing in bed, Chenru flipped back the covers, prompting Gu Zhinan to droop his head as he got up. What were you yelling about in your room last night? Staying up all night and then unable to rise during the day? Chenru questioned, recalling how she had heard him blowing off steam when she got up to use the bathroom. Gu Zhinan's face immediately flushed red, and he stammered, I was, writing a novel. Oh. Chenru didn't question why Gu Zhinan was shouting while writing. She merely frowned. Don't stay up late writing anymore, it's bad for your skin. Not if you can't find a girlfriend, I'll be upset. Got it, Mom. Gu Zhinan nodded eagerly, not realizing that his mother had overheard him singing the summer winds last night. Thankfully, it was not too clear, otherwise, he felt he would have faced social embarrassment. August soon arrived, and Gu Zhinan had been busy assisting his parents with the renovation of the grocery store. He found that his father seemed more knowledgeable about renovations than he was, which felt rather awkward. The renovation progressed swiftly. Within days, a preliminary structure had emerged. He was confident that, in a few more days, it would be polished and ready, allowing him to leave for Lingcheng with peace of mind. As for Xia and Gu, ever since she had sent him that message a few days prior, there had been no further updates. He assumed she was preoccupied with finalizing her album. Gu Zhinan was content to enjoy the quietude. Chapter 55 theme song, August 6. Gu Zinan's parents' small supermarket has undergone preliminary renovations. That evening, as Gu Zinan was preparing to rest, a message on his phone jolted him upright from his bed. After a week of silence, Xia Angi had finally sent him another message. It contained a voice file titled The Wind of Summer, accompanied by a brief note, the song is finished. Instantly, his drowsiness vanished. He donned his headphones before pressing play. The music flowed naturally, devoid of any abruptness. Following a brief prelude, Xia Angi's voice emerged alongside the accompaniment, soft and languid. It felt as though it completely melded with his memories from a past life, yet also bore the unique laziness characteristic of Xia Angi. Gu Zinan was entranced. The gentle, languid sea breeze blows to the lofty peaks. This segment of melody was nothing short of exquisite, and Gu Zinan could vividly imagine Xia Angi's nonchalant demeanor while singing, especially the lazy tone imbued with a hint of mirth. His heart began to race uncontrollably. As the song concluded, Gu Zhinan felt reluctant to part with it, so he replayed it once more and replied to Xia Angi, I love it. Upon receiving the message, Xia Angi opened it, and a blush instantly spread to her earlobes. Fortunately, it was night, and Ruaning could not see. She was well aware that Gu Zhinan was referring to the song, yet her heart fluttered uncontrollably. Ignoring Gu Zhinan, Xia Angi and Ruaning exited the Starshine Entertainment building, gazing at the bustling streets, and she took a deep breath, offering Ruaning a gentle smile. You've worked hard. Ruaning shook her head. For over a week, they had been entering the recording studio at dawn, and apart from midday excursions for meals, they often returned in the early hours of the morning. Xia Angi meticulously controlled every step of the song, sometimes agonizing over a single detail for several hours, yet, all of it was worthwhile. Just moments ago, as she listened to the complete The Wind of Summer in the studio, it had moved her to tears.
Ruaning was utterly captivated. Xia Angie's voice perfectly matched every nuance of the song, leaving her feeling tingling all over. I can't wait to see the song released. Ruaning exclaimed, pulling at Xia Angie's arm. It's a pity Menjing hasn't heard it. She took the previous demo to promote it, but who knows how that turned out. Xia Angie shook her head, acknowledging that Chang Menjing had indeed been diligent. Since arriving in Haipu, she had spent only 2 days in the apartment. Especially yesterday, when she hurried back to grab a demo, stating it was for a director, hoping it might be used as the theme song before rushing out. Starshine Entertainment had indeed promoted it, but only posted a single update on Weibo. Yuan had already launched an extravagant promotional campaign, even dragging Chu Taoyu along, feigning interest in whether Xia Angie wanted to attend the press conference. Of course, Xia Angie would not go. Chu Taoyu's album was set to release at the same time as Xia Angie's, both scheduled for midnight on the 15th. Yuan's release was a day earlier, reportedly at the insistence of Mingji, as Yuan's Midsummer was the theme for a drama set to air on the 15th. As for Xia Angie, she had considered diverting some resources, but Yuan had rejected the idea. Unfortunately, Starshine Entertainment held the final say, and Gu Zhinan had yet to hear the finished product recorded by Xia Angie, nor had she contemplated allowing him a preview. Fearing leaks, she treaded carefully through each step, and though it was exhausting, it was undeniably rewarding. Chang Menjing returned the following morning, her face flushed with excitement. As Xia Angie remained in a deep slumber, she leaped onto her, planting a kiss on her cheek. The sudden intrusion startled Xia Angie, who glared at Chang Menjing with a mix of annoyance and embarrassment upon realizing who it was. Next time, I'll be locking the door. Xia Angie exclaimed, sitting up in her white rabbit pajamas, eyeing the disheveled Chang Menjing. Oh dear, are you happy? Guess what I found for your promotion, Sister Angie? Chang Menjing giggled, her laughter waking Ruaning, who yawned and followed the sound into Xia Angie's room. You're back. Ruaning said, her alertness returning upon seeing Chang Menjing perched on Xia Angie's bed. The final version of the album is complete. It's such a pity you couldn't hear it, it's absolutely beautiful. Really? Yes. Chang Menjing turned her head to inquire of Xia Angie, who nodded slightly. Chang Menjing immediately lunged towards Xia Angie again, attempting to plant a kiss on her delicate face, only to be thwarted by Xia Angie's hand. She exclaimed excitedly, you know Wei Kangshi, right, the renowned director of romantic and art films. Xia Angie had some recollection, but it was Ruaning who voiced it first. Is he the one who specializes in art films? I've seen his Love in Bloom. Exactly. Chang Menjing chimed in. He has a new film set to premiere on the 15th, but he's been struggling to find a suitable theme song, so I took our song to him. And then? Ruaning urged, sensing Chang Menjing's suspenseful pause at a crucial moment. He is coming to Haipu from Hongdian tonight to discuss the licensing with us. Chang Menjing replied gleefully. His new movie is titled Love in the Deep Summer, and ours is The Wind of Summer. It's simply perfect. But that requires the signature of the composer and lyricist. Doesn't that mean we need to call Gu Zhinan here? Ruaning suddenly whispered, causing Chang Menjing's laughter to abruptly cease. Indeed, the licensing contract required that scoundrel Gu Zhinan's signature. I'll go call him, Xia Angie offered, fully aware of the awkwardness between Chang Menjing and Gu Zhinan. Gu Zhinan had fallen asleep to the sound of Xia Angie singing, and upon waking in the morning, he felt refreshed. Ding ding ding, the phone, which had been silent for ages, suddenly rang. Hello? Morning. Landlord? Oh no, Xia Angie? The voice on the other end fell into a prolonged silence, and Gu Zhinan could even hear the two dimwits urging her on. Speak up, Sister Angie. What was there to say? So early in the morning, Gu Zhinan was somewhat bewildered. Menjing found a movie for my album to serve as its theme song, but we need the composer and lyricist to sign the licensing contract. Xia Angie's voice came through. When? Tonight. I'll buy a ticket now. I should be able to make it before evening. He had already planned to return to Lincheng in the next couple of days, so this didn't feel like an advance. The purpose of this trip home had long been fulfilled, as his parents were too busy with the supermarket renovations to even speak with him. Xia Angie hadn't anticipated Gu Zhinan's prompt agreement, and she softly replied, thank you. No problem, see you tonight. MHM. When Xia Angie hung up the phone, she gently nodded at Chang Menjing and Ruaning, both of whom were wearing expressions of eager anticipation. The three of them immediately erupted into joyous celebration. A theme song for a movie was far more valuable than any promotional resource. Naturally, Gu Zhinan could not miss this opportunity. He checked for the latest flight tickets, made a purchase, and headed to the small supermarket still under renovation. Gu Zhi and Shen Ru were busy working alongside the renovation crew, and he informed them that his editor was urging him to return to write. Consequently, he planned to leave that very afternoon. Chang Menjing was unaware that she had been used as a shield. She simply felt that someone's new book was probably due for release. Gu Zhi offered a few reminders, while Chen Ru, reluctantly, urged Gu Zhinan to take care of himself. Gu Zhinan nodded in acknowledgement. While waiting for his flight, he learned from the WeChat message Xia Angie had sent about the film's title, Love in the Deep Summer. He searched for it online. The film had considerable recognition, and director Wei Kangshi was known for crafting romantic art films. Additionally, the movie had recruited several popular stars to star in it. With that, the film's release would undoubtedly benefit Xia Angie's album significantly. Chapter 56, On the Way. When will you arrive? Just as Gu Zhinan was preparing to board the plane, a message from Xia Angie arrived. He glanced at the flight schedule and replied, around 6:30 in the evening. Rest assured, I won't be late. Gu Zhinan sensed that Xia Enggi was concerned about his punctuality, considering she was a prominent director who certainly couldn't afford to wait long. Today, Xia Enggi was shooting her album photos, and with the 6th day of the month upon them, she needed to wrap things up before the 15th when the album was set to launch. The timeline was indeed tight, but once this busy period was over, she could finally take a well-deserved rest. At least that was how Xia Enggi perceived it. As Gu Zhinan disembarked the plane, it was precisely 6:30 right on time. The booking app had proven trustworthy. Ding. As soon as he switched off airplane mode, a message popped up from Xia Enggi. Where are you? At the airport exit. I'm heading over now. Could you send me your location? Please wait at the main entrance. Xia Enggi's message was brief, leaving Gu Zhinan somewhat perplexed. He obediently made his way to the airport's front entrance, gazing blankly at the flow of people outside. Beep, 2 crisp honks echoed, and a red BMW came to a halt before Gu Zhinan. The window rolled down, revealing a stunning face adorned with a touch of makeup. Xia Enggi. Today, she wore a white shirt paired with a blue and white checkered skirt, her bangs slightly curled, and a playful headband perched atop her head. The usually aloof demeanor of Xia Enggi seemed to have transformed before Gu Zhinan's eyes. After getting into the car and fastening his seatbelt, Gu Zhinan inquired, "What brings you here?" He admired the profile of Xia Enggi, her fair neck tinged with a hint of pink. "Just passing by," she replied nonchalantly, her bright peach blossom eyes fixed ahead. "Oh. Who would casually pass by the airport?" Gu Zhinan refrained from calling her out, suspecting she might be worried about getting lost and being late. He had visited Haipu City only a handful of times, and this was indeed his first visit to the airport. "You look lovely today." "It doesn't quite match your usual cool demeanor," Gu Zhinan remarked with a gentle smile. If Xia Enggi were truly of a lively disposition, he couldn't even begin to imagine it. After all, first impressions had left him accustomed to her aloofness. Xia Enggi's earlobes turned a shade redder. "I'm shooting the album photos today." "No wonder. You really didn't have to come pick me up. A location pin would have sufficed. I managed to find you in mere seconds the other day," Gu Zhinan chuckled. Upon hearing this, Xia Enggi's cheeks flushed bright red, and she shot him a glare when the car paused at a red light. "Don't say that." The car arrived at Xia Enggi's apartment building by 7:30 in the evening, where Chang Menjing and Wan Ing were waiting. Upon seeing their little car pull up, Chang Menjing promptly got in. "Good evening," Gu Zhinan greeted first. "Good evening, Teacher Gu." "Good evening," Wan Ing replied, her demeanor shy and reserved. Chang Menjing had known since the afternoon that Xia Enggi was borrowing the car to pick up Gu Zhinan, and she had wanted to tag along with Wan Ing. However, Xia Enggi had insisted, "You've worked hard these past few days, go home and rest well, face the evening with ease. Director Wei Kangshi and the producer have already arrived at the hotel. They just called me, we should head over now." Chang Menjing announced. Xia Enggi drove without pause. On the way, Chang Menjing quietly discussed the details of the authorization contract with Gu Zhinan, who listened attentively. Chang Menjing mentioned that she had first noticed director Wei Kangshi's love in the deep summer when she saw the song Summer Breeze in the small apartment. Upon learning through Wei Kangshi's Weibo that he was still seeking a theme song, she quickly brought the score to Hengdian. To her surprise, Wei Kangshi expressed great interest in the lyrics and melody, asking her to return with a finished product. When she presented the first draft, it resonated deeply with Wei Kangshi, and he immediately decided to use the song. Gu Zhinan nodded appreciatively, recognizing Chang Menjing's competence. Truly, they were a pair of capable sisters. When Gu Zhinan and Xia Enggi arrived at the hotel, it took only a few minutes for Wei Kangshi to arrive with the producer. At first glance, Gu Zhinan noted that the middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, emanated a distinctly artistic aura, while the younger man, seemingly in his 30s, exuded the same vibe. Clearly, both were of a literary disposition. The table had been reserved by Wei Kangshi, who, eager to convey his sincerity, clearly held a strong appreciation for the song. As the two groups met, Wei Kangshi stepped forward with a warm smile. He looked at the only man present and perceived a certain refinement about him, complemented by a handsome appearance. "So, you are Mr.Gu, the lyricist and composer of Summer Breeze, quite dashing and youthful, no wonder you were able to craft such beautiful music." He then turned his attention to the elegant Xia Enggi, his eyes lighting up. "And you must be Miss Xia Enggi, the vocalist? I have heard of you, your voice is truly enchanting." Goodness, what a charming literary fellow, showering compliments right off the bat. Gu Zhinan felt a bit bashful. Wei Kangshi had indeed been surprised. Upon first encountering the lyrics and melody, he had assumed they were the work of a renowned musician. Now, meeting Gu Zhinan, he couldn't help but marvel at his youthful talent. After a round of pleasantries exchanged, Gu Zhinan, an old hand at social interactions, found the conversation flowing effortlessly, and soon enough, they were toasting merrily. Gu Zhinan was taken aback. Was this literary director also a heavy drinker? Did those involved in the arts indulge so wildly? After several rounds, the contract was finally signed. Gu Zhinan inscribed his name as the lyricist and composer, while Xia Enggi, her cheeks flushed from the red wine, added her signature as the vocalist. During this time, the producer accompanying Wei Kangshi revealed to Xia Enggi that both Yuan and Xu Taoyu from Xinguang Huyu had approached him, hoping to feature their album as the theme song. However, Wei Kangshi had deemed their work lacking substance and declined, yet, it was surprising that Xinguang Huyu still secured the theme song. Wei Kangshi shook hands with Gu Zhinan repeatedly, expressing his intention to prioritize Gu's work for future projects and encouraging him to continue creating. He held a favorable impression of Gu Zhinan, considering his appealing looks. Perhaps he could be groomed for acting. He then turned to Xia Enggi, her flushed face serious as she addressed her. "Miss Enggi, you are both beautiful and talented.
You should seriously contemplate entering the entertainment industry. If I have a role in my next film, I would certainly consider you first. This was a direct invitation for Xia Engi. She smiled and politely declined, stating that she currently wished only to focus on singing, thanking director Wei for his kind offer. She truly had no desire to act, at least not at this moment. Wei Kongshi appeared slightly disappointed, as if he felt he had missed a promising opportunity. Cheng Menjing shared in the sentiment, wishing to see Xia Engi shine on the big screen. Only Gu Zhinan, his face slightly flushed from the wine, found himself imagining Xia Engi in a film role, pouting or acting coy. The image was delightful, yet he dared not dwell on it. As the group parted ways at the hotel entrance, Wei Kongshi and the producer hurried back to Hengdian to integrate the theme song into the film, which was set to premiere on the 15th. Time was of the essence. Are you all right? Xia Engi asked, noticing the rosy hue on Gu Zhinan's face. He had consumed most of the alcohol at the table, allowing her and Chang Menjing only a sip, while Ruan Ning, designated to drive, had only nibbled on food. I'm fine. Just a little drink, like water, Gu Zhinan waved dismissively. Well, I'll be staying at the hotel nearby for the night and heading back to Linqing tomorrow. I look forward to your album. He had listened to the complete album of Xia Engi's work, which was no less impressive than the original, and he had no doubt it would be remarkable. Chapter 57, You won't forget, will you? Allow me to escort you. Xia Engi delicately tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, the evening breeze carrying a refreshing chill. Cheng Menjing would certainly not allow Xia Engi to wander alone at such a late hour. She stepped forward and linked her arm with Xia Engi's, prompting Ruan Ning to do the same on the other side. We shall go together. The two spoke in unison. Xia Engi felt a twinge of helplessness as her peach blossom eyes lingered on Gu Zhinan's retreating figure, a hint of regret flickering across her expression. Gu Zhinan had initially intended to decline, considering the hotel was not far, but with Xia Engi's insistence, he found himself acquiescing. After all, it was merely a few hundred meters. It hardly mattered. Thank you, Xia Engi said softly, her lips parting just slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Zhinan, who walked beside Ruan Ning. Thank you. Chang Menjing and Ruan Ning chimed in immediately. Xia Engi's delicate brows furrowed slightly. It's nothing, after all, I have earnings to gain, it's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Gu Zhinan gazed intently at the towering buildings ahead, seemingly lost in thought, but he smiled as he replied, oh. Xia Engi, dismissing the comment, allowed a subtle smile to curve her lips, though it remained unnoticed. The distance of a few hundred meters was merely a 10-minute stroll, and they arrived swiftly. Gu Zhinan's gaze swept over the trio before settling on the rosy-cheeked Xia Engi, a smile breaking across his face. Good night. His smile was gentle, like a warm spring breeze. Xia Engi's heart fluttered unexpectedly, and she lowered her head, unable to meet Gu Zhinan's eyes as she murmured, Good night. Good night, Teacher Gu. Ruan Ning echoed, while Chang Menjing, slightly tipsy from the drinks, blushed and chimed in, Good night, young Master Gu. And to both of you, good night. With that, Gu Zhinan strode into the hotel, leaving the three outside to gaze after him. After a while, Ruan Ning broke the silence, glancing at Xia Engi. Sister Engi, Teacher Gu has already gone inside. Xia Engi responded nonchalantly with a soft Let us head back. With Xia Engi finally willing to move, Ruan Ning let out a sigh of relief. She had always sensed a distinct difference in Xia Engi's demeanor towards Teacher Gu. It was truly quite different, as if they were friends, yet perhaps not quite. Teacher Gu was handsome, a songwriter, and a novelist too. Ruan Ning suddenly remembered that his primary occupation was indeed that of a novelist. Although he had denied it last time, she distinctly recalled him writing online novel author when renting a place. She wondered what his pen name was. She must inquire about it someday. She was also fond of the author of Crossing Dongting, and she pondered whether Teacher Gu might know him. Meanwhile, Gu Zhinan, in his hotel room, was deep in contemplation. Why was it that every person he encountered turned out to be a heavy drinker? The venerable Master Hong'an of Huaxia Education was one to now. This artistic director Wei Kong was yet another wild spirit, and they had even exchanged phone numbers. Yet, Gu Zhinan understood that it was merely a matter of courtesy. Otherwise, why not simply add each other on WeChat? Who among the youth does not use WeChat nowadays? He, a novelist, and the other, a renowned director of art films. Had he not penned The Wind of Summer, their paths would have never crossed. Lying in bed, nearing midnight, he reflected on what a splendid day it had been. He turned to grab his phone and sent a message to Xia Engi. Have you returned? Xia Engi replied swiftly. She had just arrived back at her apartment, not even having settled onto the sofa. That's good. Gu Zhinan set his phone down, ready to sleep. The gentle, languid sea breeze blows to the lofty peaks. Xia Engi began to hum ethereally. Gu Zhinan quickly seized his phone. Thankfully, no one was around. He had captured her humming from the complete version she had sent him the previous night and had casually set it as his ringtone. He had forgotten about it until tonight, and fortunately, it had not rung all evening, otherwise, he would have faced social embarrassment. The song had yet to be released, and here he was, using it as a ringtone. What message did that send? Hello? Gu Zhinan. The intellectual and poised Cheng Mengshi from Kyoto sounded somewhat irritated. Have you started the book for Xinjian Qixia Zhuan? Has the first volume been launched? It's nearly been half a month. Today is the 7th, tomorrow will be the 8th. Ha! Gu Zhinan's inebriation evaporated instantly. He recoiled slightly, speaking softly, so soon? Cheng Mengshi, sensing his unease, widened her eyes in disbelief after removing her glasses, eventually exclaiming, You haven't forgotten, have you? Oh no.
Gu Zinan's intoxication vanished completely, a chill creeping down his spine as he sensed the impending wrath on the other end of the line. No, don't say that, I've been writing, truly. He felt guilty but pressed on with bravado. Really? A scholar never lies. Then send me a glimpse. If it's good, we'll launch it in the next couple of days, we can't wait. The elegant lady issued a reading invitation directly. Do I accept what? I haven't written a word. The day after tomorrow. I'll have it ready then, I'll revise the chapters to ensure I capture everyone's hearts from the start. Don't deceive me, check your book review section, it's blowing up. Chang Mengshi sounded skeptical of Gu Zinan. She was convinced he had completely forgotten about the book launch. If she hadn't taken the time today to check the comments section, she wouldn't have seen the loyal fans clamoring for updates. I promise. By noon the day after tomorrow, if I don't publish, I'll be a dog. Gu Zinan asserted with fervor, as if he were not the one who had yet to write a single word. Alright, the day after tomorrow then. I'll start preparing for you, and we'll launch it at noon. Chang Mengshi decisively cut off any escape for Gu Zinan. He smiled sheepishly, feeling quite helpless. There was indeed no turning back now. Tomorrow, he would return to Lin City and begin his seclusion to create a miracle. Chang Mengshi hung up the phone, still somewhat doubtful, while Gu Zinan found himself unable to sleep. He opened the author backend on the Chinese website and clicked into his book review section. The comments were explosive. The book says there are no everlasting feasts in this world. Do not fear, I'll flip the table for you. Straightforward dog thief. The book also says, where in the world do we not meet again? Hey, I'm just playing hide and seek, how does that sound? Does anyone know the home address of the straightforward guy? I have some local specialties I'd love for him to try. I adore him too much. To the one above, are the specialties blades? Don't try to deceive me. Everyone, please remain calm. I believe the straightforward guy is simply striving to deliver us the most perfect book. After all, he is the one who wrote Crossing Dongting. Stop the washing. I don't believe it. The affection was palpable. Gu Zinan broke into a cold sweat. After returning home, he had been preoccupied with persuading his parents to resign, completely forgetting about the launch of Xianjian. He had been so busy helping them set up a small supermarket. In the midst of it all, he had utterly forgotten about the impending launch. He posted, haha, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. I miss you all so much, every night, the thought of you lovely people waiting for my book brings me to tears. For this reason, the new book will launch on August 9th at noon, punctually. Everyone, let us not miss it, good night. Send. After completing all of this, Gu Zinan finally drifted off to sleep, dreaming of a brighter tomorrow. Chapter 58 of the opening of the book. As dawn broke, Gu Zinan hurriedly returned to Lincheng, for he could no longer delay. With the book's opening tomorrow, he found himself at a complete standstill with 0 words written. Who could endure such a predicament? Come out for breakfast, I'll take you to the station, said Xia Engi, who was making a phone call at the entrance of Gu Zinan's hotel. Concerned that he might still be asleep, she called him at 9 in the morning, dressed in a simple loungewear. However, the signal on Gu Zinan's side was somewhat intermittent, occasionally interrupted by a loud noise. Xia Engi could not help but furrow her brows. Are you back? Gu Zinan could hear Xia Engi's breath fluctuating through the receiver. He thought perhaps she had risen early to exercise, which might explain why she had braved the rain all night without catching a cold. Yes, I'm almost there. I'm still on the high-speed train. Suddenly, the call was abruptly disconnected. Was it possible that even early morning exercise could lead to a foul mood? Gu Zinan tilted his head, a look of confusion etched across his face. He was bewildered. How could women be so peculiar? Just last night, they had shared laughter and joy. Xia Engi, feeling a surge of irritation, tossed her phone onto the passenger seat. She had woken up early and driven Chang Menjing's car to stealthily see him off, only to discover that he had already returned. How infuriating. In her apartment, Xia Engi sat alone at the table, sipping porridge, her delicate visage resembling a glacier. When Wan Ying and Chang Menjing awoke and emerged, they were struck by the palpable chill surrounding Xia Engi as she sat in silence. Is Auntie Engi here? Chang Menjing whispered to Wan Ying, pulling her aside. Not yet. Her aunt is due mid-month, and it's still early. Being Xia Engi's personal assistant, Wan Ying was well aware of her family's visiting schedule. Then why do I feel like Engi's in a bad mood? Chang Menjing pouted, gesturing for Wan Ying to observe Xia Engi stirring the youtiao absently with her chopsticks. Get up and come eat. We need to head to the company soon. Just as Wan Ying was about to speak, Xia Engi's cold voice drifted over, prompting both of them to hastily scurry into the bathroom. They remained unaware of the reason behind Xia Engi's sudden sulkiness, with Wan Ying concluding it might be due to her aunt arriving early. In Xia Engi's small apartment in Lincheng, Gu Zinan pushed open the door and returned to the solitary life of a reclusive man after more than 10 days away. As he pondered the impending book opening and the fact that he had yet to pen a single word, a wave of headache washed over him. In this life, Gu Zinan was obedient and well-behaved, exhibiting no signs of rebelliousness. Yet in his previous life, he had experienced such frantic writing during his middle school years, a time filled with rebellion, when he had not even opened his school bag throughout the entire summer vacation. Had it not been for the impending start of school, when his mother had fortuitously discovered his bag tucked away in the sofa's crevice, he might have been caught red-handed. She had believed his kind-hearted lie that he had already completed his summer assignments. That night, touched by his mother's tender affection, he reflected deeply and recognized his errors. Thus, he spent an entire night with a pen in hand, resulting in a miraculous feat. When the following day he presented his assignments, complete with dark circles under his eyes, to his mother for inspection, he had narrowly escaped disaster but lost much joy in the process. Who would have thought I would be forced into such a situation again? Gu Zhinan sat at his computer and opened the author assistant on the Chinese website. He established a new book, saving it locally. A new book of the legend of the swordsman. In ancient times, Pango split the heavens and the earth, ultimately perishing from exhaustion. After Pango's death, his essence transformed into Fushi, Shinon, and Nuwa. The three sovereigns created gods, beasts, and humans, condensing the five spirits into the five spirit pearls. Shinon met an untimely death on earth, while Qiyu led the beasts to confront humanity. The divine clan dispatched the celestial general Xian Yuan and summoned the five spirit gods to counter Qiyu. In a town named Yuhang, the couple Li Sansi, renowned in the martial world as the Southern Thief, welcomed a son on the 19th day of the 12th lunar month, named Xiaoyao, entrusting him to his sister-in-law Iron Palm Flying Phoenix for upbringing while they continued their adventures in the martial realm. The Iron Palm Flying Phoenix, inheriting the swordsman in Xingyu village, was responsible for raising the child. Li Xiaoyao. Gu Zhinan's fingers danced across the keyboard, characters appearing at an impressive speed on the screen. He was fully immersed in the original game background story of The Legend of the Swordsman, making modifications to align it with the plot of both the game and the television adaptation, crafting a narrative tailored for the reader's enjoyment. Gu Zhinan possessed a way with words. He merely needed to insert elements that resonated with this world at appropriate junctures, ensuring clarity for the readers without inducing confusion. Adapting a novel into a television series was straightforward, but reversing the process presented considerable challenges. Fortunately, The Legend of the Swordsman boasted an extensive backstory, and Gu Zhinan had envisioned intertwining the first and third installments while drafting the outline. Thus, the elements he was currently writing seamlessly connected the two, though contemporary readers might find some aspects perplexing. Once he uploaded the third installment, clarity would dawn upon them. What a revelation! Gu Zhinan embraced himself for the astonished expressions his readers would undoubtedly wear. The entire afternoon passed in a blur. It was not until Gu Zhinan stood to stretch his limbs that he noticed the moonlight streaming through the window, indicating the night had grown bright. He had completed 10 chapters, each no less than 5,000 words. 50,000 words, can you fathom how I spent those hours? Now, Gu Zhinan felt utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically, as he ambled to the refrigerator for a yogurt before returning to his desk. He opened the author backend on the Chinese website, eager to check the heartfelt responses to his post from the previous night. The comment section had surged to 999, clearly indicating a substantial increase in his readership, likely due to the poetry event. Here, there were no restrictions, all fans could express their thoughts freely in the review section, posting threads or chatting in the forum. Gu Zhinan observed that his previous post had been met with enthusiastic responses from fellow readers. Everyone, come quick! The straight man has resurrected. Or this one, after disappearing for so many days, you think a mere tears like rain suffices? I, Huolinzi, am the first to object. The comments were flooded with agreements, and some even demanded Gu Zhinan to reveal proof of his tears. Alas, how fickle human nature is, and how the winds of society have shifted. He had labored tirelessly to craft words for their enjoyment, only to find such responses. Gu Zhinan pondered for a moment before decisively creating a new book. The Legend of the Swordsman, he titled it, and promptly wrote up the synopsis. I possess a sword technique. With a swing of my blade, I laugh, slicing through the tempest. I travel freely, finding peace in my repose. When thirsty, I drink. When hungry, I feast. When intoxicated, I sing. When weary, I lay down in the shade. The sun and moon linger, the world expands, and I revel in leisure. As the saying goes, to be young without knowing love's sorrow is a waste, wielding a sword in the world for the sake of beauty. Subsequently, he created a new chapter, typing fervently. After a long absence, the author returns with a new book announcement. The Legend of the Swordsman will be uploaded at noon tomorrow. Fellow Taoists, I, Li Xiaoyao, come to pay my respects. Chapter 59. Trending without a chapter. Originally, he intended to send a message to Xia Ange, inquiring about the reason behind her considerable morning irritability. Such a habit was indeed undesirable and needed to be rectified. However, he reconsidered. Given the landlord's temperament, sending a WeChat message at this moment could very well lead to being blocked. Never mind, he thought perhaps he should draft a couple more chapters, aiming for a minor surge in readership within the days leading up to the book's release, thus allowing himself a buffer of content and the confidence to speak. At the headquarters of Jingdu Chinese Network, Chang Mengshi was preparing to wrap up for the day. As was her recent custom, she opened the review section for Gu Zhinan's works. A new book release? Even before she clicked in, she noticed Gu Zhinan's latest title, The Legend of Sword and Fairy, perched atop the charts. The synopsis was already available, yet there wasn't even a cover to showcase. Chang Mengshi immediately pulled out her phone and tapped on the title. She had explicitly told him to contact her upon publication. What on earth was this person thinking, just going for it without a word? Announcement of the return of a missing author. Chang Mengshi's hand froze mid-air, her phone still in grasp, unable to process the situation. The chapter count stood at a mere 1, containing only a scant few dozen words. As she observed the multitude of comments that had already amassed beneath the chapter, Chang Mengshi felt utterly bewildered. Was this truly a viable approach, teasing the audience to such an extent? Gu Zhinan had boldly opted to create a book without uploading any chapters, instead launching a mere announcement, truly unprecedented. The comments below were rife with expressions of impatience. What, just this? Come on, publish something. I swear I want to give him a piece of my mind. I was so pumped after reading the synopsis, only to be met with an announcement. Oxygen. I need oxygen, this is infuriating.
Every single one echoed their eagerness to delve into the content after being intrigued by the synopsis, yet, Gu Zhinan remained unfazed, focused solely on furiously typing away at his keyboard. At this moment, he was a relentless writing machine. Ding! Gu Zhinan's fingers halted abruptly as he curiously glanced at his phone. It was from Chang Mingxi. Why did it feel as though there was a hint of disappointment? How could you release a book without even creating a cover? This was the content of Chang Mingxi's WeChat message. Just as Gu Zhinan was about to reply, his phone rang yet again. It was Chang Mingxi. Why send a message if you intended to call? Why have you released a book without even a cover? Chang Mingxi launched into her inquiries. Weren't you the one who said the readers were eagerly awaiting my release? I thought I would give them a heads up. Gu Zhinan replied innocently. As for the cover, it seemed he hadn't even contemplated that, a rookie mistake. Indeed, he had no experience with such matters during his first marriage. Open your own review section and check out the comments on your announcement chapter. Your readers are desperately trying to discover your address to send you local delicacies. Chang Mingxi couldn't help but laugh at Gu Zhinan's audacious move. What's going on? Gu Zhinan, filled with skepticism, accessed the author backend and entered the review section. I can't believe this. I need to confront that straight man. Count me in. Me too. Guys, do you know that feeling when your pants are already off? I feel like I'm losing it. WC, it seemed they had taken the joke too far. Gu Zhinan's scalp tingled with anxiety. His comments section had devolved into an impassioned discussion surrounding the announcement chapter. The content of the discourse revolved around how to create a sensational stir about himself. What should I do? Should I delete the announcement, or maybe upload another chapter? Gu Zhinan felt somewhat intimidated. He certainly did not wish to be ridiculed. No need, Chang Mingxi replied calmly. You might as well ignore it. This will generate great buzz. Later, I'll post on the official Weibo of Chinese network announcing your book release tomorrow. Gu Zhinan grasped Chang Mingxi's intent. She believed this was an excellent opportunity for indirect promotion. However, glancing at the comments from his readers, he felt a twinge of guilt. Torture. What about your cover? Chang Mingxi suddenly remembered. You haven't made one? Wow, no wonder you're the editor, so clever. Cut it out. Chang Mingxi rolled her eyes at her phone, her authoritative aura shining through. Sighing, she continued, what kind of cover do you want? I can have the graphic designer work overtime tonight to create one for you. At that moment, a certain graphic designer, cheerfully making her way home, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She gazed around in surprise but found nothing amiss. Gu Zhinan fell into contemplation. The cover of the Sword and Fairy television series from his previous life had been quite remarkable, encapsulating all the main characters. Yet, this did not align with the immediate allure required for an online novel. A substantial portion of a web novel's cover determines whether a reader is inclined to click and read. The principle of visual appeal applies universally. What is taking you so long to respond? Chang Mingxi assumed Gu Zhinan had gone silent. Just a moment. Suddenly, Gu Zinan's mind flashed with the image of the iconic turning scene of Li Xiaoyao from Sword and Fairy. It was truly timeless. Editor-in-chief, have the graphic designer illustrate a confident young swordsman in a heroic outfit, glancing back over his shoulder. After finishing, Gu Zhinan added, his expression should exude confidence with a hint of mischief, and I only need the upper portion of the sword handle in the frame, so let's keep the lower half out. Gu Zhinan appeared rather excited. If the graphic designer could pull it off, it would undoubtedly be explosive. Chang Mingxi, having reviewed the outline for Sword and Fairy, immediately understood that Gu Zhinan envisioned a cover capturing the essence of Li Xiaoyao's character. Are you aiming for a character close-up of Li Xiaoyao? Exactly. Great, you'd better have some chapters ready. Sword and Fairy will launch tomorrow, and I'll set it for release. You need to be ready with a flurry of updates. Am I to continue writing with my feet? Gu Zhinan hesitated but eventually acquiesced. Chang Mingxi promptly ended the call and dialed another number. Xiao Mei, return to the office. We have an urgent cover to create. I'll assist you. The graphic designer, who had just arrived home, suddenly realized why she had felt a chill run down her back, the ruthless capitalist. After hanging up, Chang Mingxi reopened her previously shut computer, logging into the official Weibo account of Chinese Network, a platform she had been managing all alone. A straight man author of Chinese Network, whose poem Crossing Dongting and the heroic poem representative work Let's Drink have made their way into the educational textbooks of Huaxia, will be launching his new book Sword and Fairy tomorrow, August 9th, at noon. Join us for a rendezvous at Chinese Network as we explore the youthful heroism of the Xianxia world, fighting for love with sword in hand. Stay tuned. Just as she clicked send, the graphic designer returned, casting a resentful glance at Chang Mingxi. Feeling slightly guilty, she merely mentioned she would triple her pay, which reignited the graphic designer's enthusiasm for work. The two of them gathered around the graphic designer's computer, following Gu Zhinan's suggestions while Chang Mingxi supervised, voicing her opinions whenever something seemed off. Finally, in the early hours of the morning, they produced a cover brimming with youthful heroism. The graphic designer gazed at the completed cover, feeling a twinge of affection for it. Sword and Fairy, authored by a straight man. Chang Mingxi noted that it would be published tomorrow. She was eager to see what kind of book could garner such attention from the editor-in-chief. Unbeknownst to Gu Zhinan and Chang Mingxi, the readers who had initially been engaged in the comments section were now ignited with excitement after someone discovered the announcement on Chinese Network's Weibo, leading to an explosive surge of activity.
They flocked to the Weibo post beneath the announcement, inundating it with comments. An increasing number of onlookers joined in, and then, it trended. Chapter 60 of The Opening of the Immortal Sword, a heart-stirring toast. Gu Zhinan rose early the next day, having a light breakfast. Before he could even turn on his computer, his phone rang again. This time it was Cheng Mingxi. Do all the big bosses enjoy rising with the sun? It was nearly 8 in the morning. Were they so afraid of him slacking off and not writing? I'm up, sitting in front of my computer, ready to write a couple more chapters. No slacking here. Before Cheng Mingxi could utter a word, Gu Zhinan blurted out his response. Cheng Mingxi was momentarily perplexed, then she chuckled in exasperation. I wasn't urging you to write. I wanted to tell you that your novel hasn't even been uploaded yet, and it's already trending on Weibo. It's even at the top of the trending list. Did you know? You haven't been urging me. If we lived closer, just a couple of days ago you would have wielded a knife to my throat to make me write. Gu Zhinan's expression turned from exasperation to astonishment. Trending on Weibo. How did that happen? Cheng Mingxi recounted how, the previous night, while promoting Gu Zhinan's Immortal Sword on Weibo, she had emphasized both crossing Dongting and an unfamiliar yet grand poem titled A Toast. Now, the trending topics on Weibo included the Immortal Sword and inquiries about the nature of the poem A Toast, which had somehow made its way into the Chinese educational curriculum. Into the curriculum, what a concept. This meant that future generations would be learning about these two poems. By the way, the cover is ready. I sent it to you via WeChat. I'm quite satisfied with it, so just upload it when you can, Cheng Mingxi said leisurely. When you release the book at noon, I've prepared a surprise that will surely generate a wave of excitement. Are you looking forward to it? To be honest, I'm not. Gu Zhinan rubbed his forehead. He hadn't intended for things to escalate to this level. Now, with everything trending, it implied that he was indeed the author of A Toast. A turn of events that caught him completely off guard. Cheng Mingxi hung up, instructing him to get ready for the book release. Gu Zhinan gazed at the cover that Cheng Mingxi had worked tirelessly on throughout the night. He was quite pleased with it. There was a certain charm to it. When he clicked on Weibo and scrolled through the trending list, he indeed saw Crossing Dongting and A Toast at the very top, while the Immortal Sword occupied the 5th position. Wow, what a phenomenal achievement. Another poem, and it's directly entered the curriculum, just arrived. Where can I see the poem that made it into the curriculum? Share it with us, let us see it. I'm so frustrated, the Immortal Sword is deceiving me again. Can someone who knows about A Toast share it? Are you looking forward to it? They're deliberately teasing us. Why? Because I've been strung along since last night. Gu Zhinan felt a pang of empathy. He understood their feelings, as he too had experienced the disappointment of waiting for songs and movies he adored. Over time, he had grown accustomed to the wait. Upon entering his book review section, he was met with an even more outrageous scene than yesterday, an overwhelming number of messages, and the chat room was bustling with activity. Each message that appeared was quickly overshadowed by the next, barely allowing him to read the content, yet, he discerned that they were discussing the Immortal Sword and A Toast. Alright then, let them converse. I shall proceed to upload the book. He opened the author's backend, modified the cover for the Immortal Sword, uploaded the one sent by Cheng Mingxi, and deleted the pre-release chapter. As he typed, he watched the fervor in the review section escalate, knowing that noon was fast approaching. Gu Zhinan sent a message to Cheng Mingxi via WeChat. I'm about to release the book. He opened the backend for the Immortal Sword, created a new volume titled Encounters, and uploaded the chapters, 5 in total, each chapter comprising 5 to 6,000 words. A gesture of sincerity, the new book, Immortal Sword, is here to meet you all. Li Xiaoyao is here to rendezvous with you in the world of immortal heroes. On the other end, Cheng Mingxi was eagerly awaiting news from Gu Zhinan. Upon seeing that he had uploaded the chapters, she adjusted her gold-framed glasses, smiling confidently as her fingers danced lightly over the keyboard. The computer displayed that the upload was in progress. The content read, how magnificent is the poem that astonished the Poetry Association. Author Gu Zhinan is here to unveil the truth. She also included the original poem A Toast. The authors from the Chinese website, including Guang Qingshuang and Min Ji, who had attended the banquet, began to retweet on Weibo, adding their praises. Finally, we can speak out. Gu Zhinan is incredible, a role model for our generation. Guang Qingshuang had been holding back for too long. That night, all the authors from the Chinese website had been sworn to secrecy, and now the opportunity had finally arrived. Brother Gu is undoubtedly the most talented and spirited individual among my peers. After hearing A Toast, I was left trembling, unable to sleep for a long time. The netizens who were initially ready to read the Immortal Sword were now captivated by the buzz. As more onlookers joined in, they were all drawn in by the video released by the Chinese website. They clicked on the video, the scene began hazy, revealing a man standing in the center. His voice seemed laced with a mocking laugh. I already told you I can't drink because I'm ill, but none of you believe me. 1 dozen believe I claimed the title of poetry champion. Another dozen accept I won the couplet challenge. Since you all enjoy composing poetry, let us compose. With that, the man downed a glass of wine, he slammed the cup onto the table and poured another. At that moment, the video seemed to focus, but as the cameraman pulled back, it became blurry again. They could only guess his height. He was tall and lean, though his features remained obscured. He likely possessed a refined appearance. He referred to the elder beside him as Grandfather Du, and those familiar with the Poetry Association immediately recognized him. That was the president, Du Guangyu, and beside Du Guangyu were the other 2 presidents. What? This young man had Grandfather Du taking notes on what? Everyone understood. It had to be the poem A Toast. How audacious. All eyes remained glued to the screen, and they witnessed the man's cold smile as he uttered, the title of the poem is A Toast. Do you not see? The waters of the Yellow River come from the heavens, rushing to the sea and never returning? Wow, incredible. The first line evoked an involuntary exclamation from many viewers, and this was just the beginning. As the video progressed, the man recited a line of poetry with each drink. The rhythm was captivating, his tone and gestures exuded grandeur. Eventually, he raised the wine bowl high and poured more wine, with the verses growing ever more stirring. Life should be lived to the fullest. Do not let the golden goblet face the moon empty. I was born with talent, and it must have its purpose. Even if I spend a fortune, I shall regain it. What sort of momentum is this? What kind of spirit? The audacity is fully on display. A toast, let the cups not cease. Line after line, cup after cup, everyone became numb, entranced alongside the president of the Poetry Association, Gu Zhinan. They witnessed the original astonishment on Gu Zhinan's face transform into urgency as he snatched the paper and pen to continue recording, fearing he would miss a single line. 5 flower horses, cloaks worth 1,000 gold, call the child to exchange for fine wine, and together we shall dissolve the sorrows of eternity. This line was the climax, accompanied by the man downing the wine in his cup. Then, with a face full of mockery, he looked at those beside him and asked, "Are you satisfied?" Before pushing the door open and leaving without a glance back, and thus, the video concluded. Satisfied, absolutely, this spirit of turning wine into poetry, who else in this world could rival it? They were unaware of whom the man had addressed, for the entire focus of the video remained on him. Each viewer, after watching the video, fell into a profound shock, feeling a surge of grandeur rising in their chests. They witnessed through this poem what it meant to embody the spirit of a scholar. They sensed the kind of magnificent temperament that poets of ancient times possessed, and all of this was imparted to them by the man in the video. Chapter 61. A sudden surge of popularity. Everyone is promoting it. Who is he? Gu Zhinan, a straight man. Astute netizens swiftly discerned that Gu Zhinan and straight man are essentially mere literal translations. Astonishingly, within just half an hour, the video skyrocketed to the top of the trending list, closely followed by the revelation that the author of The Legend of the Sword and Fairy had crafted such high-caliber poetry, leaving the Poetry Association's presidents utterly astounded. The review section for The Legend of the Sword and Fairy was inundated with countless individuals, all arriving with a mix of shock and admiration. They yearned to discover what a novelist capable of composing such grand and romantic verses would produce. It was rumored to be a xianxia novel, and the title itself suggested as much, The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. Consequently, when they clicked on the first chapter to begin reading, Gu Zhinan's narrative unfolded with unerring directness, incorporating various settings and diving straight into the plot. It felt refreshingly devoid of any unnecessary delays, piquing their interest immediately. As they delved deeper, their thirst for knowledge intensified, particularly regarding the character of Li Xiaoyao, which resonated with an authentic sense of realism. Gu Zhinan generously updated 5 chapters, each comprising 5,000 to 6,000 words, gradually immersing them in the story. Many, initially skimming through the text, found themselves unsatisfied and had to rewind to read again, eventually savoring every single word and phrase. No matter how slow their pace or how lengthy the chapters, they devoured it all as they reached the point where Li Xiaoyao prepared to ascend to the immortal island, and then nothing. Just like that, it abruptly ceased. The Legend of the Sword and Fairy achieved tremendous success, captivating even those who merely intended to observe from the sidelines, ensnared by the fantastical elements and plot. The xianxia realm was considerably lacking in this world, making Gu Zhinan's work a splendid showcase of the genre for everyone. In Kyoto, at the Poetry Huazhou Pavilion. President, this is bad. Gu Zhinan and President Li, along with the other president, furrowed their brows while enjoying tea at the Poetry Association. President Li scolded, "What is all this fuss about? Is the Huazhou Pavilion going to be demolished?" Typically the strictest in the Poetry Association, he spoke first, yet the others showed no restraint, shouting as they approached the trio. "Our Poetry Association has been relegated to a mere backdrop. What is going on?" Gu Zhinan noticed the pallor on their faces. One among them stepped forward, pulled out his phone, and opened Weibo, displaying the video from the Chinese website before the three. This is it. As Gu Zhinan and the others watched the familiar scene unfold, they only realized upon hearing Gu Zhinan speak that this was the famous moment from his earlier work, Inviting the Wine. With the recording angle, Gu Zhinan quickly deduced who had filmed it, Chang Mengxi. That young lady has quite the clever mind. However, they paid no heed to that, focusing intently on the video of Gu Zhinan transforming a cup of wine into poetry. The video played swiftly, and after watching, Gu Zhinan's expression revealed he was still somewhat captivated, suddenly laughing. "So that's how my face looked back then?" He stroked his beard, continuing to chuckle. "Seems quite fitting, doesn't it?" "Of course." "You were utterly dumbfounded, didn't you see how I immediately took the pen and paper?" President Li interjected with a huff. "Come now, you were just as lost, in the end, wasn't it me who had to record everything?" The other president chided with a laugh. "What a pity that Gu Zhinan's face wasn't captured well. She blocked it, otherwise, we could have appreciated his expression at that moment. He must have looked quite heroic." Although the video was unable to focus on the ever-shifting Gu Zhinan, it was clear to the 3 elderly men. The younger members, however, seemed puzzled. "What should we do?" "What do you mean, what should we do?" "Fight back," the young ones cried indignantly. "Then why don't you compose a verse of Inviting the Wine?" Gu Zhinan asked, somewhat expectantly. I can't write." The young man lowered his head. "And you?" he queried another, who also bowed his head. After inquiring of everyone present, not a single person claimed they could compose something. "Then what are you all blathering about? Go on, go read some poetry." Gu Zhinan scolded. "We were the ones who brought Inviting the Wine and Crossing Daunting to the forefront. Why are you all fretting?" Once everyone had departed, Gu Zhinan turned to the 2 elderly men and asked, "What do you think?" "The Chinese website's actions are indeed rather ungracious, but at that time, we were the ones who approached them," President Li replied with resignation.
After a moment of contemplation, the other president proposed, didn't Gu agree to join the Poetry Association? Why not seize this momentum to announce it directly? Moreover, the inclusion in the textbook was our suggestion.
We are all on the same side, let us consider it a promotion of poetry culture.
Du Guanyu pondered this and found it to be a sound idea, thus summoning the person responsible for the Poetry Association's Weibo account to share the video from the Chinese website, adding a caption, "Congratulations to the Poetry Association member, author Gu Zhinan, on the release of the new book The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. The appearances of inviting the wine and crossing Dongting are a treasure of our national poetry. After thoughtful consideration, we will assist in its inclusion in the textbook, and we hope more individuals will embrace poetry culture." Cunning indeed, that old rascal. Once the post was complete, he even made a special call to Gu Zhinan.
"Xiao Gu,
I saw your new book, quite impressive, the promotion is spot on." Gu Zhinan had just finished watching the video and couldn't help but marvel at how Chang Mingxi had the foresight to record it. This was the surprise she had always emphasized, terrifyingly effective. It had dominated the trending list. Would she be recognized when she went out in the future? Surely not. Although the video captured her figure, her face had never been in focus, and it seemed she had intentionally applied a filter to obscure it. Gu Zhinan felt fortunate that Cheng Mingxi's filming skills were lacking. At that moment, receiving Du Guanyu's call made her feel somewhat embarrassed, especially after she had just inadvertently mocked the Poetry Association.
"Old Du, please don't laugh at me. You're not here to reprimand me, are you? Am I that petty?"
Du Guanyu scoffed before continuing with a laugh. "I used our Poetry Association's Weibo to promote you, however, you must come and join the Poetry Association.
If you refuse, I'll lose face."
"Ha?" Upon hearing this, Gu Zhinan sensed a feeling of being caught in a bind, so she could only nod helplessly. "I understand, I will certainly join the association when I have the chance to go to Kyoto, that is settled then." Satisfied with her response, Du Guanyu hung up, praising the other president for his clever maneuver, adeptly exploiting Gu Zhinan's soft-heartedness. Just as Gu Zhinan was about to set down her phone, it rang again. This time, it was Hongyan from Huaxia Education, who had previously left his contact information.
"Xiao Gu? It's me, old Hong."
Gu Zhinan replied respectfully.
"Ha, no need to be so formal.
I consider you a friend." The voice on the other end boomed jovially. Gu Zhinan chuckled softly, thinking to herself, "You were drunk and even threw your arm around my shoulder, proposing a brotherhood. Yet you conveniently forgot that I never brought it up." After some pleasantries, Hongyan remarked, "Impressive, I never expected you to create inviting the wine in this manner. We must share a few drinks sometime, truly grand."
"Not again. I am not entering into any brotherhood with you." Youthful exuberance. Gu Zhinan could only force a smile. "We've already topped Weibo's trending chart. During our recent meeting, we decided to take this opportunity to announce the new edition of the textbook. Your poetry will be included," Hongyan declared. "Consider it a way to write on your success. We will also promote your new book, titled The Legend of the Sword and Fairy, a fine name." Gu Zhinan readily agreed, as it bore no negative repercussions for her. Moreover, what kind of writing on success was this? You're a national-level official account, don't be ridiculous. Upon receiving Gu Zhinan's affirmation, Hongyan was quite pleased and ended the call. Shortly thereafter, the Chinese website's Weibo was once again shared by Huaxia Education, accompanied by the announcement, "The new edition of the textbook has been completed," prominently featuring inviting the wine. "We also congratulate Comrade Gu Zhinan on the phenomenal success of her new book The Legend of the Sword and Fairy." As the fervor continued to escalate, the top 3 trending topics were all related to Gu Zhinan, from inviting the wine to the video, to The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. What he feared most was that the review section was nearly overflowing with requests for updates. He could barely see any comments in the chat section. The comments flew by like shooting stars. Moreover, his rewards had already risen to the top #1 across the entire platform. A crushing lead. The previous top rewarder was a super author from the Chinese website, whose work Slaying the Gods had dominated the charts for years, yet now found itself trembling in second place. In just half a day, The Legend of the Sword and Fairy had successfully become the crowning jewel of the Chinese website, the greatest miracle since its establishment. Chapter 62. The altered release time of the song. Gu Zhinan observed that numerous prominent figures had directly shared the video from the Chinese website. Additionally, the Poetry Association and Huaxia Education had also disseminated their posts, which were further circulated by various parties. He seemed to notice that both Yuwen and Chu Taoyu had also joined in the sharing. After all, why not capitalize on such fervor? Yet, he wondered why his landlord had not sought to ride the wave of popularity had she not made any promotional efforts. The film's theme song was also set to debut on the 15th. Chu Taoyu's post was managed by Sister Hua, who considered leveraging trending topics to be second nature, especially on the eve of an album release. She had even shared posts from the Chinese website, the Poetry Association, and Huaxia Education, all of which were closely linked to the current hot topics. As for Yuwen, he had shared the video from the Chinese website, praising the poetry while subtly promoting his own album. Neither of them seemed to realize that the author Gu Zhinan was the same person as the writer of The Wind of Summer, completely oblivious to the connection. The fervor surrounding Xian Jian Xixiajuan was anticipated, but the explosive promotional impact of Jiang Jinzhou had surpassed his expectations. What could he do? Ignoring the comments urging for updates was not an option. He had merely 100,000 words left in reserve. At this rate, even if he managed to finish everything, it would hardly suffice. He could only upload another 50,000 words, with a note attached. Thank you all for your love for Xian Jian, this is the final reserve. Enjoy, everyone.
After all, one must always leave oneself an escape route. He couldn't possibly collapse at the keyboard again, could he? To his surprise, the readers, already enthralled, were wholly unsatisfied. They had never encountered such a rendition of the xianxia genre. The comments section was inundated with various expressions of discontent. Enjoy? How can I enjoy this? Only 100,000 words. What do you take me for? Others might think I look down on it. Exactly. Keep typing away in that chair. If the chair is uncomfortable, I'll buy you a new one. I absolutely adore Li Xiaoyao. His character feels so relatable to us. Please, continue updating. I've never read such a novel. It's simply marvelous. I feel like I'm part of it. I initially came to admire the author of Jiang Jinzhu from the video, but I didn't expect to be captivated by Li Xiaoyao. Woe is me, I adore him. Please, straight man, show us your face, strongly requesting. Reading novels is one thing, but demanding a photo is rather excessive. Gu Zhinan chose to conveniently forget this. He still felt grateful that the video had not revealed his appearance. Cheng Mingxi had never anticipated that a single video would propel Xian Jin Xixiajuan to such heights. Within mere hours, it had achieved a divine status. She gazed at the charts for updates, votes, and even the rewards, where Xian Jian was leading by a considerable margin. Unable to comprehend the situation, ding ding ding. As Gu Zhinan helplessly continued to stockpile his writing, he noticed a call from Cheng Mingxi and reluctantly answered it. His current frantic writing spree was entirely due to the video she had released. Hello. Cheng Mingxi frowned upon hearing Gu Zhinan's voice. Why do you sound so lifeless? Aren't you happy about your newfound fame? I am quite happy. Gu Zhinan forced a smile. Are you sure? Are you feeling unwell? You absolutely cannot fall ill now. Cheng Mingxi expressed her concern. Gu Zhinan was now a treasure for the Chinese website. Gu Zhinan's tone was somewhat aggrieved. Sister, just look at my comment section. It's about to explode. At this rate, even if I die in front of the computer, I won't be able to keep up with the updates. According to the rules of the Chinese website, for every 100 urging tickets received, a chapter must be updated, and he was too afraid to check the number of urging tickets. A long string of numbers. Cheng Mingxi couldn't help but laugh at Gu Zhinan's words, her lips curling into a teasing smile. Do you even know how much your rewards would translate into money right now? How would I know? His back-end hadn't refreshed yet. 800,000 Chinese yuan. Cheng Mingxi stated. Gu Zhinan's mouth fell open, rendered speechless. 800,000? Total rewards? No, that's after the split. The total rewards have exceeded 1 million. Cheng Mingxi shook her head, equally astonished by the outrageous figures. They had barely begun, and it had already reached an unprecedented peak in the history of the Chinese website. She dared say such a phenomenon would likely never occur again. This was partly due to the plot and setting of Xian Jian, which was indeed one of the rarest xianxia tales in this world. Moreover, Gu Zhinan's Jiang Jinzhou and Guodongting had been selected as teaching materials, and the grandeur presented in the video had captivated numerous individuals. Over 1 million in rewards. Gu Zhinan swallowed hard, suddenly realizing that motivation was not something to be dismissed. It could indeed exist. In Haipu City, at Starlight Entertainment, Xia Angie's delicate face was as cold as ice, her gaze fixed intently on Lian Mingji, the general manager of Starlight Entertainment. Why? She demanded, her voice chilling. Lian Mingji felt uneasy under Xia Angie's piercing gaze. He rose, attempting to maintain a facade of calm. We are all part of the same company. There is no need for self-destruction. It's merely a matter of making some concessions. Concessions? Xia Angie suddenly let out a bitter laugh, her peach blossom eyes filled with sorrow. Do you regard me as just another company employee? I understand that Yuan is a major shareholder. I cannot provoke him, but did you ever offer me an escape route? Xia Angie's nails dug deeply into her palm, her fists clenched tightly, yet this did not calm her agitation. The song originally scheduled for release at midnight on the 15th had been hastily moved to midnight on the 10th by Lian Mingji. This meant that in just a few hours, The Wind of Summer would be available across major music platforms. Prior to this, she had received no promotional support or any prior notice. All of this was orchestrated behind the scenes by Starlight Entertainment. She had been foolish enough to believe that submitting the release contract would grant her peace of mind, never anticipating that Lian Mingji would intercept the contract and alter the date. Heartbroken, she murmured, joining Starlight Entertainment was the most foolish decision of my life. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Xia Angie slowly uttered these words, rising and choosing not to cast another glance at the place that filled her with dread. Outside the office door, Cheng Menjiang was struggling to suppress her anger, and Xia Angie wished to prevent her from entering. It was a futile effort. Upon seeing Xia Angie emerge, Cheng Menjiang rushed forward. Xia Angie offered a strained smile of apology to Cheng Menjiang, her voice soft. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. I'm not a good idol. There is no salary for you, and I've made you run around. Cheng Menjiang's eyes turned red. She vigorously shook her head. Without speaking, she took Xia Angie's hand and led her out of the building. They don't deserve you, Sister Angie. Cheng Menjiang smiled as they got into the car. It's all right. At worst, I'll just continue seeking promotion. Surely there are still perceptive individuals like Wei Kong out there. The release contract had been submitted by Cheng Menjiang, and she hadn't anticipated being played in such a manner. She truly hadn't expected a company could stoop so low. It was utterly unexpected. Xia Angie shook her head. No, let's return to the apartment. I'm tired. There is no need to seek promotion. It is only a few days earlier. It won't matter.
Back at the apartment, Ruaning awaited Xia Engyi and Chang Menjiang's return anxiously. She had already learned that their album's release date had been altered by Starlight Entertainment. The album initially set for the 15th was now scheduled for the 10th. How despicable. She kept glancing at her phone, hoping to receive a message from Chang Menjiang saying, "Success," but only found herself waiting in vain for an entire afternoon. Ding, a message chimed on her phone, and she eagerly opened it, hoping to find news of Xia Engyi's triumph. A post from the Poetry Association. She recalled following the Poetry Association during its poetry events, but they seldom posted updates. Were Dongting and Jiang Jinzhou selected as teaching materials? The author of Xianjian, Gu Zhinan, upon clicking, she saw that the Poetry Association had shared a video from the Chinese website. Wasn't the Chinese website a platform for authors? How did it become entwined with the Poetry Association? However, when she saw that the author of Gu Dongting had penned another poem, which was also selected as teaching material, and it had even reached trending status, dominating the top 3 slots, her curiosity was piqued. She genuinely adored Gu Dongting. How is this possible? As the video began to play, the moment the man spoke, Ruan Ying's jaw dropped to Teacher Gu. Although the individual in the video appeared somewhat blurred, she recognized the voice. This was none other than Gu Zhinan, the songwriter behind The Wind of Summer, her landlord. She watched the entire video in disbelief, becoming increasingly certain of her thoughts. This was indeed Gu Zhinan. Subsequently, she turned her attention to other matters, ultimately leading her to the Chinese website. She gazed at the article on Xianjian Xixiajuan. Chapter 63. The identity of Gu Zhinan and Ruaning had never been one to indulge in novels. She found herself devoid of time and lacking interest in such narratives. However, after perusing Jiang Jinzhou, her curiosity was piqued about the literary work of an author capable of penning 2 pieces that made their way into educational curricula. It was a fantasy novel, a tale of immortals. She clicked on the first chapter, intrigued. The protagonist was named Li Xiaoyao, a name that resonated beautifully, though she remained oblivious to the plot that lay ahead. She delved into the first chapter, reading slowly. Click. Chang Menjiang pushed the door open, followed closely by Xia Engyi. Both appeared to be in less than favorable spirits. Upon entering, they immediately noticed Ruaning, engrossed in her phone, and settled beside her without eliciting any response from her. "What are you doing?" Chang Menjiang inquired, her brow furrowed. "You didn't even look up when Engyi and I returned. What could be so captivating?" She leaned in to peer at Ruan Ying's screen. "A novel?" Chang Menjiang questioned, puzzled. "Do you read novels?" It was the very website of their own Chinese literature portal. She recalled that her father owned a 50% stake, though the exact figure eluded her, as she had little interest in such matters. Leaving the management to her sister, Ruaning lifted her gaze languidly, a look of lingering fascination upon her face, completely absorbed in the realm of the immortal swords. Observing the expressions of her companions, she deduced that they had not resolved their issues amicably. "Engyi, did you know that Teacher Gu is a novelist?" Ruaning swallowed hard before speaking. Xia Engyi nodded, recalling that when Gu Zhinan mentioned writing The Summer Wind, she had inquired, and he had confirmed he was indeed an author. She had intended to ask him what other works he had penned, but to her surprise, he had departed without a word just days prior. As she pondered this, she glanced back at Ruaning. "You're reading his novel?" Ruaning nodded, her tone laced with disbelief. "You both ought to check Weibo, he is trending in the top 3. It's truly astonishing." Chang Menjiang furrowed her brow, perplexed by Ruan Ying's cryptic hints. Noticing Xia Engyi's lack of reaction, Ruaning hurried to her room, fetching her laptop, and scurried back to sit beside Xia Engyi, beckoning Chang Menjiang to join them. Upon opening Weibo, the top 3 trending topics indeed featured Gu Zhinan's Jiang Jinzhou and Xianjian Xixiajuan, each generating an extraordinary amount of buzz. It outshone the 4th trending topic by a significant margin. She swiftly found the video from the Chinese literature website, enlarged it, and cranked the volume to the maximum. A look of astonishment graced her features. "Here, see for yourselves." Xia Engyi and Chang Menjiang exchanged glances, uncertain of what Ruaning was alluding to. The figure in the video appeared somewhat blurred, and the filming technique left much to be desired, yet, Xia Engyi's brow furrowed deeper. There was an unsettling familiarity to the man's voice. As he spoke, she froze. Gu Zhinan. Initially, Chang Menjiang struggled to recognize him, but as Gu Zhinan continued, the absurdity of the situation dawned on her. The man bore an uncanny resemblance to that insufferable Gu. The video, lasting a mere 2 minutes, concluded swiftly. Xia Engyi's mouth fell open as she instinctively tapped on the profile, revealing the author. Gu Zhinan. Could it truly be him? He was the one who had written over Dongting as well. Xia Engyi had even handwritten the last 2 lines of the poem, which she kept in her room. Realizing this, a flush crept onto Xia Engyi's cheeks. "I can't believe over Dongting was penned by Teacher Gu. And this piece, Jiang Jinzhou." Ruaning exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she brandished her phone. "And this novel, Xianjian Xixiajuan, Teacher Gu just released a new book today, creating a sensation on the Chinese literature website, soaring to the top within mere hours." She clicked on the cover and presented it to Xia Engyi. "It's absolutely captivating. Is it truly him?" Chang Menjiang gasped in disbelief. "He also wrote The Summer Wind." The realization shattered her perception of reality. A novelist, a poet, a songwriter, and now a chart-topping author. Was he even human? Xia Engyi accepted Ruaning's phone, the screen displaying the cover of Xianjian Xixiajuan, authored by a straightforward male. It had to be Gu Zhinan. There was no room for doubt. I'll be in my room for a moment, Xiao Angi declared, hastily retreating. Ruaning heard the distinct sound of a lock clicking behind her, but her focus remained on completing the latest chapter of Xianjian, her mind racing with thoughts of how strange it all was. After all, teacher Gu had shared a roof with her for over a month, and according to Xiao Angi, they had only recently discovered each other as professions. Gu Zhinan was oblivious to the identity of Xiao Angi, the unknown celebrity, and she, in turn, was unaware that Gu Zhinan was a novelist. Chang Menjiang remained engrossed in the computer screen, unable to extricate herself from the astonishing revelations. Before finally retreating to her room, she intended to call her sister, whose Weibo account was managed by Chang Mingxi. Xiao Angi stared at the dialing interface but suddenly lost her nerve. She wanted to congratulate Gu Zhinan, having been taken aback by his immense talent. It was no wonder he could compose a song like The Summer Wind. Pulling the covers over her head, she felt her cheeks grow warm. Ultimately, she mustered her courage, picked up her phone, and dialed. Just as the dialing interface appeared, she regretted it and contemplated hanging up, but at that moment, the call connected. Gu Zhinan had just picked up his phone, intending to call Chang Mengxi to request speaking privileges in the book review section. The app was lagging terribly. How many people were on here? Just as he grasped the phone, it rang. His landlord, no less. Hello? Gu Zhinan answered, puzzled. Ever since Xiao Angi had invited him to breakfast a couple of days ago, she had not reached out to him again. Congratulations, Xiao Angi managed to say, feigning composure. Congratulations for what? Gu Zhinan replied, somewhat bewildered, sensing a disconnect in their thought processes. Xiao Angi pursed her lips, feeling as though Gu Zhinan was deliberately hiding his identity as a poet and novelist from her. Your poetry and novels. Her voice rose in excitement. Oh, thank you, Gu Zhinan said, suddenly enlightened. And I wish your song great success on the charts, Xiao Angi added, her tone tinged with disappointment. Isn't it a waste to give this song to me? You could sell it to a well-known artist for a good price. If you sell it to me, you might not even earn a dime, she murmured. After their contract was signed, Gu Zhinan had received no payment at all. What are you talking about? You think the price I offered was low? Gu Zhinan replied, confused. 100,000 for a song, plus 10% of the sales, that was an exorbitant sum. I worry that it might be overlooked. It could shine brightly in someone else's hands. Xiao Angi's voice grew fainter. Gu Zhinan sensed something was amiss and spoke earnestly into the phone. This song was written for you. I made it clear from the beginning that if it languished in your hands, that would be my choice, and it's none of your concern. He paused for a moment before continuing. I also want to sell it to some celebrity like you, whom I don't know and am not familiar with. Do you understand? Oh, Xiao Angi replied softly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. By the way, do you have a grumpy disposition this morning? Gu Zhinan suddenly shifted the topic. Not at all. Then why did you abruptly hang up on me the other day? Xiao Angi shot a glare at her phone, as if attempting to pierce through the screen to the man on the other end. Why do you care? Gu Zhinan rubbed his nose, feigning indifference. The Summer Wind goes live at midnight, which is just 4 hours away. Xiao Angi spoke softly. Midnight, Gu Zhinan recalled that it was scheduled for the 15th at midnight, if he wasn't mistaken. Why the change? Xiao Angi pondered for a moment, deciding to explain the reason to Gu Zhinan, considering he was the lyricist and composer. Upon hearing her explanation, Gu Zhinan's irritation flared. Was there really such a troublesome company? Chapter 64 at 100,000 in rewards for one advertisement. How did Xiao Angi fall into this trap in the first place? Gu Zhinan found himself lost in profound contemplation. There's no turning back? Indeed, it has already been established. The lone film is set to premiere on the 15th, and Gu Zhinan felt certain that it would flop once it went online at midnight. A good song may endure the test of time, but in this digital age, if no one knows about it, it will inevitably fade away. Regardless of the song's quality, its performance would not be too dismal, yet it would certainly fail to achieve widespread acclaim. With merely 5 days remaining before the film's release, he was certain that the results during this period would be far from favorable. As he pondered, a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes, prompting him to share his thoughts with Xiao Angi. Upon hearing his suggestion, Xiao Angi furrowed her delicate brows. Gu Zhinan wanted to leverage the current trending topics surrounding him on Weibo. I refuse to do that, Xiao Angi countered, unwilling to exploit Gu Zhinan's popularity. Moreover, as a minor celebrity, her attempts to latch onto the trend would likely go unnoticed. She explained her situation to Gu Zhinan, who fell into a thoughtful silence, realizing she had a point. However, he had seen that Chu Taoyu and Yuan had both shared it, leaving him uncertain about the outcome. What will you do then? Xiao Angi pursed her lips. I'll simply post an update on Weibo, informing my fans to listen if they like. The number of listeners doesn't matter. I sing for those who appreciate my voice. She spoke earnestly, and Gu Zhinan found himself at a loss for words after hearing her. Perhaps it was this pure love for singing that set Xiao Angi apart from others. After conversing for nearly half an hour, they ended the call. Gu Zhinan sat at his computer, staring at the ever-popular review section, lost in thought. In Kyoto, within an affluent neighborhood, a man in his late 20s was engrossed in his phone. The content displayed was none other than Gu Zhinan's sword and fairy. The man, named Wang Lang, was a super-rich second-generation heir, the son of China's real estate tycoon. His lifestyle could be described as one of extravagant indulgence. It was akin to a statement he made during a past interview. From the moment I was born, I stood at a finish line many people may never reach in their lifetime, while your finish line is merely my starting point. A stark reality, yet irrefutable. Why has it ended? Damn it.
Wang Lang was captivated by the narrative until he turned the page, only to find it was the latest chapter. Frustrated, he tossed his phone onto the sofa. Wang Lang enjoyed a life of leisure, dabbling in all sorts of experiences. Today, while browsing Weibo, he stumbled upon a trending topic dominated by a single author occupying the top 3 spots. Instantly piquing his interest, he clicked to watch the video and was enthralled by the momentum of "Let us drink," prompting him to fetch a bottle of red wine. After a moment's reflection, realizing ancient figures did not drink red wine, he switched to white, matching the drink of Gu Zhinan in the video. This world of fantasy had yet to be fully realized. Only some ancient legends of cultivation endured, hence, Gu Zhinan's rendition of Sword and Fairy was a groundbreaking initiation into the realm of fantasy. As he delved deeper, Wang Lang found himself unable to extricate from the story. He felt a kinship with the character Li Xiaoyao, sharing the same roguish charm. He immersed himself completely, neglecting even his meals. However, upon finishing, he felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness and loneliness. No, I must see Li Xiaoyao marry Zhao Linger. Wang Lang's eyes suddenly blazed with determination, for the latest chapter revealed that Li Xiaoyao had arrived at the Fairy Spirit Island and encountered Zhao Linger. Gu Zhinan had ingeniously merged the narrative of the game with that of television, creating a fresh and lengthy tale that was anything but tedious. Wang Lang knew, by all indications, that Li Xiaoyao was destined to wed Zhao Linger. The description of Zhao Linger had captivated him, exuding an ethereal aura. Was she not a celestial being? As he envisioned himself as Li Xiaoyao, every interaction between them ignited an insatiable yearning within him. Without hesitation, Wang Lang made a donation of 1,000, only to reconsider. Someone capable of crafting such an exquisite narrative deserved substantial encouragement. Thus, he linked his gold card and inputted a staggering amount. 100,000, congratulations on your successful donation. You may leave encouraging messages for the author across the site, or even request updates. Please leave a comment below. This is the donation mechanism of the Chinese website. Donations exceeding 10,000 will trigger a 10-minute rolling message across the site, 20,000 for 20 minutes, and a maximum of 30,000 for 30 minutes, visible to all users. Wang Lang grinned broadly and typed, "A straight man writes well. Sword and Fairy is absolutely captivating, a humble 10,000 as a token of respect. Hurry up with the updates, I want to see Xiaoyao marry Linger." Confirmed. Instantly, the entire Chinese website erupted in excitement. What the hell? What the hell, I'm losing my mind. Who donated to Sword and Fairy? How much? 100,000, it's from Wang Xiao. He reads novels too? Isn't that obvious? He donated and you're still asking if he reads? If you don't need your eyes, you can donate them. He even commented about wanting to see Xiaoyao marry Linger. I want to see it too, but I can't afford to donate. What a surprise. Wang Xiao is amazing. Incredible. 100,000 donation just to urge for updates. I can't fathom the world of the wealthy. Unbelievable, but I want to ride on the coattails of this update, hee. A single 100,000 donation ignited a frenzy among the crowd, everyone flocking to Gu Zhinan's review section to flood it with comments, eagerly awaiting updates. They believed, after all, that with 100,000 in donations, how could he not update? As for our author Gu Zhinan, he indeed intended to update, yet, the message he typed at his computer was not a chapter of Sword and Fairy, but rather a standalone statement. Dear comrades, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, are you still enjoying the book? Time flies during joyful moments, and once again, it's that time I am. What I wish to announce is, a song I composed, Summer Breeze, performed by Xiaoeng, will be available on all major music platforms tonight at midnight. The song is priced at only 2 yuan, for the price of a mere 2 yuan, you can enjoy it forever, you won't be disappointed, but it will surely bring you a heart full of tenderness. Why not indulge in a melodious and ethereal voice while taking a break from the novels? Remember to check it out, as the latest chapter will accompany you tomorrow. Send. An update, an update. Wow, the power of money is indeed remarkable. How many chapters? How many chapters? Wait, this doesn't seem right, it's free. The author hasn't forgotten to set VIP chapters, has he? Freebie, go freebie, charge. Charge. However, when they excitedly opened the chapter, they were left dumbfounded. What the hell is this? An advertisement for a song release? What kind of nonsense is this? Where's my Li Xiaoyao? Where's Zhao Linger? If not them, I can settle for my grandmother. The momentum that had ignited among the readers was abruptly doused with cold water. Meanwhile, Wang Lang was equally stunned. He had prepared himself to witness Li Xiaoyao's marriage to Zhao Linger, only to be met with this unexpected turn. What the hell? Wang Lang could no longer contain himself, cursing at the heavens. Simultaneously, Gu Zhinan noticed the flood of comments pouring in above and felt a jolt of surprise. Quickly checking the donation leaderboard, sure enough, an ID named Wang Xiao was at the top, with a staggering donation amount of 1 million Chinese coins. Gasp, Gu Zhinan inhaled sharply, realizing how terrifyingly extravagant the world of the wealthy truly was. On the other hand, Xiaoeng had just posted an update on Weibo, explaining the situation to her 150,000 followers. She was about to log off when she noticed her Weibo notifications skyrocketing. What was happening? Is everyone on Weibo today? Gotcha with brothers, this is the author of Sword and Fairy, the straight man who wrote it. Let me see what prompted him to not update his novel but instead promote an advertisement. Wow. Brothers, she's stunning. What the hell, a celestial being. Is she perhaps the inspiration for Zhao Linger? More and more people flocked to Xiaoeng's Weibo, leaving her in shock. However, seeing the comments all centered around Sword and Fairy and the straight man, she realized it was about Gu Zhinan's work, but what did that have to do with her? Ange. Chang Menjing and Ruaning suddenly pounded on the door, their voices filled with excitement.
Xia Anj opened the door, frowning. My Weibo is so strange. Not strange at all, look.
Chang Menjing exclaimed, entering with a notebook, pulling Xia Anj to sit on her bed. The computer displayed the trending topics, and Xia Anj recognized the buzz surrounding Gu Zhinan's sword and fairy and let's drink.
Yet, upon closer inspection, she discovered something amiss.
Wang Xiao's obsession with sword and fairy led him to donate 100,000 to the author for updates.
Wang Xiao's heartfelt devotion was met with an advertisement? The novel's author can also write songs?
Summer Breeze is set to release at midnight, composed by the author known as the Straight Man, Gu Zhinan. What kind of song crafted by a novel author, performed by the hidden star Xia Anj, could this possibly be? After reading these trending topics, Xia Anj felt even more puzzled. Ruaning then opened the Chinese website, showing Xia Anj the latest chapter of The Sword and Fairy with a grin. Wang Lang donated 100,000 to urge for updates, but instead, the author just advertised an album, and now it's trending.
Xia Anj's mouth dropped open in shock, staring at Ruaning with wide eyes.
He will be severely criticized. He has already faced the wrath, Chang Menjing added helplessly. The review section is filled with people berating him for neglecting his duties. Oh, Xia Anj lowered her head, her bangs obscuring her eyes as she gazed at the computer screen, which appeared somewhat blurred. Wang Lang, seeing himself trending, kicked his chair in frustration that he wanted to storm over to the Chinese website and demand to know who this straight man was. I need him to finish Sword and Fairy. Ding ding ding, his phone rang, and Wang Lang glanced at the caller ID, his expression darkening. It was one of his wealthy friends, someone he usually went clubbing and fishing with.
What do you want? Wang Lang replied curtly.
On the other end, his friend burst into laughter.
Wang Xiao, you donated 100,000 to urge a novelist for updates, and you still can't get them, ha ha ha. Get lost.
Wang Lang hurled his phone across the room. Chapter 65 of the album's dominant launch at the Kyoto Chinese Network building, Chang Mengshi was utterly flabbergasted. The review section for Gu Zhinan's book was in dire need of maintenance, DNGLNGLing.
Gu Zhinan. Chang Mengshi was seething with anger. What was this man up to? Had he even written a song? What's the matter? Gu Zhinan had already shut down his computer, fully anticipating the scathing remarks that would come his way.
It was no big deal, he could simply work harder tomorrow. He had already done what he did, and the results were unexpectedly splendid. He was trending.
What's wrong? Care to enlighten me? Chang Mengxi's irritation intensified at Gu Zhinan's nonchalant tone. Do you even realize what you're doing? Let us not even discuss Wang Lang's identity. He rewarded you with 100,000, and you just posted an advertisement? You can write songs?
I didn't see it before posting. Should I update it tomorrow? It's already out there, Gu Zhinan replied dismissively. The trending topic was his, and the song was his creation. Wasn't it logical to ride on his own wave of popularity?
But you can't just post an advertisement.
Your review section is paralyzed, the staff are currently in a frantic maintenance mode. Do you have any idea how many trending topics you've generated?
Chang Mengshi fumed.
Wang Dasha spent 100,000 yuan to urge an author to update, and he still can't get it.
Do you realize the extent of the backlash you're facing?
Gu Zhinan scratched his head. Nobody wanted this situation to unfold. In his heart, he offered countless apologies to Wang Dasha.
Well, the deed is done. Should I update now? Wouldn't that make things worse? Besides, once they realize the song is good, they'll understand me, right? Are you that confident that a novelist like you can write a good song?
Chang Mengshi rubbed her temple in frustration.
Gu Zhinan nodded, feeling genuinely confident because he had heard Xia Anj singing. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had an epiphany, and he tentatively suggested, how about the chief editor uses the official account of the Chinese network to help me promote it again? Scram!
Chang Mengshi slammed the phone down in fury. That scoundrel, she had just learned that the person named Xia Anj was the celebrity her sister was pursuing, an idol singer hidden away by an entertainment company. Aside from being good-looking, how great could her singing possibly be? She suddenly recalled how Gu Zhinan had cautiously asked her if she had a sister named Chang Menjing, so they really knew each other. It was infuriating, remembering that Chang Menjing had called her earlier in the afternoon to inquire about the author of Xianjian. She felt utterly perplexed. She had to get to the bottom of this. In Haipu City, at the Xinguang Entertainment Building, Yuwen, Chu Taoyu, Lian Mingji, and Sister Hua were all present. Even Yuwen's assistant Xiao Yuan was there. Yet, the atmosphere in the conference room was exceedingly grim. Everyone's expressions were dire, especially Yuwen's.
Gu Zhinan, he's the lyricist and composer for that little scoundrel Xia Anj? A novelist?
Sister Hua could hardly believe it. She had just used Chu Taoyu's Weibo account to ride the wave of trending topics 3 times today. Who would have thought?
How do they know each other? Yuwen's face darkened.
With the current momentum, Xia An's album was set to launch in just an hour and a half. The hype was bound to explode. Nobody knew how they had met. When Xia An first emerged, no one paid her any mind. Everyone thought she had returned to an orphanage, unaware that she had secretly purchased a small apartment. Even when she sought out Qi Shang, Yuwen had learned about it only by chance. Before this, who would bother to pay attention to someone on the brink of becoming a mere tool? Moreover, they had thoroughly grasped her background. Lian Mingji remained relatively calm. He merely hoped Xia An could generate profit for the company without becoming too famous. Right now, we can only hope her album remains lukewarm, yielding some profit for the company, and then she can leave whenever she wants. Xia An's contract was set to expire in February of next year, and he didn't expect her to renew.
Investigate this Gu Zhinan. A poet whose works made it into textbooks and a novelist who topped the historical charts of the Chinese network in a single day cannot be underestimated. At that moment, Yuan's expression was extremely grim. With a final remark, she exited. Thinking of a comeback, she scoffed internally. You, a third-tier singer, despite riding a wave of immense hype, were merely struggling in vain. Once her album launched on the 14th, she would surely rise to the first tier of popularity with the greatest flow of traffic. How could you even compare to me? You simply can't secure that art film's theme song. Yuan was somewhat incensed. How ungrateful of the director. At midnight, Xiaoyan's fan count surged to 400,000, most drawn in by curiosity and her looks. The trending chart continued to soar, and as the clock struck 12, Summer Breeze instantly topped the trending list, although most comments criticized Gu Zhinan for being unprofessional, claiming he hadn't grasped his novel before writing a song sung by an unknown little singer, suggesting he might just be slacking off. Chang Menjian gazed at the trending topic, swallowing hard. The promotional efforts she had tirelessly pursued paled in comparison to Gu Zhinan's single advertisement. However, Xiaoyan had shooed them away, stating she wished to catch some sleep and would look at things when the album launched. They believed her. Xiaoyan lay on her bed, staring at the flickering phone screen, illuminating it each time it dimmed. The screen displayed a chat on WeChat, with the contact saved as Gu Manzi, inspired by their first encounter's wild clash. She had been fixated for over an hour, glancing at the time. Summer Breeze was about to go live, but he should still be awake, waiting to listen, though he had already heard it. At this moment, Xiaoyan tried to ignore the sales results of the trending song once it launched. She bit her lip, her peach blossom eyes fixated on the screen, finally letting her fingers glide across it. Are you asleep? After a brief wait, Gu Manzi appeared as typing, and Xiaoyan's eyes brightened, even she was unaware of the smile creeping onto her lips. I'm listening to music. Gu Zhinan lay on his bed with headphones on, holding his phone up to his face. One misstep could lead to classic consequences. As for sleeping, it was time for some late-night indulgence, sister. He had already prepared his emotions. Oh. Xiaoyan pondered for a moment before asking, what made you decide to promote my song in your novel? I noticed your review section is down. What she meant to convey was, I saw how many people were criticizing you, but her peach blossom eyes were filled with fury, yet she refrained from voicing it, fearing his displeasure. Gu Zhinan mused that perhaps the landlord was genuinely concerned about him. Are you worried about me? He asked, putting his thoughts into action. Xiaoyan's earlobes flushed crimson, her fingers fumbled as she typed. No. Oh. So it was just an illusion. It's a minor issue. I'll add more updates tomorrow. Summer Breeze is such a beautiful song. I merely uncovered a treasure for them. They will thank me tomorrow, perhaps right after they listen to the song. Gu Zhinan's fingers danced across the keyboard. Xiaoyan's lips curved upward even further, as though her peach blossom eyes were reflecting her joy. Are you sure it's a treasure and not a fright? A treasure. Gu Zhinan replied with conviction, for he was indeed listening at that very moment. Xiaoyan's album was titled Summer Breeze, and the cover featured the outfit she had worn when she picked him up from the airport that day. She was smiling, captivating, enchanting, her charm and innocence were vividly displayed. Gu Zhinan found himself entranced. The landlord's smile truly outshone any star he had ever encountered in the entertainment industry. The song was released on the dot, precisely, without any errors. The single was available for purchase at 2 yuan. A significant number of people were eagerly awaiting it, drawn in by the overwhelming hype. If it turned out to be a poor song, they would surely flood the review section of Xianjian, demanding that the incompetent author return to writing. Wang Dasha was also waiting, anticipating this song for which he had spent 100,000 to promote, just 2 yuan, compared to 100,000, it was worlds apart. Purchase it, play. A gentle guitar melody wafted through the air, surfacing without warning. Accompanied by Xiaoyan's soft vocalizations, the song commenced. The July breeze is lazy, even the clouds feel warm, soon the sky becomes sultry, a burst of rain follows the clouds. Oh yeah. Wang Dasha was instantly jolted awake. This song, this voice, he unconsciously turned up the volume. Xiaoyan's tender and languorous voice resonated in his ears, leaving Wang Lang in a daze. Summer Breeze, I will always remember. Clearly stating that you love me, I see your cool smile, and yes, also your shy moments. He was once again lost in the moment, as if strolling through midsummer, with a girl by his side. It felt wonderful, truly wonderful. Gentle and lazy sea breeze, blowing to the high peaks. Why aren't you here? Asked the mountain breeze to return quickly. Xiaoyan sang with an exquisite blend of tenderness, allure, and languor. Wang Lang could no longer restrain himself. He listened again, and again, and again. It seemed that the 100,000 yuan advertisement had suddenly become worth it. Chapter 66, A Sleepless Night. What Wang Dasha did not realize was that he was not alone in this sentiment. The song Summer Breeze received an explosive response, with glowing reviews skyrocketing. I cried, what a divine song is this, I simply cannot stop listening after the first encounter. Oh, Summer, the lyrics and melody, that segment of humming, truly brought me to my knees. My mother asked why I was on my knees listening to music in the middle of the night. I must share this song with my friends. Immediately, right now. Me too. Only now do I understand why the straight man remains unfazed despite the 10,000 yuan tip. It turns out it's genuinely a great song. Sob, I suddenly feel compelled to apologize. This is outrageous. Look, the lyrics and composition are genuinely by Gu Zhinan, as if writing for Xianjian wasn't enough. He has also penned poetry that made it into textbooks, now he's venturing into music. He's so extraordinary, yet I adore him. I can already envision myself listening to the song while watching Xianjian tomorrow. Xia Hengyi's tender and languid voice, paired with the enchanting melody of Summer Breeze, captivated one fan after another, leading to an increasing number of paid downloads. Within just over an hour, it ascended to the 8th position on Huagua Music's new song chart. Huagua Music is the most authoritative music institution in the nation, akin to Gu Zhinan's previous Life S Duban platform. Moreover, the buzz continued to intensify. The lyrics, combined with Xia Hengyi's voice, created an absolute masterpiece. All those who initially gathered to witness Wang Daxiao's 10,000 yuan tip quickly forgot their original purpose. They were engrossed in replaying the song, fervently recommending it to friends, proclaiming they had uncovered a treasure trove of music. Hurry and join in while it's hot. Those awakened by their friends were initially reluctant, given the 2 yuan cost per song, yet some immediately purchased it to share, with but a single phrase, "Let me hear it." Resigned, they clicked play, and when Xia Hengyi's voice resonated, they were left speechless. Thus, the aforementioned scene unfolded anew, as they called upon more friends to partake in the experience.
Get in and listen. Chang Menjing and Ruan Ning, undeterred by Xia Hengyi's protests, burst through her door and pounced on her.
Xia Hengyi gasped, her exquisitely flawless face receiving a playful kiss from Chang Menjing.
Hengyi, it's a sensation, 8th on the new song chart, in just an hour.
Struggling to push Chang Menjing away, her cheeks flushed, Xia Hengyi shot her a glare. Despite never having been kissed by a boy, her encounters with Chang Menjing often led to such tribulations. I know, Xia Hengyi replied with an air of indifference, as if the song were not her own creation.
Chang Menjing, brimming with enthusiasm, was momentarily taken aback. Why do you seem unhappy?
I'm quite happy, Xia Hengyi said, discreetly putting away her phone. Gu Zhinan had fallen asleep, bidding her goodnight beforehand.
I couldn't tell. That's just how Hengyi is. You wouldn't understand. Ruan Ning discerns Xia Hengyi's true happiness, evident in the curve of her lips. Look, the ranking has risen again, it's now 7th.
Chang Menjing refreshed the page, and Summer Breeze leaped up a position. The new song chart of Huagua Music, songs released within the past 2 months accumulate various metrics to appear on this chart, yet, Xia Hengyi's song had been live for less than 4 hours. The sun had not even risen yet. This indicated that Xia Hengyi might very well ascend to the pinnacle of the new song chart during this initial release period. In a villa in Kyoto, Chang Mingxi was wide awake, unable to sleep due to her vexation. At midnight, when the song launched, she eagerly purchased the download, eager to experience the song penned by Gu Zhinan. Promoting it on the very first day of her new book release was paramount. Not a bad appearance, Chang Mingxi mused, casting a fleeting glance at the cover featuring Xia Hengyi. The accompaniment of Summer Breeze was brief. As soon as she clicked play, the music began, followed by Xia Hengyi's voice soaring alongside the melody. Why are you not here? Asking the mountain breeze to return quickly. Chang Mingxi found herself momentarily speechless, her fingers uncontrollably clicking replay, again and again. Eventually, she silently marked the song with a heart, saving it. This was truly a remarkable song. Xia Hengyi's voice possessed depth, particularly with that languorous quality that tugged at the heartstrings, inciting an irresistible yearning. Gu Zhinan could compose such lyrics and melodies. Who exactly was he? Chang Mingxi found herself perplexed by Gu Zhinan, a mere recent graduate with no literary background, whose previous novel had only attained a mediocre status on a Chinese website. Smash, in a luxurious villa in Haipu City, Yuan violently hurled her expensive phone to the ground. As if that didn't suffice, she stomped on it a few times for good measure. Nearby, Xiao Yuan trembled in a corner, frightened, convinced that Yuan had gone mad.
Hand over your phone.
Yuan suddenly glared at Xiao Yuan, her expression darkening. Xiao Yuan dared not refuse, hurriedly presenting her unlocked phone. Yuan reopened Weibo, and to her astonishment, Summer Breeze was perched atop the trending list, first place, 7th on the new song chart of Huagua Music. In a mere 4 hours, it had surged to 7th place. She knew precisely what this meant. Even if she released her song on the 14th, it was inconceivable for it to break into the top 10 within such a short span. Yet, here it was at 7th, unless one resorted to buying fake popularity, which no one preferred unless absolutely necessary, as it was well understood that superficial success carried little weight. Why? Yuan ground her teeth, looking up at Xiao Yuan.
Why does she have no promotion at all? Just relying on a novelist's reputation, she can ascend to the new song chart? Xiao Yuan's gaze faltered, unwilling to meet Yuan's eyes.
Perhaps, it's just good luck.
Luck?
Yuan suddenly laughed. She's an orphan. Where does luck come from?
I don't know.
Xiao Yuan was on the verge of tears, having never witnessed Yuan's expression so grim.
Get out.
Yuan abruptly waved her hand, and Xiao Yuan hastily fled the villa. As she reached downstairs, she heard a crisp sound. It was her lost phone. Equally stunned were Hua Jie and Chu Taoyu, who sat in their apartment, exchanging glances yet remaining silent. Chu Taoyu slumped on the sofa, clutching her gleaming phone, the screen displaying Xia Hengyi's Summer Breeze. 7th on the new song chart. Once, her goal had been to break into the top 10 within a week post-album release. Yet now, Xia Hengyi had shown her that a mere few hours sufficed to achieve the height she had only dared to aspire to. Hua Jia, why? She finally voiced her question, her tone tinged with bitterness. Despite all the suppression, it had failed to break her spirit. She had risen once more, and now, she had surpassed them all. Chu Taoyu understood that her album had yet to be released, but she had already lost. There was no way to compete with a song that had climbed the new song chart in just a few hours. Yuan stood no chance either.
Gu Zhinan,
Hua Jia stated earnestly.
I cannot deny Xia Hengyi's vocal talent, but this song was tailor-made for her.
Both the melody and the lyrics. Who exactly is this Gu Zhinan? Isn't he just a novelist? He even wrote poetry that made it into the Chinese curriculum. Hua Jie was well aware of this. She merely sought to comprehend how Gu Zhinan knew Xia Engi. A novelist suddenly producing such a magnificent song. Zhu Taoyu had no interest in pondering who Gu Zhinan was, it no longer mattered. She was merely beginning to fret over her album being overshadowed. Her emotions oscillated like a roller coaster. Initially, she had learned that director Lian had preemptively released Xia Engi's album, fearing she wouldn't even catch the tailwind of Yuwen's popularity. Now, however, it seemed she was the one left out in the cold. Life truly is a series of dramatic ups and downs. Chapter 67. This is her summer. The summer breeze ignited a fervor, with reviews pouring in and sales skyrocketing. Those who had awakened from a night of revelry were blissfully unaware of the previous night's frenzy, yet upon discovering that the trending topic had transformed into summer breeze, they found themselves intrigued. Captivated by the exquisite lyrics that echoed the essence of midsummer, they indulged in a 30-second preview, and without a second thought, clicked to purchase. The lazy winds of July warm even the clouds. My face gently pressed against your chest, the summer breeze, I shall remember it forever, clearly declaring your love for me. I see your cool smile, which also harbors moments of shyness. During the morning rush at work, countless headphones played this song, as if the sweltering heat of summer dissipated with each note, evoking memories of lost youth. How nostalgic it was, especially the gentle humming, the tender, lazy sea breeze. Listening to it repeatedly was equally enthralling. By this morning, the fanbase for Xia Engi had surged from 150,000 to 600,000, all drawn in by the music, with none swayed by last night's sensationalism except for a handful of old lectures. Before last night, I thought a novelist was merely indulging in frivolities. I was furious when I saw an advertisement he had posted. I believed this author, despite crafting a tale as enchanting as Xinjian, was rather foolish. So, I waited until the song was released. Now, I realize I was mistaken. Gu Zhinan, the quintessential straight man, is no fool. He's genuinely remarkable. Moreover, Xia Engi sings beautifully. Truly, it reminds me of the girls I met back in America. Wang Lang, the illustrious young master, posted a dynamic update early in the morning and even followed Xia Engi's Weibo. His post quickly attracted a flurry of comments. Young Master Wang, believe me, you are not alone. Straight man, remarkable, Xia Engi is so sweet, I'm in love. Not just Wang Lang, many renowned influencers were also captivated by Gu Zhinan's Xianjian yesterday, so when they learned he was advertising instead of updating his novel during its peak popularity, they were indignant. However, now, they found themselves utterly enchanted. Xia Engi's soft, languid voice imbues this song with a unique essence. Summer typically evokes feelings of heat and stickiness, yet this song conjures an image of a gentle breeze wafting through a lazy summer afternoon, reminiscent of sweet love that always brings comfort, regardless of the surrounding circumstances. Director Wei Kong promptly shared Wang Lang's Weibo post while commenting on Summer Breeze, hinting at surprises for his own film, creating suspense. This remark was swiftly shared by even more people. Xia Engi slept soundly, free from her previous worries. She had done what she needed to do with utmost dedication. She had poured her heart into the song, and regardless of what lay ahead, she felt unafraid, for she had her little apartment. So when she rose and saw Cheng Mengying's flushed, excited face and Ruan Ying's jubilant dance, she merely curled her lips into a subtle smile. Cheng Mengying announced that Summer Breeze had climbed to 6th place on the new song chart, and at this pace, it genuinely held the potential to reach the top during its release period. Although each successive rank was increasingly challenging to attain, Cheng Mengying firmly believed it was merely a matter of time, as they had a full 2 months ahead. 2 months. Moreover, Summer Breeze would undoubtedly secure a place on the sales chart, a battleground for the most popular songs of recent months. Engi, your Weibo followers have reached 700,000, a true superstar. Ruan Ying exclaimed, tugging at Xia Engi's arm. Xia Engi, with a hint of exasperation, pulled her arm away. Time for a meal. Yet, she felt a surge of happiness within. Hard work would eventually yield results. Though the journey had been fraught with difficulties, this summer seemed more splendid than ever, as even the breeze felt refreshingly cool. The digital realm thrived. Qi Shang, the musician who had once been approached by Xia Engi for collaboration, awoke to a flurry of Weibo notifications. He stared at his phone screen in disbelief. Xia Engi, who just days prior had pleaded with him not to take the song Meant for You when he had thought it prudent to be realistic and had declined her request, walking away. But now, she had released a song. He seldom engaged with Weibo and was unaware of the explosive popularity of Zhang Jinzhou and Xinjian, but today, he stumbled upon Weibo and could not calm himself. Upon checking, he discovered Summer Breeze had secured the 6th position on the new song chart. The melody and lyrics were exceptional. He could not compose anything of that caliber, nor could Yuwen's song compare. The difference was staggering, and the humming truly struck a chord in his heart. He replayed it countless times. Back then, he had remarked that Xia Engi was merely a matter of fate. Now, could this too be considered fate? How ironic. A similar situation unfolded within Xinguang Entertainment, where Lian Mingji was summoned by shareholders to the company. Although Yuwen's family held the majority stake, Xinguang Entertainment was not solely her domain. Thus, he had no choice but to call Xia Engi to the office, his tone notably humble. Yesterday, Xia Engi had left with great resolve, yet today, she was accompanied by Ruan Ying and Cheng Mengying. Even Lian Mingji felt the atmosphere was awkward. He could only chuckle nervously before speaking. Congratulations, Engi, a good song will never go unnoticed. It's already 6th on the new song chart. With a bit of promotion, it might just descend to the top spot. In a single night, the song had surged to 6th place on the new song chart. This was a result that every debuting artist dreams of, especially considering Xia and Gu had received no promotional support from the company prior to her album's release. Although Gu Zhinan's advertising had created a sensational buzz, without a song of relative quality, it would have been impossible to reach the charts. He had listened to it as soon as it was released, utterly amazed. Xinguang Entertainment had only reached 2nd place once, last year with Yuan's album, which had been heavily promoted at great expense, yet now, a song that had likely cost less than a tenth of that in promotional efforts could potentially illuminate Xinguang Entertainment's reputation. Hey! Why is even the CEO interested in our album? Xia and Gu remained silent, while Chang Menging scoffed. Lian Mingji's embarrassment deepened. Let us not say that, and Gu is part of the company, after all. This morning, the company decided to allocate resources to promote Summer Breeze to help it reach the top of the new song chart, not just for the company, but for Gu. Thank you, but I don't need it. Upon hearing this, Xia and Gu stood up, ready to leave. She had no lingering affection for this company. Wait. Lian Mingji blocked her path, his expression awkward. Don't be upset, it's only natural to feel frustrated, but I have no choice. The arm can never outmuscle the thigh, right? He attempted to pull Xia and Gu back to sit down, but she furrowed her brow and evaded his hand, stepping back 2 paces. She felt disgusted. What else do you want to say? Lian Mingji naturally withdrew his hand, forcing a smile. We are all part of the same company, and our contract is still valid. We can't just neglect our responsibilities, can we? That would be unreasonable. Moreover, and Gu, your popularity is soaring, the company is willing to collaborate on promoting you because it's for your benefit. How dare you mention the contract? Chang Menging was ready to confront him, but Xia and Gu stopped her, shaking her head as she turned to Lian Mingji, her tone as if addressing a stranger. All matters of promotion will be decided by me. We can proceed with the promotion, no further discussion. Lian Mingji's smiling face fell, taken aback. He looked at Xia and Gu in surprise, muttering that he would consult with others before retreating to his office. And Gu, are you really going to make money for them? Chang Menging frowned, contemplating that they could leverage this momentum to approach other entertainment companies and negotiate a more favorable contract for Xia and Gu. Xia and Gu gazed at Chang Menging gently and replied, if the initiative is in our hands, we will follow through. Besides, the contract hasn't ended, we cannot escape it. Chang Menging nodded in agreement. If that were the case, they could leave whenever they wished or outright decline. Lian Mingji soon emerged, his expression dark, evidently having been scolded over the phone. He hesitated before speaking. You can decide, but do not misuse this power. That is the bottom line. Xia and Gu nodded, and Chang Menging stepped forward to request that Lian Mingji send the promotional plan to her email, providing him with the address before they departed. Lian Mingji clenched his fists tightly, slamming them down on the desk in frustration. He was still reeling from the encounter when Yuan's call came through. Why are you promoting her? Ask the shareholders. Why are you asking me? Lian Mingji replied tersely, still irked from the earlier confrontation. This woman had caused him to be scolded harshly at the shareholder meeting this morning and again over the phone. What do you mean? Yuan felt equally displeased by Lian Mingji's tone. Lian Mingji sneered. What do I mean? This morning at the shareholder meeting, your father specifically called me in and scolded me for nearly an hour. He demanded to know why I wasn't allocating any resources to Xia and Gu. He laughed derisively, irritated by the double standards of those who benefited without contributing. Why? Doesn't he have any self-awareness? What a performance! Yuan wielded her influence at Xinguang Entertainment not merely due to her father's majority stake. She was aware that Xia and Gu's position posed a potential threat to her own. After all, Xia and Gu had been brought in through efforts made by her former mentor, who had invested significant energy into her introduction. Xia and Ji's capabilities were clearer to him than anyone else. Yet what could he do? The shareholder meeting had thrown him under the bus to appease other shareholders, and he had to admit that tactic was quite effective. You better be aware of what you're saying. Yuan's tone was frosty, recognizing Lian Mingji as merely a tool elevated by her father. Lian Mingji paused before slowly responding. Don't waste your energy, your father won't be helping you any further during this period. They intend to leverage Xia and Gu's popularity to create unprecedented buzz for the company. Whether they'll find ways to retain her in the future is beyond your jurisdiction. Having delivered that statement, Lian Mingji promptly hung up the phone, feeling overwhelmed with irritation. Yuan's expression was equally grim as she called her father, who responded curtly, advising her to temper her ambitions. After all, Xia and Ji's current popularity was immense. If capitalized upon wisely, it could yield significant profits for the company. The Summer Breeze had unleashed a wave of fervor, and overnight, many had come to know the name Xia and Gu, the singer of Summer Breeze. I still remember that summer, the days we spent together. That day on the playground, you shyly confessed your feelings for me, and I felt as if the Summer Breeze was refreshing, as if the whole world was reduced to just you and me. This comment soared to the top of the song's comments section. Chapter 68. Young Master Gu and his remarkable aspirations. Gu Zhinan slowly awakened from his slumber at 9:30, having recently been plagued by dreams of returning home to wed and open a quaint little supermarket, with his parents in good health and a beautiful, loving wife by his side. He felt a twinge of melancholy, wondering if these dreams were somehow a veiled message to him, but where, he pondered, could he possibly find a girlfriend? His parents' supermarket, however, was undergoing renovations and seemed poised to open its doors soon. Ah well, perhaps he should first devise a plan to catch up on today's installment of Xianjian.
After a simple breakfast, he opened his computer, having already learned from his phone that The Wind of Summer had climbed to 7th place on the new song charts. It was still trending at the top of Weibo's hot search list. The results were astonishingly favorable. Without hesitation, he accessed the author's backend on the Chinese literature website and uploaded 30,000 words of his remaining 50,000 drafts, with each chapter comprising 10,000 words. Good morning, fellow Xianjian enthusiasts. Have you all listened to the song? Did it meet your expectations? Today, I shall post 3 updates, each a monumental 10,000 words. In gratitude for young Master Wang's generous tip, I will upload a special 2-chapter update of 20,000 words shortly. Enjoy. He uploaded it directly. The review section had been meticulously maintained by the Chinese literature website, and when he clicked in, he noticed the addition of 2 customer service channels. Was it truly that impressive? Could he perhaps communicate with customer service to discuss the complaints regarding his delayed updates and request a ban on such remarks? The review section buzzed with excitement, filled with discussions about The Wind of Summer and the anticipation for the next update. Wow, did you all hear? The Wind of Summer is absolutely magnificent. Xia An's voice is simply enchanting. This summer feels so delightful. Fellow Taoists, she is also stunning. I've followed her on Weibo for 10 years. You're just enamored by her looks. I, on the other hand, have a deeper appreciation. This is incredible. Who would have thought, a novelist composing songs and promoting them? The song is genuinely captivating. It's hard to fathom. Wow, it's updated, brothers, 3 chapters of 10,000 words. There will also be a 2-chapter homage to young Master Wang. Wow, young Master Wang is truly remarkable. As the readers refreshed the review section, they discovered that Xianjian had indeed been updated. They were all ecstatic, finally able to witness the adventures of Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Linger. Young Master Wang's 100,000 tips are truly impressive. How could they not be? He brought forth such a beautiful song. I feel as though I've fallen in love this entire summer. Young Master Wang is incredible. 5,000 words today. I'm off to listen to the song and read Xinjian. Farewell, fellow Taoists. Wait for me. The Chinese literature website's reading mechanism allows for real-time communication in the review section, enabling readers to engage in discussions about the plot while reading. This greatly enhances the reader's attachment to the novel, providing a sense of belonging. Gu Zhinan noticed that the review section was abuzz with praises for young Master Wang, and he couldn't help but smirk, unable to resist posting a status update. What's up with you all? Young Master Wang is indeed remarkable, and the song is delightful. Shouldn't we extend an apology to young Master Gu? A heartfelt interaction from the author of Xianjian. Young Master Wang, engrossed in the novel and listening to The Wind of Summer, was in high spirits, having been lauded by internet users that morning. Upon seeing Gu Zhinan's update in the review section, he chuckled softly. This author seemed to possess a rather amiable disposition. After all, how could one pen such a poem as Let Us Drink without a good character? He decided to post an update. Yes, an apology is in order for young Master Gu, a 2-chapter update plus an additional 10,000 words. Alas, when Gu Zhinan saw this, he could no longer contain himself. Oh, the capitalists! The review section erupted in fervor. The screen was flooded with messages. Young Master Gu, we apologize. Young Master Gu is remarkable. Young Master Gu, please continue updating. Young Master Gu, let us have 40,000 words. Gu Zhinan felt a twitch in his eye as he gazed at the meager 20,000 words of his remaining drafts, feeling utterly speechless. The reader's ability to draw conclusions was nothing short of impressive. Overwhelmed, Gu Zhinan began to type fervently while engaging in discussions in the review section. 30,000 words is outrageous. Would 25,000 suffice? Brothers, young Master Gu is just being modest. There's no need for apologies. Modest, a man ought not to express such weakness. If it were me, I couldn't bear it. I can't bear it either. Young Master Gu, you must persevere. Gu Zhinan could no longer hold back. A man must not admit to inadequacy. Even if one falters, one must rise to the occasion. Haven't you all eaten? Why is the apology to young Master Gu so slow to appear on the screen? Have you not dined? Speak up. The readers could no longer contain their excitement. Apologize to young Master Gu. Young Master Gu, we are sorry. Brothers, we must not allow young Master Gu to think poorly of us. Let us flood the screen. Gu Zhinan, unwilling to be outdone, furiously typed away at the keyboard. The influx of new readers, unfamiliar with this commotion, wondered what was happening. Was the author truly quarreling with the readers? What was this overwhelming screen of apologies directed toward young Master Gu? Ding-a-ling, just as Gu Zhinan was diligently typing, a call from Chang Mengshi interrupted him. Hello, speak quickly, I must continue writing. Put. The sophisticated lady seemed amused by Gu Zhinan's words. She was also in the review section, joining in on the flood of apologies to young Master Gu. Young Master Gu, it seemed fitting. In ancient times, such a talented individual would undoubtedly be referred to as young master. The song is delightful. How is it that you can write songs as well? Chang Mengshi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Just a bit of knowledge, he replied nonchalantly. Not this again. Chang Mengshi bit her silver teeth, smiling sweetly as she asked, then may I inquire when the character Chang Menjiang will make her appearance in the chapters? Slap. Gu Zhinan's hands, which had been flying across the keyboard, suddenly froze, a look of trepidation crossing his face. In a way, did Chang Menjiang divulge the matter of calling him daddy to Cheng Mengshi? I'm sorry. The nobleman must adapt. Gu Zhinan resolved to humble himself.
What are you apologizing for? Didn't your sister tell you? Told me what? Oh, nothing much. I do know your sister. I was just asking casually. I didn't expect it to be so coincidental. Ha ha ha. Not having mentioned it, Gu Zhinan straightened his back. A nobleman born in this world could not languish in obscurity. Chang Mengshi was bewildered. How do you know my sister? On a quiet afternoon, I retrieved a glass of milk from the refrigerator, closed the door 3 times, and then cut to the chase. What else is there? There is nothing more to it. Gu Zhinan resumed his writing, a sausage in his mouth, his words muffled. If you want to know, go ask her yourself. Chang Mengshi shot a glance at her phone, thinking to herself that if she could extract information from this girl, she wouldn't need to ask him. The song is quite good, but focus on writing. Don't keep dabbling in these frivolities. Although those frivolities had kept her listening all night long, but Gu Zhinan was now the prized jewel of the Chinese literature website, he could not be lost. What if he decided to pursue music instead, what then? Understood, Miss Chang. Gu Zhinan replied helplessly. Alright, hurry up and write, I'm waiting for the update, young Master Gu. Miss Chang, the esteemed chief editor, surely wouldn't want to take advantage of a struggling authoress work, would she? Get lost. Chang Mengshi indeed had the luxury of reading without charge, as her account on the Chinese literature website exempted her from fees. Gu Zhinan scoffed. The absurdity of capitalism was truly astounding. As the sun set, he toiled away, producing a staggering 80,000 words before twilight. This was under the condition of a well-defined outline. He felt utterly drained. He uploaded 35,000 words amidst the chorus of Young Master Gu, we are sorry, and Young Master Gu is remarkable. Gu Zhinan felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of self-assurance in his life. Chapter 69. Thank you. Having concluded a day immersed in the world of writing, I had just prepared a modest dinner for myself when a notification chimed from WeChat. It was a message from Gu Zhinan, urging me to continue updating. Little sister, do you think your brother's health is expendable? Do you also read the novel I wrote? Just passing the time. I could already envision Gu Zhiyan's haughty ponytail. Oh, which character do you fancy? I particularly like the grandmother, for she is nothing like the grandmothers depicted on television. She treats Li Xiaoyao with utmost kindness. As soon as I sent that off, I felt it was rather earnest. Retract. I think they are all quite good. What a curious mind you possess, dear sister. I shall write the grandmother's demise one of these days. I can already see Gu Zhiyan's reply. The grandmother truly must depart, even Jesus could not keep her here. Do you dare? Gu Zhiyan's eyes widened, exasperated with this bothersome fellow. Just watch if I dare. It seemed I enjoyed sparring with Gu Zhiyan even more than with Chang Mengji. Our exchanges, albeit devoid of face-to-face encounters, were thick with tension. Upon reading my message, Gu Zhiyan's cheeks puffed up in fury. Her grandfather had remarked that this man was good-natured and humble, yet in her eyes, he was nothing but a scoundrel. I shall ignore him. Summer Breeze had solidified its position at 6th place on the new song charts by the end of the day, showing no signs of ascending further. Anything more would be utterly absurd. Reaching the top in a single day was beyond imagination. The rankings on the Hua country music charts were based on sales, reviews, ratings, and real-time streaming, overseen by state-owned enterprises that ensured no malicious comments could be fabricated. Any attempt would result in an immediate ban, with each ID linked to a specific identification number. Rigorous indeed. Though it did not climb higher on the new song charts, Summer Breeze maintained its grip on the real-time sales chart, claiming the top position. The real-time streaming chart too, the reviews continued to swell, as if everyone was rediscovering their summer memories. Every tale related to summer appeared in the comments. Xiaoyan's Weibo had finally reached a milestone of 900,000 followers. While she reveled in the comments, her heart soared. Though her countenance remained composed today, she had devoted an entire day to watching Xianjian Xixiajuan, and the writing was truly splendid. Gu Zhinan's literary prowess was remarkable. She had completely immersed herself in the world of Xianjian. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the crescent moon ascended, she wondered what that man was up to. Was he still writing? To her astonishment, he had engaged in a spirited debate with his readers today. Xiaoyan observed keenly from the book review section, witnessing the flurry of mentions of Master Gu. Unable to resist, she chimed in with a comment about Master Gu. Ugh. Suddenly, Xiaoyan felt her earlobes flush with warmth, scolding herself for referring to him as such when he was clearly a ruffian. Starry Entertainment moved swiftly. In the afternoon, Chang Mengjiang had taken over the promotional strategy, ensuring that Starry Entertainment created promotional pages across several renowned music platforms. Thus, when one logged in that evening, they would discover Xiaoyan's photo gracing the homepage, accompanied by Summer Breeze. The promotion was undoubtedly a success. Those who had previously overlooked Weibo began to indulge their curiosity and sampled the song for 30 seconds, soon becoming captivated. The company has started promoting. After much contemplation, Xiaoyan could not help but message Gu Zhinan. This time, Gu Zhinan did not respond immediately. Instead, he perused the song reviews and the amusing comments in his section. Xiaoyan found the comments rather frivolous, incessantly urging Gu Zhinan to hasten Li Xiaoyao's marriage to Zhao Linger, especially since the grandmother appeared so pleased during the bathing scene. If not now, when, today, she had observed Li Xiaoyao stealing glances at Zhao Linger while she bathed, and many had made rather impertinent comments about it. The lack of decorum was astounding. Ding. A WeChat message popped up, and Xiaoyan almost instinctively clicked it. Is it really this good all at once? No unforeseen complications? Gu Zhinan had just emerged from the shower and, upon seeing Xia Anja's message, promptly replied. She sensed he was worried her intelligence might have been compromised again. The initiative is in my hands this time. I will go if I wish, and if not, I shall not. Ah, reclaiming her agency. Gu Zhinan chuckled softly. Starry Entertainment was, in essence, conceding. Are they trying to leverage your worth? Xia Anja smirked. Isn't it merely to secure a bit more of your 10% profit? The landlord is quite formidable. Hoof. Xia Anja wrinkled her small nose. Tomorrow, I shall depart for promotional activities. With an agenda packed full of events for Starry Entertainment, tomorrow would be a whirlwind, since this morning, a multitude of activities had been lined up. Chang Menjing meticulously sifted through them, asserting that since they were to engage, they ought to exhaust every resource available at Starry Entertainment. Her words, though coarse, bore wisdom. Chang Menjing aspired to mold Xia Anja into a genuine second-tier idol before summer's end and even hoped to secure first-tier resources for her after the contract concluded. More promotion is beneficial. Your popularity is quite high now. I checked your Weibo, you have 900,000 followers, all calling you wife. Gu Zhinan's message arrived, causing Xia Anja's earlobes to redden rapidly as she shot an alluring glare at her phone. She could not help it. Back when she had fewer followers, people had already begun to call her that, and now that her following had grown, it was not just the boys. Even the girls joined in. Just at noon, she had posted a status saying they could call her Anj, but not wife. Who knew this would only ignite her fans' fervor? The comments were flooded with, "Good Anj, my wife." Infuriating. So, are you my fan? Can I call you wife then? Indeed, I have followed you. Which one? Xia Anja was eager to find out and follow him back. Everything is unspoken. When the time is right, you shall know. Xia Anja's eyes sparkled with mischief as her fingers danced over the screen. My fans are all asking why I would associate with a novelist to write songs. Gu Zhinan paused, taken aback. And what did you say? I said I was your book fan. By chance, I private messaged you. Xia Anja's expression was imbued with cunning. No wonder he had seen so many comments in the review section today about Master Gu igniting desires, so it was the landlord's doing? However, it must be noted that his review section was also clamoring for him to obtain a Weibo certification so they could follow him. Should Gu Zhinan find inspiration to write poetry, they would be the first to see it. And most importantly, to urge for updates. Gu Zhinan felt speechless, perceiving that the ultimate goal of this crowd was indeed to pressure him for updates, trying to toy with my mindset? Gu Zhinan silently scoffed. If they pushed him too far, he would surely find ways to vex these charming readers. Continuing their banter, Xia Anja and Gu Zhinan chatted until sleep beckoned. The landlord then sent a voice message. The content was simply, "Thank you, Gu Zhinan," before hastily retracting it. "Thank you for rescuing me from the deluge. Thank you for the song you penned. Thank you for everything." In the end, Xia Anja did not dwell on it. She merely gazed at the ceiling, her enchanting eyes brightening as if dispelling the shadows. Good night. As Gu Zhinan finished listening to the voice message, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. She had retracted it and sent a good night instead. Her voice, laced with a hint of weariness, suggested she was ready for slumber. You are asleep, yet how am I to find rest? Gu Zhinan sank into a state of melancholic contemplation. Chapter 70 of the street interview was revealed the following day. Xia Anja departed from Haipu City. As previously mentioned, her schedule was now packed, leaving her no time to spare. Once accustomed to long stretches without any engagements, she now found her calendar filled to the brim with events organized by Chang Menjing, primarily focused on promotional activities. Furthermore, some were aimed at music publicity. Chang Menjing was determined to cultivate Xia Anja's fanbase and establish her own support club. This would at least ensure that the announcements on Weibo would spread like wildfire, effectively reaching a wider audience than traditional promotions. Within 2 days, all trending topics had vanished, replaced by new ones, yet, the summer breeze quietly lifted Xia's latest song to the 4th position on the new song chart. Gu Zhinan had become notably more subdued. By day, he engaged in a battle of wits with his adorable readers, while by night, Xia Anja would invariably send him 1 or 2 messages of the downside. When did this landlord learn to demand updates? Tonight's message was surprisingly, Xiaoing said your novel is quite short. After a brief pause, she followed up with, I think so too. Please thank her for me, and you as well. Exhausted from all this work yet still nitpicking my efforts. Gu Zhinan was genuinely grateful to Xia Anja. After a long day, she still found time to critique his fantasy work. His comments section seemed to have transformed into one of the liveliest chat zones on the entire Chinese web. Even other authors, with spare time on their hands, wandered over to discuss the plot of his fantasy tale, borrowing ideas along the way. After all, Gu Zhinan's work could very well be considered a pioneering piece in the realm of online fantasy literature, prompting everyone to recall his initial creation, which blended fantastical elements with a hint of naivety. It truly was an exercise in honing his craft and testing the waters. To this day, his novel had ascended to great heights. While Xianjian Qixia Zhuan may not have dominated in word count, it had secured an unshakable presence atop the charts, eliciting admiration from fellow authors who mused that Xianjian was in a league of its own, with no rival in sight. They could only drop by for a casual glance and glean inspiration from his storyline. Today's update is even shorter. Yesterday at least brought 2 chapters totaling 10,000 words, yet today there are only 2 chapters with 6,000 words. Who are you trying to fool? Dear fellow cultivators, could someone share an address? I've just mastered the sword technique. So frustrating, I opened Xianjian tonight expecting joy, only to find 2 short chapters of 6,000 words, reading them over and over. To the one above, I've just reread from the first chapter. Observing these comments from fellow readers, Gu Zhinan felt quite aggrieved. Other authors churned out 2,000-word chapters, posting 3 a day. He, on the other hand, produced 6,000 words per chapter, releasing only 2 a day, and when his previous updates had been overflowing with 20 to 30,000 words, it still failed to win their affection? Just days ago, they had merrily addressed him as Young Master Gu, but after a slight dip in updates, they were now calling him Straight Man. Truly absurd. On August 13th, less than a day remained until Yuwen's album release, and Xinguang Entertainment was bustling with activity and preparation. This morning, news of Yuwen's upcoming album, Midsummer, made its way to the trending topics. By noon, it had soared to the top of the charts. Numerous influential figures and celebrities rallied to promote Yuwen's album, while her fans fervently built the hype, showcasing an abundance of enthusiasm. This was a stark contrast to Xia Anja's experience, where time had been manipulated, leaving her to quietly inform her fans that she would be releasing an album that evening. Gu Zhinan had completely detached himself from all of this. He was indifferent to trending topics as long as they did not involve him. His objectives had been met. In recent days, Chang Mengshi had even called to inquire if he wished to pursue a career as a celebrity, mentioning that several entertainment companies had reached out to her office seeking information about him. Moreover, they were willing to sponsor Gu Zhinan's novel, as numerous stories were being adapted into films and television series. His Xianjian was deemed a masterpiece in its early stages. As long as the latter half remained consistent, it could easily be transformed into either a movie or a drama. Furthermore, due to the obscurity of Gu Zhinan's appearance in videos, they had been unable to locate any of his information, only managing to find him through the Chinese web. Naturally, Gu Zhinan declined. What need had he to become a star? Wasn't writing novels satisfying enough? To join a company like Xinguang Entertainment? No way. Meanwhile, in a university dormitory in a certain city, a student named Xiao Xian leisurely finished reading the latest chapter of Xianjin on his phone. Unsatisfied, he ventured into the comments section to express his typical complaint about the brevity of the updates before switching to a video app in search of an entertaining program to pass the time. Xiao Xian stumbled upon a street interview segment titled How Smart Guys Reduce Life's Hassles, which piqued his interest. Clicking in, he encountered a series of street interview questions that bore no relation to the title. Internally, he cursed the sensationalism of clickbait. As he reached the midpoint of the segment, a scene unfolded where an adorable female host exclaimed, handsome guy, handsome guy. Are you calling me? A young man with a backpack pointed to himself in confusion, and the host stepped forward to introduce herself, only to elicit the man's response, can I say no? Xiao Xian burst into laughter. What a truly straightforward guy. He watched for over half an hour, and this was the first instance of a refusal. Facing beauty with unwavering composure, as Xiao Xian pondered this, the female host began to playfully charm him, and the young man acquiesced. What happened to his steadfastness? But Xiao Xian grew increasingly curious about the questions the host would pose. Handsome, what is your name? Gu Zhinan, not a straight man, just Zhinan. Oh, so Gu straight man, is it? Xiao Xian was in stitches, laughing heartily, as the video was subtitled, and the host, whether intentionally or not, mispronounced Zhinan as straight man. Xiao Xian noticed the expression of the man named Gu Zhinan shift to one of awkwardness. Subsequently, the female host indeed asked the question Xiao Xian had been eagerly anticipating. How do you reduce life's troubles? The gentleman named Gu Zhinan pondered for a moment before replying, it's quite simple. Just avoid arguing with foolish people. Huh, is that all? Exactly. But handsome, I think you're mistaken. Alright, you're correct, farewell. Xiao Xian witnessed a dashing figure swiftly exit the scene, leaving the female host and the cameraman in a state of bewilderment, the footage frozen for an extended moment. Ha ha ha, unbelievable. Xiao Xian could hardly contain himself, laughter causing him physical pain. What are you laughing at, Rooster Comb? His roommate from the upper bunk shot him a quizzical look, engrossed in Xianjian. Xiao Xian wasted no time, beckoning him down and rewinding the video to replay it. Unable to resist, his roommate erupted into laughter, but soon his amusement was cut short, eyes widening in realization as he murmured, Gu Zhinan, Xiao Xian, it's Gu Zhinan. Right, Gu straight man, huh? Wait, isn't that the author of Xianjin? Gu Zhinan? His roommate began to leap about in excitement. Xiao Xian's laughter abruptly ceased as both of them seemed to uncover a grand treasure. There's a video of him on the Chinese web. Although we can't see his face, we can hear his voice. The two were ecstatic, as the moniker straight man had led to numerous requests in the comment section for his photo, with many claiming that the blurry video on the Chinese web only vaguely hinted at his refined features. Yet he had never shared a clear image. Unbelievable? Did you catch that? His roommate's eyes were filled with certainty. The voice is unmistakable. Despite some editing, it's quite similar. Xiao Xian was nearly convinced that the charming young man from the street interview was indeed the author of Xianjian, Gu Zhinan. The interview location was Ningnan City. His roommate quickly searched for the episode's introductory segment, confirming it mentioned Ningnan City. Tweet it. Post in the comment section, we found him, this straight man is quite handsome, no wonder Li Xiaoyao was written so charmingly, huh? Chapter 71 An accidental surge in popularity. For the past fortnight, Yuewen has been tirelessly promoting her album across various platforms. Starlight Entertainment has collaborated with numerous media outlets to disseminate news regarding Yuewen's album release. In a rather audacious move, they even invested in trending topics on Weibo, enlisting a multitude of celebrities and influencers to advertise for her. The most distasteful aspect of Starlight Entertainment's strategy was their blatant appropriation of the currently popular song Summer's Breeze by Xia Engi as a promotional tool. What nonsense is this about Summer's Breeze transitioning into the height of summer? That the peak of summer will join forces with Summer's Breeze to dominate the new song charts, Xia Engi's loyal fans were understandably appalled, leading to a fierce verbal skirmish on Yuewen's Weibo page. Unfazed, Yuewen herself paid no heed. Her assistant, however, was actively organizing fans to confront one another, with both factions hurling accusations beneath the respective idols' Weibo posts. The majority of Xia Engi's fanbase had initially gravitated towards her due to Summer's Breeze and remained oblivious to the ongoing feud until some seasoned fans earnestly articulated the situation. It was then that they, fueled by righteous indignation, joined the fray, momentarily propelling Yuewen to the top of the trending list. Amused, she boldly posted on Weibo, "Let us work together harmoniously. We are all part of the same company, after all." Xia Engi's fans were left feeling nauseated, and just as they prepared to retaliate, Xia Engi updated her Weibo with a calm remark, "There is no need to pay attention. Just focus on being your best self." Unbothered and disinterested in the drama, Xia Engi immediately instructed Chang Menjing to post an update, hoping her fans would appreciate her music for its own merit rather than engage in pointless disputes with Yuewen supporters. Following Xia Engi's post, her fans quieted significantly, praising her kindness and remarking on how her earlobes would turn crimson during promotional events. Upon seeing Xia Engi's Weibo update, Yuewen scoffed. Was she genuinely concerned about losing the scant attention she had garnered? She had already claimed the top spot on the trending list. With a bit more advertising tonight, her first-day sales would undoubtedly thrive. What she remained unaware of, however, was an article titled "How the Author of Shenjin Avoids Everyday Conflicts" that was quietly gaining traction, with viewership steadily increasing and its popularity surging. Meanwhile, Gu Zhinan was blissfully ignorant of it all, focusing on his goal for the day. To produce 2 chapters, each comprising 10,000 words, to satiate the insatiable appetite of his readers. As he perused the daily comment section, he sensed something amiss. Why were so many comments discussing how to alleviate life's troubles? Just avoid arguing with foolish people. Wait a minute. Wasn't he that the question posed to him by a charming female host during a street interview last month? As Gu Zhinan pondered this, he stumbled upon a comment accompanied by a photograph. A handsome young man with a perplexed expression, captioned Gu Zhinan? What the hell, who posted this? Ah, this is hilarious. How do you reduce life's worries? Isn't it simple? Just don't engage with foolish people. No way, I think you're wrong. Alright, you're right. You missed one, goodbye. Feeling relieved. This straight man is killing me. Who would have thought? I can't take it. Gu Zhinan was drenched in cold sweat. Was his illustrious reputation to be tarnished by a street interview? He regretted ever wanting to bask in the flattery of being called handsome. Where's Gu Zhinan? No, I mean Gu Zhinan. Why hasn't he appeared to entertain us yet? What else with that? Today is Gu Gongzi's day. Come out and play, Gu Gongzi. Every afternoon at 5, Gu Zhinan would enter the comments section to negotiate with his readers about the word count for the next update, typically agreeing on 2 chapters, with the word count being open for discussion. Yesterday, in a fit of anger, he had boldly declared a 10,000-word update for today, transforming from a straight man into the illustrious Gu Gongzi, exuding authority. He must be here. Just too afraid to speak up, right, Gu Gongzi? Gu Zhinan remains silent. Oh, he is out, how handsome, he is my ideal Li Xiaoyao. Sister, don't be fooled by him, be careful he doesn't engage you in an argument. I am also handsome, and Li Xiaoyao is modeled after me. Gu Zhinan's appearance ignited a frenzy in the comments section, almost overwhelming it. Where did you see this? It's not real. The online world can be quite deceptive, don't believe it. Though the handsome guy is indeed charming, he still pales in comparison to me. Gu Zhinan earnestly typed these words, prompting uproarious laughter throughout the comments. Are you kidding me? Oh my god, I can't handle this, he is still trying to fool us. Gu Gongzi, no offense, but you type so little each day. Why not explore Weibo? The little brother who first discovered you has compared your videos on the Chinese website. While they're not identical, they're strikingly similar, did you know? The videos on the Chinese website don't reveal your face clearly, but your voice is unmistakable, handsome. What? Gu Zhinan was no longer composed. He quickly opened Weibo on his computer, eager to find out where to view it, only to see one of the trending topics, how the author of Shenjin avoids everyday troubles. His trembling hand clicked on it, memories flooding back in a painful rush. This is a disaster, I can never show my face in public again. The video clearly showcased his handsome visage, complete with subtitles. It had even made it to the trending list on Weibo. This sudden influx of attention was entirely beyond Gu Zhinan's control, yet for Yuewen, it was a crushing blow. She had been preparing to make one final promotional push on Weibo this evening, collaborating with other stars to post a dynamic update, only to find herself overshadowed by how the author of Shenjin avoids everyday troubles, which had claimed the top trending spot. What does your method for avoiding life's troubles have to do with me? I am currently extremely troubled, you know? She had purchased 2 days of trending topics, spending nearly hundreds of thousands, and was ready for a final promotional push, only to be eclipsed by this Xianjian author? Initially, Yuewen hadn't realized who the author was, but upon clicking the link and seeing the name Gu Zhinan, she felt an overwhelming urge to devour the handsome figure in the video alive. Gu Zhinan, again, it was Gu Zhinan. Ever since he appeared in Xia Engi's music credits, he had been a source of her disdain, as he had provided Xia Engi with an opportunity to rise from obscurity. Especially when Gu Zhinan had promoted Xia Angyi, it infuriated her to the point of wanting to tear him apart. A mere novelist, writing songs and aiding in their promotion, had now seized the trending spotlight. While Summer's breeze was still riding high, she had even sought to locate Gu Zhinan, hoping to win him over, yet, despite her efforts, the Chinese website had steadfastly refused to provide any information regarding him, and now, here he was, emerging from a street interview to steal her thunder. A novelist merely revealing his true identity had managed to usurp the attention she had painstakingly cultivated for 2 days. Chapter 72. How she acted. Cute Yuan's eyes were fixed intently on the screen, bloodshot and weary. After a long moment, she gritted her teeth and dialed a number. I need to trend again, with the album release imminent, I cannot allow any mistakes. Lian Mingji, upon hearing Yuan's words, felt a twinge of reluctance. The publicity for Yuan Weibo over these past few days has already cost over 600,000. The expenses are becoming excessive. So much had been invested in Yuan recently that even the residual warmth from the summer breeze felt like it was being exploited. Increase it. Yuan nearly strained to keep her emotions in check. I will explain later. She would not permit any errors. A fleeting shadow crossed Lian Mingji's eyes. Very well. The power of money was formidable. Once the funds were allocated, they would hire some influential celebrities to generate buzz. The fervor surrounding Yuan's album surged to the forefront once more, eclipsing the popularity of the author of Xianjian. Yuan let out a cold laugh. The last surge of the summer breeze had been too sudden, failing to suppress her, but this time, apologies, but this world still values strategic maneuvering. Seizing the moment, Yuan promptly announced that her album would be available at midnight on the 14th, promising an extraordinary love experience amidst the summer. A sensational tease, yet, unbeknownst to Yuan, even Gu Zhinan was unaware that his formidable readership had embarked on a profound discussion regarding how to alleviate life's troubles. They were astonished to see the trending topics being usurped, appearing unusually united, even reaching out to the official Weibo account of a street interview show. They managed to get the show's account trending as well, while relentlessly sharing the original video. As a result, more viewers encountered this segment, unable to contain themselves. Where's Gu? Please come out, I'm a straight man. How do you reduce troubles in life? Do you ever argue with foolish people? I think you're mistaken. And you're correct? I believe I'm incorrect as well. Then who is right? Gu, the straight man, of course, ha ha, I'm laughing my head off. What a top-tier competition. Gu. The production team of the street interview show was originally preparing for the next episode when they suddenly found their official account inundated with a surge of comments from viewers, all fervently discussing a topic titled How to Reduce Life's Troubles. Wasn't this the highlight of the previous 2 episodes? They had initially thought this interview could propel the show to success, yet, as usual, they were bewildered by this sudden surge of interest. Gu Zhinan, sensing something amiss, he opened the trending topics and indeed saw a topic titled The Author of Xianjian Teaches You How to Reduce Troubles in Life. The topic's popularity was steadily climbing. The head of the production team immediately sought out the host, Xiaoyu. Upon seeing it, Xiaoyu was equally astonished. How had a video from the previous episode suddenly gone viral? She remembered how the handsome man had countered her with such intensity that she struggled to respond. He is the author of Xianjian Qixia Zhuan, the production team leader, Lao Chui, exclaimed excitedly. This novel had recently become a sensation, even those who did not read novels had heard of it. Ah. Xiaoyu was taken aback, she had heard of Xianjian. It was because of the advertisement from its author that she had noticed the trending topic on Weibo and decided to listen to The Summer Breeze, which she adored. The handsome man was actually the author of Xianjian Qixia Zhuan? As she gazed at the flood of comments on the official account, she seemed to be transported back to that afternoon when she was verbally bested by this man named Gu Zhinan, her mind swirling. Just don't engage in disputes with foolish people. How infuriating. Let us record a video, Xiaoyu, just share your feelings from that moment. This is bound to be a major hot topic. Lao Chui was thrilled, their show had been struggling, and they needed a breakthrough. A chance to garner attention that had previously eluded them was now being handed to them on a silver platter. Who could have imagined? Thus, shortly after 10 o'clock that evening, the street interview's official account released a short video. In the video, a girl sat somewhat nervously on a chair, greeting everyone before recounting her encounter with Gu Zhinan during the interview. That day, I simply saw him and thought he was quite handsome, so I wanted to interview the attractive young man. Who would have thought he would refuse? I certainly couldn't let him slip away, so I acted a bit cute, and he agreed. He introduced himself as Gu Zhinan. I actually knew he was Zhinan, not a straight man, but I thought I would tease him a bit for the show's effect. To my surprise, when I asked him how to reduce life's troubles, he responded without hesitation, just don't engage in disputes with foolish people. I instinctively asked, why? Then I realized that wasn't acceptable, so I told him I thought he was wrong. I fell right into his trap. He simply said goodbye and left. It took me a moment to process. He gave me no chance to respond. I had no idea he was the author of Xianjian back then. As Xiaoyu recounted this, her expression bore a hint of grievance, appearing as though she had been wronged. She successfully evoked sympathy and leveraged the trending topic. Consequently, viewers were delighted and began sharing and commenting. Even some well-known internet personalities, having caught wind of the situation, joined in the merriment, further amplifying the buzz. The street interview's official account saw a surge in followers, and the program's head laughed heartily upon witnessing the unexpected influx of popularity. Only Xiaoyu, however, did not share in the anticipated joy. The viewers had transformed into a legion of meme makers. Just don't argue with him. Why did you choose to argue? I didn't react quickly enough, haha. So I just acted cute, could you demonstrate again? I am Gu Zhinan, and I didn't see it at the time. Gu Zhinan, meanwhile, felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the video. She had twisted the truth. She did not act cute, did she? I did not agree because she acted cute. My decision was made after careful consideration. This was clearly an exaggeration, but no one could hear his protests, especially not the landlord, Xia, who watched the interview video several times, then proceeded to like the street interview's official video. How did she act cute? Upon receiving a WeChat message from Xia, Gu Zhinan felt utterly distraught. A lifetime of reputation, tarnished by a mere display of cuteness? You must believe me, after all this time living under the same roof, don't you know me, if I were lecherous, wouldn't I have acted that way towards you? Returning to the hotel exhausted after an event, Xia rubbed her palms and picked up her phone to check the latest chapter of Xianjian. To her surprise, she stumbled upon the Weibo news and, upon watching the video, saw that the girl had acted cute, leading Gu Zhinan to acquiesce. His resolve seemed so weak, it had taken him ages to agree to play her boyfriend for just one day. Gu, you scoundrel, how infuriating. Thus, she sought an explanation from Gu Zhinan. However, upon hearing his defense, her earlobes flushed with indignation. What did he mean by being lecherous? Who shares a room with you? Isn't he the ghost? You. Gu Zhinan was puzzled. Why was he suddenly denied acknowledgement? Shameless, the girl acted cute, and you just agreed. Gu Zhinan found himself at a loss for words. She was acting. Just as you did when you played me. Oh I need to rest. Upon reading this message, Xiaoyan's eyes glimmered with a hint of malice, deciding to ignore him henceforth. Gu Zhinan felt his explanations were futile. He was utterly distressed. Chapter 73 Ultimately, what you seek eludes you. Yuan could hardly fathom that, as the clock approached 11:30, she was once again thrust into turmoil. The teachings of the Xianjian author on alleviating life's vexations had utterly eclipsed the fervor surrounding the release of Yuan's album, ascending to the pinnacle of trending topics. Moreover, it continued to gain momentum. Little did she anticipate that the headline she yearned for was, for Gu Zhinan, akin to a scalding hot potato. He refrained from engaging with Weibo, leaving the platform as a veritable fountain of amusement for netizens. Furthermore, he possessed a review section that, despite the late hour, was ablaze with activity as messages poured in incessantly. It's noon, is he the straight man of the day? That's not a fair assessment. Then what do you propose? I believe you are mistaken as well. Stop messing with me. Your comments have me in stitches. Young Master Gu, today, let us discuss how to act cute to win your heart instead of updates. Gu Zhinan, observing the flurry of comments in the review section, internally formulated his own response. Goodness? This is spiraling out of control. He even contemplated asking Cheng Mingxi to temporarily disable his review section, only to be met with her retort that this was yet another opportunity to draw attention to his Xianjian. What did she mean by you brought this upon yourself? From beginning to end, I have been the passive participant here. Cheng Mingxi, however, paid him no mind, merely advising him to authenticate a Weibo account in the coming days, mentioning that Gu Zhinan's popularity had skyrocketed, making him the most sought-after figure on the Chinese literature platform. She had initially refrained from promoting Gu Zhinan, as the video's focus was lackluster, and she wished for him to maintain an air of mystery. Who could have predicted that he would go ahead and create a promotional advertisement for 100,000 tips, only to have someone unearth a recent street interview video? As for the interview itself, what did he mean by saying one should not engage in disputes with foolish individuals? During their phone conversation, she nearly blurted out, that's not right. Clearly, he had been thoroughly brainwashed. Throughout the day, this sentiment echoed across Weibo, with even other authors on the Chinese literature site referencing it. What kind of fervor could a mere novelist generate? Only someone like Gu Zhinan could achieve such notoriety. Deprived of support from his superiors, Gu Zhinan felt a profound sense of disappointment, sensing that his fervent dedication to the platform had been cast aside. He had no desire for this unwanted attention. He could hardly bear to glance at the review section, let alone Weibo, yet Cheng Mingxi urged him to register for an account, and after some contemplation, he recognized the necessity of clarifying his position. It was inconceivable for a mere child to dominate his life. He must set the record straight. Thus, he diligently scoured for an authentication tutorial on Weibo, investing half an hour to complete the process by midnight. To his astonishment, it was accomplished so swiftly. Wasn't the timeframe supposed to be 1 to 3 business days? While he had authenticated himself as a Chinese literature author with notable works such as Qin's Moon and Xianjian Qishe, the designation he received included author, poet, musician? Though many individuals held multiple titles, he wished to avoid such a fate. Gu Zhinan felt somewhat bewildered. However, the Weibo verification team was not perplexed. They maintained a vigilant presence during the midnight hours, and the few who came to authenticate were rare. When they saw the name Gu Zhinan, their drowsiness evaporated. Yet another fan of Xianjian, a devoted admirer of Xiaoyangi, he was a refreshing breeze in their otherwise monotonous shifts. They promptly verified Gu Zhinan, bestowing upon him the titles of author, poet, and musician. Given that Gu Zhinan indeed possessed multiple identities and upheld professional ethics, they even shared a screenshot of his authenticated Weibo account, highlighting the trending topic on avoiding disputes with foolish individuals, along with a caption, caught in the dead of night. Young Master Gu authenticates his Weibo. Then, they scurried to Gu Zhinan's Xianjian review section, noting the lively discussions about the plot developments for the following day, and urged those engaged to check out his newly authenticated Weibo.
Unbeknownst to Gu Zhinan, he had been unwittingly embroiled in yet another situation. All he wished was to clarify that the video had clearly depicted his genuine intentions, yet it seemed the program had exploited him for sensationalism, painting him as a lecherous figure. It was rather distasteful for reasons unknown. He felt unsettled after Xia Enggi's remarks. Han Ti Gu Zhinan withstood the charms of Xia Enggi. How could he possibly be swayed by a slightly adorable girl today? After spending a decade slicing fish at a supermarket, his heart had grown as cold as his blade.
After pondering for an entire night, I've resolved, as a gentleman, to clarify matters on Weibo.
Please refrain from using me for hype. I am merely an ordinary novelist and, incidentally, an amateur poet. Below is a poem I offer to everyone, wishing you all the joy of finding your own virtuous companion, and may you cherish her for a lifetime. He presented the poem directly, eschewing further debate. Inside the Starlight Entertainment building, Yuan exchanged a meaningful glance with Lian Mingji, both fixated on the trending topics displayed on the computer screen. With a resounding slap on the table, Yuan's teeth clenched audibly. Despite her extensive promotional efforts, including the theme song for a television drama airing that evening, she had been unable to secure the theme for a coveted romantic film and had settled for a campus drama's insert instead. This was also the reason she had advanced her album release from the 15th to the 14th, as the drama would premiere on the 15th. The production of the drama itself had incurred considerable expenses and garnered positive publicity. Over the past few days, she had tirelessly endeavored to rally fans and promote it, launching advertisements across various locales. Everything was in place. She merely needed to maintain the momentum for a single day to ensure her new song's popularity would not wane in the following days. Yet now, everything felt like a mirage, cruelly shattered by a novelist. Resign yourself to fate. The company cannot possibly assist with promotion in the final half hour. 1 million has already gone to waste, not counting other promotional costs, Lian Mingji sighed.
Xu Taoyu's album also requires promotional funds.
You will face some backlash, but the impact is manageable. It's merely a matter of losing a couple of days of heat.
Merely?
Yuan shot back, her tone dripping with sarcasm.
Lian Mingji, do you comprehend the significance of the first 2 days of an album's popularity? Your ascent to this position is not without its complications.
Lian Mingji's expression faltered momentarily, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features before he adopted a neutral demeanor. He rose and remarked coolly, you may say what you will. I have no objections. If you seek promotional funds, either finance it yourself or appeal to the chairman. Yuan fell silent, and Lian Mingji, naturally, had no desire to provoke her further, announcing his departure. Receiving no response, he felt no need for one. Shortly after Lian Mingji left, Yuan stood, coldly muttering a curse at him. She cast one last glance at the live-updating trending topics, where the top spot remained occupied by that Xin Jian author. The heat generated by the trending topic was barely a fraction above her own. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to invest her own funds for another surge in visibility. She refused to believe that, even in the dead of night, they could suppress her trending topic. A mere 200,000, she could afford it. Yuan etched Gu Zhinan's name deeply onto her mental list of grievances, and her thoughts drifted to Xia Enggi. This woman from the orphanage had showcased an extraordinary singing voice and striking beauty the moment she entered Starlight Entertainment. An orphan, yet she had crossed paths with a novelist, composed a song, and achieved fame. It was undeniably ironic. Money buys efficiency, a principle both sound and worthwhile. Within an hour after her album went on sale, Weibo and several other media outlets published late-night articles in support of her, propelling her to the summit of trending topics. Upon seeing this, she maintained her composure, gathered her belongings, and called for her assistant, Xiao Yuan, to summon the driver. Returning to her villa until just before resting, Yuan anxiously checked the trending list, only allowing herself to sleep once she confirmed her popularity remained significantly high. However, unbeknownst to her, a newly emerging hot topic was rapidly rising, ultimately claiming the top spot on Weibo's trending list just as dawn broke.